Colchester. Federated Sons. January 3025. Tankers filled the large prefab sports arena/auditorium. Tank commanders, that is. There were a lot of them, and they would not all fit even if the Eridani Light Horse tried. Most of them were from the 21st Strikers and 121st Dark Horse Regiment, as the 71st was out there fulfilling Davian objectives while the other two regiments recovered and retrained. The 151st Dark Horse was the most elite of the three regiments operated by the Eridani Light Horse. With half their number down after Hoff, reconstituting the regiment was slow going. Normally the ELH would fill in the ranks from the two sister regiments, the 71st White Horse and the 21st Strikers, as a sort of sideways promotion. But then Eridani High Command announced that they planned on establishing a new 4th regiment. It would not be the 19th Striker Regiment, as it would be grossly disrespectful to the memory of their ancestors lost in the war to retake Tara, but a 91st Cavalry Regiment. The Eridani Light Horse owed their name from 2479 when, assigned to the Rasselhag district, they routed attacking combined forces like speedy Eridani steeds chasing after fat Lothian cows. How they wanted to accomplish this was easy to understand. If undignified. Even for a tank commander like Beth Duncan, it was hard to ignore the multiple regiments worth of urban mechs that had arrived. The ELH had to build new hangar just to keep them out of the elements and prying eyes trying to get an accurate count. Improbably fast urban mech regiments, what the hell? But just like the rest of the Eridani Light Horse's tank officers, she was much more excited to hear that the Light Horse had 6 Alicorn Markvis on hand. She commanded a von Luckner 75-ton heavy tank in the 151st Dark Horse Regiment, 9th Recon Battalion, Strike Lance. Beth's father was a retired mech warrior that taught at the Eridani Combat School, her uncle was an aerospace fighter pilot, her brother was an infantry officer, and her sister worked as dropship crew. She inherited her von Luckner tank from her mother who had died in combat. The tanned young woman with freckles crossing her nose sat stiffly on the plastic monoblock chair, and looked around. The Eridani Light Horse spread their collection of von Luckner tanks around the three regiments as heavy support formations. A lance of von Luckers striking from ambush with their AC-20S could take down an enemy lance in seconds. There was no mech warrior vs tanker divide in the Light Horse, they were fervent believers in combined arms. However, it was still true that the ELH lacked sufficient frontline vehicle power to push through on their own. The relatively slow speed of heavy tanks meant that they would forever be second in line to assault mechs. Now the engineering division called together all the von Luckners, Manticores, and Demolisher commanders, all the heaviest and deadliest of the entire Eridani Light Horse's combat vehicle complement. Beth Duncan sat beside another von Luckner commander, Rose Martinson, of the 3rd Heavy Assault Company wrecking crew of the same regiment but in a different battalion. The short but buxom woman whispered, "You know what I think? This meeting better be about starting an assault tank company with those alicorns at the spearhead. Who gets to command those beauties? I don't know about you, but I'd trade up in a heartbeat." Beth scowled. It felt disrespectful to discard the tank that her mother died in. On the other hand, she did almost do the same thing, die in that tank, in the frenetic scuffle on Hoff. The von Luckner in question was still under repairs, as finding a 225 rated fusion engine and refitting one to fit on a tank was slow going even for the Federated Sons' famous logistics train. She gestured over to a group near the front. Tin Can Company's probably going to get it. That assembly was commanded by Captain Klaus Hesse, attached to the 21st Strikers, and they were the ELH's premier combat vehicle company. They held a uniform assembly of von Luckners and Pegasus hover tanks in whole lances in the SLDF style for hammer and anvil tactics. They ran with 6 vehicles per lance. At the head of the auditorium was a stage and an officer stepped up to the podium. The concrete floor clattered with clicking boots as everyone else immediately stood up to attention. "At ease," spoke Major Wendell F.T.E. Carr, administrative second in command of the Eridani Light Horse. The tankers sat back down. "Doctrine," spoke Major Wendell F.T.E. Carr from the podium. "Operational doctrine must continue to evolve and refine itself, occasionally reverting back to older and simpler ways, for no doctrine is perfect. The superiority of SLDF doctrine is in its flexibility and the ruthless exploitation of initiative. Fight the war you're in with what you have. Minimize casualties while inflicting maximum havoc on the enemy. Simple to speak, difficult to carry out in practice. The Eridani Light Horse has survived 300 years fighting and doing the most from a position of scarcity. While it is true that we never really lacked for supplies in the employ of the Lyran Commonwealth, for whatever lack in stratagem the Lyrans could compensate for with sheer economic power, it remains that over time the Eridani Light Horse has diminished. We have little left of our physical inheritance from the SLDF. All we have left is the doctrine of the thinking soldier, the well-educated fighting man and woman that can exploit every opportunity from the lowest boot on the ground to the commander watching the planetary campaign map. We have changed the doctrine to survive in these succession wars. To be children of the SLDF is to be adaptable to changing circumstances. And now, for a multitude of reasons, we must drastically adapt our means and ways again. What if, we no longer need to fight from a position of scarcity anymore. He paused. The thin man smiled and stroked at his pencil mustache. You might have been paying attention to recent events. No, we did not just salvage some strange urban mech depot. The new doctrine asks, how would you prefer to fight if you had nearly SLDF levels of resupply again? The auditorium rang with garrulous shouting. Ter let them mutter among themselves for a few seconds and then held up his palm. The ELH officers all immediately stopped. You all are here as representatives of the Light Horse's Vehicle Command. Our vehicular complement will also benefit from the refits and advanced technology we have access to. In fact, one might argue it is vehicle combat that benefits the most from advanced technology, and every bit of advantage matters. Our customs have it that tanks and other combat vehicles can be inherited from parent to child, in an unbroken line leading back to the fall of the Star League. This is not from stratified nobility as the lords of the inner sphere do, but because it is a duty that must be earned. Our forebears trusted into us, their children, the future of the regiment, and from us to our children, that the Eridani Light Horse continue to shine the light of the Star League into the ever-distant tomorrow. We may order the refitting and refurbishment of the Light Horse Regimental Combat Team from above, but we will not do so without your input. A soldier of the SLDF is always conscious of their options. And so it is with this in mind, that we now should listen well to Chief Engineer Eligio Cade. It turned out that yes, Beth's prediction was right. The Alicorns were being assigned to the 21st Strikers. The 21st were being upgraded to royal versions with DHS and ER weaponry for the explicit purpose of fucking up the Wolf's Dragoons. The 121st were due for much deeper refits and more boring downtime. Beth Duncan walked out of there, like most of the officers, numb and pensive with the revelations. Rose however stretched out like a cat and then beamed. Well, that just confirms it, doesn't it? She said. Beth raised an eyebrow. No, it doesn't. They said in complete and unequivocal terms, we are not being resupplied by the SLDF. Or the Terran hegemony. Why do they keep dancing around the words and just say it? Oh, we have access to functionally unlimited quantities of extra light engines, like who the heck would be building these things brand new then? It's annoying and nobody believes silly technical denials anyway. Who are they trying to fool? She pursed her lips out. The fools. How insubordinate, Beth replied in dry tone. Rose smirked. So. They wanna upgrade our rides. They wanna upgrade all our rides. I'm going to say yes. What about you? Beth grimaced. Logically, of course she should say yes. But ripping out the fusion engine of a tank to replace with an extra light engine requires extensive internal remodeling, and changing the main gun from a single AC-20 to a Gauss rifle and a PPC involved a new turret swap. The ancestral von Luckner would barely be the same tank anymore at the end of it. Emotionally, would it still be the same tank baptized with the blood of her mother and all the worthy crew through the generations before her? Eridani High Command could certainly just make it an order for regimental strategic operations, but this inheritance of war machines was not like the nobles of the inner sphere possessing their ancestral battle mechs. We earned the right to command these machines as the fulfillment of an oath, she repeated Ter's speech. Our forebears trusted in us, their children, the future of the regiment, and from us to our children, that the Eridani Light Horse continue to shine the light of the Star League into the ever-distant tomorrow. Then Beth added her own thoughts. If we upgrade everything just because we can, won't that make them all harder to repair and maintain? We had a position of plenty before. What if we just lose it again and then need to operate from a position of scarcity again? This is kind of suspicious, you know? We are working for Davian now, but this looks like someone else is trying to tie us down into someone else's supply chain. Rose nodded, then shrugged. But are we the SLDF, or are we not? Are you going to let sentimentality get in the way of winning? Reviving the Star League. Beth winced. Everything the Eridani Light Horse did now had that unspoken intent. Formerly, the ELH did their best to wait and survive until the SLDF returned. Now, it was like High Command had suddenly become mulish enough to want to fight the entire goddamn inner sphere by themselves if necessary. Surely Davian could feel the tension in the air too? The von Luckner tank had a name. She was the lucky miss. Still, Lucky even thought sometimes her crew needed to be hosed off the hull, because the tank had managed to be recoverable even through centuries of battle. The fusion engine remained intact and no ammo explosion ever split the tank in half. That was even miraculous due to how many different types of ammo the tank had to carry for its many weapons systems. The tank had a regular crew of 4. Beth Duncan, Commander. Paris Fernanda, Gunner. Jocelyn Siang, Driver. Diogenes Eckhard, Comms and Sensors. Due to Eridani Light Horse training doctrine, all of them had sufficient technical skill sufficient to maintain and do ad hoc repairs to tank systems. Beth regaled them with the points of the meeting. So they want to change the MS fusion engine to an XL fusion? Pardon me, boss, but don't XL fusions also be bulkier than regular ones? Said Paris. Diogenes gestured to the back of the tank. Most of the ammo stowage for the AC-20 goes into the turret, with the Gauss rifle having capacitors. The techs are going to find a way somehow. Beth crossed her arms. No problems with replacing the main gun. Paris replied, boss, I would be a total dumbass not to prefer having a Gauss rifle and a PPC in exchange for a single AC-20. There's two versions you said Diogenes. The XL Fusion could mean more speed or more firepower. The main gun, or two main guns, are basic to both versions. So the difference between the two is just missile armament. Some sort of multi-missile launcher, hey? Paris nodded eagerly. That's new. A 9-shot launcher or a 5-shot launcher. He slapped the paper with the proposed loadouts. Artemis guidance package, even. This is some nice gear, boss lady. Beth turned to the driver. What do you think, Joyce? The woman shrugged. Ma'am, if you're asking me which is worth it, more guns or more speed, I'm always on the side of more speed. If we go from assault mech speeds to heavy mech speeds, that lets us get into more fights than just waiting in ambush. They were part of 9th Recon's Strike Lance, and the two other tanks in the augmented lance of 4 mechs plus 3 tanks were a pair of galleons. Tactics basically boiled down to luring the enemy into AC-20 bushwhacking range. We might end up being assigned to escort the Alicorns. They are also planning on building 3 assault tank lances out of them, 2 Alicorns, 2 von Luckners, 8 Gauss rifles brought to bear. Then I must insist on speed, ma'am. Escort vehicles need to be slightly faster than the thing they are escorting so that they can't be left flat-footed. If we are only as slow as Alicorns though, a larger missile load would be more useful against air threats, mused Diogenes. On the other hand, being as slow as Alicorns means we would also only be deployed when Alicorns are needed. Too valuable to lose, too potent not to use. No offense boss, but even if we already spend most times in recon just waiting around, aiming to surprise a light mech counterforce, feels to me not getting to fight as much is like a sideways demotion. I personally don't envy the dudes given the honor of being Alicorn crew. Beth nodded. High Command is really confident about this. I don't know why. Upgrading is dangerous if we can't get more advanced tech to repair the damage. I suppose a standard PPC isn't hard to find if the Gauss rifle gets wrecked. Jocelyn's gaze tightened. Because we are the SLDF and this is our time, she said with a fanatical glimmer in her eyes. Beth sighed and began rubbing her forehead. I keep hearing that a lot, and I'm wondering if we're getting too haughty about this and when that is going to bite us in the ass. Colchester. Federated Sons. February 3025. The 21st Strikers Regiment had the focus of all the Eridani Light Horses engineers. They were the one fully intact regiment of the ELH that was at home and could be flexibly deployed. The 21st did not involve anything as extensive as fusion engine changes, but had universally changed to DHS and ferrofibrous armor. ER and pulse weaponry would be a surprise. However, they had an extensive infantry and fighter component too, and was the most well-rounded among the regiments. Colonel Winston had decades of experience. If there was someone the Light Horse could have confidence in sending against any fight, it would be the 21st Strikers. The 21st Strikers were on their way to Harrow Sunday. 91st Regiment, 2nd Battalion, All Winners Battalion had already set out, fully upgraded with fast heavy mechs, and crushed Kurita's 8th Gaelden on New Aberdeen. Stimson Battalion, now the 1st Battalion of the 91st, was filling up with fresh machines and graduates. This left the 121st twiddling thumbs on Colchester. Natasha Kerensky had yet to arrive. The solution was simple. Seen from above, a company was conducting a search and destroy mission. A Wolverine, 2 Hunchbacks, and Blackjack, that command lands covered all combat ranges. Following behind were a group of 7 combat units, 3 Mechs, Griffin, a Stinger and a Locust, and 3 tanks, a von Luckner and 2 galleons. Roving ahead of the group was the Scout Lance composed of a single Locust and 3 light scout vehicles, a 20-ton Packrat and 2 8-ton Darters. This was the 9th Recon Company that Beth Duncan belonged to. People often said that being in the military was mainly about hurrying up to wait. This was not exactly true. Only about 10% of time in the military was combat. 60% waiting around or doing maintenance. The rest of the time? Meetings. 30% of all the hours ever spent. Meetings. Welcome to the life of a professional military. Captain Gary Warrant, commander of the 9th Recon Company Grey Gales of the 6th Recon Battalion of the 121st Dark Horse Regiment, gestured with a laser pointer to the after-action report on the projected screen. So, in summary, what have we learned from our mock battle with the 4th Recon Company? This was part of the job of a company commander. They had to evaluate themselves, then pass it up to battalion command and how their views differed. Discrepancies were useful. If a force had nothing to do, then make train and evaluate themselves. Bored soldiers were just the worst. The sneaky devils were the 4th Company in the 6th Recon Battalion Stimson Stealthers, which itself used to be the 3rd Battalion of the 121st Dark Horse. Once again, Beth was in the second actual battalion named the 8th Recon Battalion Cyclones. The Grey Gales and the Sneaky Devils were in many ways mirrors of each other. They also had a von Luckner in their support lance, it was just that the rest of the lance consisted of a pair of manticores and a galleon, which was a hell of weight advantage versus Beth's own tank lance of 1 von Luckner and 2 galleons. The 2 recon battalions of the 121st fought at each before one permanently leaves to become the 1st CAV battalion of a new regiment. It was their goodbye activity before becoming different commands. It was somewhat sad, but at the same time Beth also felt it was right to try their hardest to pound their sibling company to the ground. Lt. Patricio Saludo, lead of the company's recon lance, raised his hand. It sucks to get our ass beat, sir. Beth clapped her palms over her face and groaned. Something less obvious, Lieutenant, Captain Warrant replied dryly. Okay. We got our ass beat by urban mechs and it sucks, sir. Goddamn urban mechs are short enough that they blend into the treeline. But we almost got them because ERPPCs don't have enough of a refire rate. Urbies just cannot handle jump infantry at all. They're armless. Everyone immediately groaned at the pun. Even with that aside, a combat exercise that involved infantry jumping onto mechs and slapping explosive charges onto mech canopies was still a highly risky activity. Jump infantry were among the most reckless of fighters in the entire inner sphere. He continued, but we lost not just because of their Star League tech advantage, but because they outnumbered us with their mixed lances. Normally the recon lance being infantry and light scout vehicles isn't a problem because command and strike lances are augmented so that numbers add up the same anyway. But the former 6th Recon had their entire scout lance made up of upgraded galleons, so when they joined in the fight that was a full 4 lances versus 3. Light tanks were easy prey for battle mechs, but were often the hard counter for infantry. Beth Duncan clapped her palms and raised her hand. Yes, Lt. Duncan. 6th Recon all have 4 lance square companies, but technically also do have the same number of combat units as we do. 16 in a company, instead of the standard 12 and 3 lances. They just split their units into 4 while we concentrated them into 2 and make the 3rd Recon lance be entirely scout vehicles. If we do the same thing as them, we lose the benefit of recon lances being small and hard to spot in exchange for more direct fire. It's tempting to throw extra forces into battle, but if we lose recon then what's the point? Good point. Replied CPT. Weren't. And that is why 6th Recon or 1st CAV shared the specs of the new Galleon light tank with us. Eridani High Command fully intends on standardizing the entire RCT's line of light support tanks into these specific light horse galleons. Gal 3000. Even Scorpions and Vedettes, sir. Said Saludo. Vedettes are medium tanks, Beth chuffed. But Scorpions are just 25 tons that goes barely 65 km per hour anyway, so a 30-ton tank with more armor that goes up to 97 km per hour is an improvement. Because an AC/5 has the same range as a PPC, I know we get a lot of aggressive Scorpion commanders that try to contribute from long range. Recon is supposed to stay out of the fight. Saludo kept his right hand raised and flicked his palm down to point towards her. Do you think the problem with tank-on-tank shock was that you were only backed up by 2 galleons while their single von Luckner already had 2 manticores and 5 galleons behind them? Beth grimaced. A von Luckner with an AC/20 vs another von Luckner with a Gauss rifle and a PPC was no contest, which was why the mock battle simulated equal firepower as if her tank had already been upgraded. So the result returned to the basic Star League doctrine of never fight an equal battle and outnumber the heck out of the enemy whenever you can. Saludo, as leader of the Scout Lance and piloted a Locust, lowered his hand and continued. I brought my light mech into the reach of 4 galleons each with 2 small pulse lasers and a pair of ER medium lasers in the turret, and I got the shite kicked out of me. I don't think anyone else would have a good time. If those updated galleons still have troop capacity for jump infantry like my 8-wheeler packrats, I have no objections to this change. Beth blinked. Galleons are slower, are you sure? Saludo shrugged and ran his fingers through his hair, normally cut short for sake of a bulky Succession Wars Neuro helmet but now starting to grow out into curly fistfuls again. It's not faster than a Locust on a straight line, true enough, but I think having a pair of ER medium lasers pointing backwards on the turret is a bigger incentive for no bugmech to chase too closely. The projection changed to the tech readouts. The new galleon had 2 versions. They were still 30 tons but with ferrofibrous armor beefed up armor protection from mere 4 tons to 6.5 tons. The 2 small vertical turrets poking out on the tank's chin were changed from a pair of small lasers to machine guns for infantry support, and the turret changed to ER medium lasers. With almost 80% of the range of a large laser, Beth sighed at predicting this would hardly discourage the already hyper-aggressive tendencies of galleon tankers in the light horse. Scouts vehicle commanders were chosen for their patience and willingness to serve silently and without glory, knowing that helping the rest of the regiment win was as important as any personal kill tallies. She hoped this would just allow them to protect themselves well once scout mechs catch up, instead of giving freedom to any battle lust they had long tried to keep suppressed. The other one, a more line combat version, had an ER large laser as main gun. With a little more range than a standard PPC, galleons could now serve in direct fire support role even in mech vs mech combat. It had been many centuries since a single large laser was notable as main gun on a main battle tank, but when escorting a von Luckner now they all had the same range profile, the whole lance striking down enemies as they approached. Captain Warrant continued. Eridani High Command insists. Apart from small scout cars we can pack as cargo, the brigade is standardizing on the galleon as its universal light tank. All scout lances will have to retrain. This is not a problem, sir, said Saludo. Survivability is more important. Right then. On to the next issue. As had already been noted, the 6th Recon Battalion Stimson Stealthers has been pulled out of the 121st to serve as corps of the 91st Cavalry Regiment. That leaves us in the 121st with only 2 battalions, the bloody half-hundred of the 50th Heavy Cavalry Battalion and us of the Cyclones 8 Recon Battalion. The 121st is a regiment rarely deployed as a whole because it has traditionally been the role of the 50th Heavy CAV and the 8th Recon to protect the light horses' dependence ever since Kuritan treachery on Sendai. This is also partly the reason why we have augmented lances. 3 combat lances and a non-combat or infantry recon. The 6th Recon moves square companies of 4 lances for a total of 16 possible combat units. The question now is if we adopt the square company or role with augmented lances of 6 units with 3 per company for a total of 18 combat units per company. Lt. Ryan Hickson of the Strike Lance, and Beth Duncan's superior as the lance her tank group was attached to snapped his head up. Wait, we can do that. The captain responded, we are trying to figure out new doctrine here. The square company works very well for the Stealthers, now the 91st 1st Strike CAV, but they also want to standardize on using urban mechs to accomplish most combat vehicle roles. Jump jets and being airdroppable, they say. The 91st Cavalry is going to be less of a tank-carrying combined arms regiment, focusing more on missile artillery and VTOLs. So we are told that if the 121st is willing to be a heavy shock regiment, then their heavy tank lances are willing to stay in the Dark Horse. Beth crossed her arms. As well they should. The 121st was the best combat arm of the Eridani Light Horse. Then she frowned. She raised her hand to speak up again. Since it's only us and the 50th Heavy CAV left, we're going to need to reconstitute the 3rd Battalion. But since we can't leave our dependents undefended, historically we have only been able to alternately deploy the 50th Heavy CAV and the 8th Recon off-world. As had been noted, the 121st mainly fights with only 2 reinforced battalions as is. If we have 2 3-lance companies of 6-unit lances plus a command lance, that's 60 units per battalion and 120 on deployment. Plus regimental battle group company and artillery. That's a regular regiment, isn't it? Yes, continue. What is your point, Lieutenant? Sir. The 91st with their square companies forming square battalions, last I heard they are still only staffed 2 battalions to a regiment, right now 96 units to the regiment before command and artillery. But the bloody half-hundred also runs a square battalion, hence the 50 or so units in it compared to a square battalion's 48. Add us, counting only combat units, that's 86. So my question, sir, is why do we have augmented lances in 2 battalions instead of regular lances and just make the whole 121st a 4-battalion regiment like the rest? Since we can only ever deploy 2 or 3 at a time anyway. Captain Warrant smiled. Apart from the manpower issue. Beth grimaced. Sir. I retract the question. Because reading that the Eridani Light Horse dropped with 2 battalions to repulse an invasion is different from being told that the Eridani Light Horse dropped their whole regiment to attack your world. Our professionalism, care for civilians, and willingness to accept surrender means that the Eridani Light Horse has actually won more battles in our history by not fighting than fighting. There are those that say winning is everything, no matter what the cost, but actually it is also true that reputation means something. The ideals of the Star League still lives within us, and that is why we fight. Where we walk, people have hope and our enemies question themselves. Beth stared back dully. That was just playing with definitions for public relations. What the hell? Since when did the ELH play mind games? Her face scrunched up in thought. She supposed that, in order to look overwhelming even to 5 different houses all at once, the Terran hegemony had always been playing mind games and the SLDF just had to follow suit. SLS by Light Fantastic. Scout 3 Class Warship. March 3025. Normally it would take most of a month to reach Tripoli from Colchester. Most of that was the 20-day transit time at 1 GS from the planet to the jump point. The dropships carrying the 91st Regiment, or rather, half a regiment plus the 121 STS 9th Battalion, burned towards the transit point at 2 GS. Double the speed at the hardship of feeling twice as heavy for those inside. The human body was not meant to bear such a burden for long. 10 days of it was enough to make Beth Duncan feel like she had been running marathons all day, even with everyone only doing minimal movements and spending most of the time lying down in bed so their hearts would need to work as hard just pumping blood. The abrupt shock going from double standard Terran gravity to zero gravity as the Overlord-class dropship maneuvered to link up with the jump ship made her feel as if thick viscous blood was pooling behind her nose and her veins would start leaking. Her every muscle ached with a dull fire. With wobbly feet Beth passed through the airlock to join the rest of the regiment into the more stable gravity quarters within the 90-meter grav deck of the Scout 2. A normal Scout didn't have any and was forced to burn fuel just to achieve 0.2 grams through thrust. Everything was clean and gleaming new. She was greeted by the white Cameron star with the ELH prancing pony superimposed upon it, painted on the bulkhead leading into the grav deck. She hesitantly reached out to touch the symbol reverently, and on further examination. That was not paint. That was a tinted alloy engraving baked right into the metal. The white metal was rhodium, and the yellow-orange, brass. The horse silhouette was black steel. Oh no, she whimpered. We might actually be the SLDF. Tripoli. Benjamin Prefecture. Draconis Combine. April 2, 3025. From Colchester to Tripoli was normally 5 jumps and 2 months. But the first jump was a dead system named Corny. The Scouts jumped immediately afterwards to appear at Bettendorf. The Scouts had to wait there for 7½ days to charge the KF drives while surreptitiously charging the fusion battery from the reactor by using up gross amounts of fuel, equivalent to a dozen burn days of operation. But this was a warship that looked like a jump ship and it had 1,000 tons of fuel. The next closest system towards Tripoli was another dead system, Valentine. The ships jumped again, and that brought them to Royal, 1 jump away from Tripoli. They were joined there by another pair of Scouts, bringing all Wine Battalion and Badnik Company from New Aberdeen, which was but 2 jumps away. The 91st Strike CAV and elements of the 121st Dark Horse were in force at full regiment weight. They set out from Colchester at the end of February and arrived in mid-March. Although it would be simple enough to shuttle from Scout to Scout on dedicated small craft transports, Beth Duncan didn't get to meet Barbara Moseley. The Eridani Light Horse spent this last week on more meetings and briefings and simulations and planning for the worst-case scenarios. The DCMS was still preparing to take their revenge and move the multiple regiments necessary to assault a fortified world. According to standard SLDF doctrine, the element of surprise effectively doubles your force. The Scouts appeared suddenly in system, right between the planet of Tripoli and its star. As the dropships undocked and burned towards the world with jaw-jarring force, Beth Duncan turned to her crew and said, if we're actually the SLDF now, then this has to be a perfect run. We can't screw this up. We are being watched if we're worthy of the name. We won't shame the flag. Total obliteration, whispered back Jocelyn Siang. Paris Fendina whistled and softly sang from the halls of Monday Tezuma. Diogenes added to the shores of Tripoliene. The skies opened and hell rained down. Base Ecclesiasticus. Tripoli. Same time. The Eridani Light Horse timed themselves to arrive before midnight over the DCMS base on General Innocent 4 woke up to the buzzing of the doorbell to his private quarters. Woo. The square-faced man with a pointed mustache and a goatee sat up suddenly. He winced in pain at the rush of blood. He reached out to the remote right beside the handgun on the nightstand, and unlocked the door. Paranoia about assassination was a virtue in the DCMS. Enter. After a couple of courtesy knocks, the door hissed open. Masashi O, the regimental aide-de-camp, entered and bowed deeply. My deepest apologies, Taisho. But there are vessels that appeared in the pirate point and dropships are of this moment burning towards us. We are under attack. Innocent 4's moment of alarm quickly resolved itself into grim anticipation. How foolish. The Davians already tried recapturing Tripoli back in 3021 with the 17th Avalon Hussars and were beaten back. The 11th Benjamin Regulars were in full force in Tripoli, and 2 more regiments from the Amphigene Light Assault Group were 2 jumps away. The world was ready to repulse another invasion. He dressed himself and headed out. How is the mobilization proceeding? O'Connor's squadron has already been mobilized and ready to meet them in orbit. Conventional fighter air bases have already been alerted. House Kurita prided itself not just on its mech warriors' surpassing ability but also the skill and number of their pilots. Kurita air power was not only typically dense but used liberally. Excellent. Who are these fools that dare attack us at our own home ground? He asked while continuing to briskly walk down a set of stairs and through tunnels heading to the command center. As the base was located in a desert, building underground was not only more secure but more comfortable. Davians? How many ships? How much time do we have? Begging your forgiveness, my lord, so far things are unclear. The command center would know more. I rushed to inform you and assure your safety. The aide-de-camp was somewhere between a bodyguard and a secretary for the regimental commander. While it was not usually known for the Davians to use assassins to decapitate a defense, Kurita always expected their enemies to do what they would do themselves. After a short walk, they reached the underground command center. Report. Yes, my lord. The enemy appeared at the L1 Planet Star Pirate Point. They come with 6 ships, and 12 dropships. 10 dropships right now are on the approach. Innocent 4 nodded. Whoever these invaders were, they had more bravery than sense. Even setting aside the risk of a misjump and ripping the ship and everything connected to it into their component atoms, by trying to jump into a pirate point you had best be completely confident you will win. Otherwise you were just giving your enemy free jump ships. How soon before they arrive? They're burning at 2 Gs, Lord General. Depending on how soon they break to decelerate, anywhere between 3 to 4 hours. TCH. This was the problem with Tripoli. It was a small planet orbiting a small star, only about half an O away from its star and only had 0.76 Terran standard gravity. The lower gravity made life somewhat easier on the world, and made people believe they lived longer with less stress. They lacked discipline to endure hardship. In practice, this also meant that the distance between the L1 pirate point and the world was half as much as a main sequence star. This does not give as much time to prepare as the usual 5 days from the jump point, but it is enough. A surprise, but not exactly an unwelcome one. He had time to think. Where would the enemy attempt to land? What were the major objectives? It was not enough time for full mobilization. They had to work with what they had available. Anything that was more than 4 hours away at their best speed would be out of position and thus useless for defense. Defending the capital city of Lauca town made sense, but Tripoli was primarily an agricultural world. Other than the capital, which was a fetid hive of degeneracy, and various other farming settlements, the only other site of import was this base. He grinned fiercely. Keep monitoring. I shall pray for our success, not because I have no confidence in it, but that it may be a glorious victory. The Draconis Combine was primarily a culture steeped in Shiito and Confucian and Taoist themes, and only grudgingly accommodated Christianity and Islam due to the presence of Rassilhawk and Azami territories within the Combine. As long as they served House Kurita well, they would be left mostly alone. Catholicism had long been considered a hated Davian characteristic. So why then would someone who renamed himself Innocent IV, like a pope, end up a regimental commander? That was because prior to this, his name was Manuel Benedicto de Seville, and he was from Cadiz, a world close to the district capital of Benjamin. The people of Cadiz were so deliberately obnoxiously Spaniard that even House Kurita, which was deliberately obnoxiously Japanese, saw no point in trying to crush their culture. Cadiz produced a lot of bullish glory hounds for the military who, unlike most troops that needed to have the fear of death brutalized out of them, stood ready with machismo looking for a legendary fight. Seville was excessively religious, but he was also an excellent taskmaster that would not make his men do anything he would not willingly do himself. The DCMS considered his crusading in the name of House Kurita an acceptable expression of loyalty. The time before an invasion force arrives was always spent in nervous uncertainty. Defenders could only hope they made the right disposition of forces. 4 hours was not enough time to muster defenders usually spread out around the world. These invaders made a mistake in coming to Tripoli, where the regiment was concentrated into one landmass. They could try to land and raid elsewhere, Innocent IV supposed, but it would be a waste to spend all that much time just to pick up bushels of corn. His meditations were interrupted at around 2 a.m. by the drumming of explosions. Innocent IV entered the command center to see the frenzy of open battle. The operators reported, "My lord. Enemy dropships are landing due north and due south of our position." O'Connor's squadron was not able to stop their insertion. Planetary conventional fighters have all been wiped out. Anti-air guns are doing their part, but cannot completely stop high-altitude bomb drops. External hangars are damaged, but most of our mech forces are intact. They are coming here. Who are they? Eridani Light Horse. The screen showed tracer fire stitching a line into the night sky, while the base erupted into stalks of flame. Mechs and tanks in hangars exposed above ground hurried to leave and find something to shoot out in the open desert. Sending out Swift's battalion to the city borders put them about 2 hours away from contact, but still near enough to pincer the enemy. Innocent IV beamed. The 11th Benjamin Regulars were themselves the objective. Good. Good. This is perfect. Prepare my mech, this is the fight I was training you for. Decisive light regiment battle. Go forth, in the name of God and House Kurita. East of base Ecclesiasticus. Tripoli. Some time later. The cloudless desert night lit up across the horizon with multicolored glows. The sky blossomed with bright bursts almost like fireworks, and pillars of light swayed from side to side. Roy Barlow turned his binoculars to the right. Blue flashes that rippled across the dunes. Now and then punctuated by a blooming amber explosion. PPC fire, Barlow mused. The night vision mode was turned off. He didn't need to see enemy mech skirmishing at the distance. The blue streaks heading from left towards the center of his view were more sporadic than the enemy. House Kurita liked to use PPCs, and it was predicted Panthers and Catapult K2S were in good number among the 11th Benjamin Regulars. Unfortunately for them, Gauss rifle fire traveled so fast without a tracer that they were effectively invisible. He listened into encrypted ELH comms, the electronics of his headset active only as long as it detected his particular brainwaves. Enemy contact at NAV Beta. Lance of 2 dragons, 1 Jenner, 1 Commando. Strike lance engaging. This is Badnik Company lead. NAV Gamma cleared. Armor loss minimal. Moving to NAV Delta. Catapult down. G1 lead to all galleons, form on me. Push forward. Galleons concentrate fire on that dragon. Looks like it wants to play stomp on the tanky. Over to the right on the opposite side of the canyon, green lines crisscrossed. Kicked up fine desert dust illuminated normally invisible laser beams. LRMs here and there made lingering streaks like someone wiping paint across glass. He heard a crinkling noise from beside him. He turned to see Alfred Kirk wiggle an open MRE box at him. Popcorn. Where did you get that? Roy Barlow asked, aghast. Did you put oil in the boiling vessel again? One time. I did that one time. Barlow sniffed. My taste buds will never taste tea the same way again. Oh screw you, you boiled leaf elitist. The new galleons have microwave and induction-based cookers. I just made sure to nuke up some blocks before we left. Wait, that was all the extra sachets you were carrying? I thought you were packing extra plastic explosives. We're not jump infantry this run. Do you want to slap some battle mechs in the face? Barlow grimaced. The 2 Eridani light horse troopers were sitting in a small foxhole draped over with thermal camo cloth. While infantry in mech combat were rarely targeted as a priority, fighting around the feet of warborn giants was terrifying and chaotic in equal measure. Jump infantry were highly trained specialists, and for all their reckless bravery, were valuable enough not to waste on anti-mech swarm combat unless absolutely necessary. Roy Barlow and Alfred Kirk were part of 9th Recon Company, Recon Lance. They were the 3rd Lance to the company that included Beth Duncan's von Luckner. It was the group of Packrats and Darter scout vehicles normally led by LT Saludo and his Locust, which rarely contributed to a direct fight. Now the Recon Lance all upgraded to Galleon 3000s, and LT Saludo now in a much less fragile customized super urban mech, were raising hell elsewhere. The pair had been dumped to monitor the top of a canyon while the rest of the infantry component of the Recon Lance went ahead to secure enemy guard posts. For a change he switched intercept to Kurita radio channels. Urban mechs? Urban mechs. Who would dare fight us with urban mechs? My lord, the rumors of the Eridani light horse choosing to run these mechs as an insult might be true. They are also said to carry Lastek. Then we shall have them. Lance, forward at full speed. Some idiots are happily running into pulse laser range. Barlow took the bag of popcorn and munched vehemently. The general in charge of the 11th Benjamin Regulars moved the base from near the capital towards the middle of the desert, to separate them from all the immoral filth and whores of the city and snap the regiment into shape as a potent light mech regiment. Light mechs were best with pursuit tactics. A heavy lance supported by 2 light lances could finish off the enemy quickly through saturation of targets. The 11th Benjamin was even a combined arms force, with a significant amount of tanks lances in their command battle group with mechs prowling from the sides. The 11th Benjamin Regulars were at their peak at this point in time, ready to match their prowess against all comers. It was just unfortunate that the Eridani Light Horse, the actual peak of light mech regiment operations in the inner sphere, had decided to come calling, appearing from the pirate point and dropping with the express purpose of destroying the 11th Benjamin Regulars. The 11th Benjamin Regulars put themselves into a target-rich environment where the ELH had no chance of causing unwanted civilian collateral damage. The sensors bleeped. Barlow flicked his attention towards the portable remote sensors pack. The canyon below led straight towards the nearby city. Kurita and ELH forces were engaged in pitched battle above the canyon, too consumed with each other to pay attention to anyone fleeing below. Small 16 kg passive seismic sensors were airdropped into the canyon in passing by ELH aircraft. 20 kilometers away, Barlow and Kirk tried to make sense of the readings and then switched to IR cameras pointing down into the gap. Looks like they're trying to move out and preserve the artillery, said Barlow. Makes sense. In this canyon anything in front of them, they can just hit with direct fire. Kurita is making sure that those on top are distracted by mech combat. If they can get away from the base it would be harder to remove them where civilians get to stand as human shields. Or if they can get far enough from base, they can start hitting us when we think we have already won. Kirk spat. They know how much we value our reputation keeping to the Ares conventions. Then flicked on his own COMM gear. That is, if artillery makes it there in the first place. Kirk spoke through the radio. This is Fisheye 2. Gale support, you are go for artillery fire mission on preset coordinates 9 Tango 0. Repeat, you are go for fire mission. Less than 30 seconds later, their canopy fluttered from the passing of Arrow 4 artillery missiles. Cluster warheads were total murder inside the confines of a canyon. The depths crackled with light and fire. And screaming. Barlow took out one popped kernel and stared down at it through the green tint of his NV goggles. It was total darkness inside the little foxhole again as the control panels dimmed. Company level artillery. Mech-based tube and missile artillery in such numbers we don't even care about wasting them. Arriving with brand new jump ships into pirate points to leave the enemy almost zero time to react. Bombarding barracks and hangars from low orbit, then dropping tank companies from dedicated transports. The Eridani Light Horse is now a regiment killing task force. This makes it, what, the 3rd regiment we beat in 3 months. He popped the kernel into his mouth and chewed. He could not believe it was not real butter. This luxury of our new equipment is almost sickening. War isn't supposed to be fun. Enemy armor spotted. Tank on tank action imminent. Looks like demolishers. Good hunting, luckies. It should however be as easy as much as we can make it, responded Kirk. Kurita isn't stupid. They're loathsome, but not stupid. We should do the most with what we have while we still can. But some things, well, they're going to keep. He took out another MRE sachet. Apple juice. As Barlow's pensive silence, Kirk added, I also have Guyabano, if that's more to your taste. What the hell is Guyabano? South of basically Ecclesiasticus. Tripoli. Some time later. Beth Duncan was now in command of a strike lance consisting of her von Luckner, a Manticore, and 2 galleon IIS. They were now, ironically, the hammer instead of the anvil, pressing forward with all the indomitability of an assault mech lance. The anvils were now urban mech. Beth looked through her command sights and called out, Panther, bearing 337. Or north-northwest. All weapons. Panther is locked, responded Paris. SLDF combat vehicle neurohelmets allowed them to achieve weapons lock with just looking in the enemy's direction. Instead of relying on machine recognition, the sensors read the gunner's intent, this is the thing I want to die. The multi-missile launcher spat out a stream of LRMs at the enemy mech. Shrack. Shrack. A pair of blue PPC bolts streaked from von Luckner and the Manticore, with the Panther's own PPC fire crossing the distance at the same time. Beth felt the enemy's return fire with its PPCs and AC-5S scraping out her tank's armor like little stings across her skin. Much to everyone's continued displeasure, the DCMS produced a lot of excellent pilots that treated their machines like an extension of themselves. The enemy Panther twisted its body, immediately firing to minimize its profile, and jinked aside to dodge enemy retaliation. It moved with a fluidity that was almost organic. Unfortunately for it, it dodged right into the path of a Gauss rifle slug, fired a moment later to take into consideration its movement. A PPC was capable of vaporizing half a ton of armor in a single shot. That was what made the Panther, slow for a light mech, so disproportionately dangerous for its size. The Gauss rifle's firing sound was a deceptively soft frang, and a much smoother kick unlike the previous AC-20 main gun. Weapons lock was reachieved in a fraction of a time. The Gauss rifle slug, a 125 kg watermelon shape arriving at hypersonic velocity, slammed into its side, punching through all intact armor there and crushing its soft foamed metal internal structure, sending the Panther spinning all the way around and crashing on its face. None of that warrior dignity for you, Beth mused. The LRMs from the von Luckner and the Manticore dropped onto the downed mech. Small explosion rippled upon the Kuritan mech, which suddenly erupted into a much larger one as one of the missiles must have gone into the unprotected SRM ammunition. The night and their night vision gear was overpowered for a second by the glare of ammo cook-off. Demolishers about to enter into range, her radio reported from one of the galleons. A pair of AC-20s in a turret could kill even an assault mech in a single salvo. They had the armor to match. They were 80-ton juggernauts that feared nothing. There was even a full lance of them out there, moving forward with monstrous menace. The Demolisher was one of the most feared tanks in the inner sphere for good reason. If you were in range, AC-20s had the effective range of a medium laser. There's a word for people who use demolishers on attack instead of anchoring a battle line, said Beth. Bait, replied Diogenes. Schmucks. Demolishers were assault vehicles, and therefore slow, maxing out at just over 54 kph at flank speed. They were heading out as a wall, trying to force the light horse to reverse their assault, while the other light mechs and combat vehicles, mainly vedettes and lances of SRM carrying hovercraft, swooped in from the sides. This was the classic three-wave attack of the DCMS, flank and isolate enemy groups and force them to either retreat or be destroyed. But the enemy was trying this on a flat open desert that was just ideal for fast movers. Beth ordered G2 lead to strike lance, move on echelon, bearing 67. East-northeast. The tank lance moved in a steep diagonal line towards the right. Concentrate fire on the closest demolisher, then move on to enemy light armor. Their PPCs had already cycled, and once more the lucky miss spat out death, one hot blue line, and almost invisibly right behind it the sudden shock of a Gauss slug. The leftmost demolisher recoiled from the hit. The Manticore was like a smaller version of her von Luckner, with its main guns being a PPC and an AC-5. The galleons were not yet in range to fire with their ER medium lasers, and their gunners WER starting to grouse that they should have LRMs or something. Demolishers were tough, able to take the hit of their own pairs of heavy guns. From the front, From the side? Not so much. Their combined fire was enough to punch through the assault tank's left side armor. The demolisher brewed up instantly. That much unprotected AC/20 ammo packed into it like a can of sardines was a death sentence. The rest of the demolisher lance reeled from how a pair of heavy tanks were killing things in a single salvo. The enemy waiting on the wings swooped down to try to take down her pair of heavy tanks. Beth Duncan was the hammer. Behind her were two whole lances of super urban mechs carrying ERPPCs. They brought the storm. Demolishers could not dodge worth a damn. And the vedettes in front of her were just crunchy little bits of metal. Her main guns punched straight through their front glacis. The galleons could finally rush forward and wreak merry havoc. Super urban mechs swarmed. PPCs and pulse laser fire cut down anything that was not directly in front of her. Soon enough Beth Duncan and the Lucky Miss rolled past nothing but burning wrecks with the way to the enemy base open. She reported to the command channel G2 strike, cleared NAV Delta. Looks like enemy assault lance ahead, bearing 22, distance 3 clicks. Set as NAV Epsilon. Setting coordinates as NAV Epsilon, Diogenes responded. Beth checked her tank's status. They were half down on Gauss rifle ammo and almost out of long-range missiles. But armor was still green across the board. The Lucky Miss had 12.5 tons of ferrofibrous armor, enough to withstand 2 AC/20 hits on all facings. Those poor demolishers only had 10. Still, even with mostly fresh armor, this could get dicey. Well, she did still have a neighborhood of urban mechs behind her. G2 strike lance moving on to attack. Eridani light horse. The angels are with me. Murderers mired in sin, mercenaries selling your soul for silver. Today your legend ends. I am. Mute that, said Beth Duncan. Enemy channel muted, Diogenes Eckhard responded. Paris Fernanda took aim at the 85-ton enemy stalker battle mech and fired. The 11th Benjamin Regulars was a regular 3-battalion regiment with a reinforced regimental battle group with extra vehicle lances. They had approximately 140 ground combat units. The Eridani Light Horse dropped with 3 square battalions plus 2 independent companies, Barbara Mosley's Badniks and a whole company of artillery. If surprise effectively doubled a force, then they were rolling with the equivalent of 380 combat units. Before the sun was up, there returned silence upon the dunes. Benjamin Military District. Draconis Combine. April 3025. Warlord Yukatis Yovo Yoriyoji was shaken by the news, but closing his eyes was all the emotion he could display. He took a deep breath and whispered the king was shaken. He went up to the room over the gateway and wept. As he went, he said, "Oh my son Absalom! My son Absalom! If only I had died instead of you, oh Absalom, my son, my son! My lord!" His aide asked with a nervous quiver. He was only reporting the message sent urgently through the HPG. He would probably not be called to commit seppuku over this failure. But someone had to pay for this. The Benjamin Military District had long been considered a place that got all of the work but little of the attention. It was Warlord Yoriyoji's personal attention that brought back funding and equipment to the combat theater. As someone that prized initiative over orders, innovation over brute tactics, he had been personally courted by Takashi Kurita to support his military reforms. In a similar way, he had personally courted then Brigadier General Saville to rebuild the 11th Benjamin into a new more potent light mech regiment built for long-range reconnaissance, skirmishing, hit-and-run drops, ambushes, screening larger force, and end-run maneuvers. He had even allowed the man to marry Yoriyoji's former mistress. A staunch Puritan, General Saville renamed himself to Innocent IV and took over the 11th Benjamin Regulars. He moved the main base of the regiment to the middle of the planet's petrified desert to remove them from the horrors of the city. And now because of that, the whole 11th Benjamin Regulars could be surrounded and destroyed within 6 hours. And for now, through the white-hot rage and fear that he would have to explain this loss to the coordinator, both of them losing face from this, he could only think. Poor Izumi. I had treated Saville like my own son. Now he is dead. And now she will also have to kill herself rather than to live in shame, and to be able to perhaps comfort her husband in the afterlife. He opened his eyes and waved yes. You were saying, they did not even bother to collect salvage. Yes, my lord. The whole campaign happened within 6 hours, and we estimate that only half that time was in battle. The remaining hours were spent thermite bombing the fallen mechs and equipment to make them mostly irrecoverable. The Eridani Light Horse focused on burning out combat recorders, but we have managed to piece together this report from off-site sensors and some black boxes and battle ROMs that managed to survive. Warlord Yoriyoji laced his fingers and scowled. Even as a man that commanded the entire force of the Benjamin Military District, a warlord whose authority was second only to the coordinator himself, Yoriyoji grimaced at the sheer waste. He personally commanded the 17th Benjamin Regulars, and his beloved regiment was fat with money and equipment, given the best and newest that the government could ever provide. What could not be supplied from Luthien, he personally authorized the acquisition from the black markets. A hefty heavy assault-rated regiment with substantial artillery and fighter craft support, Yoriyoshi had personally led his troops into many skirmishes and raids against Davian and Steiner to test the latest technological advancements. While mech warriors took to the field, scientists and technicians crammed into the mobile headquarters at the regimental battle group to monitor some new medium laser or new type of armor. The Combine, despite its economic policy of controlled scarcity, devoted much to the sciences and were a competent, highly efficient force. Always the Combine in its culture of ever-war sought more refinement and efficiency. With their deep spy penetration into other houses, the DCMS were never too far behind any advancement. It was always the people that failed the Combine, not its machines. Yoriyoshi turned to the screen and considered again the events on Tripoli. 6 jump ships, each with 2 drop collars, possibly merchants instead of the more common 3-collar invaders, appeared in the pirate point of stable cancelled gravity between the world and its sun. Normally Tripoli was 5 days away from the normal jump points above or below the star. Instead they had mere hours to decide whether to concentrate or distribute their forces. The 11th Benjamin had a squadron of aerospace fighters, O'Connor's squadron with a mix of 12 heavy and light fighters, plus the planetary militia's air breathers. The Eridani Light Horse disgorged a full wing of 36 fighters in 3 squadrons. Half of these tangled with the defenders, while the other half escorted the dropships to landing and made bombing attacks over the 11th Benjamin's base. While the base was in disarray, the ELH landed on 2 locations flanked east and west of the base and set out in simultaneous assault. It was difficult to piece together the results of combat, but behind all the screaming and explosions, 3 things remained consistent: rocket artillery, small and fast laser tanks, and urban mech. Targeted bunker busters and fuel air bombs completely leveled the base before the ELH decided to leave. The Eridani Light Horse thereafter refused to do any more on the planet, but scoured the orbitals clean and occasionally pumped mysteriously garbled broadcasts down onto the cities and towns of the planet. After 5 days, the 6 jump ships jumped out again. One surviving battle ROM showed a Locust quickly being taken down by a swarm of Galleon light tanks. Those appeared to be a pair of medium lasers in the turret. Another had a glitchy video of fast-moving urban mechs firing PPCs and pulsing lasers. Another showed a video of the ELH engineers slagging mech cockpits, after first making sure that the occupants were not feigning death or false surrender. Survivors were put into a prefab camp and just left alone there with enough supplies until they could be picked up by the planet's remaining defenders. A short recording of a passing von Luckner tank with 2 cannons on its turret. A longer one and a shorter but fatter one. Cameras carried by infantry survived better than recorders in combat chassis. This insistence of recording all combat performance inherited from Yoriyoshi's own performance documentary habits over the 17th Benjamin regulars turned out to be this debacle's saving grace. As a technological aficionado, there was much to unpack here. The Eridani Light Horse's Galleon light tanks could in theory carry a pair of medium lasers in its turret if they went so far as to rebuild the whole engine and transmission for a smaller and slower internal combustion engine. That tank. Was that a PPC and an autocannon on a 75-ton tank? Fascinating. Arguably possible as well, if you trade an AC/20 for an AC/10 and a PPC. Those urban mechs. Why so many urban mechs? And why are they so fast? Warlord Yoriyoshi clenched his fists. If it wasn't for the fact that this involved the complete destruction of a regiment, this was a wealth of information. Ah, Seville. Ah, innocent 4. My son, my son. Yoriyoshi had no direct progeny. His whole line would die with him. He put so much of himself into the regiment and evolving doctrine because it would be the only legacy he could give. These contributions would outlast him. Everything for the Draconis Combine. He reached over and pushed a button. The screen shifted into the familiar tan prancing pony symbol. The Eridani Light Horse. Looking at the summary of events, he could not help but to feel. Perfection, he whispered with a clack of his tongue. His aide waited in perfect silence. Either he would explain, or he would not. He knew that sometimes great men needed someone there just to listen in order to work out the thoughts in their head. Of course, all such things were to remain in confidence and they were not to offer their own opinion unless asked for. Trying to do anything but a sounding board was to insultingly present themselves as an equal to their commanding officer. It is like the Eridani Light Horse wanted to show us what perfection in light mech tactics is like. Were they so threatened by my efforts of reforming the clunky regiments that they had to make this display? Imitate the enemy to our shame? No, that would be foolish. The best ideas are those taken from the enemy. Turn their own weapons and methods against them. Yoriyoshi drummed his fingers on the table's glass surface. Glass on old oak, almost the color of his own suntanned hands. Why assassinate the 11th? The Eridani Light Horse have already removed the 8th Galdan, the E Regiment of Wolf Dragoons, and now, the 11th. Why? Black Widow Company had been captured by the Light Horse, haven't they? Didn't the Wolf's Dragoons fight the 21st Centauri Lancers on Marduk just a short while ago? He blinked. The 11th is the dagger pointed at the neck of Galter and Marduk. It had to be removed. The Galter Thumb region had always been an irritant to both House Kurita and House Davian, as Galter stood in the way of Davian's Norse mech works on Marduk. Galter 3 was also a wealthy and well-populated world, with Galter Naval Yards being the primary producer of Neptune submarines for the AFFS. House Davian used underwater command posts extensively to protect and coordinate planetary defense that was immune to the initial barrage of invasion. The 11th Benjamin was responsible for the defense of not just Tripoli but the nearby world of Paris. With those two border worlds removed, the only other two planets that could make the jump to Marduk would be from New Mendham or Dunnuk, at the very edge of the 30ly jump limit. Threatening Marduk, which is more valuable due to its battle mech factories, meant inability to reinforce Galter. The entire Irerzun prefecture only had 5 regiments to work with, and of these 2 were permanently based in Irerzun and 2 more in Riesling's planet. Both had Galter in their reach, but not Marduk. The rest of the worlds in combined space were only lightly garrisoned or defended by mercenaries of company strength. The Eridani Light Horse had already proven they can destroy a regiment and be gone within 5 days, sooner than reinforcements can arrive from a different system. They are trying to cripple staging areas against a future invasion of Galter. Warlord Yoriyoshi snarled and slapped his palm down on the table. He winced minutely, as the glass refused to redistribute the force and redirected it back up into his palm and bones. His eyes glittered with enthusiasm and power again. This was a great loss, but there was now an angle he could explain to the coordinator. The utter crushing that the Eridani Light Horse delivered even reduced the shame by a smidge. It was not the first regiment to be lost to the ponies after all. There was great dishonor here, but to win against a worthy opponent was a sweeter victory. As a tech enthusiast, of course he knew about the rumors of an immense Lestek facility recently found on Galter 3. How strange that a mercenary regiment is just running around now with so much Lestek. Galter was the linchpin, he was sure of it. Then he scowled again. But, why urban mechs? To the wild frontier. Comster and Rom were in a tizzy trying to put out fires everywhere. While it was far too late to discredit or destroy the Demeter core, they could still try to disrupt attempts at prototyping its open-source terraforming technology. Everyone from the ISF, Maskirova, Lik, ISF, ROM, etc. were trying to find out more and insert their own agents into the Eridani Light Horse. If there was a group more confused than all of the intelligence agencies of the Inner Sphere, it would be the Eridani Light Horse 71st White Horse Regiment themselves. Through most of 3024, they had taken the brunt of fulfilling the Light Horse's commitments. Now they were being cycled back for rest and refit as the 21st and 91st Regiments took over border security. Fort Bradley had expanded by 50% since last year. Urban mechs and urban mech-shaped things were running around the place. Civilian mechs were cutting down trees and processing lumber. Ultralight urbanite mechs were helping like oversized infantry and workmen. All the newly refit heavy tanks had dome-shaped turrets. They had a new hippodrome for lectures and theatrical presentations. We now have Lestek out the wazoo. What? Our Lestek comes in the form of urban mech. What? Barbara Mosley beat Natasha Kerensky. What? She has an independent company now. What? Natasha Kerensky is training our people now to plug the hole in our one-on-one fighting doctrine. What? We have a 91st Regiment now. What? We wiped out the 2nd Galdan regulars. What? We beat the Dragoons in space because we now have assault dropships. What? We have new jump ships. What? We found a Demeter core. What? We released the Demeter core to the public domain. What? We wiped out the 11th Benjamin regulars. What? In our down cycle you're sending us out into the Davian outback. What? Colonel William Peterson, commander of the 71st, said this is all vastly more complicated than how I have been informed. It appears too many decisions have been made without my being in the loop, and while I have no objection against majority rule, this to me appears to violate the spirit of these rules, sir. Armstrong nodded. I agree. For the sake of operational security and interception of information, too many things needed to be done quickly and without any prior warning. Now that you are back, it is time to get you all caught up on why the Light Horse is behaving like this. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. These urban mechs confuse me, sir. It is not that complicated, spoke Colonel Robert C. Fairchild, commander of the 121st Dark Horse. They are surprisingly adaptable platforms once you start looking into their internals. Peterson squinted, still in doubt. Fairchild was the youngest of all the regimental commanders, and was known for making bold and controversial decisions. It made sense for him to be so welcoming of this, as he was also the most outspoken advocate of change in their tradition-bound RCT. However, while it was fine to disagree, Peterson refrained from saying anything that would imply he devalued the opinion of his fellow colonel just for their age. Peterson secretly hoped that he would eventually succeed Nathan Armstrong as brevet general, and acted with dignity and achievement that would help others see them in that role. There is a better place to talk about this. Follow me. A side room in the command center turned out to be an elevator. The 3 members of Eridani High Command entered, and then descended. Peterson felt momentarily weightless as the elevator moved at an unusual speed more commonly suited for high-rise buildings. Ding! The elevator opened to a nondescript hallway. They turned left and entered a room which had a wide conference table with hollow projectors facing towards the seats. The holographic figures stood up from their seats to attention as their superior officer entered the room. At ease. Been waiting long? No, sir, replied Colonel Charles K. Winston. The old man sat back down on his conference chair somewhere in Harrow Sunday. We have been looking forward to finally getting all of the regimental commands read into recent events. We have been talking over how things were going training with the 4th Deneb. The Marduk militia, well, I can say they're rich in experience, no offense, spoke Colonel Edward Stimson. None taken, said Winston. But their mechs are just as aged. They're just to hold on until the Robinson Rangers or 1st Chisholm Raiders RCT can move. Marduk's swamps and jungles aren't a good fit for heavy mechs or large armies. ERPPCs are less useful here, apart from the lack of minimum range restrictions, but it's prime ambush ground anyway. Once again, Peterson blinked. He personally did not feel that Edward Stimson would be a good fit as a regimental commander. Though he lived up to the reputations of his ancestors as a fighting line officer, he was a poor administrator and his unit often suffered from supply shortages and poor coordination. He had noted as such on the information docket he was provided, but had been outvoted in the formation of the 91st. He still had no idea why it was so urgent. Then the destruction of the 11th Benjamins happened. He put aside any more thoughts of objection. Rarely did any regiment accomplish such total victory against another regiment, much less 3 complete victories in rapid succession. Armstrong nodded towards him as he took a seat. So you have been training the 91st in dense foliage operations? Did the Marduk militia take the delivery? Yes, sir. The militia and Norse mech works in particular are happy to be donated a whole battalion of pulse laser urban mechs. That was 72 million CB worth of equipment down the hole right there, while the entire Eridani light horse only cost 20 million per month to maintain. He could just hear the AFFS wondering since when did the ELH get the stones to just throw away mechs like this? Though in a little more reflection they would see it would turn out to be a 1:1 exchange with New Avalon anyway. The best thing you can do with salvaged urban mechs is to exchange them for better heavy mechs. Great. Then he turned towards Peterson and Fairchild on the far end of the table. He made a beckoning gesture to the former. You look like you have questions. Go ahead. Yes, sir. First, sir. I have to ask, Colonel Winston. Colonel Stimson. You are still at Harrow Sun and Marduk, correct? Correct, said Winston. Yup, right in the middle of the Tillerby jungle, replied Stimson. This is a real-time holo conference. I had an idea that this was possible, but this would be both extremely expensive and insecure if we go through Comster. How is this possible? We have our own secure HPG network now, Armstrong admitted. Peterson clasped his palms together and rested his elbows on the table. His head hung in an almost praying position. He looked up and whispered, so the rumors are true, then? We are reactivated by the SLDF. Both Winston and Stimson winced, while Fairchild leaned back on his chair with an eager little smirk. Armstrong sighed. Not by the SLDF. We are reactivated as the 3rd Regimental Combat Team, but not under the authority of the SLDF. To understand why the Light Horse is acting this way, you must understand what actually happened to the SLDF after Kerensky's exodus. One of the walls of the sealed conference room acted like a screen. A presentation began playing, narrated by an oddly youthful voice. The presentation covered Kerensky's war fatigue and the reasons for the exodus. The Exodus Road. The Kerensky Cluster. The rebellion against Alexander Kerensky. The Pentagon Worlds. Nicholas Kerensky and the clans. Their reconquest of the Kerensky Cluster. The establishment of the clans and clan society. Their technological development. Their societal regression. The extermination of Clan Wolverine. Their mores and traditions against wastefulness. The infiltration of Intelsur. The debate between Warden and Crusader clans. The arrival of Wolf's Dragoons. Colonel Peterson felt nauseous and lightheaded. He swallowed thickly, trying to keep himself from vomiting. He blinked, his eyes stinging, and wondered if he was actually shedding tears. He looked up to see no judgment on everyone else's faces, only sympathy and grief. Those hundreds of years of waiting and hoping, for what? Everything that the Eridani Light Horse had done to preserve the light of the Star League so that when Kerensky's children returned they would be able to stand proud, it was all pointless. The SLDF was finally and truly dead. I understand. So this is our mission now. To defend the inner sphere against the monstrosity that the SLDF has become. Why have we not wiped out Wolf's Dragoons yet? We must stop any more information from being sent back to the clans. Wolf's Dragoons have actually violated their mandate and are trying to prepare the inner sphere for defending against the clans. They have the foolish idea that since House Kurita is closest to the clans in military philosophy and that they are on the invasion road, it is the Draconis combine that is best suited to fight the clans. That is an asinine conclusion, Peterson groaned. It is bad enough that the clans think they can win against the 1,000 worlds of the inner sphere with their mere dozens of barely habitable worlds. They benefit from 300 years of stockpiling and technological progression, instead of regression, Winston noted. They are, for the most part, united, while each of the great houses would have to absorb the invasion. They don't have to fight the entire inner sphere, only eat through Steiner and Kurita. This was part of the duelists' short-term thinking. At least House Steiner could count on the AFFS backing them. House Kurita would have to hang by itself. Davian would be more able to cycle troops to the clan front on the Steiner side or grab the now sparsely defended border worlds as the clans press on Luthien. Stimson added also they have warships. All the SLDF warships. If they wanted to bombard worlds down to bedrock, it's only their own traditions and our own horrors of the succession wars that can stop them. If they seriously wanted to prevent anyone from recovering worlds, well, that's as easy as blasting dropships out of orbit. Do we have warships? Asked Peterson. Armstrong shook his head. Not to that level and not to those numbers. But we do have them, Peterson said with muted hope. If it is not the SLDF that is supporting us, who is it? The Terran hegemony? Has Terra and Comster secretly been our supporters this whole time? Oh no. Stimson groaned. He doesn't know. Fairchild moaned. I am sorry in advance. Prepare yourself, said Winston. Right. I am sorry to have to say this. It gets worse, said Armstrong. Peterson scowled. What could be worse than knowing the honorable and professional SLDF have turned into fetishic techno-barbarians? The presentation on the wall switched to another topic. The formation of Comster. Jerome Blake's engineering of Comster as a religious order. Conrad Toyama's more militant doctrines. The messianic rule of Comster after the inevitable societal collapse of the inner sphere. Operation Holy Shroud. The insecurity of HPG communications despite Comster neutrality. The use of HPG interdiction as a means of pressure upon the great houses. The Com Guards. Operation Holy Shroud 2. Fostering conflict and civil war across the inner sphere. Would end up supporting the clans in their invasion by administrating their worlds. All to weaken the inner sphere for their ascendance. If prevented from achieving their goals, would probably try to achieve it through deliberate apocalyptic action. The Clarion Note Protocol. The clans can only invade and conquer. Comster can end interstellar civilization on a wide scale and would do it in a fit of pique if ever denied their prophecy or on the verge of their own destruction. Why are we not burning to retake Terra right now? Peterson roared. To hell with a calm dignified manner befitting a leader. Comster is half the reason for the succession wars. Every HPG station is an infection. A dagger pointed straight into your own heart. Comster is the disease that will kill humanity if left unchecked. I thought the clans were idiotic, but this is deranged. The only way they see themselves winning is by ruling over ashes. We must end them, and quickly, for the safety of all humanity. Com Guards may be green, but Terra still has 50 regiments in their rolls. 5,000 battle mechs, Fairchild said with a reluctant sigh. They also have warships, Stimson had to say. And unless Comster has its own civil war, the moment someone tries to take Terra, the whole HPG network goes down and the Clarion Note would prevent even new HPG stations from operating. Comster has the ability to hold the entire human civilization hostage, and that is something not even the clans can manage. The clans can be beaten militarily. Comster. Armstrong made an eloquent shrug. They are a problem that requires more finesse than what the Light Horse is capable of right now. Peterson stared at the Prevent General of the Eridani Light Horse RCT for several long moments. You said right now. This implies something different in time. Is there actually a plan for the future? Even if it is not the Terran hegemony that is supporting us with new equipment, it is clear that someone is, and that they are aware of this. It is clearly not Davian. Who are we secretly taking orders from? No one. The Eridani Light Horse is reactivated fully as the germinate for what will be the second SLDF in service of the Second Star League. Do not misunderstand. We are all that is left. We are the SLDF in all its totality. We are all that is necessary. How? Stimson interjected. We have a Cameron. One could almost see the moment Peterson's heart stopped and then restarted with fresh and propitious power. That has not been proven and all the tests show otherwise. Armstrong hissed at Stimson. Sir, with all due respect, with all the bullshit that surrounds Devlin Stone, the boy being secretly a Cameron brought out of cold sleep is the least unbelievable thing there is. You know his name anagrams into Devil in Stone. What's a Devil in Stone? A gargoyle. What's a gargoyle? Something that doesn't move. In hard stasis. In cold sleep. You know Robotnik plays stupid games like this. He could be an amorous, you know. Dr. Robotnik was very insistent that Stone is neither a Cameron nor an Amorous. Or, actually, have we compared his blood work to Natasha Kerensky? Mused Robert Fairchild. Armstrong groaned and rubbed at the bridge of his nose. Results are inconclusive. Stimson crowed. Oh ho ho. Have we tested Stone's genetic markers against all of the great houses? That's one way to have a First Lord, by being related to all of them. No. We have not. And I don't think a clone would be viable for rulership by blood rule anyway, that sets a bad precedent. Peterson asked, who is Devlin Stone? Who is Dr. Robotnik? This time, the wall did not switch to a different presentation. All the heads of Eridani High Command turned towards Peterson, and instinctively he held up his hands defensively. All right. I know this is serious. You would not be lying to me. Peterson slammed his fists down on the table. But this is the most bullshit thing yet. Their muted chuckles did not help. He pointed accusingly at each of their faces. Some genius that is contemporary to Carney and Fuita themselves, brought himself to the future with the power of some green magical wish rock, helped found the Star League, saw its demise as inevitable, brought himself into the future again, missed his exit point by accident, and died while leaving the Eridani Light Horse with the complete endowment necessary to found a new SLDF and a new Star League with functionally unlimited production capacity. Yes. Although we call the K/F drives the Carney and Fuita means of FTL and their theories the foundation for hyperpulse generation, the actual names of the engineers responsible for designing the first actual FTL drive in Project Dimos are lost to time, noted Colonel Winston. Not that it would help, because Robotnik is obviously a pseudonym, said Fairchild. Robotnik is a perfectly valid Polish name, replied Winston. The man makes sassy robots, retorted Fairchild. Winston shrugged. Fair enough. Wait, if Stone turns out to be a Cameron, being Robotnik's son, wouldn't this mean Robotnik is also a Cameron? The Cameron? If you think about it, that makes a lot more sense why he would be wiping his own involvement through space and time and why he can authorize the creation of Port Stone and command the SLDF 331st Battle Regiment in the first place, Stimson noted. If he was a Cameron, then he should just have lived, replied Armstrong. A genius like that dying of deliberate radiation poisoning? The inner sphere is diminished from his passing. Unless, sorry sir, we're both the ones who managed to personally speak to the man, but as much as he was ostentatious and bombastic, well, I know people who have nothing left to lose can also get cheery just before they end their lives. A man like that, surviving through whole centuries and letting the Star League die because even with all his power he could only make it worse if he tried? That's some big survivor's guilt right there. He focused so much on raising his son into the weapon to beat the clans and the tool to remake the Star League because he didn't want to survive to do it himself. A genius is the one that forgives themselves the least for making mistakes. On behalf of Robotnik, I am offended of this crude armchair psychology, said Armstrong. Sorry sir. Armstrong sighed. But in some way, I also feel that's right. We have the power now. So we have all the responsibility. Stones, shatter, if made to support a load by itself. As adults and fighting men of the SLDF, it's our duty to carry that burden. Wait, my question was not answered, Peterson belatedly realized as they were leaving the room. Why are you sending half of the 71st out into the periphery instead of cycling back into the fight now that we have assured House Kurita has to retaliate in force or lose face? Armstrong paused and turned. The truth is. He clacked his teeth, we have too many urban mechs. That does not actually explain things, Peterson said. Armstrong reached out to clutch the other man's shoulder with one outstretched arm. His fingers dug in painfully. Far too many urban mechs, Armstrong said again, looming over the other man with a dark glower. This part may be too indulgent and an idiot ball and might be deleted. Rocco Ali was born in Belgrade, Terra, but his papers and his accent said that he was proud Media City, Donegal born. His life history showed someone that started off as a reporter covering mercenaries transitioning into being a mercenary himself, becoming fully absorbed in the lifestyle. He had his own mech, a hunchback of the swayback variant filling in the AC/20 shoulder bin with banks of medium lasers instead of a massive AC/20. He was, of course, an agent of Comster Rom. He looked around the room and the collection of new ELH recruits. Most of them looked much more crisp and veteran than he did, slouching there in a red leather jacket with the sleeves pulled up. Some of them were so obviously people from the house militaries ejected with the purpose of infiltrating the ELH. Perhaps by being so obvious, they planned on just earning their way with military action and feed their handlers drabs of information, and as a distraction for other and more subtle agents. One lady in particular, tall and blonde, looked so Steiner that it was easy to guess she was actually a Kurita agent from Rasselhag. Another was even wearing a blue Sikh turban. Although SAFE was incompetent as far as intelligence agencies go, they were probably not that incompetent, and this one was someone genuinely believing in the Eridani Light Horse's propaganda of fighting the good fight, for the sake of all that is good in the inner sphere instead of just selfish house interests. It was just that most everyone outside of House Kurita agreed that sticking it to the Draconis Combine was for the common good as well. The ELH representative entered. After settling the attention, he informed the gathered group. Congratulations to you all. Everyone here has passed the competency tests and security checks, and are probationary Eridani Light Horse Combat Team members. You have signed the confidentiality agreements, and in the preliminary contract you have also signed you have agreed that the Light Horse may refit or order you to use battle mechs different to your own personal machines. The representative gestured towards the positioning of the chairs. They were in 4 groups of 4. You have been chosen because everyone in this room is a spy for one or more of the powers in the inner sphere or the periphery, and as such you are assigned to the 71st Training Battalion, deploying out into the poorest regions of space. To educate, to help, and build, because real professional soldiers can do more than just destroy. What? To the Wild Frontier 02. Fort Bradley. Colchester. Federated Sons. Date unknown. The 3 battalion commanders of the 71st White Horse stood at attention while their regimental commanders seemed to be studiously ignoring them. 11th Recon Battalion, Alley Cats, cool and considerate, Major Steve Gray. 17th Recon Battalion, Screaming Eagles, stern and aristocratic, Major Jim McCracken. 82nd Heavy Cavalry Battalion, Kerensky's favorite, huge and imposing, Major George Thomas. Colonel William Peterson turned around briefly. What do you prefer? Scotch? Brandy? Gin? Perhaps vodka? Sir. Peterson turned to shove 3 small glasses across the desk. At ease. This isn't the sort of talk we can have without something to lubricate our thinking. Major Gray spoke with all respect. Sir, I don't understand. We are not supposed to drink on duty. And that is why I am ordering you to have the rest of the day off after this. He poured himself a shot and put the glass down in front of his place on the desk in his office. You are here to complain. I understand that. I will hear you out. I have already spoken about your concerns to Eridani High Command. Major Thomas brightened up. In that case, sir, hang on. This feels like bad news. I guess I will take that brandy, then. None for me, thank you, said Major McCracken. You will take iced water, ordered Peterson. I will take iced water, thank you sir, McCracken said, as Colonel Peterson poured out into each glass. Vodka please, said Major Gray. Colonel Peterson sat down, and looked into the amber liquid in his glass. He swirled the surface around until it no longer showed his tired reflection. The 3 battalion commanders had already followed suit. After a while he said, I understand your concerns. Removing troops from your battalions to form a new training battalion sounds like unjust orders, more of a punishment after having done your duties to the best of your abilities at the front line. But after knowing High Command's reasons for this, I can say to you right now, this is possibly the most important action we can do for the Light Horse as a whole. More important than defeating more enemy regiments. More important than fighting House Kurita. It will be a long and frustratingly boring assignment, but it is in the outback where the Eridani Light Horse will live or die. These immediate months will mean all the difference if the Eridani Light Horse are worthy of the name or if we are just delusional trash of the inner sphere. Sir. There are things I cannot tell you due to operational security, but Hansa Davian has given the Eridani Light Horse the open authority to recruit as many people as we want from the Davian outback. Sir. That is good, but that is the sort of thing that does not require dispersing a battalion though. Asked Gray. It is not particularly difficult, send some support teams out with at most a lance for showpiece demonstrations. Colonel Peterson gave a small smirk. He put down the glass and said simply, the Eridani Light Horse has the authority to recruit citizens of the Federated Sons under the Star League banner. As of this moment, every piece of ground the Eridani Light Horse occupies, counts as a consulate. Sir. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Are you worthy? Colonel Peterson asked instead, but gently. Are you just children wearing the coats of their fathers to make yourselves feel important? He then raised his glass high, in a salute to the departed. Or are you ready to give everything you have to the ideas you claim to uphold? We are all willing to die for I see. Major McCracken started nodding. Everything we have doesn't just mean our lives in death. But also our lives in time. House Davian recognizes the Eridani Light Horse as representatives of the Star League, Gray breathed. Something has happened to make House Davian treat us as the SLDF, and so we must behave as the SLDF. This sounds like the start to something big, sir. Something really, really big. And something that big is sure to have even bigger fights. Each of the battalion commanders downed their drinks. McCracken truly regretted just then that he was stuck with cold water. Major George Thomas, normally the most bullish and belligerent among the commanders in the regiment, said, if you think about it, the one thing the SLDF is known for other than fighting is just digging and squirreling things all over the place. Hundreds of years later, people can still hope of finding some secret SLDF cache and being rich as sin. Being teachers instead of soldiers, yeah, I can see how that's part of the same work. Steve Gray raised a palm up and said, Sir, unfortunately I must mention that our troops are good, but they are not exactly the most academically inclined, I would say. Is this educational assignment not actually for the benefit of the Outback but as a way to surreptitiously train certain commanders in independent strategy? McCracken mused. Peterson sighed. Hearts and minds, people. Hearts and minds, he said. Don't forget that this is as much about being just as good at peace as we would be at waging war. Gray nodded. Understood, sir. The SLDF was both carrot and stick. We get that. McCracken added, it's just that being away from the rest of the unit knowing they are in danger and we are unable to help will be more dangerous to morale than the boredom of being away from the action. Simulators can only do so much, I think. He looked to the distance and stroked his goatee. Spending most of a year out of contact, even if it is easier to try out maneuvers in the wilderness of unobserved podunk worlds, it will be difficult for the men to keep their skills sharp. George Thomas only crossed his arms. It was left unsaid that those people sent out there would need to be even more disciplined than the norm. And the 71st White Horse had the worst discipline problems in the RCT. Specifically, his battalion. Send the 11th Recon, 17th Recon, and the 82nd Heavy CAV out there? The 82nd used to piloting assault and heavy mechs and heavy tanks into the thickest of brawls would go insane from the boredom and probably spend most of their time in space jail. Colonel Peterson responded, every new ELH ship has a mobile HPG station on board. We have our own HPG network now. We will never be out of contact again. Our learning computers are busy assimilating Natasha Kerensky's combat data. Those simulators will be able to keep updated with regimental scale information and refight battles experienced by the front line. Our own HPG network, what? McCracken hiccuped. Sir. The only ones who could ever give that are. Gray gasped. Peterson interrupted with, are not relevant. There is no other representative of the SLDF to the inner sphere than us. If Kerensky's SLDF in exile ever showed up, we should be willing to fight them too. They surrendered their right to speak about the inner sphere when they abandoned it and left the Terran hegemony to be cut apart like lions tearing into carrion. Gray sagged back into his seat, temporarily nerveless. To even repudiate Kerensky. The Eridani Light Horse held Kerensky in the highest esteem. This almost felt like sacrilege or blasphemy. The only higher authority with the ability to grace the Eridani Light Horse would be. Sir. Sir, do we? The words choked and refused to come out, the thought was too unreasonable. Do we have? Again Peterson spoke before they could finish completing their thoughts. There are matters that High Command knows about that cannot be said due to operational security. Things only 5 people alive should know. 5? Ah, right. The Light Horse had 4 regiments now. Plus the Brevet General. The 3 majors nodded in assent. I withdraw my objections, said Major Gray. McCracken said, next we will calm the troops, sir. But it just occurred to me that if we are supposed to give everything we have, then someone should be in command out there. It would be a meaningful sacrifice, but it would still be a serious morale issue. Major George Thomas said, if ordered, sir, I will obey. But please don't choose me, sir. Colonel Peterson waved with his left hand. It is a 4th battalion composed of elements from your 3 battalions. Run it like a miniature version of the Light Horse. Gray brightened. Indeed a fascinating idea, sir. Captains electing a brevet major. McCracken added, if it is meant to be the regiments in miniature, then they should be combined arms companies. All Light Horse battalions are already combined arms in the first place, was Gray's response. Major Thomas grumbled lightly. MMHRM. Losing 3 assault/heavy lances would be pain, but it can be endured. Here Colonel Peterson chuckled. The majors turned from their discussion to look quizzically at him. He smirked again with his lips hidden behind the rim of the glass. What do we look like, an RCT with too few urban mechs? You will take your assault weight urban mechs, and you will like it. The 3 commanders stared back at Peterson's somewhat sadistic grin. I don't understand anything anymore, said Steve Gray. Peterson waved it away. High Command will be sending formal directives. But work out the assignments among yourselves. Sir, yes sir. Before they were dismissed, Peterson looked down at his drink again. Almost empty. He swirled the liquid in the glass. Who do you think is kin to Boar? Asked Peterson softly. House Calderon, maybe? No, those are bulls. There has to be some lesser noble house out there with a pig on their heraldry. Is this something we should research, sir? Can it rob? Peterson murmured further. Akin to a boar that is a robber? Was this some sort of code? Or someone that was involved in a robbery? Maybe it was a clue to yet another hidden SLDF cache. Kin to boar. Conatrob. Cabitron. Cameron? He sighed softly. Colonel Peterson looked up. The second Star League begins and ends with us. Never doubt this. Not until your last dying breath. This is our responsibility and we will see it done. He slammed the glass down on the desk like a judge's gavel. Dismissed. Later, with 17th Recon Battalion screaming eagles. If you will not follow orders, then you can just leave. The 3rd RCT does not need officers that put their own desires over the long-term objectives of the unit. Go out and become your own boss if you feel that strongly about this. The company commanders stared askance at their commanding officer. Just yesterday Major McCracken had been telling them that he was ready to fight for as long as it takes to keep them together and get back into doing something more useful. Sir, that seems far too escalatory, said one of the captains with a betrayed tone. McCracken slammed his palms down onto the table, then curled his fingers back like talons. He hurled back firmly, you will comport yourselves as true officers and soldiers of the SLDF. This is our time. Those words rang like a bell through the room and seeped into their bones. That cold hawk-like gaze had no hesitation whatsoever. Everybody in that room, no matter their history together, no matter how much they had bled and laughed and fought together, he was ready to sign their papers if they still objected. Their blood started to thunder. Even if the light horse lacked manpower. There was only one reason to be so willing to discard the disobedient. Those who lacked faith. Sir. Everyone stood up, punched their own chests hard to the point of bruising, and bowed their heads. Just as it would have hurt to know that Amaris had taken Terra, but Kerensky still ordered them to wait and prepare. Apologies, sir. We hear and obey. With the 11th Recon Battalion, Ali Katz. Sir. Just recruiting from the Davian outback isn't enough. We should take all from over the inner sphere. I'm sure there are enough orphans out there to build whole divisions. After all this time together, I did not realize this. Are you all Drongos? Groaned Major Grey. With the 82nd Heavy Cavalry Battalion, Kerensky's favorite. Greatness demands sacrifice. The difference is that Kurita chooses to have other people sacrifice for theirs. Major George Thomas roared. If you have problems with this, fight me. And the cool and completely unintimidated response, sir, we are the battalion Kerensky's favorite and we saw you get your ass beat by Natasha Kerensky. Please do not take your romantic rejection out on us, please. You pieces of she-idiot. Go to the periphery. Fort Bradley Training Base Adjunct. Colchester. Federated Sons. Date unknown. Meanwhile, with the new recruits. Of the 16 that were identified and put into a special company, only 3 quit from the insult. Another 2 more quit when they were ordered to put aside their mechs and start training with industrial mechs and agro-mechs. They came to the storied light horse to be soldiers, not laborers. The pay scale wasn't all that interesting anyway. They were all obviously ringers meant to be found and distract from the other real spies inserted into more mundane jobs like technical crew and civilian support staff. Rocco Ali was starting to get a feel for how the Eridani light horse operated. They were a crisp and professional military unit, and the way they moved without an ounce of waste reminded him of what he had observed from Comster's own com guards. The defenders of Terra had almost never needed to fight, and so for all their tech and numbers were as green could be. Even random pirates with real battle experience could give them trouble. But they just drilled and operated on base so exceedingly well. The light horse had that flair of a well-oiled military machine that maintained both institutional order and the vitality of unique individual effort. They were so respectable and rational that one could get caught up in their flow when suddenly the light horse would say something that was just absolute nonsense and blithely move on as if expecting you to just go along with it. PSST. Hey. The dark-skinned man to the left of Rocco Ali whispered, hiding his mouth with his palm. So, Steiner boy, what are you in for? I'll tell you right now if you tell me yours. I'm an agent from the magistracy of Canopus. Rocco stared dully at him from the side. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. It's the magistracy. Why don't they send some VA bombshell, eh? But that's why this isn't a honeypot recruiting operation, you know. Calling everyone in this room spies was obviously just psyops designed to turn participants against each other to test teamwork, Rocco Ali said simply before turning back to his work. Sure, if you say so. The man grinned. 2 of his upper teeth were gold. So the question is, are you low-key? I will not break cover and punch a jackass in the face. I will not break cover and punch a jackass in the face. Rocco gestured over to the tall statuesque blonde at the front seats. Shouldn't you try asking her that? William Launder turned towards the woman in question, then leered. She would break me over her knee for that and I would enjoy it too much. I am done with this. Rocco looked back down to his noteputer, and furrowed his brows. Topic, the return of the Star League. Who is it good for? What the hell, Eridani Light Horse? What the hell? I came here to be a mech warrior, not to go back to college. One of the men screamed and tossed away his noteputer. Why must I write an essay? Yes, my brother. Testify. Another recruit beside him raised both fists. This is cruel. This is unjust. 1,000 words of fuck you. Are these people actually spies, thought Jadwiga Winter. Or just morons? She returned to her noteputer and seriously considered her homework. This was not something all that complicated. Everyone had thought about something like this at some point, dreaming of a return to a golden age, but not quite being able to imagine the necessary conditions for the inner sphere's spiral of degradation to reverse itself. Some houses probably benefited more than the others. House Liao probably would like a freeze on their borders and losing worlds. House Kurita's military ambitions would need to be broken first. Ironically, perhaps Davian would benefit the least from the return of the Star League and would be better off trying to remain independent. Merrick and Steiner enjoyed having more worlds than what they had during the Star League. And of course, everyone would rather retain control over the highly productive worlds they had seized from the Terran hegemony. Her introduction started. The inner sphere should dread the return of the SLDF. Because at the minimum, it would require in them a willingness and a capacity to fight everybody. Everywhere all at once at the same time and still have the confidence for victory. To the Wild Frontier 03. Pascagoula. Edgeward Draconis March. Federated Suns. May 3025. Those who lived in the Davian outback stared up at the night sky with all the intensity of the ancient astrologers that built pyramids and erected massive stone monoliths, all for much the same reason, they sought portents among the stars. Pa! Pa! There's a light! Suzanne Cloying jumped from the windowsill back inside, and then downstairs. There's 2 lights. Tarnation, are you still doing awake? Her father, Thomas Cloying, hurled back. Stop climbing to the roof, you fool girl. Don't break your neck and go to sleep. On a farm in the Davian outback, dinner was just after sunset. As soon as the lights were down, most everyone turned in. Early to bed, early to rise. The farm had an old methane-powered generator that sufficed to light up the living room and run some ancient radios and a primitive hollow reader. A light? From where, Lil Missy? Asked Grandpa Tucker Cloying, sitting by the window on a rocking chair and puffing on a pipe. He looked out towards the fields and relaxed in the cool night air. Down north. The entire family froze. Because the nadir jump point was right above the star, any dropship on the approach to a world was only properly visible from the hemisphere facing the system's sun. Which of course meant that for most of the time, the drive flare was invisible like the rest of the starry sky. Transit drives could only be visible when the dropships were close enough approaching the polar coordinates that even the side facing away from the sun, at night, could see 2 new points of light across the northern horizon. Mother Winona Cloying went over to her child and hugged her, much to Suzanne's protests that she was no longer a baby. Father Thomas, eldest brother Tucker II, and second brother Timothy, rushed outside. Dang, second Tucker spat as he squinted towards the horizon. She's right. Could just be a trader, said Timothy. If it were some mule coming in to trade with the capital, one would be enough. 2 dropships? That's someone with mechs or summit and all the cargo for loot. The eldest son shook his head. What do we do, Pa? Asked Timothy. Thomas Clearing shook his head. We're far enough from the city. Pirates like that want to go where the loot is. We don't got nothing to worry about. He glanced towards the house, and his wife and daughter. Unless the loot these raiders wanted were slaves, he did not say. We should have a listen to what the radio says, he finished up. Maybe this won't be something that ends in blood. Pascagoula was considered a low-tech world. This meant anywhere from the dawn of industrialization up to an early 22nd century tech level. For this hardscrabble farming world, this meant a level of technology and society that could be maintained near indefinitely at around the pre-1950s in certain areas, with the sprinkling of the 31st century in the homes of the nobility. Radio was one of the few free luxuries in the outback, if you happened to be close enough to the fusion-powered tower transmitter. Even someone with a simple crystal radio receiver, which required no power whatsoever, could have their lives eased a little bit by music, chatter, and news about the stars. If you were far from the city, then you had to wait for the best time for radio waves to bounce off the ionosphere at night. With the generator chugging in the background, the family settled in to listen from the nighttime broadcast. There was only old Timmy jazz music. After nearly half an hour, someone finally started speaking. Welcome back, listeners. You are tuning into 33.3 Fast IM, shout out to all our folks out there in the wilds. Now to update on our visitors, we don't have an HPG, but they've been beaming radio down all this while to the starport. They say they're Davian. It's the vagabond schools. Everyone suddenly let out loud sighs of relief. Of course, because we don't have any of those fangled advanced equipment like what the military and Comster uses, we can't be sure they are who they say they are just yet. Prepare for the worst and hope for the best, listeners. Thomas Cloying scowled. He's right. We have time. We can hide. MMH. Grandpa Tucker puffed at his pipe. Last time the raid got this far into the farm was in 82 or 84, I think. We all went out to hide in a hole we dug in the forest. We came back to see everything ransacked. Weren't no pirates though, it was the neighbors. Ha! The old man laughed and began slapping his own knee in hilarity. Thomas was not laughing. Then Grandpa Tucker said, "Course, then Mama died later that year 'cause the pirates looted all the meds and stole away all the doctors into slaves." Suzanne, who was not old enough to have ever experienced a raid before, shivered in her mother's arms. "Let's hope it really is just Davian," Thomas sighed. "PSH, what's Davian good for? They don't protect us anyhows, and now they come along making people do things. All this talk of free educating's just a trap to get good boys and girls to sign up to soldiering and get killed." Grandpa Tucker spat. Thomas Cloying said nothing. He clutched his palms together under his nose. "I heard soldiering pays a lot though," Second Tucker Cloying said. "You get to eat well and ain't that much more painful than farm work. Families get a pension when you die." The old man looked away and sagged into his rocking chair. "My brother went off to war, and that's why we got that holo reader. He used to send holotapes talking about soldier life and all the planets he was going to. Tank Commander Lieutenant, that's pretty high living for a farm boy, hey." Grandpa Tucker emptied his pipe of ashes and sighed. Kurita Mech burned him alive in his tank. Died out there in some stupid Kurita world, how did he defend Davian with that? All the lords are all alike, they're gonna trap you with promise of glory and let you die for their stupid lines on a map. Ain't a good way to live, ain't a good way to die. A day later and the lights had vanished from the horizon. The dropships had landed. The nighttime broadcast announced who we. "Looks like we got lucky, listeners. It is Davian. Oh, they are armed. If these battle mechs were out for blood there's no way we could have survived. But they're here as our friends, so they're all right. Better news. They're here to give and to take. What they're taking is your children. There's a new vagabond school set up on D-Berry, next star over. There's slots for 100 children to get educated in the first steps to a real high-class career, doctors, engineers, architects, artists, spacemen, you name it. But even if they don't go off to better futures off-world, after 9 months they can come back with a specialization and tools to set up their own workshop. Veterinarians, mechanics, foremen, surveyors, and other jobs that can be finished with practical experience. All of this, for free. Everything will be provided by the Ministry of Education. You can't buy your way into this, folks. That means that for those 100 slots, it's a lottery. You got a week to bring your kids to sign up. All that matters is that they are from 13 to 15. And then this goes into the next thing, what they're giving away. It's another lottery. There's 16 agro and industrial mechs up for grabs, 32 in total. If you're signed up, then you're ready to win. If you're too far from the capital, don't worry. Davian's sending ships out to every town all over the world. But there's only so many seats in there. So if you can't make your way to New Fostoria on your own, then I guess it's up to each town to select down how many kids can fly out. Maybe another lottery? Oh no. Are we being afflicted by the sin of gambling? Haha, try not to get hooked on games of chance, dear listeners. It can ruin you. The family turned to the two children, Suzanne Cloying, age 13. Timothy Cloying, age 15. "We shouldn't miss this," Winona Cloying said firmly, her eyes ready to fight. Thomas nodded. "It's gonna be expensive staying in the city though. Better be prepared to sleep inside the truck." It was hardly that bad. Without a load it was roomy enough and still protected from the elements. But the children had to get some treats if they're out in the big city. Maybe if it didn't pan out, he could get some schoolbook and some cheap holos instead. Their savings could still hold up for that. This gambling for schooling thing, this would probably be just a loss, but it was a fine enough excuse to have a day of fun for the children, even if it would take 2 days of travel. Tucker was old enough now that he was more interested in just the next town over and finding a girl to marry. New Fostoria. Pascagoula. Federated Suns. Some time later. The whole planet only had a population of 61.5 million people. There were 3 continents, Colfax, which contained the planetary capital, Sylvan Lake, and Reynolds. Colfax carried 40 million, and its capital had a population of nearly 200,000 people. The outskirts of the city were barren sandy ruins. There was a time when New Fostoria had a population of over 1 million. But as they approached the center, there appeared that rarity of rarities, a traffic jam. A patrolman on a motorcycle sidled up to the truck. "You there? Here to sign up your kids to the vagabond school too?" "Yes, sir," replied Thomas Cloying. "Follow that road to the east." The patrolman pointed to a road that several vehicles were detaching from the logjam to move on. "There's another recruiting station set up at the end of it. After you sign up, then you can try to go into the city." "Yes sir, thank you sir." As Thomas turned the wheel, he wondered. Recruiting station? Hey! Wonder why they call it that. What the Sam Hill is this? This is a military camp. Thomas Cloying muttered. 4 standing battle mechs glowered above the parking area. Farmers and other citizens nervously parked their vehicles and joined the lines. Small tents provided water and breadsticks for free. Cloth streamers hung from tall poles on either side of the plaza to put the center area in shade. Ooh! Obviously the children were enamored by the mechs. So big. So that's a real battle mech. A Vindicator, a Hunchback, and 2 Griffins, to be precise. There were 2 more yellow mechs with a curious dome shape and odd lobster-like hands protruding off the belly of the machine instead of where shoulders should be. Those arm locations had instead a pair of cranes. If ever Thomas was asked what an industrial mech would look like, he was now sure of saying yup, those look like industrial mechs all right. 2 more much smaller mechs that looked like an egg with arms and legs and a carrying basket over their hips. Those were probably the agro mechs. He could see people being helped in and out of the cockpits of the mechs. They remained locked in place, but the civilian mechs could swing around and try out movement and handling without the use of a neuro helmet. There were some small cargo pods that could be picked up to test the responsiveness of Waldos. Eventually what drew his eye were the 2 lines at the far end of the old plaza, each in front of 2 flags. One had a long but orderly line. The red and gold sunburst behind a sword flag of the Federated Sons. Another had a small crescent of people watching from Holos but unwilling to approach further. That one had the flag of the Star League above. One of the tents was marked information. Joining the Vagabond School's waiting list is simple. Just fill out this form. Your children will have to join the line to get their biometrics and neural signature data taken. This will ensure no substitution or collusion can happen to the children. After that, they are due for a free health checkup. Adults too, if you want. Vaccinations are free as well. If it's all right to ask, what's that? He pointed to the spot with the Star League flag. Oh, that is simply the SLDF recruiting station. The what? The SLDF recruiting station, the pale blonde woman replied with a fixed smile. You all know that the SLDF are, like gone, right? The Star League fell hundreds of years ago. The Star League Defense Forces have returned. The Eridani Light Horse never left the inner sphere and they are looking for people to join the 3rd Regimental Combat Team. What the hay is going on here? While waiting for the children to process the line, Thomas inspected the information posters pasted onto the old walls. Be all you can be. The Federated Sons doesn't just need soldiers. For every man or woman in the AFFS, they need the support of dozens of civilian specialists. They need your help to keep fightin'. While others fight to defend the freedoms of good people in the Federated Sons, it is also up to us to make these worlds worthy of that defense. Every citizen has the right to try to reach their fullest potential. We need more teachers, doctors, engineers, lawmen, large-scale farming and mining specialists, drivers and pilots, space crew and more. Be all you can be, don't let anyone stop you from trying to achieve your dreams. You don't have to do violence to serve. Make the worlds of the Federated Sons safe and lawful with honest effort. Sign up for the AFFS collegiate program today. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, you are not coming back. Only by looking forward can you protect those who stand behind you. You will carry the debt of honor on your shoulders. Side by side with your brothers and sisters in the SLDF, only you can bring peace back into the inner sphere. House Kurita is one main reason your life is full of suffering. If they were not so intent on conquering the entire inner sphere, things would be like in the days of the Star League when taxes could be put aside for peace and good works instead of always fighting to keep the Draconis Combine at bay. For the wars to stop, the SLDF must come back in strength to secure the borders. The Star League can only be established again from the inside. We are the SLDF 16th Army, 11th Corps, 3rd RCT Eridani Light Horse. When Kerensky abandoned the inner sphere, we remained, to maintain the virtues of the Star League, and to welcome them when they return. The time has come. The succession wars for an empty throne will end. We are rebuilding the Star League Defense Force. You will have the finest training maintained since Kerensky's own SLDF. You will be armed with the best technology and equipment have been long considered Listec. You will ply the stars on new vessels made for the new doctrine created just for you. You will have the support of the finest logistical network ever devised by man. You will be part of the greatest endeavor since the establishment of the Star League itself. You will become fully a citizen of the Star League, with all its rights and responsibilities separate from your great house allegiances. Prove yourself worthy of the name, and through 1,000 years across 1,000 worlds. You will only ever know victory. Are you ready to be greater than yourself? Are you allowed to say this? Someone asked the officer sitting behind the desk. People were looking around, but the plaza was clear of stones. The third RCT has been reactivated. We are, once again, officially the SLDF. Do you see that line? A box was painted onto the cleared bricks. A sign said beyond this line is SLDF territory. AFFS law is superseded by SLDF law. You are not coming back, because as long as you are a soldier of the SLDF, you are not anymore a citizen of the Federated Suns. We only need the ones ready to give up everything. One of the parents pointed to the sign. Recruitment limits. Ages 13 to 16 only. Why do you want to take our children? Mech warriors are best trained from an early age, was the response. The word was enough to send their bones ringing. Mech warrior. Across 1,000 years, battle mechs and those who fought in them were the elites among elites. Davian needs as many mech warriors as they can have, don't they? Why would they even allow this? Because we are the SLDF and we have a treaty. Murmurs of disbelief greeted this declaration. I want to be mech warrior, shouted a boy. He shrugged off the hold of his parents, ran into the space, and faced the desk. His father shouted but hesitated on crossing the line. The man looked up nervously towards the battle mechs. Child of the Federated Suns, be more mindful, said the recruiter. Remember this, until you surrender your commission in SLDF, if you are a noble, you will not inherit. If your parents have property, you will not inherit. You will be leaving your family behind. It would be years before you might see them again. Maybe even never again. If you just want to be a mech warrior, then try joining the AFFS, maybe. The boy scoffed. Then what's all this then? If you don't want more mech warriors, then just say so. You need me more than I need you. The recruiter yawned and turned back to his noteputer. Our assault mechs need soldiers that are capable of following orders and working with a team. That left the boy standing there, alone, and hearing the tittering of the crowd. He clenched his fists, standing straight and trying not to cry from the humiliation. He turned around, shouting, "You will regret Taius." The recruiter let some time pass and then sighed. Not even 30 seconds. Children sure do lack patience these days, huh? If they can't even get through that, they won't be able to get through basic training. Just be a doctor or something. He pointed to the left. The neuro helmet test is free anyway. There is no obligation to join up. Then another teen stepped up. I want to be a mech warrior. Not without your parents' permission, you can't. Don't got none. Sir. The recruiter looked up. The teen was a young man with scraggly brown hair. How did you get here then? I work. Sir. Hitched a ride with my boss. Sir. Fine. The recruiter gestured to a nearby cockpit-like chair. Sit down and put on the neuro helmet. That will measure your battle mech control compatibility. The boy saluted. Thank you, sir. The boy sat on the chair and a robotic arm lowered the bucket-like helmet over his head. A hologram rose up from the floor in front of the chair. It was a Marauder battle mech. The people let out a small ooh of interest. A digitized female voice said. Initiating control test 1. Please imagine yourself and the battle mech moving forward at the same time. The boy lifted his foot slightly, and the simulated mech raised its left leg. He leaned forward slightly, and the mech took one forward step. Then it began rocking back and forth in place as the boy tried to get the other leg to move without the mech losing balance. Try not to think too hard about it, the recruiter advised. Neuro helmets are there to make mechs move like your own body. Relax and move naturally. The mech took one sliding step forward. Then another. Then finally a few steps of real movement. Then the mech fell flat on its face. Initiating control test 2. Please move the arms according to the directions. On the holo, arrows overlaid the image. Move the arms up. Left. Right. Down. Upper left. Etc. Please twist the torso according to the directions. And then after that, a more complicated sequence of moving the arms while twisting the torso. Initiating control test 3. Pull the trigger and imagine firing weapons from each arm. The holo let out a loud fshrak, of a PPC bolt. People jerked back in surprise. Someone clapped. Initiating control test 3. Movement in combat. Please imagine moving forward and aiming towards the provided target. A small sphere appeared a short distance away from the simulated Marauder. The Marauder took a few steps, fired its PPCs, missed, and fell flat on its face again. The chair let out some beeps and boops, and then with a chime displayed on the LCD screen atop the testing chair. Mech control compatibility, 77.13%. Pass. A few more people started clapping. Hey, kiddo. Did you sign up to the vagabond school? What's your name? The recruiter asked. Why yes sir. I'm Billison, sir. Just Billison. Come over here, Billy. The recruiter then passed a small data slate and a cred stick to the boy. If you pull out from the vagabond school class lottery that gives someone else a free slot. Are you sure you want to sign off your life to the SLDF? The boy turned to look for his boss. The squat pimpled man that owned a restaurant nodded. Sure I'm sure, sir. Congratulations. Here, present this to the guards. You have a signing bonus of 500 C-bills, free lodging at the hostel until we leave, and 1,000 C-bills of child support remuneration to whoever you designate as your guardian. Relax and settle everything you want to do in this world. You're not coming back. Suddenly knowing money was involved had everyone in an uproar. I want to sign up. Hey. Can my child be a mech warrior too? Can girls be a mech warrior? There was a loud piercing sound as someone stepped over the yellow line. The gun turrets behind the recruiter spun up. Abruptly, people remembered that SLDF military law meant that anyone trespassing could be shot and Davian wouldn't be able to do anything about it. One at a time, please, said the recruiter. The test is, after all, free to take. There is no obligation to join. The results of this test would be valid for joining the AFFS later, if that is your preference. Thomas felt tugging at his sleeves. He looked down to see that his children had already finished signing up to the school lottery. Now Suzanne was looking up at him with big doe eyes for a test. No. Thomas Clearing immediately yelled at them. One of the parents raised their hand. Can adults be tested too? Sure, why not? The recruiter responded. We will bring out some more testing chairs and set up a separate line. I wanted to try. Suzanne pouted. It's not fair. Pa, if I can be a mech warrior, that's big. Instead of gambling on a school, it's a sure thing. What, and just abandon your family so easily? You're gonna spit in our eye for raising you to live just like that? I'm not letting it be. That's for orphans and people who ain't wanted by their families. Thomas grunted. Instead of a mech, here, try out the agro mech. There's a lot of people, probably not going to get this anyway. Timothy murmured mulishly. He soon changed his mind however. The rural mech was, unlike the neurohelmet simulation of a battle mech, was a real thing. The Waldos responded perfectly, and the height of the machine made him feel powerful. The smaller ergomechs were 15 tons and subject to stricter supervision were now being allowed to walk and run and pick up and toss things, 5 minutes per test pilot. Now the pair of small ultralight mechs were doing a catch and throw game. Those controls were very refined and responsible for comparatively crude physical motion tracking. Thomas Clearing was handed a pamphlet explaining the details of the 30-ton rural mech. Can this run on liquefied methane? He asked the roving support staff. It doesn't sir. Then what's the fuel? Gasoline. It doesn't sir. Need any fuel, that is. It's fusion powered. The farmer boggled. And you're just giving this away. The ELH support personnel winced. We have a lot of rural mechs. Suzanne had managed to slip away and ran for the lines to the neurohelmet test. Suzanne. Where are you girl? Thomas Clearing shouted. She's not at the mech warrior lines, Timothy responded with a wheeze, having just ran from there. The line was getting long, it was getting late in the afternoon, and his heart pained from missing his chance. Pa! Suzanne shouted back, waving from the food booth. Look! I got free ice pops. The girl showed them 3 flavored frozen candies. Where'd you get this? The girl pointed to a booth handing out free treats. It was right next to another tent labeled Aerospace Fighter Pilot. Compatibility Testing. Aw come on! Thomas Clearing felt like ripping the hat off his head and throwing it to the ground in consternation. To the Wild Frontier 04. Pascagoula. Edgeward Draconis March. Federated Sons. 1 week later. Paew. Paew. There's a plane. While the crops were growing in the landscape only made barely arable by ancient terraforming era water channels, there was still much to do around the farm. Like most homesteads in the poor worlds, they tried to be as self-sufficient as much as possible. Old Grandpa Tucker stayed cool by the porch, puffing on his pipe. Ho ho, that ain't no reg'lar plane. I know that sound. Suzanne ran back out, with Thomas Clearing wiping his hands with a rag as he had been feeling slop to the pigs. The plane circled around the farm and then hovered in place. The rest of the family one by one went out to the front yard. The aircraft let out a dull roar as it slowly landed vertically. A wave of kicked-up dust rolled towards the farm. Everyone coughed and shielded their faces. What is that? Thomas asked. Ain't no airplane. That's a space plane, said Grandpa Tucker. I'd seen it in the holos. It's a lander that's smaller than a dropship and bigger than a fighter. Dunno why they call it a small craft for some reason. So you think it's Davian? Who else would give a crap, you think? The old man cackled. A small jeep rolled out from the back of the craft, and soon enough met up with the family. Two people stepped out, a man and a woman. The man was tall and dressed in green military fatigues. The woman was wearing a crisp orange pantsuit. They were both wearing sunglasses. Good morning. Is this the homestead of the Cluing family? The woman asked as she approached, taking out a notepaper pad. It is, Thomas answered. Excellent. She marked down something on the pad, then held out a hand. She had fingerless gloves on. Vivian Waters, vagabond instructor. Happy to meet you. Thomas Cluing. Same, I reckon. They shook hands. The man pressed a fist to his chest and bowed slightly. Corporal John Marat, Support Division, Eridani Light Horse. Thomas was unsure of how to receive the gesture, so just imitated it. He asked, well then, may I ask what brings you folks here? Good news I hope. Indeed, Mr. Cluing. Your child was lucky enough to be selected to the first round of the DeBerry Vagabond school year of 3025 to 3026. Is Suzanne Cluing present? That's me. That's me. The girl raised her hand excitedly. Awfully. Timothy huffed. Congratulations. Tucker second rubbed the top of Suzanne's head. The girl slapped at his calloused hands indignantly. The instructor continued, the selection process is completely random and does not take into consideration any educational aptitude. However, this is not very relevant, as it is the philosophy of the vagabond schools that every child has the potential to be good at something. These 9 months build a foundation that would allow them to find their specialization. Suzanne looked up and then nervously sidled up to her mother's side. Do I gotta leave now? Haha, not yet. Please take another 5 days to prepare. After this, it will be another 9 months before you can come home. We will periodically be able to send holos on a monthly basis though as the jump ships go on rotation. TCH. Good luck, I guess, Timothy muttered. He crossed his arms and bit his lip. Weren't expectin' anything to happen anyhows. Suzanne glanced at him, then to her parents looking down at her with more worry than pride. She would be going away all by herself to a strange place with new strange people. Only now was it becoming clear to her how scary that would be. At 13 years old, she was no longer a child and had formed her personality, but being the sole girl in a distant farm meant that she was ill-socialized with other girls. Could someone have someone else go? The ticket, as it stands, is non-transferable, I am sorry. The instructor shook her head and smiled gently. That is why biometrics and brain patterns were taken. Next time though, children who are already registered won't need to stand in line anymore. There's always next year. Suzanne licked her lips. She reached out into her pocket and brought out a card. Even if I have this. The card stated, Neurohelmet compatibility, 94.6%. Thomas glanced over, quickly snapped the card from her hand and read it. His face clouded over with fury. I see. This is what you were after. You cheats. I won't allow it. Ah, sir. This is a coincidence, a coincidence. Even if that were so, parental permission is still required, so no one is ever really obligated to sign up to any military. Get out of here, you child thieves. The ELH soldier stepped up protectively in front of the instructor. He bellowed, cool your head. He grabbed Thomas Cluing's outstretched arm by the wrist. Since when do you think the SLDF would be so desperate as to rip children away from the arms of their parents? He pushed, letting go, and the farmer stepped unsteadily backwards. The ELH man hissed out, think clearly, man. Even if she spends 9 months being told all sorts of things designed to get her to sign up, it does not matter. She is still too young anyway. She will not be able to sign up without your approval. If we just wanted to steal children, why bother with all this show? It would be much easier to just raid orphanages. How many starving families do you think would be happy to give up their children at least in the hope they would have a better and more structured life? The soldier waved to the farm behind the family. You own your own land, with your own home. You are in your own way, privileged, but limited by the conditions of your home world. It is fine if other people fight for your sake. Pay your taxes and support the Federated Sons, only we ask you do not insult the honor of those ready to die for your safety. The SLDF only takes the willing and most determined. We need people willing and ready to fight, not just any random child. Thomas glared up hatefully, then took a deep breath. He pushed down anger at being overpowered, called out as wrong, and humiliated in front of his family. All right. I was maybe out of line there. You promise she comes back? The ELH soldier stepped aside, and the instructor warily answered, it's like a boarding school. Boarding schools are not unusual. She will be safe and well taken care of, don't worry. Now Suzanne jutted out her chin and muttered, Mulishi, I could fight. Can't girls join the SLDF? Don't tell me I can't fight. Chase your dreams, you said. Ow. Timothy rapped the top of her head with his knuckles. The girl rubbed at her crown and scowled. The boy looked up to ask, can I join up next year? The SLDF has more than just mech warriors, right? Even if I don't pass the test. Not without your parents' permission, no, was the answer. Enough of this tomfoolery. Thomas growled at his son. Barnacles. The boy muttered in defeat. That being said, sir, we do need proof of your approval that Suzanne Cloying will take part in the first batch. Slots are very limited, so we need you to sign off on this. Any cancellations ought to be done early so people on the alternative list can slot in. Thomas looked down at his daughter. It's up to you, girl. Suzanne pursed her lips. I guess I'll go then. Wonderful. The instructor passed the note pewter over. Please sign here. The ELH soldier then coughed into his fist. All right then. We are now only informing you of this so that it does not unduly influence your decision as if we were trying to bribe you or something like that. On behalf of the Ministry of Ways and Means, we are pleased to inform you that you have also won the Industrial Mech Lottery. He flicked open a small handheld hollow projector, showing the prize. Unfortunately, it is not the rural mech, but the ergo mech should still be useful on the farm. Beeping noises came from the small craft. Slowly the egg-shaped utility mech slid out on rails and hoisted up to a standing position. A forklift began moving it out onto dry ground. The ergo mech, the ergo is intentional, it is not a mistake for aggro, is a general-purpose ultralight industrial mech. It is capable of using a combine harvester or chainsaw attachment, and contains a sprayer for irrigation or firefighting. It can carry through a system of pulleys and baskets up to half its own weight. It is 15 tons and capable of running up to 54 km per hour, and protected by 3 tons of heavy industrial armor. Yoo-hoo! Timothy yelped and pumped his fist with glee. I remember that. It's better cause it has arms. He turned to Tucker II. Bro. This is good. This is really good. Thomas grimaced. Is it also fusion powered? Can I refuse? Pa, come on. Timothy begged. Yes, it is. And yes, you can. But sir, would you care to guess what is the actual production cost of a 45 rated fusion engine that weighs a single ton? The ELH soldier asked. Do I have to answer? Thomas Cloying sighed. I don't want to play any more games. 1 million. Suzanne chirped. Too high. Timothy crowed. 100,000. The ELH officer smiled. 45,000. It's the cheapest part of the agromech apart from the 3-ton foamed metal endoskeleton. Even the Mymers and the motors combined should cost 46,000 from the factory. Just because something is fusion powered does not make it that much more valuable over a combustion engine counterpart. It is more convenient, yes, because then you can siphon power out of it for centuries instead of a power plant, but fusion engines aren't listek. Ain't mechs expensive though? How much would this agromech really cost us, new? Asked Tucker II. The ELH officer shrugged. Somewhere around 800,000. Thomas Cloying began choking and spitting on thin air. What? Mechs of all types are expensive, the ELH officer mused. We would probably be only 350k down the hole if we just gave you a tank or something. What is wrong with you people? Are you just that rich? Sir, we are the SLDF. Pascagoula. Federated Sons. Date unknown. Oh blessed Blake, please intercede for a miracle. May my body spontaneously transmute into nitroglycerin that I might erase the universe of this sacrilege. Rocco Ali silently prayed. I'm digging a hole, diggy diggy hole. Diggy diggy hool. Digging a hole. 2 rural mechs fitted out with backhoes instead of salvage arms were digging a trench that would eventually be part of a rebuilt sewer and water purification system. The ancient first settlement era systems had already collapsed over the centuries and were buried under so much sand, enough that redirecting the flow around the damaged sections towards the filtration plant would be significantly simpler and faster. William Launder was, of course, singing that stupid song he managed to overhear from the ELH channels at some point. You are not a dwarf, said Rocco Ali. You're no Ponzi elf, either. Only O Mama Yadwiga is pretty enough for that. Launder responded through the radio. Then he went back to whistling and singing I'm a working on the railroad, all the livelong day. When the Eridani Light Horse said they were sending people out into the outback to build things, they were being completely literal. At some point, Rocco Ali would have to accept that the Eridani Light Horse meant everything with deadly seriousness. But, as his mind recoiled, half of what they said was complete nonsense. Reviving the SLDF? Unless they planned on fighting everybody everywhere all at once, that was an impossible dream and this cult-like behavior would only shatter and collapse on them as reality proved them wrong. Said the agent from Comster Rom inside his head. He sighed. Damn if these civilianized urban mechs were nothing if not well built though. Normally having the backhoe right up front in the middle would block the view and prevent the driver from seeing what they were digging. The rural mech had an extensive camera system filling up its roomy cockpit. More than that however, it had a completely passive optical periscoping system for viewing blocked angles. The machine was a mix of redundancies both high-tech and low-tech. He closed his eyes and remembered how he got to this point. 2 weeks ago. It was not unusual for a dross to be new. The design has clones and variants in the civilian sector. Someone refitting one back into military service instead of a Leopard variant was, fine. A new jump ship however. This is blasphemy, he muttered under his breath, seeing the Eridani Light Horse logo superimposed over the Cameron star of the Star League. Seems pretty normal for the course, mentioned William Launder. 1. Why are you still hanging around with me? I am not your friend. 2. Explain, idiot. I am from the periphery, you know? We don't consider the Star League to the same sacred heights you folks in the inner sphere do. HMF. A bunch of prideful ponies sounds just about right. I am going to punch you now. Violence between blood brothers is forbidden. The bronzed mech warrior screamed as he swam in 0G, pushing and bumping into others ahead. Annoyed hey-s followed, until stopped with a sudden thump as he was face slammed into the bulkhead. Yadwiga Winter drifted back. The woman glanced back and people raised approving thumbs up at her. Look at the Lance leader enforcing discipline. Good job. Everything in the jump ship was new. There were areas that they were not allowed to enter, of course. The berths were clean and the 90-meter grav deck could accommodate everyone. There were enough beds to accommodate 150 people. The ship had a bunch of robots. They were strange and oddly sassy. Robots were not Lastek however. A scout was small enough that it could be effectively crewed by just 5 people. Animatronics for entertainment and serval roles were still used in some high-class functions and parts back on Terra. It was a waste of time and volume for a robot to act like a bartender instead of a vending machine dispensing mixed drinks, but looked significantly more interesting. Someone had decided to give the automatic functions some real-world interface out of boredom, he guessed. Normally it should take 2 months to reach the outback region that just happened to border upon the Federated Suns, Draconis Combine, and the Outworld Alliance. The recruits had to go back to their dropships in preparation for the jump, and they were confined to their quarters in the windowless holds. After the jump, the dropships detached. Rocco Alley felt the orienting maneuvers in 0G, and the Drost IIA thrusted at half AG for about half an hour before flipping backwards to zero its relative velocity and hook up to another jump ship. Instead of waiting another week, if there just happened to be another ship heading along the way, then a dropship could travel a distance much sooner than expected from a single ship that needs to recharge. The dropship clutched into a new color, and was brought along in a jump. That was 60 light years traveled almost immediately, 2 jumps out of the expected 8. But still they were not done. The dropship detached again, maneuvered again, and clamped onto another jump ship that for some convenient reason, was already ready to jump. And then again. That was 4 jumps out of 8 and halfway there, in the span of a day. Then they were allowed back into the jump ship. The layout and the robots were identical. He and the others tried to look for any markings they left, but it was a different ship with a different crew. So, a coincidence? Or Davian thought this was important enough to set up a command circuit and wasting valuable time for jump ships just to wait around in place in advance. Or, because scouts unlike other jump ships can thrust at 0.2 grams by themselves, it could have been some shell game to hide the fact that these jump ships had lithium fusion batteries enabling them to jump twice in succession. They spent a week in space just idling along and working the simulators, before again being moved to their dropships. Another jump, 5 of 8. Switch to another ship, jump, 6 of 8. This time they docked to a common invader-class jump ship, and going from the pristine white walls of the Scout 2 to an old rust bucket was piquant. There were smells that he had not realized he had grown used to from space travel, that were absent in the environmental controls of a new build. Their reintroduction was almost enough to make them gag. Going from a 90-meter diameter grav deck to a 65-meter one felt confining, and the amusements in the old machine were starkly limited. Sleeping in 0G, exercising daily to keep up muscle mass, everything other than passage had to be paid for, and old holos and tepid drinks and games of cards and dice made the week pass by agonizingly slowly. The dropship detached after the jump and latched onto another ship. 7 of 8. That ship jumped again almost immediately. 8 of 8. They were allowed to get back inside the ship for some refreshments before burning towards Deberry. They were once again inside an ELH Scout 2 jump ship. The contrast between the old and the new felt like coming home. Rocco Alley grit his teeth. This ship, he had to admit through rising anger and terror, was optimized for long-duration cruising. This was a new build for a group that knew what they were doing. Destroying the Eridani Light Horse for their blasphemous delusion would not solve the problem. It was their backers and what they would do next that was the question. Could they really have been reactivated by Kerensky's SLDF? There was another thing that needled him. Everything about the ELH's Space Navy was painted flat matte white. Comster white. Until he had an idea of where the Eridani Light Horse was getting all this gear, it was best to just play along. Now. Which brought him back to the sweltering heat of Pascagoula. Or rather, the cool air conditioning of a rural mech. A fusion power plant and its heat sinks was just overkill for this. Why a fusion-powered industrial mech? Because, he guessed, it was a waste of cargo to carry petrochemicals across interstellar space when landing on a fresh untapped world. Build the petrochemical industry first before trying to cheap out on ice-powered vehicles. This technology revealed much about an expeditionary philosophy, and the Eridani Light Horse did not even care. It was clear they wanted this information to get out. And because of that, Rocco Ali had to consider that his conclusions were wrong and being deliberately aimed. But then what would be the alternative? He looked back to the other members of the Lance. Jadwiga Winter and Orsino Buana were weaving together steel rebar. Ferrocrete, the standard material for construction in the inner sphere, resilient enough to withstand landings by multi-thousand-ton dropships and being jumped upon by battle mechs, was more than just reinforced concrete. It was rebar and fiber-reinforced concrete. The Ruralmecha's 5-ton rear storage could accommodate a mixer and the liquid sprayer could be used to squirt shotcrete as easily as it could spit out water or paint. He had to put aside thoughts of sabotage or assassination for now. Everyone too was playing along, playing lip service to that whole "we are the SLDF" fantasy until they could no more. I'm a Barbie girl, in a Barbie world. Launder continued to sing. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. Rocco Ali grit his teeth again. For a given value of playing along. The Fool's Bargain. Declan 2. Federated Sons. Date unknown. Hans Davian, I have come to bargain. Nathan Armstrong's voice came from behind the door just moments before it slammed opened. The man inside jerked back in surprise, moved to hide what he was reading, reconsidered, then turned towards the door with a deeply unimpressed stare. Therapist Bot entered the room, its chest a video screen showing Nathan Armstrong's face relayed real-time through HPG. Really? You could not do this with the actual Hansa Davian? You take advantage of my weakness, sir. Spoke the doppelganger. Salutations, Hans II Davian. In many ways, are you not better off than Hansa Davian? You are freer in many ways than the burden of rulership. Many would find that power and authority attractive and worth killing over, but you know that with Michael Hosek Davian conspiring with Mad Max, you would have only lasted long enough to torpedo Steiner-Davian relations before being conveniently killed off so that Michael could assume rulership of the Federated Sons. We have bargained for your life, now it is up to you to do something with it instead of wasting it in obscurity. Dupli Hansa threw the book at him. And that is why you were having me read all these Isekai reincarnation novels. To make me comfortable with having lost all my previous life and be comfortable inside someone's skin. What kind of blatant and deranged emotional manipulation is this? Therapist Bot spoke, you were violated in both body and mind. But even if you were a victim in the machinations of politics, victimhood is not your fate. Own it and make it your own power. Dupli Hansa coolly replied, I am grateful enough that I was not just killed off for convenience, but now what does the Eridani Light Horse wish to do with me? A gilded cage is still a cage, and an unpaid prisoner of war is just a step removed from being a slave. You can do all the things that Hansa Davian can't get away with, said Armstrong. Why don't we go for a run? Whoever loses must fulfill a minor request of the victor. Indeed. Physical activity helps break out of cycles of depression. The doppelganger sighed. Fine. The site upon which the Eridani Light Horse built their main base was in the middle of some idyllic green rolling hills. There were forests. There were cliffs. There were seas. There was this giant country-sized beam lashing down from space reshaping the land. The base itself looked normal enough, composed of ferrocrete and other prefab structures. For strength a lot of it was made of geodesic domes. The capital of Declan II would now be Mobius City. Dupli Hansa didn't take long to realize why. The rocks were stained in a checkerboard pattern. Roads banked into the cliffsides. The loops on the horizon in this Green Hills zone were just the most obvious symbols of how much of this was sculpted and not by human hands. It would be much safer for all of you if I never left this planet ever again, he sighed. Why do you do this? It would be a waste of potential, replied Armstrong. You could just spend the rest of your life in safe obscurity, but will that fix the life stolen from you? Others can take vengeance for you, but will that be enough to bring you closure? Will you be happy just having your life continually be decided for you? And what you are doing now, is not. Being in the military is exactly having your life decided for you on all levels, you crazy horses. You are now a Hansa Davian, replied Therapist Bot. Denying your own personhood would lead to lifelong struggle and potentially unhealthy coping mechanisms. You don't even see me. You are the ones denying my personhood. What you want is Hansa Davian. Do you even see you when you look into the mirror? Which would feel worse to you, just being some no-name lackey surgically altered into a death conspiracy, or being actually Hansa-Davian in all the ways that Hansa-Davian cannot Hansa. That twisty brainwashing in your head will keep insisting the rest of your life that you have to be Hansa-Davian or you're nothing. Armstrong on the screen shrugged. So why not be Hansa-Davian on your own terms instead? You were programmed to act a Hansa-Davian as far as Liao could imagine nobles to act, outwardly charming, but arrogant and narcissistic, demanding complete obedience. That is worst Hansa, and instead of trying to fight against that programming, rebuke it by living a healthier, happier, more exciting and more fulfilling life than any other Hansa-Davian. You deserve better than to be mediocre. This is insane. I can't, no. I don't even know anything about psychology, but this has to be the worst way to deal with trauma that I can see. With a scowl he added, apart from drugs and alcohol and things of that nature, I mean. Would you like to wear a white mask? Asked Therapist Bot. The robot played a strangely catchy tune. You may live in the shadow of his soul, but there's nothing that says you can be greater than some REMF sitting on his throne. I am insulted on Hansa-Davian's behalf. They had by this time arrived at the hangars. Therapist Bot stated, Hansa-Davian will never be allowed to be a test pilot. Dupli Hansa looked up with narrowed unamused eyes at the experimental units. They're all still urban mechs. Dupli Hansa secured the seatbelts and nodded. The super urban mech had a blue and white paint scheme, with a line of white and red vertically down one side of the mech, much like Hansa-Davian's own Battlemaster. Thank you, Charlie. I'll be fine on my own from here on. Maybe I'll see you later. Whatever you wish, my prince, the female engineer beamed as the platform retracted. Armstrong spoke through the radio, Hans Prince. Handsome prince. Don't you go around breaking young girls' hearts. This is the face I was given and you all say I might as well accept all that it gives me, said the man with an eerie resemblance to a young James Tiberius Kirk. The other super urban mech was painted a flat wine red. The two mechs unlatched from their bays and began to walk out of the hangar. Therapist Bot sat in the other cockpit, but only had a hardline connection to the drone OS systems. With real-time HPG reciprocal connection, Nathan Armstrong could pilot remotely from an entirely different planet away just as easily as his drone command console would control the virtual mech inside the simulation pod. Dupli Hansa knew enough that this was supposed to be impossible. Then again, as the two mechs began to run, so were many things. The speedometer for an urban mech was calibrated to have a max speed of around 60 km per hour, and its actual top speed of 32 kph halfway and highest point on that dial. Slow and less slow. Even an assault mech which had a top speed of around 54 km per hour usually had more on the gauge. While the HUD of a Neuro helmet had digital readouts, it was easiest for pilots to understand a proportional gauge that went up and down depending on their mech's movement. The world began to blur past. Everything else started to fall away. There was no time to think, no room for hesitation. His problems just melted away. There was only speed. Even most light mech scouts had gauges that topped out at 150 km per hour. The super urban mech's feet were a blur, chewing into the soil. They had passed that speed reading only 30 seconds after leaving the hangars. The super urban mech custom speed readout did not top out at 150 or 200 or even 300. Slam 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 slam. The super urban mechs were traveling so fast that they had to run vertically on hardened walls just to turn. They had already passed 170 km per hour, which was a speed no sane battle mech ever tried, much less an urban mech. Extra light engines. Extra light gyro. Endo-steel construction. An absolutely massive 390 rated engine that ate up all room in the torso, forcing the pilot to squeeze into a small cockpit. Up ahead, the terrain inexplicably had turned into a huge loop like on a roller coaster, but on flat highway-grade land. Dupli Hansa bared his teeth in a grin and accelerated. 250 km per hour. In complete defiance of gravity, the blue super urban mech ran up the ramp, went completely upside down, and completed the loop out the other side, no sweat. Right now, in Declan, a Hansa-Davian was the fastest thing alive. Next were a series of 3 loops. He engaged the afterburners and MASC on the machine. 350 km per hour. Would Hansa-Davian ever feel so alive? Not even aircraft could compare to this, he mused. The Neuro helmet fed back to him the sheer purposeful violence of his movement, every twitch of an artificial muscle mimers, the feel of air starting to thicken in front of him. Swoop. 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 Now running at a quarter of the speed of sound. He heard a muffled crunch. While upside down he glimpsed something failing to exit the loop cleanly, and had turned from something running into a disintegrating bullet scraping and tumbling across the countryside. He kicked off, toggled his jump jets, and worked hard to bleed off momentum. Even so, the urban mech landed roughly and he had to keep running for a while longer into a broad turn just to head back the way he came. He found the red urban mech as little more than a dented and torn egg, quadruply amputated. What was I so worried about? He exhaled roughly and groused. You were piloting this thing remotely. I had forgotten. A bit of lag was inexcusable when running at completely improbable speed for any battle mech, much less an urban mech. And yet, for the slightest mistake, this could have been his fate. Hansa Davian would never be allowed to experience this. This unit is in distress. Help! Help! Said Therapist Bot. Dupleix Hansa sighed. Even if it was just a robot, he did have some attachment to the oddly sassy counseling bot. All right. Hang in there, my metal Freud. I'm calling for recovery. Someone is making stupid dad jokes and this unit cannot make them stop. Help! Help! Save me! Colchester. Federated Sons. Date unknown. Peterson thought that if the whole point of having Kerensky was to rob the mystique off Wolf's Dragoons and let the Eridani Light Horse have confidence they can beat the Dragoons the next time they meet, this was entirely the wrong way to go with it. There was a duelist-sized hole in the Eridani Light Horse. Kerensky's presence has turned the horses from a cooperative herd into a bunch of feral wild tarpans. Peterson set out to privately question Kerensky at a convenient time. Kerensky herself was standoffish and uncooperative, completely uninterested in making any attachment. Fair enough, Peterson thought, they would have to try to kill each other for real again after 3 months. However, through weeks of observation, one strange thing emerged. He set out on a small militarized pickup truck towards the training fields and found there a group of mechs still drilling. It was already night well past 9, and still they were training. It was a black 70-ton heavy urban mech being followed by 6 pea green 30-ton urban mechs. Whatever Peterson had been expecting to find with Natasha Kerensky, it was not a mother goose leading her goslings. As the large urban mech swiveled to turn its baleful cyclopean amber gaze towards the approaching car, Peterson realized that peace with Kerensky had never been an option. Smoke? Vodka. Peterson held up one in each hand. Neither. Then, belatedly as if remembering that she was a human being and had to express politeness, thank you. No need to butter me up. It's bright enough to see your bars, sir. I hope you don't expect me to salute. She leaned against a lamppost and crossed her arms. Now what does the regimental commander of the 71st want from me? Peterson put down the bottle and broke open the pack of cigarettes. He took one out and lit one up. He noticed that Kerensky scowled at his choice. You look like you disapprove. Throat and lung cancer is not a warrior's death, said Natasha Kerensky. I have forbidden that amongst all vices from my trainees. That's fair. A filthy habit that somehow even 1,000 years away from Terra, we're still doing it. Soldiers do like to find ways of dying even faster. Or maybe this is just how we take comfort in our mortality. He puffed out and then suddenly jammed the cigarette into the side of the truck. So I suppose I just have to ask, is your way actually right? Has someone beaten you yet in training? Natasha Kerensky bared her teeth and laughed a hollow laugh. Do not tell me you're also buying into all that publicity and rumor. Of course I have. Many times. Even in the Dragoons, I am hardly untouchable. That is what training is for. Get beaten down, and stand up again. Sweat on the training field saves blood on the battlefield. There is no failure in training, only hints towards improvement. Perfection is the enemy. If you ever feel like there is no longer anything more you can do to improve, then that is the moment you assure your own death. Your general's demands for a P4 requires that we all know both how to win and lose. She shrugged. In war, the only victory is survival, Colonel. You should know that much. Surely there isn't much difference though? The herd and the pack both require cooperative effort. In the end, aren't we all too old and stuck in our ways? All of this is just adding some more tricks and traps into our toolbox without refusing to move from our preferred doctrine. Kerensky only tapped her boots impatiently. She looked off to the distance, just blanking out the officer's rambling. Peterson let out a small hat. All right then. I'll get to the point. Even with High Command asking for you to show special dispensation to some utter rookies in their first year as cadets, you are spending too much of your own time trying to get them to soak up your teachings. Kerensky looked up. She smirked. So, it wasn't me that you were curious about after all. Peterson gestured to the open field. Perhaps it is true that only an empty vessel can be filled? Perhaps that is all you are looking for, a synthesis between your way and our way that can be tested in the future. Then with a voice completely flat and devoid of emotion, or, did you figure out yet why for some reason Eridani High Command is so biased towards Devlin Stone? You are also noticeably biased towards these children and I don't know why. Can't I just find these kids cute and want to play with them? No. The woman shrugged. The boy is odd and unnatural, but nothing all that special. These kids. Splush. Splush. The light of the lamppost was bright enough to show how Natasha Kerensky was covered in bright hot neon pink paint. In the gloom just right outside of the light cone, Devlin Stone and Bennett Brooklyn held empty paint cans. Tom Robinson stood by nervously. These kids are dead meat, Natasha said simply. Vengeance for little Tom. Devlin roared. Yeah, take that, you red witch. Bennett yelled as well. Devlin and Bennett grabbed Tom from either side and hauled him off. That little random gene mistake son of a bitch. Kerensky turned around. I never knew my mothy ear. Devlin answered even as they skedaddled. I am an unwilling participant. Tom wailed. As a rule, drill instructors are not actually allowed to harmfully touch their recruits. It was an incompetent one that had to resort to brutality in order to enforce their authority. By the same token, cadets attacking their instructor were due for a court-martial. The rules were somewhat vague on pranks. So when the doors to the infirmary were kicked open at just before midnight, the night shift saw a pink-splattered Kerensky dragging 3 teenage boys all tied up and gagged like they were tires being dragged for physical training in old urban martial arts movies. The staff's only thought was, where did she find the tar and feathers? Kerensky coldly stopped by the reception desk and said, I need you to check these brats for lead poisoning. Yes. All right. But why? Because they are being morons more than the usual. Fair enough. The reception desk rang for an orderly. Ma'am, we can prepare anodyne solvents for you too. We can set aside a private bath. I'm visiting, said Kerensky. It is past visiting hours, but... The receptionist glanced towards the 3 teens, still silent and shaking with terror. I think we can make an exception. Kerensky turned sharply at hearing a giggle from one of the medics on station. What? She asked. You find this funny? Are you getting comfortable now? She turned back to the receptionist and spoke in a drill sergeant voice designed to carry without shouting. Ponies, we are not friends. The next time we meet in battle, I will still do my best to kill the one in front of me. Do not let the mischief of these children make you forget that they are all still enemies. She reached out and pressed a fingernail to the fleshy part of the receptionist's chin and forced her to look up. Do not make any mistake that I have developed any fondness that would have me grant you any mercy. The receptionist stared into Kerensky's burning gaze and blushed. Why yes, my queen, she breathed. Natasha Kerensky squinted. Colin McLaren sat up as far as he could rise to attention when Natasha Kerensky entered the room. My lady! He cried out in pleasant surprise. Are you well? You are, Pink. Kerensky held up an open palm. He silenced immediately. First, these ponies are insane and I need to get the hell out of here. Second, it is midnight. Why are you still awake? Colin McLaren's look implied, wait, so you were just going to come here and watch me sleep? The injured mech warrior then gestured to the papers and note pewters on the small lap desk. It is only at night that it is silent enough to work. In some way, as you work upon the light horse, I too wish to earn my keep. Are those what I think they are? Yes, my lady. I have been grading essays, yes. Natasha Kerensky went over to sit beside him, and sagged on the chair. These ponies are insane and I need to get the hell out of here. But, she supposed, even if Jamie Wolf tried to get ELH prisoners of his own too and did something like seize an entire regiment, she had already given her word and there were still 2 more months until her parole was done. She was a wolf. She would never be a horse. This was just a chore she had to endure until she could feel alive again on the battlefield. McLaren stared at her and with a thin smile said gently, these ponies are dangerous. 2 days later, Wolf's dragoons invaded Harrow's Sun with 3 regiments and the DCMS fell upon Galter with 6 regiments in just the first wave. The last great clash of powers that would close out the Third Succession Wars. The Fool's Bargain 02. Galter 3. Draconis March. Federated Suns. May 8, 3025. The Third World of Galter was settled by Irish and Chinese colonizers in successive waves of colonists that each thought they had been given an exclusive claim. Within 10 years of their arrival on the world their populations competed with each other, eventually escalating into all-out war. Although they only had a few tanks and an artillery piece or two, the damage wreaked was terrible. A breakout of a plague, a constant fear on new worlds with limited medical resources and research on how alien worlds might mutate old diseases, forced the 2 groups to sign an armistice to combat the sickness together. This eventually developed into the Webster Compact that paved the way for both sides no longer considering themselves Irish or Orientals and just Galtorians. In the centuries that followed, Galter became a peaceful and prosperous world that served as a breadbasket for surrounding worlds. This sleepy planet was left mostly untouched by the Age of War, and at the rise of the Star League the world became host to a major SLDF presence on the planet. Soon enough the military became its largest customer, and Galter fed nearly 1 billion soldiers over 1,000 worlds. Then the Star League collapsed. When the SLDF abandoned Galter to follow Kerensky, the world got its first taste of true hardship. Refugees flooded into the world even as trade dried but for the most part war was something that happened elsewhere in space. When Kurita made their great assault against Davian worlds, the ancestors of Galter 3 made little resistance. Life under the Draconis Combine was grim and sullen, with quotas and manual fieldwork replacing automated farm machinery. Anyone that showed any hesitation were immediately punished, any complaint made people disappear. For 100 years, Galter languished in malaise, and the structure of the world fell apart under the management of occupying soldiers and administrators. A world that once fed thousands now struggled to feed itself. For 100 years, Galter remained under the grip of the Combine. The Dragon and the Suns warred around Kent Ares 4, Mallory's world and Harrow's sun, while Galter was ignored as a former Davian world. It would not be until 3022 when under Hansa Davian's command the Federated Suns managed to capture the world in a bloody campaign that saw 1/3 of the population losing their lives. And yet even so, Galter would much prefer to be in Davian hands. But their freedom was uneasy and their world was still shattered. They knew that a return to Combine hands would come with brutal and unrelenting punishment. When Hansa Davian ordered a survey of all the worlds captured in the past few years, records in New Avalon indicated that Galter 3 would have an unusually rich deposit of priceless and irreplaceable parts and equipment dating back to the Star League. The depot set into a small hill was turned out to be long ransacked, and was by design not a very defensible position. The local defenders, elements of Draconis March, Dahar DMM, militia and the Raman DMM, the native Galter irregulars and mercenary battle mechs of the Lone Wolves, were not aware that the site was fake. The plan as communicated to the parties was for 2 strong regiments to lie in wait in Galter to trap any raiding party and then destroy them in a series of short, swift, and decisive thrusts. The AFFS 33rd Avalon Hussars and the mercenary 12th Vejan Rangers were originally slated for this purpose. Their high command was aware of the true nature of the trap. But immediately all that could go wrong, did. 2 battalions of the 33rd Avalon Hussars Regiment still languished in their barracks on Kestrel because a lack of dropship parts prevented them from moving the entire regiment. The Union dropship Jasper exploded on liftoff at Marduk, destroying 2 companies of the Dahar DMM, and the repair and landing facilities of the spaceport were heavily damaged. This was suspected to be the work of Kurita guerrillas. Kurita raids intensified across the border, stressing the Raman DMM, a green force that had to defend a large section of the frontier. This seemed to be a punitive response to their loss of an entire regiment on Tripoli. The Dragon, wounded, bared its fangs to remind others that it was not weak. Suddenly, the night sky burst open and a wash of electromagnetic waves from a nearby KF emergence filled the sensor web. A Monolith-class jump ship and 6 scout jump ships arrived with impossible precision on the pirate point between the world and its host star. Any overlap in their drive fields would lead to a fatal misjump. People of Galter, do not be alarmed, the broad frequency signal announced. Our intentions are peaceful. We are the Eridani Light Horse. Margrave Sheridan Douglas, leader of the Alpha Regiment of the 12th Vejan Rangers, did not have an overly romantic view of the Eridani Light Horse. The Rangers had served Davian for centuries while refusing offers to join the regular military. Unlike the Steiners, where it made sense not to be under the total control of social generals, the Rangers held onto their independence and made the Federated Sons pay a premium for their continued loyalty. No mercenary regiment would easily accept that someone else would be the best in their field, and despite the ELH's posturing they were just yet another mercenary unit to him. He considered his own heavyweight regiment to be a fair match to anything. After verifying that the new arrivals were who they said they were, and that their intentions really were peaceful, they were given clearance to approach and land. The ELH went down like an invasion force. The 22nd Special Air Squadron rose to meet them. Colonel Sirius Golan, commander of the 22nd Special Air Squadron, had this to say. Galter 3 was the first mission of the 22nd. We had a lot to prove and we would have to die trying. We were actually 3 squadrons, Parker's Squadron, Hunt's Squadron, and Morgan's Squadron. Every competent regiment had at least a squadron of ASF to push through contested orbitals. I sent Parker and Hunt to welcome our new mercenary friends to Galter. Now, the backbone of the 22nd was our Stu K5 Stuka heavy fighters. While we were a new unit, but we were made out of veterans of combat and we were all expected to fight even outnumbered by the Combine. A heavy 100-ton fighter, armed with 4 large lasers, 3 medium lasers, an LRM-20, a SRM-6, and 15 tons of protection, a group of Stukas could blow almost anything out of orbit. Their only weakness was their relatively low amount of fuel, 4 tons. The long narrow cigar-shaped fuselage with canards near the cockpit and a wide ogive wing at the rear was characteristic of both this craft or a smaller Lightning fighter, which could prove to be a deadly mistake. Parker reported to me later that seeing the ELH move out with their Drost pocket warships at the head, he didn't understand why, but his instincts were already screaming at him not to do something stupid. 4 Drost IIA assault dropships forged the way, and the 22 NDS heavy ASFs, primarily Stukas, were momentarily caught aback by a formation that eschewed skirmishing in favor of a brute wall of steel and guns. The diamond formation meant that the dropships covered each other's firing arcs. A squadron was typically 6 fighters. 3 squadrons in total were 18 fighters. The 22nd only had half their number in heavy fighters, but assume they had 18 Stukas. That's 72 large lasers and 18 LRM-20s across 1,800 tons of fighter craft. A single Drost was 5,300 tons by itself. Unlike a Stuka's 4 to 6 tons of internal fuel capacity, it could carry hundreds of tons of fuel. Therefore, paradoxically, while a dropship was usually considered a slow and fast target, a Drost that boosts at 2.5 to 4 gravities could easily outrun its pursuing craft, punch through a defensive screen, and with all-around turret coverage didn't need to outmaneuver its opponents. Even the 22nd Special Air Squadron had to reconsider when it looked like something twice their numbers were bearing down on them, with the danger of assault dropships shooting them in the back while skirmishing against other fighters. Each of those pocket warships was escorted by 4 ASFs. They looked like Stukas too, but something about them felt wrong, somehow. Parker and Hunt could tell the difference between dedicated heavy escorts and the other smaller dogfighting fighter craft around the other dropships. Sirius Golan mentioned later in an interview. Kurita would find out the hard way later why ELH aircraft left this impression of cold mechanical fearlessness in their flying. The groups buzzed and flew past each other. The 12th Vejan Rangers were supposed to sit in the shadow of the world, waiting in their dropships ready to smash into the unprotected rear and landing sites of attackers, trapping them on the planet. However, as they were well forewarned that friendlies were coming, it was better not to pull that surprise early or it might get leaked. The ELH had a mix of transport and assault dropships. 2 Drost 2s remained in orbit to defend against space assaults even as the regiment passed the boundary. This was a grim preview of what the Draconis Combine might bring to the invasion, but now at least they had the numbers to fight the Dragon one-on-one. Whole companies of jump-capable mechs landed as a scouting party ahead of the landings. The sky above the drop site glittered with falling stars. The 782D Davian Guard Auxiliary defended the site. They were an infantry force utterly lacking any battle mechs or heavy combat vehicles. Instead they sat behind 8 layers of minefields and sniper artillery pieces. The 33rd Hussars had long toms in their fortified and camouflage-based camp. Spotters were ready to roll. The 33rd Avalon Hussars base camp only received a directional radio message on all bands. "I see you." Sheridan Douglas frowned and turned to CLT. General Wilson Mandela's sweaty indignation. The AFFS officer clearly saw this as an insult and a threat to his authority. The dropships landed 6 kilometers from the site, southwest and northeast, and swiftly disgorged their mechs and vehicles. Heavy-towed long-tom artillery and lighter-wheeled thumper artillery pieces for counter-battery fire trundled out, and VTOLs climbed to provide scouting support and artillery fire direction. The defenders of the Star League depot hesitated to fire their artillery training rounds. While this scheduled wargame was supposed to identify any weakness in the position, firing too early would expose their position. Kurita would not have brought artillery. They wanted to capture the depot intact, no? The Eridani Light Horse began to set up fortified positions easily visible from the air. The scouts of the planetary defenders could only make verbal reports about what they were seeing, fortunately not yet disrupted by the usual Kuritan habit of EMP airbursts preceding an invasion. They lacked integrated data links. Then those scouts suddenly let out panicked outbursts as mechs landed nearby. With a sigh they reported that they had been found and captured. The Eridani Light Horse did not bombard the 33 RDS base camp. That would have exposed the location of their artillery. Instead, a dense group of flyers passed over the site, and the second-line ASFs that met them reported with a confused tone, that what the flipping hell are a bunch of flying saucers doing over here? From emergence to landfall, it was 4 hours of a nearly uncontested landing in force. Davian wanted to hold on to Galter 3 mainly to shield Marduk but also for Galter naval yards. The AFFS liked to build underwater command posts that were protected from the early bombardment and disruption of command facilities in a full-scale planetary invasion. Ironically however, because Galter had only been back in Davian hands for 3 years, Galter didn't have any of those protected underwater command facilities. Putting facilities on Galter's underwater submarine pens would incentivize the enemy to wreck the yards, which would be foolish considering how the yards had managed to survive 300 years intact. The Grand Duchy of Galter was headed by Governor Skiles O'Hanlon, appointed by Prince Hansa Davian. However, he had no power over the military defense. The Galter Irregulars, formed of the guerrillas and saboteurs that fought on Galter ahead of the Davian offensive, were commanded by a committee of 4, and likewise through them they employed the mercenary lone wolves. They were centered mainly around New Delhi. The Draconis March militias defended the major cities of the planet and were given leave to do so on their own initiative. Command therefore centered on LT. General Mandela and the 33rd Avalon Hussars base on Banyal Plain. Parts of the base, specifically the airfields, dropship landing zones, and storage depots, were visible from the air. Other parts, such as the command posts, were more mobile. Other portions were sheltered and camouflaged some distance away from obvious bombing targets, such as the artillery and communication parks. A Drost 2 painted in flat Eridani green landed. The craft disgorged the ELH regimental staff. Margrave Sheridan Douglas went out with LT. General Mandela to meet them at the tarmac. Douglas raised a curious eyebrow at the regimental bodyguard mechs. His first thought was urban mech but obviously they were far too large. Flashmen, then? But they had humanoid legs instead of reverse-jointed chicken walker legs. The ELH commander approached and saluted. "Ah! Lieutenant General Mandela and Margrave Douglas, I presume? I am Brevet General Nathan Armstrong, and I lead the Eridani Light Horse. I bring with me the 91st Cavalry Regiment of the Eridani Light Horse. I apologize for the disruption, but there are some drastic new developments that require a drastic change in plans. Mandela pushed forward and scowled against that ELH officer's gentle smile. This is an inexcusable breach in protocol. What is this grandstanding? It is brazen and unprofessional. Why are you doing so many things without even a by your leave? I am in command here. The other person shook his head slowly. I am sorry, General. But you are not. I am Robert Greendavian, official mercenary liaison to the Eridani Light Horse. By order of Hansa Davian, first Prince of the Federated Suns, the Eridani Light Horse are now assuming command of the defense of this world in the event of a Kuritan attack. He held out a data pad. Very graphed and signed orders here. What? Inconceivable. The general shakily snapped the data pad off Greendavian's hands. He read through the orders and Douglas could see him tempted to accuse the mercenary general of lying, versus the reputation and lack of reason for the Light Horse to falsify orders. This is highly irregular and I protest. You are mercenaries. You should not be commanding regular troops, and multiple regiments of the Federated Suns at that. Armstrong hummed. The Light Horse are, right now, operating something like Hansa Davian's personal beatstick. Kurita will attack Galter. Not just because of the rumors of a Star League cache, but because we are here. Even Takashi Kurita knows that if they don't face us in Galter, they will have to face us in Irarzun. The Light Horse being here is the strongest support for the site actually being a legitimately high-value target. Beatstick. Greendavian mouthed and glanced aside. A curious word, but not difficult to understand. Douglas nodded. Few regiments could claim battle with another regiment one-on-one and then prove themselves able to completely wipe out the other with only minimal losses. The Eridani Light Horse did this 3 times before half the year was even out. He could understand how much that must rankle the DCMS. They could never endure any humiliation. So they must face the Eridani Light Horse and wipe away the shame of those defeats. Mandela grimaced. By comparison, while the 33rd Avalon Hussars wore the name that distinguished itself centuries before the Eridani Light Horse even existed, their storied nature was much less overcoming. The 33rd was one of originally 60 Avalon Hussar regiments. By the time of the First Succession Wars, there were only 15 regiments that stubbornly kept the name, and refused to train with battle mechs as they were too slow and heavy. They were all completely decimated within 6 years. By the Second Succession Wars, much humbled and happy to train with battle mechs, New Avalon newly minted the 33rd New Avalon Hussars and marched them off to the House Liao border. They faced the Capellan Hussars of House Liao and were swiftly and resoundingly crushed to the point that only 10% of their mechs survived. Only propaganda saved the regiment from total dissolution, and made it out that the defeat was actually a piece of valor fighting down to the last man. The 33rd was known as the regiment that just won't die because at least 2 more times the regiment had in recent memory had faced the enemy and been almost completely wiped out. Their track record against House Kurita was not much better, though with the support of other units they suffered less damage. They were a veteran regiment with many heavy mechs, and often could win against the enemy in a straight fight. Their bad luck could not be explained away as simply incompetence or inexperience. This mission personally ordered by the prince was their chance to see if they could shed the hard luck of the unit. I will obey my orders, but still I must lodge a formal protest, Mandela continued. Douglas could tell from the almost teary rage in Mandela's eyes how much this rankled. An assault regiment should not keep on being handheld by other veteran regiments. He was in command. This was his chance. And once again the chance to redeem the honor of the unit was taken away from him. Never in the history of the AFFS has command been seconded to mercenaries. Armstrong beamed. To your knowledge, no. But there have been multiple recorded instances of Davian command seconding to the SLDF. Douglas sighed and resisted a groan. Not this shite again. Armstrong turned and beckoned. Come, come, let me show you something that will change your mind. This false sight you were using as bait, may not be as useless as you might believe. The Fool's Bargain 03. Vonyal Plain. Galter 2. Several hours later. But of course, they could not simply board a random dropship to go to the Star League fake site right at that moment. Transport and malfunction problems dogged the AFFS regiments. The ELH conveniently just showed up with extra jump ships and drop ships and offered them direct transportation. The 33rd Avalon Hussars welcomed the arrival of Mides Battalion and Lions Battalion, in the Union dropships Century City and Atlan, bringing them up to full regimental strength. The Dahar Draconis March Militia had to welcome their own French's 3rd Battalion, or rather French's company, since 2 companies were destroyed in a dropship explosion. General Sir William Dobson had to deal with the loss in assigning these troops to reinforce his regimental battle group in defense of New Delhi. The DMM had assigned Pope's battalion under the command of the 33rd Avalon Hussars to reinforce their short regiment, but now that the 33rd was at full strength it was unknown if that would still be necessary and if Pope's battalion should make the long trip back to the planetary capital. The Eridani Light Horse had a simpler sequence. Their regiment was 4 battalions to a regiment, and so they simply assigned 2 battalions for each landing site. The first order of business was to offload and recombine defenders all over the planet. Since Nathan Armstrong was now in overall command, he had to oversee these deployments within the hollow table in the 33 RDS command center. Moving overall command operations into the new ELH base, whichever of the two, was the sort of complication why surprise command authority handovers like these were so disliked in the first place. The alternative, however, would be for someone else to take over command facilities in your own army. The Davian staff accepted this without complaint, but there was a mood that this was just adding an extra inefficient step in the process. General Mandela, Margrave Douglas, if you will permit, we have something that can make this somewhat easier. If you would permit it. Armstrong stopped and said after a while. You could just make it an order, Mandela snorted. But all right. As much as the portly man disliked the situation, with grit teeth he would not be shaming himself by looking unprofessional under the eyes of 2 mercenaries. Please accept the transmission. Do not be alarmed. The light in the command center flickered. All the screen buzzed, much to the alarm of their operators. Sir. One of the sensor technicians yelped. Receiving, an encrypted hollow video file. Mandela frowned, and gestured do it. The hollow over the table blinked out, and was replaced by a spinning logo of the Star League. The Cameron star squeezed into itself, becoming a white eye. 1. Man. Army. Corps. A synthetic voice announced. From Terra to the stars. Shines the light of the Star League. The hollow expanded to show the entire continent of Ari, which contained a spine of mountains running across its west and vast plain much of the west, cut through by numerous rivers. Icons depicted moving objects both on the ground and near space. Small windows showed overhead real-time views of relevant military areas. Evidence. Yield. Execution. Brother. I. Is online. Relaying strategic combat layer. Impressive, said Douglas. Did you bring your own sensor network? How is a sensor web like this protected from being intercepted or disrupted? He noticed that Green Davian had also flinched in surprise. How could it be the first time he was seeing this? Or perhaps he was just surprised that how quickly the program could authenticate itself past all the security encryptions of Davian computers. Normally military transmissions were sent in the form of encrypted signals data. It was up to computers to integrate that with local data and update the battle place. But a highly compressed media signal that somehow decrypted itself with the computers only doing minimal work could be presented as an extra self-updating layer over known map data. This should be a waste of bandwidth and easily disrupted. You need actual hardware to accelerate decoding or else you were just sending information to your enemy. A translation layer that downloaded itself and sits on top of your output stream is something that without good reason might be called malware. Brother I is a cloud, answered Armstrong. It cannot be blinded because its assets are a distributed system. The exact mechanism is too technical to explain right now, but it is designed to function passively and work through ECM interference. In fact, it needs to get in range of our ECM to know that it is transmitting to a friendly. We know that the first thing Kurita will do is to set off EMP bombs in the atmosphere to disrupt long-range communications. When they think they have accomplished that, then Brother I will reactivate a mixture of ground-based, low-level, and orbital sensors. The coverage though. That level of detail was too much for a passive system, unless... The Davian officers blinked. Unless Brother I was literally in the clouds. General Armstrong, does this also mean you can listen into Kurita communications? Asked Green Davian. Of course it does. Green Davian's face looked too perfectly calm and pleasant. Yes, that should be discomfiting, Douglas noted silently. If the Light Horse could pull this against Kurita, they should also be able to pull this against Davian. A reputation of being honorable only goes so far. Gifts given too generously could be as much as a threat as a sign of affection. We have the eyes, but we don't have the enough men at arms. Armstrong continued, waving towards the map. Kurita will throw everything they can afford at us. What separates us from them, is intelligence. TCH. So is this Lestek why Davian puts you in command? Mandela groused. He had to wonder what would happen if he ever had to send his assault regiment to fight someone that had absolute awareness of his deployments. They would only ever be seen if they wanted to be seen. It is because the DCMS and its generals will be aching to claim glory against each other and we can drive them into wherever we want just by existing nearby. Right, Robert? Green Davian nodded. Unlike the Federated Suns, their generals directly compete against each other for glory and favor, instead of a shared common good. We are just lucky that for all their forces can be highly competent at times, their leaders far too selfish to look beyond their own faces. I understand. The Davian general pointed to the lines on the map. Having the ELH sit in two separate bases looked vulnerable, but wherever Kurita lands around the area, they were always in reach of artillery and being pincered from 2 or 3 directions. Mandela and the Avalon Hussars were some distance away from the site across the long but shallow Salt Lick River, but that was just good sense as you did not want your base to be right at the front lines. So we have 3 regiments ready to pounce on the dragon when they land. Brother I will let us know where, when, how, and how soon. Brother I does not obsolete the use of scouts, but as it is a secondary communications network it will help scouting forces deliver actionable intel almost immediately. Is this how you were able to win so consistently against Kurita? Asked Douglas. I can see how valuable this would be. Is this something that can be reproduced, or must it be proprietary to the light horse? Armstrong looked up. It will be available to the AFFS wherever the light horse fights, but for certain reasons to prevent being captured or reverse engineered, sadly the system cannot be released for open use without certain stringent requirements. House Kurita is many things, but technologically backward and unwilling to technologically innovate is not one of them. The Combine scientists might not be as good as NAIS, but if they know something is possible, they would be smart enough to try and make up their own equivalents and counters. It would be less effective and prone to being jammed or intercepted, but just its existence would make it harder for less electronically savvy Federated Suns units. Then you should not have revealed it so soon, said Mandela. Isn't it a waste to spend the advantage so early here instead of a more important campaign? Actually, it seems better to make the most out of the advantage while you still can, Douglas demurred. On the offense, we would have the initiative, so this would be less relevant. The enemy would have to react to our movements, instead of us having to wonder where the enemy has landed. Information is power not only when you have it, but when you deny it to the enemy. We have set up a grand trap, now all we need is for Kurita to fall into it. Green Davian, although of much lower rank than the generals standing around the hollow table, responded with the official Davian policy on this. This battle is expected to be perhaps the most significant event of the year. We expect House Kurita to attack on a broad front from the Raman to Dahar PDZs. Specifically, we expect focused assaults on Galter, Marduk, New Aberdeen, and Harrow's Sun, with raids all along the border. Places where they have recently suffered some very public defeats, then. Said Douglas. Switch this hollow to the local star map please, Armstrong said out loud, and one of the station technicians complied. The hologram now showed most of the Raman PDZ which included the Galter Thumb and combined territories beyond. He pointed. When we took on Tripoli and destroyed the 11th Benjamin, that made it harder for them to attack Marduk. We have the Light Horses 121st Regiment on standby on Marduk as a reserve force, and the 4th Crucis Lancers are on the way. Then he pointed towards other nearby planets. The 2nd Robinson Rangers are off to support New Aberdeen along with mercenaries like the Kellhounds. Harrow's Sun is defended by our 21st Strikers and the 4th Deneb, 2 regiments, but we expect Wolf's Dragoons to assault it in force. The 1st Seti Hussars were moved up to Elidera 4 to guard the border, but they could join the fight once the Dragoons have fully committed, or strike at Misri or Thestria directly. He looked up towards Douglas. We have massed enough force that if Kurita doesn't take the bait, we would be going on the offense again. Likely our regiments, the Light Horse and the Rangers, and would combine to destroy the Amphigene light assault groups at Riesling's planet or a raid in force at Irerzun. Our objective is not to capture worlds, but to destroy the enemy's ability to conduct damaging offensives. With these many troops on the border, a clash is inevitable. Defenders usually have the advantage. Logically, the Combine should just prepare to destroy our own forces on the ground instead of going on maximum aggression, the other mercenary commander replied. But of course, if they were logical, they would not be the Combine, said Green Davian. This could work, Mandela murmured. This should work. Douglas winced. Sir, it has been 1,000 years since the first rocket lifted off from Terra, and still we better not tempt fate like that. Fake Star League site. Galter 2. Next day. The 2 moons of Galter 3 were visible as white little dots during the early morning. Unlike Terra's Luna, the moons were only less than 5 kilometers wide and had different orbital speeds around their host world. They were named Timos and Froma, after the founding fathers of the colony. Douglas could more easily see a brighter group of small stars beyond the little moons. Those were not stars. As impressive as jumping into the stable pirate point between a star and a world, there was another reason beyond the difficult and the risk of misjump for people to prefer to emerge from hyperspace at the nadir or zenith points beyond a star's gravity well. Planets move. And therefore, the L1 Lagrange point between the star and the world moves. As the days pass and the planets unceasingly move in their orbits, so would those pirate points cease to be effective to allow jump ships to jump out again. Normally then they would be stuck deep in system until they could be towed out by spacecraft at the agonizingly slow 0.1 grams their hulls were rated to take. Jump ships were surprisingly cheap for their mass, but also incredibly fragile. So, jump ships transporting military forces were considered to be one-shot wonders if they managed to jump into an in-system pirate point. They had best succeed with that invasion or they were easy prizes. Unless they were willing to waste fuel burning through space to chase the moving bubble of their pirate point. This was the other reason. It would take around a week to safely charge the KF drive core. The volume of fuel that a jump ship would spend burning its tiny station-keeping drive would be inefficiently much more than drop ships would spend burning to and from the system's inner reaches. But the Eridani Light Horse apparently had Scout-class jump ships, which while the smallest class of jump ship were also oddly the type of jump ship that could adequately move around on its own drives. Douglas frowned minutely. Monoliths were not supposed to do that, maybe? But then again they were also 450,000 tons and the largest class of jump ship, so he was not sure. The 12th Vejan Rangers did not have such a princely inheritance from the SLDF. What have you done? You have ruined it. Hissed Lt. General Mandela at the sight of the fake Star League depot. That brought Douglas' attention back to the ground. The three generals disembarked from the VTOL. Green Davian remained behind at the 33rd to handle communications between the regiments all around the world and to field complaints by Comster about the ELH's showboating. The Eridani Light Horse had bulldozed through the minefield and laid a wide road straight into the depot. Industrial mechs were deepening the trench works, which might not actually stop a mech but would certainly slow down combat vehicles and make battle mechs hesitate just jumping past them, knowing it was part of an active minefield. The road was inviting and clear bait. A company of battle mechs now clustered around the site. They were emplaced more like walking turrets behind embankments. Urban mechs, hey. Douglas mused as they disembarked from the transport. I guess that makes perfect sense. A group of them flanked either side of the road almost like an honor guard. He pointed to the similarly shaped bright yellow industrial mechs digging into the ground past the old minefields. But since when were urban mechs also industrial mechs? Armstrong grinned. We have far too many of them. Do you want some? Douglas had no idea how to respond to that. He turned back towards the battle mechs that now reinforced the formerly infantry-only force of the Davian Guards Auxiliary. On further inspection, those were not AC/10S cannons on those 30-ton mechs. Some of them had missile bins in place of cannons. They were also not uniformly sized. Some urban mechs a bit taller than the others with larger cannons. He squinted. Too long to be AC/20S either. Those cannons had extra bolting and reinforcement half into the chassis of the small dumpy mechs. The muzzle brakes on the tip of those cannons looked eerily familiar. He stopped suddenly. General Armstrong. Yes. Are those thumper artillery pieces on an urban mech? General Mandela blinked. Wait, what? He turned about now to more deeply scrutinize the light mechs he had dismissed as simple disposable last-line defense. Is that even possible? Armstrong nodded. In 40 tons, yes. The urban mech 2A delivers a similar option as the 75-ton Heliopolis. You all did uncover some massive secret SLDF cache, didn't you? Douglas breathed. Although, I do recall that the Demeter core had to come from somewhere. Only the SLDF would have the riches and the time to experiment and produce such odd urban mech variants. I would assume that they do work as intended. Armstrong shrugged. They're even faster than normal urban mechs, able to run up to assault mech speeds, yes. We have tested them, yes. The guns do work and are accurate enough. They have minor jumping ability like a regular urban mech. This is another mistake. Yelled Mandela. You should not be showing your hand this soon. Light mech artillery like this, you should keep them hidden in reserve. I must agree, added Douglas. Even if the point is to offer substantial bait, this is too much. If Kurita were able to capture and reverse engineer these mechs, the whole concept of a light artillery mech would be devastating to the balance of powers in the inner sphere. I will not deny that it is a possibility. But look around you. This site started with 9 layers of minefields. In the week it would take for Kurita to arrive from the jump point, if they started now, we could expand that into 20. Armstrong spread his arms wide. And when they try to sap the minefields, then we would have, as a friend liked to say, this is the only path. So we pray, unlimited Fiscam works. What? Quoth Mandela. Field artillery scatterable minefields. That's Lestek, the portly man added, with a flat unamused stare. Douglas turned back to look at the wide highway into death. So, you can just replant minefields. Artillery firing high explosive shells smashing down on enemy groups should also kick up the ground and disable minefields. But now the defenders don't even have to sally forth to close up gaps in their defense. Douglas turned back to consider Nathan Armstrong. There were those who considered the ELH as arrogant and delusional among the mercenary roles. They could claim to be the most honorable, but the best mercenary unit was in constant flux. There were many mercenary and even house regiments that could trace their history back to the Star League and even older. Would it be unfair for the ELH to keep the largest they discovered all to themselves? Wait, they didn't. They shared the Demeter core. When it comes to military hardware, finders keepers was the rule. Lestek were by their nature irreplaceable. That confidence that the mercenary general showed, ready to lose so much valuable lustek in battle, confident that even enemy salvage would not make a difference, that was not a mercenary's mean. Not even he and the 12th Vejan Rangers would dare to be so carefree. Perhaps the notion of being Hansa Davian's personal beatstick was more than just a colloquialism. Unlimited funding and unlimited backing did wonders? So this was political, then? He scowled. He did not wish to think about that. But if the ELH were now playing political games, having something that assured Hansa Davian of their loyalty even above his own Davian heavy guards, Douglas felt that reduced the veneer of respectability a little bit. Sharing the Demeter Corps painted them as heroes of the inner sphere, but now he felt that was more of a smokescreen to distract from something more insidious. He shook his head. No, that was none of his business. Only the upcoming battle mattered. This is the bait, Armstrong was saying. Now let me show you the jaws of the trap. While this is redundant, the whole God sensor thing has already been covered in earlier chapters, I felt this may show the difference in reception between a SLDF-derived unit and ones that had always been Davian. The Fool's Bargain 04. Fake Star League site. Galter 2. Same day. The commander of the 782nd Davian Guards Auxiliary was Colonel Blood and Guts Olivier. The mustached man looked oddly pensive as he saluted and welcomed them into the base. They descended into the SLDF depot. The main gate was set into a hill, but most of the site consisted of multiple deep underground levels. It was a munitions and supplies depot, not a battle mech and combat vehicle storage site. The 782nd had about as many men as an infantry regiment. The basic unit of a Davian company was a platoon of 21 to 28 soldiers. There were 6 platoons to a company, and 3 companies to a battalion. The addition of ELH engineers and support troops made the already cramped site crowded both on the surface and below. The 782nd had 9 sniper artillery pieces ready to shoot, guided by 3 companies of recon sections and scout cars. The ELH added 6 more urban mech artillery, 6 Aero 4 and 6 Thumper. 12 mechs, or a company, plus engineers and logistics crew. The 2 groups were only distinct from each other with the ELH troops wearing full olive green uniforms while the AFFS soldiers wearing the typical Davian tan vests and body armor. Everyone cooperate to unload and set up supplies and armaments for the upcoming battle. Manpack SRMs and LRMs, the only portable weapons that infantry could conceivably use to threaten mechs, were piled high into pyramids. Artillery shells were prepared in the tens of thousands of shells. A well-practiced battery could conceivably use up hundreds or even thousands per day, firing almost every 10 seconds. Will there be an issue integrating mech assets? Armstrong asked him. None, sir. If this is what the prince wants, then we will do as our duty bids us. We will not be found wanting. Arrows can perform air defense. Thumpers can lay down minefields and drop fire missions on call. But if those mechs are ever in a position where they have to fight with their 2 medium lasers each, you have bigger problems. They are support, not the first line of defense. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. While crowded, the fact that the site could accommodate a whole regiment of people was just testament to how much the SLDF expected to store away. The levels were each wide and tall enough to accommodate the movement of battle mechs if necessary. The main lifts were more than large enough for that, in one go able to support multiple trucks and other logistical equipment normally stored within the depot. 3 line regiments are not going to be enough, Armstrong mentioned as they descended. DCMS doctrine is simple enough. Outnumber and outspeed the enemy as often as possible, flank them and hit them hard and fast in a banzai charge. Therefore we should assume they would send at least double whatever they expect to find groundside. Douglas raised an eyebrow. Aren't you discounting the Raman DMM and the Galter irregulars? That adds nearly 2 regiments there. They are not maneuver units. Douglas nodded. Fair enough. Concentration of mechs or firepower do not win battles. Control wins battles. The officer that is most successful at imposing order over chaos, and bending the environment to his will must inevitably prevail regardless of the strength of the opposition. In that regard, being able to call upon triple the number of artillery tubes was an interesting way to shape the flow of battle. The ELH by making big obvious bases that tempt the enemy to assault, splitting their forces 3 or 4 ways, was another benefit. They found at the lowest level that the ELH engineers had disassembled a side wall and parts of the ceiling to expose a hidden blast door. Colonel Stimson was there, and the leader of the 91st Cavalry beamed merrily as he saluted. Sir. Welcome to the SLDF Depot number 29 to 997. Or as it is known in the secret tomes, the Hidden Leaf. Something inside Douglas cringed. From the side of his vision, he could see General Mandela and Colonel Olivier Win CE. Why? So, how is it going? Asked Armstrong. The outer levels are done, but it should take another 12 hours to lathe into the lower levels. Lathe? What an odd word. Douglas supposed it made no less sense than saying hack or slice to get into a computer system or unlock security. It certainly sounded far less destructive. How could we have missed this? Mandela spoke in a somewhat squeaky tone for such a big man. Douglas nodded again. I seem to recall that engineers have things like seismic sensors and ground-penetrating radar. Were they just not expecting searchers to look at the ground right next to the elevators? If it was that easy to find SLDF caches, then they wouldn't have been worth making. They were particularly cunning squirrels, no. Stimstone slapped the metal bulkhead. You have to understand that SLDF caches were intended as a logistics solution in case the SLDF had to fight a Star League member state. Galter being at the Combine border was intended to be used against either Kurita or Davian, haha. While the Davian soldiers looked displeased at that reminder of hostile preparations against their nation, Douglas murmured that makes sense. So I suppose the top level is to make people believe that it was stripped down completely if they manage to capture the site. Then when the SLDF comes in to recapture the world, they have, what? Ready replenishment for their losses. The fact that it isn't as defensible at all means that people are incentivized to just loot and be gone, instead of trying to turn this into their command center for a rebellion. Or something. The colonel replied with immense self-satisfaction. Douglas stared up at the door. This and the elevators are big enough to let battle mechs walk through. Should we expect battle mechs? Correct. It's going to take some time to open this. The ELH's officer's tone grew wistful. I feel kind of sad, in a way. The legacy of the SLDF is just war and more war. We have forgotten about how to make things better for the people. And Douglas thought, so there are actual reasons behind why the Eridani Light Horse are still pretending they are the SLDF. It is not just for pride and to make themselves look better. They would rather delude themselves than to accept the ache and regret of not leaving with Kerensky. What glories could the pure SLDF be doing out there, instead of this debased and corrupt inner sphere? People would die just for the forgotten cast-offs of the SLDF. Every day it was a reminder of how far they had fallen. One of the ELH engineers approached the group. Sir. First level is cleared. We need your authorization to proceed. I thought Code Vicky already makes this automatic without my further involvement. Armstrong replied. So where is the actual command center for this site? Top level or lowest level? Stimson sidled over and made a grand gesture presenting a human-sized door beside the much larger closed gate. That was not an unusual feature. Small access points were just as defensible and could lower secondary shutters on enemies trying to cut through. That does not actually answer my question, Armstrong added dryly. Top level, sir. Makes it easier to bug out if things get too hot. Douglas supposed that made sense too. No matter how thick the walls, the terrain above was not so defensible and this would just inevitably become their grave if people foolishly tried to use it as a fortress. Douglas inhaled deeply. The air tasted faintly of plastic. It was the smell of a new car fresh right out of the showroom. Not only did everything beyond the secret door look pristine and new, unlike the base above, it even smelled as if newly manufactured. In truth, there was little to really differentiate a SLDF base from an AFFS1. Military necessity meant that all generally tended to have mostly the same flat-paneled walls and hard angles. The only hint of lavishness was perhaps how the SLDF liked to paint walls a matte eggshell white, which surely would be a pain to keep clean. Then again, Kurita had similar fixations with red, and some Steiner command centers could sometimes look oddly out of place with real white birch and gold trim paneling as if they were inside a palace rather than a war zone. Military hardware was built to last, but did the SLDF go so far as to vacuum seal this site? That could explain why it takes so long to open each level. The command center looked much the same as any other, with a large hollow table at the center. Some ELH staff had already turned on the systems and the hollow table displayed a simple topographic map of the environs. Brother I was already online. The eye on the hollow eerily followed them as they walked in. Friend computer, initiate hardline connections to Light Horse Mark 91A, and Avian Base Mark 33RD, Armstrong spoke out loud even as he strode valiantly into the command center. Acknowledged. Hardline data links engaged. LT. General Wilson Mandela glanced around with a frown. How is this different from the Brother I back at the base? The Hussars command center is only a receiving node. Brother I is software, not hardware. But a SLDF computer core would be significantly more efficient at protecting the information from interception and burning through ECM interference. For the first time, Colonel Olivier of the 782nd spoke up. General Armstrong, might I ask a question? Oh? Yes, of course, Colonel Olivier. What is it? Can Brother I be used for counter-battery fire? Not only can I be used to direct artillery duels, but I can report to you artillery hits in real time. General Mandela yelped and jumped back in alarm almost as if burned. Olivier blinked. Then his features went back into cool deadly calm, as a man on a suicide mission did not give a damn about anything too complicated outside of his job. Douglas's eyebrows crawled up his forehead. Who? Now this was something even more interesting. The 12th Vega only dated back to the Second Succession Wars. So this is what a true inheritance of the SLDF looks like when it did not involve mere tomb raiders and scavengers. Armstrong continued. Friend computer, what do we have in storage? I does not possess this information. IT will be provided by the storage levels when they unlock. Next lathing period, 10 hours, 43 minutes. What? Wait. No. There were plenty of other machinery that responded to voice input in the inner sphere. It was often just considered a waste of time to do so for military hardware. But in the luxury at the height of the Star League? Douglas ventured. General Armstrong, you said Brother Eye is software, not hardware. That is a separate thing to the proprietary sensor net that makes it so potent. Software alone would not be able to support artificial intelligence, no matter the fanciful legends. How capable would it be on non-SLDF hardware, and what would it take for the ELH to license it out to other regiments? But it was Stimson who responded with a strange gleam in his eye. Now, the price for that is something not many are ready to pay, Space Cowboy. It was dignity. Of course it was. Douglas was not sure the Duke of Verde could even use that many urban mechs. Outside the SLDF depot. Late afternoon. Mackies. Douglas said flatly. His voice carried not even a trace of disappointment. His eyes glittered with amusement. After all of that posturing, this is what they get as the inheritance from the SLDF? Hilarious. His bland gaze communicated more than mere laughter ever could. Armstrong just shrugged. We had records that said there was a rich source of supplies and materiel, just not what was in there. Stimson nodded and stroked his grizzly goatee. Mackies are urban mech enough, I suppose. The 100-ton vintage machine, the very first type of battle mech ever built, trundled out into the open sunlight for the first time in centuries. Or in an hour, depending on whether anyone had an idea of where these battle mechs were actually produced. The waddling trash can was met by smaller trash cans, the light mechs crowding around it almost as if in awe. Then a smaller war machine emerged from behind the assault mech. It looked almost like a Mackie but half the size and with reverse-jointed legs like a chicken and moved around the larger mech almost like a guard dog barking at sheep to get out of the way of moving cows. The machine had an unbalanced loadout, with its right shoulder held a large pair of laser cannons, and the other arm ending in a stubby digit with a small cannon. That seems new, mentioned Douglas. Stimson referred to the provided note pewter. That's a Jackie. Armed like the failed prototype Bellerophon originally meant to escort the Mackie, but 45 tons. 2 large lasers, a small pulse laser to deal with infantry. Runs up to 86 km per hour. No jump jets though, so I guess it was suboptimal to mass produce when better mechs like the Griffin or Phoenix Hawk or the Crab were already around. Then a third mech came out. It was a Hornet. It was indeed very egg. This is underwhelming, said Douglas. I really don't know what I expected, but this makes sense. Why should the SLDF stock their best gear instead of just using them? Put away inferior machines for a rainy day, and even those machines are better than nothing. 4 bright blue PPC's bolts screamed through the air. A portion of the trilene in the distance did not so much burn as just blink out of existence. Then it fired again. And again. Oh, said Douglas, eyes wide with surprise. Well. That is much more reasonable then. Double heat sinks, said Stimson. Even Royal Mackies, are still Mackies. It would do well to be underestimated. Even an awesome could only handle 3 PPCs, and firing at a 3, 2, 3, 2 alternating volleys to manage its immense heat load. 4 PPCs firing almost continuously was like getting smacked with 2 AC/20s from long range. I would hate to fight that, Douglas had to admit. This is the sort of technology that Kurita fought so hard to possess on Hoth. Saving the scientists was more important than the technology itself. If Kurita managed to seize them, then they would also know how practicably duplicate the technology. Armstrong mentioned. NAIS now knows how DHS functions. But sometimes Lestec is Lestec not because they are too good to be reverse engineered, but because they are too expensive to reproduce. You would need to remake an entire production chain. DHS is not one of those technologies. Mandela looked at the line of Mackies coming out of the depot, then the straight road leading out of the site that was only wide enough to at most allow 2 mechs to stand side by side. He let out a hyena-like cackle. His apple-like face curled up into weather-beaten folds. He exhaled deeply, slapped his belly, then turned around. For the first time, Mandela looked less disgruntled. All right. I understand the urgency. Kurita should not have their hands on these. Are you shipping them out or let them fight here? How many of these things are in the cache? If the Eridani Light Horse were so willing to find, open, and hand over SLDF sites to Hansa Davian, Douglas could now understand why Hansa Davian was also giving them so much latitude. Stimson adjusted his glasses and inspected the note pewter a technician just handed over to him. Looks to me like we were given 2 battalions of Royal Mackies, 2 battalions of Jackies, and 2 battalions of Hornets. 216 mechs in total. All of them with energy-only weapons loadout for maximal ease of logistics. Do we have 216 extra mech warriors, you think? What? Where? How? Mandala turned and screeched. There was 2 regiments sitting underneath Galter 3 this entire time. This is just a thing that can happen. The ELH commander gave him a shadowed look of pure sympathy. You get used to it. How would I even get used to it? Douglas stared intensely at Armstrong. I respectfully suggest that you get these mechs loaded up and out of here to deny House Kurita any prize. Do you have 216 extra mech warriors? The ELH general raised a palm in refusal. We do not have 200 extra mech warriors, no. His lips twitched into a smirk. In the parlance of a great philosopher, we are pulling a Vicky. We may not have 200, but we have 40. We can replenish losses for other mobile regiments and the DMM at need. We are ready to make a long campaign of this if necessary. Douglas shrugged minutely. Fair enough. House Kurita comes in expecting to face 3 mech regiments and get 4 in their face. We will face the sword of light regiments and we will wreck their face with obsolete relics, Armstrong spoke with grim finality. From anyone else, that would have sounded like boasting. But Kurita had no idea of what fresh new hell the light horse was going to unleash upon them. Douglas could see now why even Takashi Kurita might feel personally offended by the existence of the light horse on Galter. Douglas could see from the relaxing body language that the General Mandela of the 33rd Avalon Hussars had begun to truly subordinate his command to the Eridani light horse without any further equivocation. A free regiment, 1/3 of which were Royal Assault Mechs, was well worth the privilege of saying what should be done with them. As a mercenary regimental command, even he had to appreciate how Hanzadavian contracting the Eridani light horse was possibly the best deal he had ever done in his life. This was not something the 12th Vejan Rangers, despite their centuries of loyalty, could ever claim. Or give up on. Douglas did not want to admit that the light horse could surpass the Rangers in anything, but, he then remembered the Demeter Corps. Perhaps in humility and selflessness, or a foolish hope that people could do better, he had to consider that they were no match. This was what made a SLDF-derived unit truly a cut above the rest. It takes great willpower, or great madness, to be so recklessly optimistic. Something so great required just as great a reward, but the ELH did not even seem to care. New Avalon. Federated Sons. Date unknown. Hanzadavian, I have come to bargain. Good morning, General Armstrong. What have you got for me today? We have a surfeit of assault mechs. What have you got that is not a trash can? I really cannot tell if you people actually like urban mechs or not. Horse and Sun, Dragon Falls. Galter 3. Draconis March. Federated Sons. May 11th, 3025. Observatories tracked around 30 lights coming in from the Nader jump point. They would arrive in roughly 8 days at 1.5 Gs. It had only been 4 days since the Eridani light horse had arrived on Galter 3. Fear racked the planet. It had only been 3 years since Kurita was driven off the planet, and now they have returned in force. Some cursed the Star League and its treasures of warfare, but mainly in that they would be attacked sooner rather than later. Galter had already learned that being peaceful was no protection. If Kurita takes back the world, they might never be free again. Once more our world shall be touched by war, but never again shall we meekly submit, spoke Governor Skiles O'Hanlon through all media channels. We must fight, for our freedom and for our children, that they would breathe free air and not be hurt and crippled and made to live in hunger and fear and pain while in view of vast fields that could feed 100 worlds. We must fight, we must overcome fear. I am informed that House Kurita is attacking on a broad front along the border. We are not the only ones in danger. Galter, Deschler, New Aberdeen, Harrow's son. Let me assure you that our struggle here means something. Every day matters. Every Kurita man bogged down here or eliminated means soldiers that can't hurt anyone else ever again. We all endure together and we prevail together. We are now and forever, proud sons of the Federated Sons. House Kurita is a terrible master, and never again shall we be slaves to the dragon. In a later interview, Margrave Douglas remarked about this event in Volume 3 of his book series Life of a Mech Warrior. We have always known that Kurita would attack soon. In fact, just 2 days before the light horse arrived, Kurita infiltrators had destroyed the underwater planetary command post out of Derry Bay. The death of General Timothy Oldham passed Planetary Defense Command to Lt. General Wilson Mandela. We had wondered how we could coordinate planetary defense without a protected central command, so when the Eridani light horse came along with their self-repairing Star League command net, that was almost too convenient. Lt. General Mandela commanded the 33rd Avalon Hussars well, but he had to stand with 2 mercenary commanders with experience leading multiple regiments instead of just the one. After a token protest, the light horse, as ordered by the first prince himself, slid perhaps too smoothly into the role of command. And by this, I do not mean any suspicions that perhaps the loss was in any way premeditated or allowed to happen. I mean that the Light Horse presented their Star League command capabilities as something that could immediately rebuild any compromised command authority on any world that they just happened to land on. This is an outstanding feat, but let us not forget also the value of having the right man in the right place. General Timothy Oldham was a man known for his flexible thinking and would have worked very well with the Light Horse. He was likable and knew the local forces well. The loss made our defense worse than it could have been. General Armstrong's command of the defense, while I can confidently say is the only reason we survived, relies too much on the eyes of God and sheer technological superiority, than being part of a greater Davian whole. The Kuritan invasion was a series of problems with certain solutions, and so instead of one cohesive defense we had to rapidly move to address pockets of instability as they appeared. A fearful malaise hung over the world. Raids were common in the border worlds, but Galter since its recapture in 3022 and the death of a third of its populace in the fighting, had actually seen little combat since then. Rebuilding through the past 3 years had seen their standard of living and economic efficiency improve massively. No longer did some nobles and their petty hangers-on monopolize the world's entire wealth. War would destroy all of that, again. Families prayed and stocked up living necessities. Civilian bunkers were ready to accommodate evacuees, while many more simply packed up to move out to the mountains and hinterlands. No matter how good the defense, their lives would be wrecked and good people will die. Brother I connecting. Margrave Sheridan Douglas, you have an invitation into secure Slodvcomnet, tagged number Galtercom. Do you wish to accept? Margrave Stalker STK-3H did not have built-in satellite uplinks like other command mechs like the Atlas, but that was less relevant now. He shifted his view to the small urban mech standing nearby. I accept. Every mech warrior neurohelmet had a heads-up display functionality, which displayed important information to the pilot in their transparent field of view without having to take their eyes off the action. These included weapons, ammo counts, speed, heat, armor values, range, the targeting crosshair, information about the targeted and tracked element, and a rudimentary minimap. Some HUDs compressed a 360 view around the mech into a 240-degree strip along the upper edge of the viewing area, most common in the newer and more crude buckethead neurohelmets of the Succession Wars as they precluded the pilot from turning their heads easily. As the mech was standing still and not targeting anything in particular, the target window and the minimap windows changed into a text window. The nearby super urban mech was sending data that the battle computer thought was legitimate even if they normally made no sense. This was the difference between the basic ECM available to every battle mech and the advanced ECM suites and their capability to deliver ghost targets even if the naked eye saw nothing there. Bloody Light Horse and Bloody Brother I could teach their target and tracking system new tricks. Number Galtercom. MRG_Douglas_ 12th Vega, has joined the ComNet. *BRVG_Armstrong_ ELHC, Margrave, good to hear from you. *BRVG_Armstrong_ ELHC, how are things at New Wuhan City? Douglas spoke up and the COMM window updated with his speech into text. *MRGV_Douglas_ 12th Vega, as far as we can ascertain. *MRGV_Douglas_ 12th Vega, we are ready to lift off with my regimental battle group and my 1st and 2nd battalions at any time. *MRGV_Douglas_ 12th Vega, my 3rd battalion will remain here alongside Dahar's 2nd battalion to defend the city. *MRGV_Douglas_ 12th Vega, on that note. *MRGV_Douglas_ 12th Vega, why aren't they here in Com? Lieutenant G_Mandela_ 33H USSR, they who? *MRGV_Douglas_ 12th Vega, General Dobson of the Dahar DMM. *MRGV_Douglas_ 12th Vega, New Delhi. *BRVG_Armstrong_ ELHC, we have no shortage of super urban mech comms guard. *BRVG_Armstrong_ ELHC, they were here a while ago. Gen_Dobson_ Dahar DMM, has joined the ComNet. Gen_Dobson_ Dahar DMM, bloody trash can, what do you mean? Gen_Dobson_ Dahar DMM, oh. Gen_Dobson_ Dahar DMM, so that's how that works. BRVG_Armstrong_ ELHC, welcome back, General. BRVG_Armstrong_ ELHC, situation report. Gen_Dobson_ Dahar DMM, New Delhi is ready. Gen_Dobson_ Dahar DMM, we have here my regimental battle group and Pope's battalion. 4 mech companies and vehicles. The Galter irregulars are here with Liao Yaoxiang's brigade, O'Neill's legion, and the Lone Wolves. Gen_Dobson_ Dahar DMM, call it a regiment and a half. Gen_Dobson_ Dahar DMM, trenches and defense positions are dug in the north and south of the city. Asterisk MRGV underscore Douglas underscore, 12th Vega, 2 battalions on New Wuhan. Asterisk MRGV underscore Douglas underscore, 12th Vega, are we really not going to bother defending Changli? Asterisk Gen underscore Dobson underscore, Dahar underscore DMM, Kurita would be wasting time attacking Changli. Asterisk Gen underscore Dobson underscore, Dahar underscore DMM, I don't like it, but I can see the sense in it. Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, it is better to defend the middle way pass to be able to move down to Changli or strike up at New Wuhan as needed. Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, unless they are conducting some sort of terror mission, the port at Changli doesn't have any tactical significance. Asterisk Gen underscore Dobson underscore, Dahar underscore DMM, I do want to move French's company out of New Wuhan down to support Ormond's battalion over there. An all-vehicle force like that needs some more bite. Gen underscore Dobson underscore, Dahar underscore DMM, but would we lose the ability to contact people halfway across the planet like this? Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, as long as he is in range of a comms guard super urban mech, it should be fine. Asterisk MRGV underscore Douglas underscore, 12th Vega, is that the reason why these things come in whole lances? Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, just one is too obvious. Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, this is why you should have more urban mechs. Asterisk MRGV underscore Douglas underscore, 12th Vega, no thank you. If the light horse with their SLDF gear could do this, then just having this urban mech around meant that all Davian communications were compromised. Margrave Douglas now had to wonder if his mechs were permanently compromised. While the AFFS might not mind it as much, the 12th Vejan Rangers were an independent mercenary unit and it was dangerous to put so much of their security into the hands of other mercenaries. They would have to scrub and make up new security keys, or rip out and replace those COMM systems entirely, once they were back home at Verde. Working with the light horse was as much of a pain as it was a boon. Galter 3. Federated Sons. May 19, 3025. Number PM. Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, Kurita took the bait. That is good. Magnificent, even. Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, but shattering their regiments here still requires the death of many good men. Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, I should be happy about this, but I am not. Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, civilians will suffer the most for anyone's victory here. Asterisk MRGV underscore Douglas underscore, 12th Vega, it sounds a bit too late to worry about that now. Asterisk MRGV underscore Douglas underscore, 12th Vega, were you not the ones most enthusiastic to support our employer Hansa Davian in this dragon snare? Asterisk MRGV underscore Douglas underscore, 12th Vega, you already have blood on your hands before this even started. Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, it has to be done. Winning here would degrade Kurita's ability to act for years. Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, but what is most frustrating is that winning or losing would not even solve anything. Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, as long as House Kurita rules, the Combine will not stop fighting. Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, they will fight with their teeth and stones if they had to. Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, all we are doing here is buying time. Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, time for people higher up to figure out a more long-term solution. Asterisk MRGV underscore Douglas underscore, 12th Vega, such has always been the soldier's lot. Asterisk MRGV underscore Douglas underscore, 12th Vega, isn't it enough that we do our duty to the best of our abilities? Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, if we lose, the best case is just that we retreat in good order or die. Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, worst case, Kurita just takes the planet and hold it for 100 years more. Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, they would erase all trace of the old culture and all Davian influence to make sure rebellion never happens again. Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, all that fighting and a third of their population dead for nothing. Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, if we win, we leave and just go on to another battlefield. Asterisk BRVG underscore Armstrong underscore, ELHC, can we do nothing but to destroy? Is that really the best we can do with our time? Asterisk MRGV underscore Douglas underscore, 12th Vega, anything more would involve politics, sir. Asterisk MRGV underscore Douglas underscore, 12th Vega, as you know, we are mercenaries simply to keep our independence from being nationalized as part of House Davian troops when our founder was reinstated as Duke of Verde. *MRGV_Douglas_12th Vega, as a Margrave, I myself am a landholder. *MRGV_Douglas_12th Vega, people will not trust much when you do not have a personal stake in their welfare. *BRVG_Armstrong_ELHC, I will drown them in rural mechs. *MRGV_Douglas_12th Vega, sir, that sounds more like a threat. Number Spacecom. *SLS_Johnston Johnson actual to all forces. Enemy battlefleet will enter the outer combat perimeter in 90 seconds. *SLS_Johnston Brother I reports enemy dropships, 2 Achilles, 4 Avenger, 2 Vengeance, 12 Overlord, 18 spheroids possibly mix of Unions and cargo carriers. *SLS_Johnston enemy ASF on approach number approximate 18 squadrons, 108 or more fighters. Margrave Douglas was sitting in his mech inside a Union, in the shadow of the opposite side of the planet. Brother I showed that Kurita chose not to take the bait of splitting their forces to deal with the defenseless bunch of jump ships at the L1 point. Number Galtercom. Lieutenant G_Mandela_ 33H USSR, that's, oh god. Lieutenant G_Mandela_ 33H USSR, we can't stop them in space, can we? *MRGV_Douglas_12th Vega, if you're going to pull some weird Star League space magic, sir, better do it now. *BRVG_Armstrong_ELHC, space magic it is, then. *BRVG_Armstrong_ELHC, Battlefleet Taffy, you are clear to engage. Number Spacecom. *SLS_Johnston Johnston actual to all forces. Intercept at best speed as planned. *SLS_Herman Taffy 2 acknowledges. *SLS_Whole Taffy 3 on the go. *SLS_Samuel Taffy 4, laser ports open. *SLS_White_Plains Taffy 5. *SLS_Johnston not you. *SLS_White_Plains. Taffy 5 holding station over New Delhi. *SLS_Gambir_Bay Taffy 6. Fighters out. *911ST_ Pegasus Wing, on intercept course. *I reports orbital range defenders. *I 4 pocket warships, 2 fleet carriers. I 10 squadrons of 48 plus 16 fighters. 22ND_SAS this is Golan Special Air Squadron. Standing by to engage dropships. 22ND_SAS Atmos Boundary Defenders report in. 12 VR_Air Marino Air Squadron, ready OP. Dahar_Air Thomas Air Squadron, holding altitude. I reports Atmospheric Boundary Defenders. I 5 squadrons of 32 fighters. Near orbit around Galter 3. 2 hours later. General Yukatas Yovo Yoriyoshi sat inside his battle mech, a custom dragon, ensconced within the Overlord dropship DCS Pride of Benjamin. Unlike Margrave Douglas, who had a full tactical map being projected into his HUD, Yoriyoshi could only count on the radio channels from the bridge to relieve the feeling of helplessness in a flying coffin. Davian assault dropships coming in, diamond formation, flanked by 2 squadrons. Our own assault dropships moving into focus fire on the leftmost Davian craft. Fight craft entering contact. LRM range. LRM fire exchanging. This is DCS Kanabo to battle group, we are moving ahead. The 4 Avenger class dropships were only 1,400 tons, but had the firepower surpassing a Union, the armor of an Overlord, and performance above even heavy aerospace fighters, able to punch 5.5 Gs at need with 160 tons of fuel allowing superior battlefield endurance compared to any fighter with meager 6 tons to maneuver with. Although attrition rates were quite high for Avengers as they were expected to be the tip of the spear, glory was high and they were atrociously dangerous craft. Impressively armed with 2x PPC, 1x AC/20, 6x AC/5, 1x AC/2, facing aft, 4x LRM-20, 1 aft, 2x large laser, 8x medium laser, 2 aft. The 4 assault craft traded LRM fire with the incoming screen of ELH fighters, while waiting for PPC range to bring their AC/5 and PPCs to bear. The disc-shaped dropship's forward arc weight of fire could strip the armor of a Union side in 4 passes, and with all 4 of them they could punch through even an Overlord at its thickest nose armor in 1 volley. Their escorting heavy fighters could only push 4 Gs for a comparatively shorter time without cutting into the fuel reserves they needed to fight with, and the Avengers trusted in their thick armor to make a combat pass, turn about, and lead the enemy fighters into the rest of the inbound Kurita fighter mass. In the scopes they were a tidal wave, a divine wind, of approximately 70 fighters coming in 3 groups. The two Vengeance-class carriers carried 6 squadrons each, but every overlord also carried its own integral squadron of 6 fighters per ship. In practice, instead of 2:1 they could easily have swamped the defenders with 3:1 if they dared to peel away the dropship's fighter screen. But throwing all your forces at the enemy leaving no reserve was some amateur's tactical panic. 2 vs 1 was fine. One of the Avengers suddenly popped like a bag of popcorn left far too long in the microwave. What? Kono. Another Avenger, the DCS Tonto, spontaneously exploded for no readily discernible reason. The 2 remaining Avengers accelerated to their maximum and weaved in evasive maneuvers as they still tried to drive their teeth at the enemy. PPC range was mere seconds away. One of the 2 remaining Avengers felt the rain of LRM-20s peppering its armored surface as little more than a harmless sunny day drizzle, then its nose armor peeled back over a few seconds, and then suddenly assault dropship burst into flame and debris as it was cored straight through. Beams cut into the engines and out the other side and its fuel tanks ignited. Banzai! Kurita Banzai! The crew of the last remaining Avenger dropship screamed as they fired their weapons heedless of being able to hit anything. And then they exploded. The 4 Drost IIE dropships of the Eridani Light Horse and their attendant fighter craft continued their approach through the black at a leisurely 2 Gs. Each Drost IIE massed 300 tons. Now it was these pocket warships' turn to bear their guns in anger against fighter craft. They each had 4 fighters that stubbornly remained around their parent craft to defend them from fighter assault. In practice, this meant that of the 10 squadrons that the ELH could bring to bear, only 8 squadrons dared to dive deep into the enemy formation ahead of the Drosts. The escort craft of the Avengers accelerated instead of slowing down to rejoin the greater Kuritan mass. Their aim was to spend their lives scattering and disrupting the defending forces before the main force. They were all still in front of the 4 Drost PWS. While Kurita commanders had a decent view of the ongoing battle inside the command centers of their dropships, Brother I displayed the tactical map to the HUD of all commanders down to the squadron level with a dish plate style graph of the effective combat range bands. The Drosts continually released volleys of LRM-20s, understandable, as dropships could have a deeper reserve of shots than the limited capacities of fighter craft. With 6 extended LRM-20s able to fire on a forward arc, that meant 2 4x LRM-20s became a fire hose coming out of the PWS on the TIC map. The inbound craft were mainly Sholagars, 35-ton disc-shaped craft that had instability problems in the atmosphere but were excellent interceptors and fast dogfighters in space combat. Perhaps they counted on their agility and small size to protect them from whatever space magic had happened to the Avengers. But even they could not run from their fate. It was inevitable. One by one, they also mysteriously exploded before reaching medium range. Number Fleetcom. SLS_hole switching from bracketing fire to AA mode. SLS_hole this is too overkill against single fighters. The rest of the Kurita fighter force had by now also reached the outermost boundary of LRM range. Those connected to Brother I could see the trails of LRM volleys crossing the gap, and the weight of missile throw weight from the ELH side was obviously much weaker. Not just because of the fewer fighter craft, but only half those fighter craft carried long-range missiles in the first place. The 4 pocket warships contributed about half the throw weight in missile ordnance. Extended LRMs each had a booster stage that gave them twice the range of a standard LRM, but essentially wasting half the shots per ton of a standard LRM bin. They also had twice the minimum range, and would not reliably arm or hit anything below that range because the booster stage needed to burn out for any vector control first. This however also meant that while they could not be guided by Artemis FCS, the standard LRM's longest effective range was their medium range and thus the EXT LRM retained more energy and could maneuver to track the enemy more effectively in that range band. Dropships could more luxuriously spend tens of tons in ammo stocks than fighter craft. Ordnance glimmered in the void like a moonlight reflecting on a running stream as both volleys made contact. The glow of thrusters became like a rippling wave. Brother I relayed estimated hits on the tactical screen. Laser anti-missile systems had managed to thin out the incoming missile barrages to the point the damage was about equal between 2 forces. There were few direct losses. Fighter craft now embroiled with each other, more fragile ones just breaking into pieces under weapons fire as both groups smashed into and past each other. Here and there, Kurita fighter craft would also mysteriously explode even as they skirmished at high speed. All were like fireflies dancing in the night, blinking in and out moving in seemingly random patterns. With the hunched-over appearance of their hull, the 4 PWS slowly and leisurely moved through the battle zone like sharks among a shoal of fighting fish. What just happened? Captain Sanjuro Takamichi of the Overlord dropship screamed for answers from his crew. The Warlord is listening to us right now. What trickery is this? Space combat was the domain of the Draconis Combine Admiralty, the space force separate from the Draconis Combine Mustard Soldiery, the Army. Traditionally the DCA and the DCMS held a rivalry occasionally stoked by the coordinators to drive performance, but here with the operation at a critical juncture, all blame could only fall on Admiral Randolph Nitta in the carrier DCS Hugure. Lasers, one of the bridge crew relayed the answer. Lasers are normally invisible in space. We can only adjust our target tracking system to overlay beam paths as we take battle damage, but those Avengers took so much damage so quickly, we didn't realize what was happening until some diffraction could be seen through the clouds of explosive gases. This is Yoriyoshi, the general spoke through comms. What is happening? What is the DCA doing? What has the light horse done? Taisho, the light horse assault dropships, they have some sort of super laser, or something. Assuming that they are able to concentrate fire on the Avengers, this would place their range far beyond PPC's. Extended range lasers, breathed Yoriyoshi. Lustek. As you say, Taisho. Yoriyoshi could only sit and brood with worry. This was all completely Nita's field. In the vacuum of space, there was little that could light up as the high-energy beam passed through to vaporize them. PPCs still kept their appearance as streaks of lightning due to carrying charged particles with the bolt. As lasers were still invisible in space, unlike with LRMs, the bright streak of PPC bolts, or the radar-trackable projectiles of autocannons, there was no warning at all that the enemy was doing something at light speed. Unlike fighting in the atmosphere, there was no way to gauge actual maximum effective range until something was being hit. The Eridani light horse Hevlastek. Yes, his plan was correct. There was a trove waiting for them down there. They would only fight this hard to deny the dragon their due. They just had to punch through these Davian mayflies and land on Galter. 6 regiments should be more than enough to take a world without any old fortifications. More regiments were waiting in jump ships at the jump points of Riesling's planet ready to jump in as soon as the Benjamin regulars could send word. If 90 fighters were not enough, then, it was a good time to remember that the Ares conventions, which had already been discarded anyway, did not prohibit the use of nuclear munitions in space. The coordinator, in giving him command over 6 regiments, one of which was a sort of light regiment, was a gesture of extreme trust. His star, having risen as far as it could ever go as a warlord of the Draconis Combine, could only now fall. He had to defend his assertions with his own life if necessary. The bridge continued their report. The DCS Hirano and the Megami have taken a broadside position in between the landing ships and the enemy. We do have 30 against their 4. As the light horse assault ships are accelerating, they have to maneuver to slow down and match the heading, else they would slam right into our formation and be attacked from all sides. Sensible, yet this did not please Yoriyoshi. The guns of the transport dropships were property of the DCMS, and they were covering for the DCA's weakness. His overlord was at the center of the formation, and should be safe and anonymous enough. Number Galtercom. *MRGV_Douglas_12TH Vega, what in God's name was that? *MRGV_Douglas_12TH Vega, is this why you call assault dropships like that, as pocket warships? *BRVG_Armstrong_ELHC, yes, we do have capital weaponry. *BRVG_Armstrong_ELHC, yes, Hansa Davian also now knows how to build capital lasers. *Lieutenant G_Mandela_33H USSR, this is magical. *Lieutenant G_Mandela_33H USSR, kill them all. The Draconis Combine Admiralty used flight instead of squadron, and the same 6 craft in a flights were arranged into 2 flights to a company, and 3 companies to a wing, and 3 wings to an air regiment. 6/12/36/108. Captain, Tai Ipi Holgersson commanded the 451th Ghost Dagger Company, coming out of the air wing of the Vengeance class DCS Bake Mono. His 12 craft were separated into 2 flights, a breakthrough squadron of composed mainly of fast interceptors like the 25-ton SB-27 Sabre and 35-ton SL-21 Cholagar, and a superiority squadron composed of medium to heavy fighters like the 65-ton SL-17 Chalone and 80-ton Slayer, with a sprinkling of other heavy fighters as available. He felt the coppery taste of coming from the roof of his mouth as his Slayer flipped around abruptly, trying to counter its forward momentum and keeping track of an enemy fighter that just passed by. At these extreme velocities, even a dropship zipped along at speeds where human reaction time ceased to matter. The clumps of fighters smashed into and through each other's flight groupings. Squadrons picked squadrons to fight. Fighter craft twisted about to follow the tail of the 4 Drosts, as all craft were much more vulnerable in their rear arc. The Draconis Combine had some of the best mech warriors in the inner sphere, and also some of the best fighter pilots. The competition between the DCA and the DCMS meant that pilots sought to almost suicidal levels whatever scrap of glory they could take. The DCMS often had the lion's share of publicity as they claimed worlds and fought with battle mechs. The DCA could only retort that, barring the usual failures and incompetence of ground pounders, the Admiralty and its fighters had so far in every encounter with the enemy been undefeated. They cleared the way for the army. They covered the army in their retreat. They were the reason that combined jump ships were safe and armies could always break orbit to lick their wounds in disgrace. Sometimes the only way to win a contest where you were severely outmatched was not to play at all. Reducing the disadvantage was not in itself a winning move, and sometimes even parity was little better than a loss, a Pyrrhic victory for you to lose the war by winning the battle. The Eridani light horse were outnumbered almost 2 to 1, and that was often insurmountable odds. Holgersson curled his lips back in a sneer. He had no pity for fools. Brave, but foolish. As everyone would eventually discover the futility of baring their teeth against the dragon. By contrast, Eridani light horse ASF piloting was, also quite good. Although they lacked the years of rigorous study inside an academy, what they had was mountains of practical experience. As part of a combined arms force, they had to be good at both void fighting and ground support. They were used to fighting outnumbered. But as a brigade-level force, ELH aerospace power never really amounted to much more than a squadron per battalion, nor ever massed as 9 squadrons/54 fighters in a single SLDF aero wing since the days of the Star League. These 8 squadrons assigned to a single regiment was the most that the ELH had ever fielded in any one time. The Eridani light horse had never employed that many ASF pilots in their history. LT. Commander Norvals Rieken knew the secret as to how this was possible. Like many of the troops taken from the other regiments in the Eridani light horse RCT, he was given a direct promotion and given command of 4 squadrons. The secret was that instead of 48 fighters in a wing, there were only 24 pilots. That was well within the manpower capacity of the light horse. A Pegasus has 2 wings. He commanded half of the 48 craft trying to match up against 74, so of his 24 craft, there were only 12 actual pilots, and thus 2 actual squadrons. Well within his own ability to command. Galter 3. Close orbit. The rapid reorganization of the ELH rosters caused chaos and friction as expected. Some considered being part of the 91st as much as downgrade as it was a promotion. For someone to go from being a light battalion commander into a full colonel sounded suspicious. Norvals Rieken used to belong to the 1st Heavy Assault Company of the 50th Heavy Cavalry Battalion, Bloody Half Hundred, of the 121st. Unlike the rest of the brigade, the new 91st was a lot more specialized, instead of the RCT being combined arms with vehicle and aircraft down to the company level. The Eridani light horse did not, as a rule, mass fighters in one carrier to minimize vulnerabilities. "You are reactivated," said Brevet General Armstrong, who once commanded the 121st. Rieken and the others still maintained increased reverence to the man because of that. The light horse's ability to force enemies into a prepared battlefield relies upon achieving total aero dominance. Not being able to achieve air superiority on our own is something that usually we had to rely on our house employers. Plan Bellerophon demands the flexibility of thinking and ability to respond to changing circumstances as expected from a regimental combat team of the SLDF. And Rieken thought that's the sort of thing that adds one more tally to the theory that it's not Kerensky's SLDF that has tapped the light horse, but we are working for the Terran hegemony reborn. After all, surely Kerensky's SLDF would simply use their highly refined training cadres to produce elite pilots for advanced fighter craft instead of trying to make do with drones? Unless the whole point was to make the reactivated inner sphere units dependent on tech that the outer SLDF could turn off at any time? This was an uncomfortable change, but with everyone else in the light horse going crazy over the mere idea that they once again had purpose beyond earning crude lucre, even a middle-aged man like Rieken could give in to peer pressure. For the past 3 months, these 24 ELH pilots lived and breathed simulator and live training. Outnumbered and outnumbering. Outfought and outflown. They were pressed to their limits until they could understand how to make flesh and metal fly as one. Rieken had already grown well used to his Chippewa CHWW-5, and as a 90-ton heavy fighter there was not much that needed to change about it. He picked an inbound Kurita fighter and slammed his thrusters to max, trusting in the 8 tons of fuel to give him enough burn time. Normally a CHPW-5 only carried 5 tons of fuel, barely enough for close orbital combat. His wingman followed close behind, matching his velocity precisely. One Kurita pilot in Echelon, a common 65-ton medium fighter in the Combine, picked up the challenge. Their own wingman was a 25-ton Sabre. Both pilots feared not the weight disparity. The max acceleration of the Echelon was 4.5 g to his 4 g, and all pilots felt the weight of their destiny as they closed to combat range. LRMs crossed the distance ahead of the fighters. 2 LRM-15s from the Chippewa, and a single LRM-20 Salvo from the Echelon. LRMs in space benefited from the velocity of their host craft, and mainly coasted along the initial trajectory, applying their meager rocket thrusters to follow the target's change in vector. A fighter could easily turn 90 degrees and outrun a LRM Salvo, but that would also remove its gun line away from the fight just to avoid the unreliable spread damage of on-contact heat missiles. Fighting in space was all about maximizing efficiencies in every movement, in every second. But Echelon SL-17 had a single large laser to his CHPW-5's 4 large lasers. Was this Kurita pilot insane? No. Because the Kurita fighters still outnumbered the light horse fighters 2 to 1, and another pair of fighters moved in to pincer the light horse. 2 more Echelons, making this 4 vs 2. Fairness had no place on the battlefield, and Kurita pilots had less truck with honor or a duelist mindset than the DCMS. Unlike the personal glory of the mech warrior, pilots worked in effective teams that saw more worth in their brothers coming home alive. Ryakan snorted. And that was why all 6-man squadrons worked in pairs of 3, and his own squadron worked similarly. He put all thought of keeping away the rest of the Combine Aero Force out of his mind. His team had already moved to compensate. The lead Shalone kept its nose pointed at Ryakan, almost as if aiming to ram the other fighter. Its pilot had trusted in its 11.5 tons of armor to shrug off 4 large lasers. It would be fine as long as it could also deliver continuous hits with its own single large laser, then close in to finish off with its medium lasers and SRMs. The Kurita pilot knew that Chippewas were, for their size, fairly thin-skinned with only 7.5 tons of armor. However, among the few modifications to Ryakan's fighter was the attachment of Artemis guidance to all his missile launchers. Ryakan's 14.5 tons of advanced ferro-aluminium armor shrugged off the minimal damage from the exchange of missile fire. The fighters jinked as they fired at little more than red triangles amidst the black of space and the dizzying spinning starfield. All fighters were always weaving to break enemy lock while hoping their shots predicted well enough ahead of the enemy. At this distance, beams were invisible apart from the simulated guidance lights on their HUDs. At this distance, all hits came from short fervent bursts as both craft attempted to get a lock while maneuvering frantically to shake off enemy pursuit. Lasers had to stay on target long enough to actually deal significant damage, and at these frantic maneuvers that was easier said than done. Unlike combat on the ground, where a laser could burn through enemy armor in seconds, fighter combat was about slowly flaying each other alive. Something in the distance blossomed in fire, and suddenly the enemy's unpredictable flight turned into an uncontrolled ballistic arc. Ryakan had a target lock. Lasers hit. And there, target down. Next target. The other fighter, the Saber light fighter, was almost in range to deliver a short-range bite with its 3 medium lasers. Whereas his heavy fighter could at most push 4 Gs in a hurry, that interceptor could dodge at 8.5 if it had to, if its pilot could endure the strain. Ryakan knew he would never be able to win in a turning fight, nor perform a boom and zoom. Banking maneuvers were unnecessary in space. The flight computer displayed their tracked and potential vectors as a series of zigzag lines. The other 2 Shillans were closing in, letting loose LRMs to support the lead craft. Whereas their projected flight path consisted of mostly smooth sweeping curves here and there broken with sudden evasive movement to break attempted target locks, the Saber closed in like a jagged toothy maw too unpredictable for a firing solution. Deal with that thing, Ryakan, he ordered his wingman, while he focused on one of the approaching Shillans. Fighting 2 other heavy fighters was much more survivable than a heavy fighter trying to survive against a light fighter interceptor. His wingman fired. Roger, roger. The Saber stopped being a thing. The interceptor's mere 4 tons of armor were in no way capable of resisting the punch of 4 large lasers striking any facing target at will. Just keep them off my back. By your command. Robotnik's wingbot piloted a 100-ton Stuka bot learning attack team, BLAT, with 4 large lasers linked to a targeting computer and enough fuel to make the craft burn and dodge at maximum combat speed for whole hours past any biological limits. The craft stubbornly clung to Ryakan's side with perfect matching velocity and ruthlessly gunned down anything that could harm their boss. A similar arrangement dogged every other fighter in the ELH Starfighter arm. All human pilots were in heavy fighters, but all of them had a luxury of at least 8 tons of fuel and double the normal amount of armor their fighters could normally hold. This freed up Ryakan to think not just in terms of moment-to-moment combat but in the tactical sense, squadron to squadron. Brother, I provided a minimap, and each squadron only had to decide which enemy group was most vulnerable and could be taken out with local force superiority before others could assist. The Stuka drone had 4 large lasers facing forward and 2 medium lasers facing to the rear. The robot brain had no problem at all fighting on the forward and rear arcs simultaneously. Attack! 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 That was all Ryakan had to think about. A squadron of 6 fighters turned into a single attack group. The lead pair caused the most damage, 2 wingman flights to soften the way. Half of the Kurita fighter force were light and medium fighters, which only made sense as these fighters were fastest and most cost-effective. None of them could survive a single barrage. They were zipping about, trying to draw attention away from heavier craft armed with longer-ranged weaponry. Ryakan winced as he felt his fighter quiver from a burst of AC/10 fire hitting his sides. Perhaps being too focused on the large picture was as dangerous as tunnel visioning against the enemy right in front of you. Tai-I-A-P-I Holgerson bit back a snarl, cursing the fleeting moment of triumph he felt just from being able to score a hit with his AC/10 and medium lasers at close range to the enemy. That Chippewa! Immediately he burned dwindling fuel to accelerate away from his attack run. His craft reported damage warnings from rear-facing laser fire. A Slayer had 14.5 tons of armor, impressive for fighter craft. But he could still lose a battle of attrition here. These 6 fighters moved as one, and where they pointed their guns, the enemy could only give way. Kurita fighters were excellent dogfighters and had superior thrust. But they lacked the true mailed fist of other, if slower, attack fighters fielded by the great houses. Normally, Trying to fight the DCA with heavy fighters was a fast road to suicide, with their interceptors making short work of such sluggish combatants. Normally. But who in the realms of madness would field entire companies of heavy fighters in the 80 to 100 ton range? That Chippewa was notable because it was leading entire flights of Stukas. Since when were 100 ton ASF these common? Since when was the light horse all heavy fighters all the time for a good time? That's not what a light horse formation is, you fools. Even the DCMS knew that. Even the other heavy fighters the light horse were using were unnatural. He happened to glimpse a Slayer much like his, but instead of an AC-10 for its nose gun, it carried a PPC. 2 PPCs, in fact. And they were also hideously tough. Their escorts with their rear-facing lasers on a turret kept him from staying too long on any pony's tail. His only good fortune was that half these Stukas lacked any missile armament. He supposed the light horse decided to strip 15 tons of the LRM-20 and ammunition for whatever long-range lasers they were using. They acted like a bomber fleet. Holgerson snarled. Of course. That made sense. They were made to stop dropships out in space. They must not allow these ponies to reach the dropship. At the corner of his vision, something erupted into a ball of fire. To his relish, it was finally one of those Stukas. A group of interceptors massed and in several passes managed to finally carve out enough armor with their spread of medium lasers. Their speed meant they could match the velocity and bearing of the ELH craft, and then come in for a diving side attack. But unfortunately, not all of them survived. To cross the enemy's front arc was still death. Holgerson noted in his HUD a Sholegar from his squadron trying to arc away to the enemy's side for another boom and zoom. It was a Sholegar SL-21L with 6 tons of armor and 4 medium lasers, a potent close-range punch that could take down enemy fighters in a couple of passes. Although at 35 tons was more well-armored than a Sabre while almost as fast, capable of punching 5.5 Gs in a hurry, this proved to be neither fast enough nor well-armored enough at this range. Medium range. One of the ELH fighters pivoted on its axis. 4 large lasers punched straight through the nose of the Kurita craft. A small star flared briefly. Holgerson grit his teeth to the point he could taste blood and ordered the remains of his company to reform on him. Ryakin refused the dogfight. All the Kurita fighter craft were faster than all ELH craft, but not by much. Their interceptors were amazingly fast, but group tactics meant that they would be hobbled to the speed of the slowest craft in the attack group. None of them had DHS, and in the hard vacuum of space they had to spend time radiating built-up heat. Most dangerous in the initial point of contact, but as minutes passed, although the enemy still had the advantage in numbers, their ability to inflict damage had effectively halved and they ran out of missile ammunition. Captain Holgerson was an elite pilot with 18 kills to his name. In a dogfight he had never met his match. But many of the light fighters that usually served as a distraction, keeping enemy fighters panicking and frantic to protect their rear arcs, had now been removed or themselves frantically dodging for their own lives. Even the Shillans had long run out of LRMs and were forced to skirmish in medium laser range. Unlike Kurita Command that devolved quickly into lance-level command in a fighting furball, Brother I maintained for every manned fighter in the wing a tactical map showing all enemy combatants and how they were engaged. There were audio-visual cues and the limited brain-write ability of the SLDF neurohelmet to the posterior parietal cortex to improve spatio-temporal awareness. Kurita commanders, their moment-to-moment decisions continually under the pressure of attacking the enemy and evading for their own survival, could lose sight of what other portions of the enemy were doing. Whole squadrons, chased by enemy fighters, weaved into each other. Rip and tear. Until it is done. Slayer armor was tough. But it was not take 8 ER large lasers to the face tough. He only had a moment of horror to realize his mistake, that numeric superiority meant nothing in the face of local force superiority, before his fighter was carved open to the void. Ryakin exhaled and glanced at his status. Armor levels all still at green. Missile stocks down to half. Heat levels nominal. Enemy down. Find me, next heavy fighter. Nearest target marked on HUD. The light horse were wreaking havoc, trampling through the snakes, but there were still over 50 of the enemy remaining. The 4 Drost IIH pocket warships had finally reached gun range to the enemy dropship fleet. DCS Hugger. Vengeance class dropship. Close orbit approaching Galter 3. The Vengeance class carrier, although an Aerodyne-type dropship, was never meant to land on a planet. Thus, it had no need for secondary drives like the Leopard that pointed down, allowing it to land or maintain an Aerodyne craft's deck that was normally oriented horizontally to match planetary gravity. A Vengeance, being a purely spaceborne craft, only had its rear drives to push and create the sensation of gravity through constant acceleration. Its decks were laid out much like a skyscraper in space. Inside the CIC, Admiral Torvald Nitto lay strapped down to a reclining chair and stared up at the hollow pool. The distant observation deck windows had the appearance of skylights. Though now shuttered for protection, the impression of a tall roof remained. The entire chamber was lit with red and orange lights that would not ruin night vision. The other crew moved and worked around him, and if necessary walked up and down the walls on magnetic boots. The dropship, like all the others, approached the world accelerating at 1.5 gravities to save time, but due to Newton's first law of motion, they had to spend the same amount of time decelerating or else they would never stop and just overshoot the planet back out into deep space even with the drives turned off. All the ships had flipped around and had to burn for the same time they had been accelerating to bleed off their acquired momentum. The strategic map was oriented towards the planet as north. As the group of Kurita dropships had arrived in system from the nadir point and burned towards the planet at an acute angle as seen from the orbital plane, their track showed both the world and the group of ELH jump ships over to the left being roughly equidistant from this point. Admiral Nita, the warlord Yoriyoshi is again asking for information and advises for us to hurry this up, his aide reported. Maintain radio silence, he replied. Do not reply nor indicate which dropship the warlord is in. Order the fleet to maintain their heading and disposition. Does he want to pancake himself on landing? The dropships could not speed up to break past the defenders because not slowing down means they would overshoot the planet or arrive with too much speed that even aerobraking would not be able to bleed off. None of the dropships carrying the 6 regiments of the DCMS could afford to do anything but stay in formation trying to zero their momentum until reaching stable orbit. Except for a pair of symbols on the man, which could accelerate up to 4 gravities as their safe thrust factor. Assault dropships, that were not intended to land at all, had more flexibility to maneuver. The Achilles-class dropships, each escorted by 2 squadrons of fighters, turned to meet the group of 4 dropships that were so foolish enough to push forward all but naked of fighter cover. The 16 escorting fighters for each drost were busy tangling with the fighters right behind the dropships. Due to the inextricable geometry of space, the shortest route to intercept was dead on. 4 ships. Is this an insult, or this suicide? Nita mused. If they must try to nibble at our formation like wolves looking to pull away the sick and weak from the herd, they would be giving us more time instead. And time is the most valuable quality here. The hollow pool showed 2 blinking routes. One, in a straight line between the world and the Kurita group. Another, at an angle, waiting for the dropships to pass by. Admiral Nita could theoretically refuse the flank and rearrange the formation into a diagonal line that exposed more of the group into effective firing line. Alternatively, a flank approach by the light horse means he would have much more freedom to just split off the far half of the dropship group and they would be able to freely land without any interference. Barring any remaining aero fighter defenders, but largely they could not do enough damage to deter landings on their own. An overlord had at its disposal 6x PPC, 2x AC/20, 6x AC/5, 12x medium laser, 3x LRM-20, 6x large laser. But this was divided across various firing arcs in its mammoth egg shape. By comparison, the Achilles class was half the mass, just as tough, and was more impressively armed with 6x PPC, 3x AC/20, 2x AC/10, 4x AC/5, 1x LRM-10, 6x LRM-20, 4x large laser, 12x medium laser. Unlike an overlord, most of its weaponry were mounted to fire on the forward arc, delivering a heavy blow that could demolish dropships twice its mass in short order. They could sweep through enemy fighters and were made to hunt dropships. They also had 60 tons of armor, making them each slightly tougher than an overlord. Admiral Nita hummed. Observe, he spoke out idly to his aide, educating him in further preparation for becoming captain of his own assault ship. Unlike battle mech combat, where you could throw mechs and men at each other and they would sort themselves out, naval combat is a matter of patience, preparation, nerve, and endurance. It is as much about predicting your enemy and make them move according to your will than it is about killing the enemy. Space and time make themselves the ultimate masters of us all. The captainship of a military cargo dropship like a Union or Overlord was different from that of a space-only dedicated assault dropship like a Vengeance. The Admiralty considered itself a much purer service to the DCMS. Every action creates its equal and opposite reaction. Take note of how they must respond to our own actions. SLS Johnston. Taffy-class pocket warship. Same time. Pocket warship captains needed a peculiar qualification, they had to be privy to the secret of Declan II and spent time pondering before the planet with a face. Unlike the rank and file that were excited about reactivated by the SLDF, they had to remember that their ultimate goal was not restarting the Star League in itself, but only all that is good about the Star League, and protect the inner sphere from the debased remnants of the SLDF. They had to be worthy. They had to use every means at their disposal, because there would be no other help coming. Naval technology, just like everything derived from Robotnik's genius and the space magic of the Nanolathe and its Chaos Emerald taking completed designs from nearby alternate realities, was streamlined and automated to the point that one did not need to spend decades in an academy to do something useful with it. Naval combat was one instance where, due to the sheer range and firepower involved, did not need much in terms of gunnery and piloting skill as compared to being a fighter pilot and squadron leader. Where fighters needed to think in intense moments, capital ship combat was about spending fuel to maneuver into position, slowly and inexorably moving to their point of destiny. Miscalculations early on could get them killed. Some would liken naval combat to a game of chess, but Fleet Captain Ford Lancaster preferred to think of it as a game of cards. Texas Hold'em, in this case. The interior of the SLS Johnston was much more conventional, as the Drost could use its main thrusters to point down across its decks like on a planet, and when moving horizontally with its nose pointed at the enemy, high G chairs still faced the right way. Clean bright walls with all meeting edges softened into curves made the CIC look more like a bridge for a ship made to trek through the stars. The main screen faced forwards, and showed enemy response according to the radar tracks. A smaller picture-in-picture window showed half of the visible drive flares on the screen blink out as the dropships stopped reverse thrusting and coasted forward at speed. The other half briefly angled their thrust to point them away at an angle. Ha! Captain Lancaster slapped the armrests of his command chair. Look at that! They bought the bait. His executive officer, Brendan Watterson, commented from his station directly managing the CIC. It is a logical response, Captain. With these many ships, splitting forces in half puts the furthest half well out of our reach. If we assume that the regimental commanders are in those ships, they would be much safer on the ground. 4 ships versus a dozen other ships is still enough of an advantage. They're taking most of the overlords and trying to overwhelm us with a pair of Achilles and some Unions to soak up fire. Looks like they're not impressed with us being able to take down Avengers. Avengers have the flight performance of an interceptor craft, if necessary. As such they can only be escorted by interceptors in turn. They were far too exposed. But now, with the bulk of the Kurita Aero Wing behind us preventing our own aircraft from disengaging, and more heavy fighters and assault dropships in front, we are caught between hammer and anvil. The tactical map showed all elements shifting in maneuvers that would take half an hour to complete. Lancaster nodded. It would work. Aye, sir. If we weren't, you know, us. It is somewhat out of context, sir, I agree. Signal the fleet. Full burn. Number Fleetcom. SLS_Joel I just lost 2 drones. SLS_Joel negligible armor damage. SLS_Heerman entering capital laser range in 5 minutes. SLS_Heerman that's a lot of fighters. SLS_Samuel 24 fighters versus all 4 of us. SLS_Samuel what a mismatch. SLS_Samuel what are they going to have left after the Davian wing is done with them? SLS_Heerman with a minimum of aero cover, nothing short of nukes can stop that many overlords from forcing a landing. No matter how powerful any pocket warship, there were simply too many enemies. They could not stop the invasion in any scenario. 14 vs 4, however. Much easier to handle. DCS Hirano. Achilles-class dropship. Close orbit around Galter 3. Enemy assault ships have increased thrust to 2 gravities. Intercept in 12 minutes. The sensors officer reported. Captain Katsumi Kondo smiled. They took the bait. He thought that sending the Avengers out ahead on their own, escorted by only Sholagars, had been a waste. But it was not like he could argue against the fleet admiral. The DCA's job here was not to kill the enemy but to preserve as much of their forces and protect the landing. Certainly no one could have expected the ELH to have dropships capable of destroying a pair of Avengers in short order. Avengers being as fast and nimble as interceptors was quite ridiculous for a 1,900-ton craft. They were, for dropships, small enough that they could be used as oversized fighters and maneuver in formation as one. His dropship was much larger, and though it may have more long-ranged armament, proportionally had thinner armor than those assault dropships. But there was another way. Bigger was definitely better. An Achilles spent some of that mass and volume for 2 aerospace fighter bays, 2 small craft bays and 1 foot platoon for boarding operations. A Vengeance-class dropship carried up to 40 fighters. But a standard air wing was only 36 craft. What about the remaining 4? Usually they were reserved to protect the carriers, but in this instance, the 2 fighter bays of each Achilles held guest fighter craft from the fleet carriers while their dedicated fighters flew outside in escort. The assault group composed of the 2 Achilles and 28 fighter craft plus 8 small craft moved in a threatening blob towards the 4 DROTS. The often senseless and selfing brute violence of the DCMS continually made even Davian commanders continue to underestimate and forget that the Draconis Combine was capable of making dense multi-layered attacks where there were many possible routes to victory. SLS Johnston. Taffy-class pocket warship. All hands, make secure. Combat maneuvers imminent. The ship-wide comms announced. Abruptly gravity cut out as the ship stopped accelerating. Everyone lurched forward in their seats. Those standing held on to convenient handles at their workstations and relied on their magnetic boots. Aft-facing large lasers and extended LRMs continued firing at the Kurita fighter craft chasing after the 4 Drosts. The attackers had learned that robotic escort fighters could not be tempted to move away from their dropships, thus they had freedom to dive in and out in V-shaped formations like diving birds of prey. The insides of the bridge rang with the constant zip 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 and swoosh swoosh noise of the augmented combat interface. Capital long range in 10 seconds. Light capital lasers, Mark targets in AAA mode. Taffy fleet combined fire in pairs. The capital lasers gave out more of a free aim sound, and the main screen showed a simulated beamline to their targets. Number Fleetcom. SLS_Heerman enemy fighters engaged at capital range. SLS_Heerman 30-second combat report, 1 fighter destroyed. SLS_Samuel switching targets. SLS_Samuel continuing combined fire on marked heavy fighters. SLS_Heerman 2 fighters down. 22 remaining. SLS_Joel for something massing 150 tons, I would have expected doing more than AC/10 damage at this range. SLS_Heerman it's good enough that the focusing lenses can even keep a steady beat at this range. The slightest twitch here means a wide arc at the end. It's the lighter lenses that are even allowing the beam not to overcorrect itself away from the target. SLS_Heerman of course the necessary weakness is that we can't pump too much power through the lens without melting it. SLS_Heerman you should in fact consider it miraculous that a capital weapon can be only 150 tons at all. SLS_Samuel time to medium capital range, 12 minutes. SLS_Johnston continue focusing fire. SLS_Johnston it doesn't matter if we're wasting hits over killing fighters. SLS_Johnston ignore light fighters. DCS Hirano. Achilles class dropship. Why are our fighters exploding? How are they hitting us from this far? Evasive maneuvers. The ASFs began jinking about semi-randomly, ruining capital lasers' ability to maintain a damaging beam in one spot. Lasers, unlike PPCs, did not deal smash damage in one go but needed to maintain consistent time on target of at least a few seconds. We know their maximum range now, Captain Kondo breathed. Record and send everything to the Admiral. And the carrier itself packaged this information to send down into the HPG station on the planet, because Comster was supposedly so neutral that they would deliver military information to opposing parties of the world they inhabited as long as they paid the necessary priority fee. SLS Johnston. Taffy class pocket warship. Entering medium capital range in 5 seconds. Main guns ready. Converge all capital lasers. Taffy fleet, ready for combined bracketing fire on marked ship. Aye sir. Firing on your mark. 3. 2. 1. Mark. Free aim. From the chin of the Drost, 4 laser ports briefly glittered. This variant of the Drost IIH had reduced standard firepower and did not carry integral fighter bays. The general-purpose Drost IIH with an all-SCL/1 armament could probably wipe out whole fighter wings by their lonesome while still being a decent threat to large craft. There was room in the prow to carry up to 8 light subcapital lasers. But Taffy fleet's pocket warships carried 4 heavy subcapital lasers. SCL/3S. Each of these SCL massing 300 tons each had a punch approaching that of a naval laser/35, which massed 700 tons. Although at a much reduced range. 4 of them, if they could just concentrate their beams into one spot, could deal more on-point damage than a full-scale medium naval PPC or a naval autocannon/10, which massed 1,800 and 2,000 tons respectively. A pocket warship only had to carry 1,200 tons in primary armament. In addition, the Drost IIH SL-3 carried a pair of SCL/1S in each wing, each massing 150 tons. In total, the 5,300-ton pocket warship had armament of 4x subcapital laser/3, 4x subcapital laser/1, 9x extended LRM-20, 3 aft, 16x ER PCC, 4 aft, 16x ER large laser, 12 aft, 2x AMS on each facing. Bracketing fire was a skill lost during the Star League, along with the top-secret algorithms that made it practical to employ, and was the art of dispersing fire in a carefully selected pattern to increase the chance of a hit. Normal individual fire modes for capital weapons mostly involved shooting in the enemy's general direction in a rippling pattern trying to predict its movements. Bracketing fire took that best prediction and walked the fire mode around it in a calculated series of hits where at least 4 guns worked in unison. Free aim. Laser sounds thrummed continuously through the bridge, the decks vibrating with every shot. Sensors tracking the enemy gave punchy audible returns, crackling and popping of enemy armor being scraped away, the scream of metal being ripped into. For argument's sake, assume that SLC/3 deals 3 capital damage and the SCL/1 dealt 1 capital. That was 12 plus 4 equals 16 capital damage on the forward arc. Adjust 80% hit efficiency with shorter bursts exchanging damage for accuracy, that is 13 capital damage. A Union had side armor of 18. An Overlord had side armor of 21. The largest assault dropship ever built, a Colossus, had 25 armor layers on its thickest facing. There was no dropship that ever existed that could survive 2 volleys from these lasers. And there were 4 shipfuls of them. DCS Hirano. Achilles class dropship. Alarms rang through the Red Bridge, and the system's offer could only scream out what? We are taking damage. Sir, breaches across. A beam punched through into the internal ammo storage of the assault dropship and detonated. The ship tore itself apart from the inside. Number Fleetcom. SLS_Johnston enemy down. SLS_Johnston switching to the next lead ship. SLS_Samuel good job team. SLS_Heerman enemy fighter craft accelerating. SLS_Heerman also the Union dropships. SLS_Johnston beware of kamikaze attacks. The remaining Achilles, already doing a modicum of evasive movement, switched to a sudden frantic swerve. The nearest Union was being screamed at to provide cover. Literal cover. But nothing in space could ever be done so suddenly. Momentum was something to fight, and Newton's laws ruled. The Achilles wobbled sluggishly off to one side, while the Drost's capital lasers were already cycling. In addition, because lasers had comparatively light focusing lenses that could fire off-bore, they could be set into anti-aircraft mode more suitable for engaging fast small craft below 500 tons. A single hit from any subcapital laser could throw even a heavy fighter off kilter, if not leaking thermal shock through a weak point. Even if the armor might hold, some components could still be damaged if unlucky, such as flight control surfaces, avionics wiring, and thrusters. There was nothing short of a true warship that could stop them, much to the Combine's dawning horror. The Dictator-class pocket warships, massing 9,000 tons instead of 5,300, could only have been much more fearsome. No wonder even the Wolf's Dragoons could roll over and surrender. DCS Pride of Benjamin. Overlord-class dropship. The captain of the ship reported the events with a tone of hushed awe and dread to Warlord Yoriyoshi. Deep ensconced inside his dragon, Yoriyoshi looked up, startled. At that range. He roared. Hi, Taisho. Those are not extended range lasers. Those are not extended range lasers at all. He howled. Those are no mere assault dropships, those are warships. Davian has warships. They fit a warship-grade weapon inside a dropship. The captain of the ship nodded silently, sweating inside the temperature-controlled environment of his bridge. He thanked his lucky stars that his ship was far on the other side of the formation. Your orders, Warlord. I demand to speak with Admiral Nita. Immediately. DCS Hagyur. Vengeance-class dropship. Your orders, Taitoku. Asked the comms officer. Instead of answering, the old leaned back on his chair and rubbed his chin. After a while, he waved his hand and said the orders have not changed. Move at best combined speed. Destroy those dropships with any means you have. The light horse dropships had already been considered the most dangerous element here, this only increased the urgency. This was the absolute advantage of range. Most of the important troops were in the overlords. These unions contained mainly DCMS tanks and infantry. They were helpless to do anything inside their base. The captains of these unions, they would take hits and ram the enemy if necessary. They would do this, or their families would suffer long and agonizing deaths for their cowardice. A bright light flared in the distance and on the hollow pool, one of the triangular symbols for an Aerodyne dropship vanished. DCS Megami, has been sunk, reported the sensors officer, only a small quaver betraying his nervousness. Continue, said Admiral Nita. Everything in that battle group exists to clear the way for the bombers. No one comes back. Kill those dropships or die trying. SLS Johnston. Taffy-class pocket warship. Enemy fighter group entering capital medium range. We are taking LRM fire. There were still the 10 Union dropships, now burning forward at their max thrust of 2.5 Gs. Captain Lancaster let out a sigh of relief. Still dangerous, but compared to the Achilles that can maneuver at 6 gravities, they had much more room to breathe. All weapons free. SLS Joel and Heerman, switch to AAA mode. Johnston and Samuel will be on anti-capital ship duty. Helm, intercept at 2 gravities. All ships, loose formation. Setting acceleration corridor, aye sir. All hands prepare for high-gravity movement in 5 seconds. All Kurita craft shifted their disposition, becoming all but berserk. The fighter craft skirmishing with Pegasus Wing broke off to swarm the 4 pocket warships. The ships did not have that many guns to deal with these many fighters. The 4 Drosts moved at an angle predicted to avoid any direct dropship-on-dropship action, avoiding any silly kamikaze attempts, even if their safe thrust values were about triple that of the enemy. They no longer needed to keep their nose pointed at the enemy. Internal audio cues hissed with every enemy attack run. This was not something they could just ignore, but it was bearable. An Overlord had 22 capital armor on its nose, 21 sides, and 15 aft. The Achilles had 29 nose, 26 side, and 17 aft. The Drost pocket warship DRST-SL-3 had 50 capital equivalent armor layers up front, 42 to the sides, and 37 to the rear. Against standard weaponry, some poetic license aside, they could do this all day. Captain Lancaster leaned back on his seat and let the crew work. No orders were needed. He focused on observing how the situation developed and imagined this as practice for a thunder run to Luthien. Number Fleetcom. SLS_Samuel dropship kill. SLS_Johnston reporting, 8 unions remaining. SLS_Heerman enemy small crafts destroyed. SLS_Heerman go away, Space Marines. SLS_Joel still too many fighters. I warning. I high probability nuclear munitions on inbound heavy fighter craft. I targets marked. Captain Lancaster sat up suddenly. What? Looking at the TIC map, a full squadron was diving for his ship in 3 lines. They were all not going as fast as those fighters could normally be expected to move. Were the bombers concentrated all on one group or spread out across 3? The escorting drone craft immediately broke off from fighter combat to intercept. AAA mode on. All guns on point defense. The gunner screamed. The bridge echoed with a distinctive buzzing siren. WAOMP, WAOMP, WAOMP. Fighter craft could carry off-the-shelf nuclear warheads in a 5-ton missile. A Slayer at 80 tons could only carry 1, but the extra mass on its hardpoints need only slow it down from maximum of 4.5 Gs to 4 Gs of thrust. The fleet converged fire and filled the region of space in lasers and missiles and scattered PPC bolts. Fighters died, but not quickly enough. 4 large missile signatures inbound. Everyone inside the ship grit their teeth and felt faint, blood flow being dragged by the G-forces as the Drost slammed its main thrusters into sudden 4 gravities trying to get out of the way. Vip 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 vip. All non-capital guns switched to point defense mode, and laser AMS worked their frantic best. A Stuka drone swooped down to intercept a missile with its body. A star was born. Everything whited out for a moment in a wash of hot photons and a storm of electromagnetic waves. This disrupted one of the closest other Alamo, burning out in fratricidal kill. The 2 remaining nuke-tipped missiles were able to continue unhindered, as the nuclear flare also disrupted all nearby sensors and targeting systems. The SLS Johnston's sideways movement allowed one heavy and ungainly missile to just barely miss. Its terminal guidance had overcommit. The other missile struck the ship dead on. Straight into the round ELH logo even. The 5-kiloton Alamo warhead burst out into a rapidly expanding orb of nuclear hellfire right on contact. Layers upon layers of armor instantly evaporated, plating expanding and spooling out into threads as shock traveled through the hull. The internal structure of the pocket warship screamed and flexed inwards. The crew felt the hammer blow of the gods through the ship itself and into their rib cages. Horse and Sun, Dragon Falls 05. Comster HPG Compound. Galter 3. The control room of the HPG station held as much resemblance to a throne room as a temple and as a ship's battle bridge. The precenter of the station sat on a raised chair, overlooking stations below and a main screen just ahead. Monitoring the battlefield had the problem that the HPG station was situated around New Delhi, which while at the equatorial region of the world still meant that most of the action was happening south, past the world's curvature. As a B-class station, the site lacked many features and amenities more common to heavily industrialized worlds. Comster had to rely on portable astronomical monitoring equipment, on a boat somewhere off the coast of Changli. Precenter Felix Monadu steepled his fingers together, his face hidden under the shadows of his cowl as the battle progressed. Naval action of such numbers and intensity were rare, and this would be valuable information for the comm guards, and any of the great houses would also compensate Comster well for this information. The screen flashed briefly. Then again. What was THA? Precenter. Screeched one of the adepts. That was a nuclear detonation. Precenter Monado could not help but to smile. Good. Yes. This was very good. Yes. And is that legal? I mean, in terms of war, is that allowed? Isn't that a war crime? Is this something Comster should condemn? Was the unspoken question. How young? How naive? Is it within 50,000 kilometers of a planet? The precenter asked in turn. It is, within 40,000 kilometers, yes. Precenter Monadu shrugged and waved that aside. The Ares conventions were rescinded by the Star League under Addendum 2 in 2579, and formally renounced by all powers in the First Succession War. An informal honors of war have replaced them, based roughly on the conventions, but the use of nuclear weapons in space is not considered an atrocity. As you say, Precenter, the young man in the blue Comster robes responded. Put aside your fears, young one. We do not make judgments on military necessity. Comster is neutral. All we have to do here is to report the truth to all that may listen. He leaned back on his chair, feeling such satisfaction. May this allow the lords of the inner sphere feel it is more acceptable to break each other again, that Comster's prophecy is fulfilled by rising over their blasted radioactive ashes. The Eridani Light Horse have been surprisingly hard to infiltrate and collect information on, but if this escalation is the end of things, why, it would perhaps be interesting to encourage it. DCS Hagyur. Vengeance class dropship. Admiral Nita smiled. It took but a moment. Before, a Drost IIH warship spun on its axis. After, the pointed arrow slab of that craft's nose crumpled inwards and leaked a cloud of vaporized material, plasma, and fuel. The thrusters were silent, and it continued to spin around, wallowing like a shark going belly up, once a predator now abruptly turned into a cold dead thing. The hollow pool screen briefly flashed and a region of space turned wavy to represent the spreading EMP burst. However, nukes in space, lacking an atmosphere to energize and turn into a shockwave, delivered and faded away in but a second or two. A deep hush fell across the bridge. Taisho, is this not dangerous for us too? His aide asked softly. If they bring assault dropships, we will remove them with the appropriate nuclear response. Anything that is close to a warship will merit anti-warship weaponry. They must realize the consequences for their escalation. There was more where that came from. There were 4 more fighters ready to go, hiding in the shadow of a Union. Any more fighters only had to recall back into the carrier and rearm. This was a classic escalate to de-escalate. As soon as the local space cleared of radio interference, he would be able to threaten a temporary ceasefire and orderly withdrawal of both forces. Yes, he had lost 4 assault dropships. But he still had access to half a wing of fighters. And the Light Horse's jump ship fleet was over there, oh so vulnerable. Admiral Nita raised his hand. Give me an open channel to that battle group and to the world. The Vengeance-class carrier, with its fusion engines, had more than enough power to drive beamforming antennas to deliver transmissions in a cone. Number Galtercom. Lieutenant G_Mandela_ 33HUSSR, was that a nuke? Lieutenant G_Mandela_ 33HUSSR, that was a nuke. Lieutenant G_Mandela_ 33HUSSR, no. These Kurita worms. How dare they? Lieutenant G_Mandela_ 33HUSSR, there is nothing so low they cannot sink to. BRVG_Armstrong_ ELHC, unfortunately, even the Ares conventions do not disallow the use of nukes in space. BRVG_Armstrong_ ELHC, it was expected that Kurita would quickly resort to nukes as a counter to our pocket warships. BRVG_Armstrong_ ELHC, but we didn't expect them to resort to it this soon. BRVG_Armstrong_ ELHC. BRVG_Armstrong_ ELHC, friend computer. How did you miss this? I apologizes. The enemy discarded normal weapons load in order to free enough mass to hitch a heavy missile without noticeably reducing thrust factors. Removing the LRM-20 is sufficient for a Shalone, and the AC-10 for a Slayer. BRVG_Armstrong_ ELHC, we underestimated Kurita. BRVG_Armstrong_ ELHC, damn it. MRGV_Douglas_ 12th Vega, they were brave men and deserved better. MRGV_Douglas_ 12th Vega, I am sorry for your loss, General. MRGV_Douglas_ 12th Vega, we will make them pay for this perfidy. BRVG_Armstrong_ ELHC, it is too soon to count Taffy fleet out. MRGV_Douglas_ 12th Vega, yes, of course. There are still 3 ships left. Emergency update. Transmission from Draconis Combined Carrier. Patching through. DCA_Admiral Davian Forces. DCA_Admiral, you have fought well, but you cannot stop us. DCA_Admiral, even with all your tricks, we still fight. We are strong. We can and we will overcome. DCA_Admiral, but you know as well as I do that this war cannot be solved out in space. DCA_Admiral, by my mercy and honor, I will offer you this brief respite. Withdraw your assault dropships, and let our conventional forces settle this in more worldly combat. DCA_Admiral, refuse this generous offer of a ceasefire, and I will slay you all. Lieutenant G_Mandela_ 33HUSSR. I have no words for this. Lieutenant G_Mandela_ 33HUSSR, no words that should be said out loud by a decent man. MRGV_Douglas_ 12th Vega. MRGV_Douglas_ 12th Vega. General. MRGV_Douglas_ 12th Vega. As much as it pains me to say this sounds like an actionable compromise. MRGV_Douglas_ 12th Vega, our whole plan had always centered around settling this on the ground. Lieutenant G_Mandela_ 33HUSSR. Lieutenant G_Mandela_ 33HUSSR, damn it all. Lieutenant G_Mandela_ 33HUSSR, but Armstrong. I do not expect you to send your men to their deaths just to make a show of not giving in to Kurita threats. Lieutenant G_Mandela_ 33H USSR, it would embolden them to do more of this next time. Lieutenant G Mandela 33H USSR, they have nukes and I want to make sure they will not be able to use those nukes against civilians. Lieutenant G Mandela 33H USSR, but I do not have the Aero fighters, and I cannot speak for how much either way would risk the people of Galter. Lieutenant G Mandela 33H USSR, either way, I will stand with you. MRGV Douglas 12th Vega, the use of a nuclear device against planetary targets should be an atrocity that even the Combine should stay away from. MRGV Douglas 12th Vega, that would demand reprisal, we do not want to go that road again. MRGV Douglas 12th Vega, it feels like cowardice, but I must admit that we are caught in a vice here. MRGV Douglas 12th Vega, since we could not stop their forces anyway, was the use of pocket warships necessary at all? Did we just recklessly escalate for no reason? Lieutenant G Mandela 33H USSR, Armstrong earlier said that Hansa Davian knows how to make capital weapons now. Lieutenant G Mandela 33H USSR, so why should Davian be prevented from having what they need to win? Lieutenant G Mandela 33H USSR, lasers are not nukes. Effective weapons are in no way against the accepted rules of war. Lieutenant G Mandela 33H USSR, if Kurita were not cowards and butchers they should have something better than just to resort to weapons of terror yet again as a first resort. That they are carrying nukes again is a threat. Do as we say or we will restart the age of war. Lieutenant G Mandela 33H USSR, they are trying to strangle others from having any advantage over them just by the threat of mass murder yet again, forgetting their history of doing that is why we fight them so hard in the first place. MRGV Douglas 12th Vega, what can they do? They do not have pocket warships. MRGV Douglas 12th Vega, nukes are the easiest, cheapest, and most effective counter. Lieutenant G Mandela 33H USSR, I know. Damn it, I know. Lieutenant G Mandela 33H USSR, but if they can get away with threatening away defenders from their invasions once, then they will be able to do it every time. MRGV Douglas 12th Vega, that is fair, but regardless, I present my vote that we accept this ceasefire and withdraw space forces. Aero fighter defense should still be valid. Lieutenant G Mandela 33H USSR, ugh. I also vote, accept. Lieutenant G Mandela 33H USSR, next time they should just be smashed earlier and more thoroughly so they cannot use tricks like this. BRVG Armstrong ELHC. BRVG Armstrong ELHC. BRVG Armstrong ELHC, het. SLS Johnston. Taffy class pocket warship. Someone was desperately gasping, oh Jesus, oh Jesus, oh Jesus, save our ship. Wait, what? Captain Lancaster blinked the spots from his eyes. The air inside the bridge stank faintly of ozone. But. Number Fleetcom. SLS Joel Johnston. SLS Heerman no. SLS Samuel those bastards. SLS Johnston. SLS Johnston SLS Johnston SLS Johnston. SLS Heerman. The hell? The brief shocked lull in combat has ended. Fighters and dropships now fought with even more desperate anger around a floating hulk. The cockpit area of the stricken Drost suddenly glowed bright yellow from the inside, showing shattered blast shields. Its drive sputtered, once, twice, then a steady fusion flame on the third attempt. The ship, groggily, came alive. We're alive. Captain Lancaster wheezed out. Everything seemed to be spinning around him. Then. How are we alive? D-damage report. Watterson yelled hoarsely, blood dripping from the side of his mouth. The engineering station officer on the bridge reported, Holy Mother of God, we're burning hot and limping, but, sir, that took out 100 layers of armor in one go and ripped out the forward quad PPC turret. But, apart from structural frames bending inward, we seem to be mostly intact. I don't, how? Someone else murmured, I know nukes are less deadly in space due to not having an atmosphere to propagate the shockwave, but, the fuck was that? You can't just shrug off kilotons. That's insane. Who does that? Apparently we do. I mean, that's what ablative armor is for, right? They are best against thermal effects. Lancaster blinked. Dimly he recalled someone back at the Declan 2 nanoforge mentioning that 500 goddamn layers of ferro-aluminium armor could, theoretically, be able to survive a single 4-gun bracketed fire volley from a goddamn heavy naval PPC battery. Hail Robotnik! Someone suddenly yelled. Praise the sun. Everybody shut up, Lancaster groaned. Brother update me. What happened? I can answer that question. 5 kilotons on contact, though dangerous, is less than the expected thermal component of a volley of 2 4-gun capital laser bays of full-scale heavy naval lasers. 8 NL/55S. Such as from a Dante-class frigate. You had 16% chance of instantly dying from ruptured internal structure and rapid integrity collapse. Conversely, 84% chance of surviving an Alamo hit on any facing. I do not recommend being as confident against a Santa Ana. That rocks, someone muttered. We're not out of danger yet. Stations. Get us back in fighting order. Yes, Captain. Drives, online. Weapons, online. Sensors, compromised. All systems active. To the Draconis Combine Admiralty Commander. This is Eridani Light Horse High Command. This is our counter-proposal. Effective direct fire weaponry and tactics are in no way against the accepted rules of warfare. There were multiple avenues of non-nuclear responses you could have taken. We refuse to give in to nuclear blackmail. We refuse to give up the right to defend our worlds and its people from the slavery and tortures you wish to inflict upon them. But we may let these regiments resolve their differences on land, unmolested by these dropship tanks. But in exchange, you, by the criminal use of nuclear weaponry and the threat of nuclear terrorism, get to die. The one that dares to break open the long-shunned vault of nuclear horrors, will never be forgiven. These horses shall chase all those responsible to the very edges of space. DCS Hugger. Vengeance-class dropship. Admiral Nitta sat up, wincing as his spine protested the action. I'm impossible. He whispered. Wounded, smoking, yet shark-like and ominous as ever, the Drost 2 pocket warship pulsed its drives and faced the closest Union dropship. Lenses swiveled to follow a bright thermal signature. Something glittered at its nose. Freem. And a nearby Kurita Union dropship was peeled open like a pomegranate. The Kurita fighters were only stunned momentarily from the sight, and the robotic drone fighters were quick to punish their inattention. Then, almost as one, the Kurita fighters apparently decided that they should finish off the SLS Johnston at all costs. They ignored enemy fire and swooped down, firing their guns with wild abandon, internally screaming, and then suddenly, one rammed into the SLS Johnston's side, just narrowly missing the engine pods. Until more damage assessment could be done, it was unsafe to suddenly thrust in any direction, even at 1 gram. Continue the operation. Admiral Nitta hissed. Number Fleetcom. Warning. Nuclear devices detected on inbound fighters. Targets marked. SLS_Joel a second wave. SLS_Samuel get behind us, Johnston. SLS_Samuel everybody else, get out of my way. A squadron of fighters came out from behind a Union, hidden in the opaque plasma sheath of its drive flare. While far enough not to be damaged by the heat, drive plasma was normally radar opaque. This was something Justin Allard would have used later to hide a whole Leopard-class dropship in the shadow of an Overlord. 4 Shillans and 2 Sabres. The SLS Samuel surged out, thrusters at full burn, its weapon ports firing furiously. It attempted to put the SLS Johnston in its own shadow. Fighters converged on the wounded ship, and a few more aero fighters in their fanatical anger at being denied an obvious victory attempted to kamikaze into it. In space, 18 kilometers was a very short distance and ships could easily accidentally ram into each other. The radioactivity still emitting from the SLS Johnston's forward right chin was enough to disrupt sensors. The crunch of a Slayer pancaking itself on SLS Heerman coming up from below rang through the ship. This was melee for spacecraft and this was stupid, and a ship this big should not be so nimble at 4 gravities, but fuck that noise. The amber cockpit lights of the Drost IIH glared like a baleful cyclopean eye. DCS Pride of Benjamin. Overlord-class dropship. The horror was only filtering through the regimental command vessel. Yoriyoshi only had minutes to decide. The fleet carriers hanging back behind the formation were not safe. The Overlord dropships, long secure in their thick armor to punch through contested orbitals, were not safe. Their assault dropships were being cut to pieces as he sat there stunned and disbelieving. The light horse could peel open a Union or an Overlord with each pass. The orders were clear and imperative with all the weight of his words as a warlord of Benjamin. Land everything. Send everything down or you will die in space. Have the carriers retreat. The fighters have only one duty, cover and protect us as we descend. But that would leave the fighters potentially dead in space, too far from their home carrier to reach with their fuel reserves. Yoriyoshi was throwing away over 90 elite fighters, but that was better than losing whole regiments without even being able to fight back. Would Torvald Nitta agree? The transport dropships were under the command of the DCMS. Now it was only a question if the admiral would choose to abandon his men. Enough of the fighters might survive to support actions on the ground, but until an airbase could be secured, there was no way to rearm and refit fighter craft. DCS Hugger. Vengeance class dropship. Admiral Torvald Nitta grit his teeth. A dense minute passed. No more nuclear fires bloomed. He exhaled. He would not repeat the sin of Takeo Kurita. Signal the Bake Mono. We move towards the light horse jump ships. Fighters, pull back to the transport dropships. Cover their approach at all costs. The overlords should be far enough from the Drost battle group by now. Time. Everything in space combat was about the conservation of time. Would they be able to intercept the vengeance carriers? Nitta's aide was slowly coming to the realization this could not end in any way but all their deaths. Taisho, do you seek to destroy the jump ships? Are you going to protest that this is also forbidden under the rules of war? The young officer grimaced. The Combine would make their families pay for their failure. Yet it was better to die than be a coward. And whatever publicly may be said, the Admiral would be censured for his violations of the common code limiting warfare in the succession wars. Privately, their families would at least be taken care of, instead of taken care of. Destroying the enemy to their last breath was always an honorable action. No, Taisho. It is an honor to stand by your side at this time. After a while, he ventured to say, but it occurs to me that the light horse jump ships. What? Go on. They have been here for most of month. Surely their drives have been sufficiently charged, this close to the sun. What prevents them from simply jumping away just before we arrive and wasting our time? The Admiral smiled, his eyes crinkling. Absolutely nothing. Then he leaned back and pulled down the brim of his cap. All we would be able to do then is to keep going at overthrust speeds, all the way to the other jump point. As we are out of position and without sufficient aero fighter strength, we cannot be faulted for not turning about. We would be neutralizing the enemy simply by having them chase us. We may only wait at the jump point for replenishment for the second wave. Unlike turning around to flee, this cannot be called cowardice. Ah! And if the light horse dropship warships manages to intercept? He beamed with admiration at the old man. Even to the end, he kept trying for a win-win scenario. Then we die fighting. What else but a worthy death can a warrior desire? Nothing, Taisho. I understand now. Thank you. Galter 3. Near orbit. Fighters coming up from the space/atmosphere interface met the last remaining untouched escort wing of the DCA Aero Regiment. As fighters battles, the dropships punched through the last defense line. It was now up to the individual dropship captains how and where to land. Assigned to regiments, they had best land together. The 17th Benjamin Regulars headed by Warlord Yoriyoshi, the 3rd Benjamin, and the 6th Benjamin Regulars, clustered together intent on pushing through to the Star League depot. Unfortunately the Overlord containing 6th Benjamin's commanding officer, General Sachis Lee, was hit and he decided it was best to land early around Changli. The 1st Amphigene Light Assault Group aimed at New Wuhan City. The 21st Galdan Regulars and the 7th Sword of Light * aimed towards the planetary capital of New Delhi. * These two regiments may yet change. Snakebite 01. Galter 2. An hour later. The space invasion had reached its terminal phase. Despite their willingness to continue, even the ELH fighters were starting to run out of fuel. The Drost IIH dropships were well out of position to contest the landings. By the time they arrived, the Combine would have landed. Everything in space combat was about the conservation of time and resources, and the Combine had managed to make the light horse pay dearly for it. The pocket warships turned about to head towards the jump ships at the L1 point. The Combine's Vengeance-class carriers had a maximum thrust value of 3 gravities, while the Drost IIHs maintained their maximum thrust values of up to 4 gravities. However, due to the angular difference and the momentum they had built up going the wrong way to meet up with the invasion force, they might or might not make it in time. The SLS Joel and SLS Heerman flipped around and sprinted to intercept, while SLS Samuel stayed behind, escorting the wounded SLS Johnston at 0.25 grams towards the ELH jump ship group. Their role in this invasion, at least for now, was over. Number Galtercom. BRVG_Armstrong_ ELHC, it is time to go to work. BRVG_Armstrong_ ELHC, it has been a pleasure, sirs. Lieutenant G_Mandela_ 33 Hussar, Godspeed you on your way, gentlemen. MRGV_Douglas_ 12th Vega, stand fast and be victorious. Jen_Dobson_ Dahar DMM, wait, hang on. Are we just going to stop communicating here? Jen_Dobson_ Dahar DMM, this is far too useful. Jen_Dobson_ Dahar DMM, I am still getting a real-time track of where the dropships are heading. MRGV_Douglas_ 12th Vega, you must prepare for the EMP burst that Kurita uses to precede their landings. MRGV_Douglas_ 12th Vega, I am still in space ready to drop, remember? BRVG_Armstrong_ ELHC, brother, I will rebuild COMM links soon enough. BRVG_Armstrong_, ELHC, once we have fully engaged the enemy, we will then know when or how to send supporting forces. Fake Star League site. Galter 3. No plan ever survives contact with the enemy. Despite everything, the defenders had not really managed to meaningfully thin out the attackers. Their only advantage was the utter decimation of Kurita aero power. General Armstrong, in his atlas, looked up at the sky and the distant flares showing drop ships on their final phase of descent. Of the 12 overlords assigned to the fleet, 3 were given over to General Yoriyoji's 17th, but had a 4th overlord-like craft. The elite 7th Sword of Light had 4. The remaining 5 were given 2 each to the 21st Gaelden, the 3rd Benjamin, and 1 to the 6th Benjamin Regulars, with the rest made up with more common craft like Triumphs and Unions, and even some Leopard dropships here and there. Cargo and infantry carrier dropships accompanied the landings, ready to receive loot and plunder. All across the world, people shuddered at the streaks of light passing through the sky. These were no benign wishing stars, no matter how much they twinkled merrily. The 17th Benjamin Regulars in advance airdropped jump-capable mechs to clear the way from the east of the depot and screen the main landing zone. Elazar's battalion had this job. The light mechs of Amos Company were the first to drop even as the Overlord was still halfway to its desired landing zone. Mainly Panthers with some Phoenix and Shadow Hawks, jump-capable mechs all. They all landed nimbly and safely. The Panthers of Eleazar's battalion were equipped with advanced electronic probes, AEP, specifically designed to spot mines. Not quite the Beagle Active Probe, BAP, these devices were light enough to be a modular addition to the targeting and tracking system of a mech. Short-ranged and limited to this one task, it forced fast mechs to slow down and scan the area. "My scanners are screaming," said LT. Derek Amos through the radio. Standard radio frequencies worked well enough at relatively close range and low altitude. Everything from here to there for say 10 kilometers around is a blasted minefield. There are berms blocking the view, and trenches for infantry to move through. We could send infantry through this, but it would be slow going, sir. "Do what you can," replied Major Noya Elazar. "We have our orders." He looked to the horizon, and the depot with its old rusted hulks of dropships still slumped on long-abandoned launch pads. They started to cut a path through the minefields, blasting the ground with lasers and PPCs, and clearing the first band within 15 minutes. To counter this move, spotters from the Davian Guards Auxiliary, moving through the trenches, called in artillery strikes against these mechs. The Davian Guard Auxiliary's snipers howled. "QSO. Move back and find cover." He radioed back to command, "Show SA, artillery is covering the approaches. Should we continue? If we keep running back and forth, blasting mines, we could make some headway, but it will not be quick. That would take too long. No, come back. We will find the general and ask for updated orders. The minefield is far too large for us to be of use splitting the enemy's attention with a flank attack. I will ask for mine-clearing bombing runs." As part of Warlord Yoriyoshi's most beloved regiment, the 17th knew better than to throw their valuable mechs, and lives, in brainless assaults. The Panthers backed off and consolidated with the rest of their battalion, finishing their unloading. The 3rd Benjamin made scattered landings due south and east of the depot. No matter how prepared one was to face the enemy, one could never really be prepared for the enemy to do the fuck stupid thing and land directly on the minefield. The pilot noticed a navigation error that could have led them to land right on a swamp, but may have overcorrected the other way. Perhaps he was shouted at to get as close as possible to the enemy. Perhaps he was being shouted at for disobeying the general's great plan. While the overlord of Gamasis battalion of the 3rd Benjamin was able to blow away enough of the mines to land safely, their jump mechs landed directly on the mines and losses were total. "No. Landing zone is hot. Repeat, landing zone is hot." One of the mech warriors screamed from below from a mech amputated from the waist down. "Do not land." But it was already too late. The overlord needed to land before it could build up enough thrust for another controlled ascent. Overthrusting at this point would just lead to a loss of control and the overlord pitching itself down into the dirt. Gamasis battalion was packed with heavy and assault mechs. But their very valuable overlord was within artillery range. Perhaps it would have been better if they had actually landed in the swamp. Perhaps the pilot had already been angrily hit in the head for his incompetence and now had to perform pre-flight checklists while bleeding and concussed. Gamasis battalion lacked AEP devices and were effectively trapped inside the minefield. The smoke from burning wrecks attracted notice from aircraft. Now and then attempts at leaving their landing zone were heralded with a quick and often deadly bang. Or they could run out into the minefield with their heavy and medium mechs and guarantee dying from a minefield and artillery. Because EMP still blanketed the area, General Nagakado had no idea this was happening. His command overlord had landed safely, and a cluster of Unions carried the rest of his regiment many kilometers distant from each other. A pair of Leopards landed right in the goddamn swamp as was originally planned, and already that was 2 mech lances out of action. They were sucked right in on landing, and they opened bay doors and immediately flooded themselves. Downward-pointing vertical lift drives were sogged through, and igniting would blast their undercarriages. Just because the Vanyal plains were plains did not mean it was all wide-open prairies and good farmland. He had bigger problems, that being the 91 STS 1st and 2nd Battalions personally led by Armstrong, coming up right behind him. The Eridani Light Horse, despite the EMP comms disruption, moved out immediately as Brother I ballistically calculated the expected landing zones. The rest of the 17th Benjamin regulars landed directly east of the depot. Air power accompanied Warlord Yoriyoshi's dropship, and as such he was able to gather a scan of the area. His personal dropship was one of the rare Fortress-class dropships, slightly smaller than an Overlord at 6,000 tons, but capable of carrying a complete combined arms battalion of a company each of battle mechs, combat vehicles, and infantry. Air power accompanied Warlord Yoriyoshi's dropship, and as such he was able to gather a scan of the area. He knew where the depot lay, and the Eridani Light Horse camped slightly northwest of it. The regimental battle group landed along the main road leading to the depot. Almost immediately his scouting forces were rained upon by artillery. Warlord Syovo Yoriyoshi, in his dragon, calmly moved through the scattered barrage. These are thumper shells, he correctly surmised, looking at the impact craters. He ordered the Imperial Artillery Battalion attached to his battle group to unlimber and begin to perform counter-battery. 6 long toms began to suppress the depot, though Yoriyoshi wondered if this might cause too much damage to his prize. Davian recon observers cursed under their breath, as they had all hoped Kurita would not bring artillery. The long toms at the 33rd Avalon Hussars base camp had to beware of an artillery duel, as unlike the Kurita long toms they were towed instead of rode mobile artillery pieces. The fortress itself was a dangerous anchor to the DCMS formation, as it carried a nose-mounted long tom that could be pointed all around to secure its own landing zone. Soon after, Sharon's battalion reported enemy mechs inbound. The rumors were true. These are some stupid fast urban mechs, he noted. But his was a heavy battalion. 6 lances of heavy mechs in 2 companies, 1 of medium and 2 light mechs in the 3rd company. He reported that they were engaging. Back at the regimental battle group, Warlord Yoriyoshi licked his lips. The conditioned and filtered air inside the cockpit would not have any difference, but somehow, he tasted a trap. He looked at the map. The Salt Lick River curved to his east, and the main road passed through a bridge. The river however was narrow enough for mechs to ford. He radioed the Overlord, "Tell my aero fighters to find Nagakado as they patrol. Once the channel's clear, order Eliezer to break off their attack and reform on my battle group. We will deal with the light horse and press on to the depot once they arrive. Form up Gonan's battalion in a defense line along the river. Sharon will continue to shield us from the direction of the depot. Important. Tell them do not give chase. The Eridani light horse are well known for baiting enemies into ambushes. We must move in great combined mass or not at all. We hold the advantage of attacking whenever we will. Until then, we will just have to hold out." The Eridani Light Horse's 91st Cavalry 3rd and 4th Battalions were led by their regimental commander, Colonel Edward Stimson. Owing from his previous battalion structure of Stimson Stealthers, these battalions were still a combined arms company, it was just that all those arms, from artillery to aircraft, were all urban mech. "What, they're not taking the bait?" he asked through Urbach, Unified Regimental Battalion Action Command. "No, sir. Although since they are mostly heavy mechs, their archers and warmers are content to lay down long-range fire. Our ERPPCs can outrange them, but not without us setting up an obvious battle line and acting like heavy mechs. Maybe we should have brought in Barbara Mosley to piss them off more. We can't all be boiled eggs, sir. Bring up the LRM Super Urbies with the laser AMS. Maximum harassment until they get annoyed enough to chase us to the depot." New Wuhan. Galter 3. The 1st Amphigene was not considered a favored DCMS regiment, even if they were highly lauded an elite force. In fact, they were technically not part of the DCMS at all. As such, they lacked sophisticated battalion transport such as Overlords. They had to make do with refitted Aerodyne 8,600-ton Triumphs and a spheroid 16,000-ton Excalibur. While their cavernous hulls could more affordably transport a whole battalion and then some, the price they had to pay was much thinner armor and lackluster firepower. The Excalibur-class dropship Athena reported enemy fighters ahead. "We are taking damage? How?" "There is." Suddenly the captain's voice turned frantic. "There is a dropship hovering above New Wuhan City. Looks like Overlord-sized. Losing nose armor integrity very quickly. We are down 1/3. General Olivet Satterthwaite clacked his tongue. The 1st Amphigene had minimal fighter support, relying mainly on Kurita fighters to achieve air superiority. They could brush aside the single squadron supporting the 12th Vejan Rangers, but these dropships were in no mood to fight against yet another assault dropship. "Land us now," he ordered. "We will deal with this on foot." The Amphigene Light Assault Group, S, were technically a private army owned and managed by Amphigene Agriculture Inc. The DCMS have 2 of their regiments rented out as high-speed shock troops. With the toothy shark maw as their symbol, the 1st Amphighene Lag was a fearsome force despite their corporate roots. Commanded by General Olivet Satterthwaite, the 1st Amphighene Lag distributed their forces with the Regimental Battle Group and Ophiuchus's Battalion landing east and Pollux's and Themistocles Battalion landing south and east respectively, boxing in the city. The Regimental Battle Group was composed of 4 vehicle lances, 1 square company, plus 2 mech companies, 1 assault, and 1 heavy, effectively pitting 4 battalions against the 2 battalions of the 12th Vejan Rangers on New Wuhan. The Excalibur had plenty of room left to secure Lastek loot that was supposed to be their payment for this run. They landed at least 3 hours away from the city even at best speed by the fastest scout mech, as their converted ships had slower unloading times than other militarized dropships. For a military sponsored by a farming megacorporation, they were highly professional and were ready to throw off any attempt at disturbing their landing zone. New Delhi. Galter 3. The same situation was afoot in the space above New Delhi, though with the bulk of fighters all pitching over the capital the situation was more in flux. 2 regiments were en route to New Delhi, and the fighter carrier SLS White Plains, despite the enthusiasm of its crew, was not allowed to move out and play assault dropship on them. Despite the standard Dictator/Bigwig class hull being stripped bare to accommodate 4 squadrons of fighter craft, these ships still retained 4 nose-mounted SCL/1S. Firing in bracketed fire mode, its volleys had extreme levels of accuracy from long range. With ardent zeal, SLS White Plains even managed to damage 1 Overlord dropship to the point it broke up on re-entry. It was a triumph, and a whole battalion of the 21st Gaelden burned without ever being able to fire a shot. But despite their huge success, the tide of battle eventually turned as 5 overlords with much thicker armor closed in, and the carrier dipped down to land at the offshore airport, pointing its nose-mounted subcapital lasers at the sky for anti-orbital and aerospace defense. The light subcapital laser had enough angular refinement and refire rate to fire through the space/atmosphere boundary with appreciable accuracy. With the thick atmosphere forcing maximum velocity against aero fighters going in for a strafing run, it was much easier while landed to secure airspace with impunity. Nevertheless, even with the Davian 22nd SAS dogging the way, most of the 21st Gaelden regulars and the 7th Sword of Light Regiment landed safely well south of the capital. In theory, the numbers evened out with the Dahar DMM, the Lone Wolves mercenaries, plus the Galter irregulars. 2 combine regiments vs roughly 2.5. In practice, it took 2 hours after landing for the bloodbath to start. Changli. Galter 3. The 6th Benjamin regulars touched down in the plains west of Changli. The light regiment with mainly green mech warriors had a completely uncontested run into the city anytime they wanted. However, the overlord carrying the regimental battle group broke off one of its supporting pylons on landing and now was tilted over to the side on the verge of falling over. The 6th Benjamin deferred any combat just yet and concentrated on very slowly and very carefully unloading their mechs, vehicles, and supplies. The starport was clear. This was all too suspicious and Brigadier General Saad Shazli could already feel his ulcer acting up. Snakebite 02. New Delhi. Galter 3. May 11, 3025. The Dahar Draconis March Militia was composed of tough, seasoned soldiers always ready to go against House Kurita. They simply lacked prestige. Dahar 4 was a desert planet, living its way through mining. Though daytime temperatures may reach as high as 75 degrees Celsius, its rich mineral reserves ensured corporations and the military maintained interest in the world. These same conditions make it hellish for invaders, and as such Dahar could both recruit and disperse its regiments all along the border with the Combine. Miners raised on using sophisticated mining, dredging, and drilling machines were able to transition well into the mysteries of the battle mech. After some seasons of using digging machines under the hot sun of Dahar, many men look for an easier life in the military. Sir William Dobson was a typical Dahar man. Unsophisticated, stubborn, but without any sense of superior ego. Fresh from defending Elidara 4 and Barlow's End, he had come to Galter expecting it to be a more relaxed posting. Then the light horse appeared and word got out that Kurita was aiming to drop a multi-regiment force. Sir Dobson did not know much about the Eridani light horse, and had a natural negative opinion about mercenaries. However, the light horse bringing along the rest of his regiment and their medical and technical support swayed him. Hansa Davian gave them full command over this massive trap, and there had to be a reason for that, right? Seeing all the Lastek the light horse was using, he supposed this made it all very convincing. With the terrifying number of dropships coming out of the sky, the Dahar DMM's job was simple. They were a defensive-oriented regiment, and all they had to do was hold. Sir Dobson was not afraid. He was, however, fretful. The Dahar DMM could do it, no problem. But the Galter irregulars were a mishmash of mechs and vehicles, mostly untested as a group in real battle, and the lone wolves were mercenaries. They exhibited every single trope about mercenaries that Sir Dobson could identify, down to the insistence of being paid every single day and up front. They were composed of unruly and desperate mech warriors, unwanted by even other mercenary commands. Would it be fine like this? His Warhammer, painted in the deep red camo scheme of the Dahar DMM, moved through the abandoned and lifeless streets of New Delhi. Signs of the hurried evacuation were everywhere, abandoned cars and personal belongings, even furniture, were scattered through the streets. Some shop fronts were broken through and looted, and if it wasn't for the Dahar DMM patrolling, he was sure that the lone wolves would have picked this city clean by now. Just a while back he had to challenge looters, his pair of particle cannons disabling mercenary mechs like some old western marshal bringing down the law. They were now more well behaved. This was part of why he distrusted mercenaries so. Granted, the 12th Vejan Rangers were mercenaries also, but they were mercenaries only by technicality. They had always been Federated Sons warriors with a Federated Sons home world. He lacked prior knowledge of the Eridani Light Horse, but now had confidence in the Light Horse's history of honorable conduct. Not everyone left the city, however. Some were too stubborn to leave. Stragglers and resistance fighters holed up in hastily constructed defensive positions. Sandbags and barricades closed off streets and piled behind windows for sniper and machine gun nests. The steps of his mech echoed through silent and eerie streets, a haunting reminder of the promised devastation of constant war in the 31st century. He continued until he reached the bridges crossing the Dublin River. Smaller scattered housing extended past this point. These housed workers for the industrial zone following the coastline. Buildings too short and too flimsily built to provide cover, the best that could be done was to dig up lawns and demolish rows of houses to improve sight lines. His radio crackled. "Sir, this is Tactical Officer Rowan. Patching you through to the forward scouts." "Over. Bean's Recon Company lead to Dahar RBG. Do you read?" "I copy. What is it?" "Do you have eyes on the enemy yet?" "That's right, sir. The enemy, we can see their 2 regiments, they have different camo schemes. One is grey, and the other, it's deep red. Almost like ours, sir, only without that dark charcoal undertone, you know." Sir Dobson absently nodded. He supposed scouts should pay attention to precise shades. Red was a popular color to use in the Combine. It was their house color as much as Davian yellow or Steiner blue, Liao green, and Merrick purple. But who would have a bright red color scheme? He blinked. "Understood, Bean Company. What's happening with the Lone Wolves and the Galter Irregulars?" "They're just behind the first defensive line. Lone Wolves are engaging in lance-sized detachments, mostly just skirmishes with lead elements right now. Galter tank division standing by." "All right. Just keep an eye out. Don't try to engage, if the enemy spots you, pull back and lead them towards our fire zones." "Copy that, Dahar RBG. Bean out." He looked to his left, and the ocean. Covered up by the buildings was the airport, and the carrier landed there. He wondered how long before Brother I could offer support again. He needed urgently to confirm if this was a sort of light regiment. Around him, infantry and APCs moved towards bridge defensive works. If there was one thing the Dahar DMM knew how to do, it was digging. On both sides of the bridge, extensive trench works were laid out and piled into V-shaped ramparts and dry moats. These would not stop mechs, especially jump mechs, but could buy them all valuable time. Hate. The Federated Sons and the Draconis Combine were traditional enemies. But while many regiments of the Federated Sons did not fear House Kurita at all, it was these smaller and planetarily limited militia forces that held pure reason to hate. They, who had personally experienced the savagery and injustice inherent to Kuritan rule, stood up and said never again. They would rather die than see their wives, sons, daughters, and their parents suffer under the claws of the dragon. Fear. Yet nonetheless, the dragon was mighty and highly practiced at war. The Galter militia was largely self-funded, its people scrimped and saved and made dubious deals in the black market just to build up enough forces to defend their world. If the Combine would wreak terror no matter what, then they should fear more what would happen if they didn't even try. There would be no agony greater than being a coward at that time. Despair. And do all of that while inside a shitty Scorpion light tank. "Gunner, target that panther. Make its life more difficult," said SGT. Colin Huon. Dylan Rowe peered through the gun sight. Even with as cheap and barebones as Quixel Company's 25-ton tank could be, with barely 4 tons of armor, at least it did have a standard AC/5 identical to that you might find on a battle mech or literally any other better vehicle. It had a speedy autoloader and an effective range identical to that of a PPC. Before Davian liberated Galter, Dylan had a sister and a mother and a father. When it began to look like Kurita would lose the world, some Kurita troops turned to a rapid storm of destruction to punish Galter for their insufficient fervor and to show the inner sphere the costs of bearing arms against the dragon. Now no one could stop Dylan Rowe from enlisting. Galter's meager means allowed many like him to make their loathing their weapon. The young man thumbed the trigger, and sent a stream of bullets at a distant red Kuritan panther embroiled against a vindicator from the Lost Wolves. The shot just barely clipped its shoulder, and the samurai didn't even notice such petty damage. Dylan licked his lips and grit his teeth. As much as he hated the Kurita inside that mech, the way battle mechs moved still left enraptured. The terrifying fluidity with which they moved defied reason. The training and experience of Kurita pilots was evident in the way they moved their machines. Inside each battle mech, unlike the cold gear-driven mechanisms of the tank he was in, Myanmar bundles flexed and contracted, pushing and pulling with instructions from the neurohelmet reading the mech warrior's intent. The result was smooth and fluid motion that was almost organic in nature, allowing the machine to sharply and suddenly change direction with instinctive flair. None of the clunky predictable movements of the metal shell around him. Terror, yes. Hate, yes. But mostly envy. He remembered the sheer threat a single mech could embody. The awesome terror that could drive men mad. The crunch of fists through buildings, the flames sweeping through streets. The power that could save or break worlds. Hey! Ro! What's wrong with you? The gun's reloaded and we aren't short of ammunition just yet. The tank commander yelled while jabbing at the young man with his shoulder. Keep firing. Why yes sir. The Scorpion let out another burst, and this time the AC/5 stream of fire splattered against the Panther's back. This time, the Panther had noticed. It turned slightly, and even through the distance Dylan Rowe felt his heartbeat stop at the baleful feline glare of its cockpit face. It moved its PPC to bear. Driver, reverse. SGT. Huan screeched. The Scorpion screamed out a metallic burr as its drivetrain hurriedly spun backwards. Just barely in time, as a PPC bolt scraped the top off of the earth and burn the little 25-ton tank was hiding behind in a hull-down position. Man-made lightning blasted above the tank, showering them with a wave of hot carbonized soil. The Scorpion tank could maybe just barely take one hit from a PPC. Driver, forward, SGT. Huan ordered after a few heart-pounding moments. Dylan anxiously peered through the gunner's sight as the Scorpion very slowly exposed the top of its turret. The monocular sight showed Kurita light mech, another Panther, running full tilt with a sprinter's posture pumping its arms up and down for balance. This way even a mech that had a running speed of up to 65-ish km/h could temporarily run even faster if at the cost of not being able to do anything else. A Jenner joined the Panther. 35 tons with a top speed of 118 km/h, its 4 medium lasers and a SRM-4 launcher could carve open tanks huddled in the back line. Composed mainly of Scorpions and Vedettes, some of the cheapest and most common tanks in the inner sphere, their turrets all toting a single AC/5. The AC/5 had the equivalent punch of a single medium laser. A Jenner, as long as it could get into range, was worth 4 tanks in this fight. Might be worth 10, even. Scorpions were stupid cheap, at around 325,000 C-bills, new. A Jenner was about 3 million or so. The Lone Wolves mechs were all engaged. More and more Kurita forces were appearing on the field. Driver, power forward. Full throttle. Then turn to retreat. SGT. Huan ordered. Gunner. Prioritize that Jenner. The driver hesitated for a moment. This would fully expose the tank. Yes, sir. Hold on for speed. They did not, after all, wear seatbelts. Any sudden movement could throw them around, and this was why they all had to always wear helmets inside. The tank lurched forward, mildly exceeding its maximum speed of 64 km/h by going downhill. Dylan tried to keep his gun sight focused on the Jenner that was just now overtaking the Panther. However, the uneven movement of the tank and the mech with a bird-like gait meant that his shot was wasted off into the sky. Now in full view of the battlefield, Dylan could see the grand melee with mechs walking and turning and twisting and pummeling each other like young gods, lords of the battlefield, striding through the battlefield in their engines of destruction. Such a dense and chaotic fight was the largest he had ever seen in his life, but it was at most 2 companies meeting each other. The Panther fired. A nearby Scorpion shuddered as its turret was blasted by a shrieking particle beam, leaving a ragged scorch mark across its top. Static discharge clung to the metallic surface of the tank and temporarily scrambled the cheap quick-cell electronics. The tank veered off as its shaken driver fought for control. Inside their Scorpion, there was the telltale beeping noise of incoming LRM warning. The tank commander roared. Gunner, fire free. Driver, get us the hell out of here. The Jenner had chosen its target and Dylan screamed as he fired the AC/5 turret, now completely facing backwards, to make it back off. But the 35-ton mech was hardly intimidated by anything like a piddly little Scorpion tank. You're not going to kill a mech, they were told during the exercises with General Liao Yaoxiang's brigade. In theory. Enough light tanks can cause enough damage to threaten even assault mechs. But there needs to be a very many of you, and there will invariably die a great many of you. The tanks all ran like heckless chickens in all directions at speed, only some able to concentrate fire. Give the enemy too many targets to shoot at. Confuse them. 2 mechs by themselves could make 8 tanks panic. AC/5 bursts zipped through the air. The pair of Kurita mechs rushed fearlessly on, deftly dodging weapons fire with contempt honed through hundreds of battles. The Jenner caught up. It stabbed at the back of the Scorpion light tank, beam slashing like a katana. Its brace of medium lasers could only maintain contact for a few seconds before veering off to burn the ground, but it was enough to cut clean through the armor and into the combustion engine. Immediately, the Scorpion locked up. Veil! Veil! SGT! Huan screamed. A quartet of SRM-4s zoomed towards the tank just as the Jenner turned to find another target, now ignoring the now immobilized Scorpion entirely. Explosions rocked the outside of the tank, and found a way into the gap. Dylan heard a distant tearing sound and a nearby mechanical groan even as he tried to dive into the underside hatch of the tank. There was a brief hot flash of light, and then he knew nothing more. The Recon Company of Kismet Battalion of the 7th Sword of Light met Albrot's Company of the Lone Wolves, a mixed medium and light mech force, plus a company of Galter light and medium tanks, and drove them right off the field. Of the tank force screening the first line of defense, there were almost no survivors. An effective mixed force of Jenners, Panthers, Dervishes, and Wolverines, cut through the disorganized rabble. The 21st Gaelden saw a similar tale, though faced action more westwards while the 7th Sword of Light followed the coastline leading up to New Derry. One of their battalions had even landed too close to the Lone Wolves base camp and were now being savaged, falling back and radioing for reinforcements to protect their dropships. The two regiments absolutely refused to hand off command to each other and so parted ways. Fake Star League site. Galter 3. Broad-faced, soft, and large, Brigadier General Jacado Nagakado looked more at home drinking too much at parties and blustering against his social inferiors than on the battlefield. However, DCMS Code of Conduct demanded generals to lead at the front, even coordinators had to do so at times. There was the greatest honor in fighting with your life on the line. All that broadness hid a surprising amount of muscle like a weightlifter. Unfortunately, while he may be a more than decent mech warrior, his abilities as a general were much more suspect. If one were to complain that this was a very Steiner way of doing things, one would be correct. The 3rd Benjamin Regulars was one of the few Kurita regiments that allowed green mech warriors to pilot heavy mechs. They were a heavy assault regiment, and the difference in mass should usually suffice. The regiment carried a great many dragons, and dragons as 60-ton mechs moved fast, had LRMs, had an AC/5 for direct fire, some medium lasers for short range, decent armor. It meant that pilots generally always had something to contribute. I assure you, Warlord, we are ready and able to throw off these ponies. We will be your southern wall. He spoke into the mech radio. Adjutant. Go find my scouts. Warlord Yoriyoshi responded. So be it. Just hold there and occupy forces for as long as you can, Brigadier General. I do not necessarily require victory. Saying this, he had already written out the 3rd Benjamin from his plans. We will not disappoint. Then aside I said, where is Gamasi and my 2nd Battalion? Bring them to me. That being said, he only had his regimental battle group and just about half the regiment available. His other overlord was still missing. The plan was to have the 3 battalions landing in a string along the southern face of the depot, indeed like a wall. It was hoped that this could mean any attempt to defeat one battalion in detail would open the enemy into a pincer movement. But with one battalion gone missing right in the fucking minefield, that could not happen. Now, the ELH 91st Bright Horse had a similarity to the 3rd Benjamin Regulars in that they too allowed green pilots to command heavy mechs. In fact, much of the regimental roster was made of rookies. The difference, mainly, was that these heavy mechs were some sort of urban mech. 70-ton urban hammers. 75-ton urban routers. 70-ton urbarkers. 55-ton Wolverines. And so on. Apart from being URB, they moved and performed more or less the same as the mechs they were emulating. They did have the advantage of DHS and ferrofibrous armor however. Freed tons moved into maximizing heat neutral running and armor protection. With light mechs, speed is life. With heavy mechs, armor is life. Green troops, under the leadership of veterans cannibalized out of the 121st Dark Horse forming the core of a whole new regiment, first ought to survive so that they get to build experience at all. Nagakado and his men were not prepared for this degree of sheer urbanity. Armstrong walked at a steady 54 km per hour with the regimental battle group of more traditional assault and heavy mechs. The rest of the 91st moved on ahead. The local Urbach monitored the situation. A nearby super urban mech comms guard relayed the intercepted communications between Nagakado and Yoriyoshi. Should we rescue Gamazi Battalion? He mused out loud. Another overlord would be nice to have. But that would involve us having to cut through our own minefield. Any battle avoided is also a battle won, replied David Rees, his present aide. It would come with a battalion worth of assault weight salvage. Armstrong nodded. Most of the Eridani Light Horse Command staff were still unaware of Declan 3 and the functionally on-demand amounts of 9,000-ton dictators that could be provided. A 12-000-ton overlord would indeed be nice to have. They only had 5 of those to start with, and 10 unions to carry most of the rest. This would be 3 unions worth of drop collars. Of course, he mused silently, they also aren't aware we can have as many jump ships as we want either. The ELH having Scout IIS out of nowhere should already be ringing alarm bells, because jump ship production across the inner sphere was a well-monitored list. Just like the mystery of where Wolf's Dragoons got their ships, no one else should be able to produce new jump ships at all. And while Wolf's Dragoons were able to mysteriously leave and resupply past the periphery after their losses in the Merrick Civil War, even they did not so blatantly display being able to have new jump ships. Armstrong wondered if it would be best not to discard the scarcity philosophy of the ELH so soon. If they ever lost access to Declan 3 and the nanolathe, bad spending habits would be hard to break. This was why the heavy mechs of the 91st did not carry ER weaponry. Green troops should first be used to fighting and trying to make long-distance hits at reduced range with enemies able to return fire. He looked at the updated tactical map. With his 2 battalions and battle group, he was confident enough to throw his force against a full regiment. Now much to his surprise, he found out that he actually outnumbered the enemy. This was almost cruel. He split the group, only taking 1st Battalion and the RBG with him to give General Nagakado the worst day of his life. Medium altitude. Continent of Aira. Galter 3. UFO green flight to 91st actual, we note Kurita aerocraft at long range. Requesting permission to engage. These orders did not have to be micromanaged directly by the regimental commander. Each battalion carried with it a LAM squadron, and 2 squadrons is a flight. The 91st had red and green. Numbers, green leader. 8 fighters on radar, 91st actual. They have noticed us and are moving to intercept. The 1st Battalion commander of the 91st gave their assent. Fire at your discretion. Overhead, 12 40-ton urban mech LAMs challenged the skies versus true ASF. An overlord should normally have room for 6 ASF and a union comes with 2 hangars. In total, a regiment like the 3rd Benjamin should be able to have at least 18 craft. In practice however, in order to leave room for the RBG without having to use up extra drop collars, they had to strip out some of the ASF hangars for mech bays. The fighters circling above the drop site was the earliest sign anyone could see that there was something there. This was how Nagakado and Yoriyoshi were able to make contact, their fighter patrols found each other. Yoriyoshi's 17th Benjamin, because it had an extra fortress for its RBG, had the full 18 fighters. The 3rd Benjamin had 8. Nagakado's fighters were also about to have their bad day. The urban mech LAM was 40 tons and had a sizable 6-slot internal bomb bay. This could normally fit either a single air-launched Arrow 4 artillery missile, an anti-air Arrow 4 missile, or an anti-ship Arrow 4, for massive damage that even a dropship would notice. Or occupying 2 slots each, 3 light anti-air missiles. Squadron leaders assigned mutual targets to fighters on their HUD. 4 of the 8 distant fighters were doubled up as targets, while 4 others were marked for single launches. It was better to overkill and be sure of a hit than to waste the alpha strike with insufficient killing power. Bomb bays opened, and swiftly large missiles shot off at well beyond the range of even LRMs. With 3 law from each LAM, those 8 Kurita fighters now had their radars screaming about 36 high-energy missiles inbound. Their radars could count the missiles individually, compared to the blob of tiny LRMs. Fighters had standard procedures about how to evade missile locks. The Kurita fighters went into maximum burn to put the missile at an angle around the 10 o'clock or 2 o'clock position as seen through the circular radar screen. Like with all combat involving fighters, this was a matter of nerve and patience. Once the missiles have closed in enough, climb and pop countermeasures, make the missile continually lose energy turning and trying to keep the lock. Then it becomes again a matter of endurance, the pilot fighting against G-forces and their own craft. The tiny motors of LRMs could usually be defeated by this maneuver, and hits would only be minimal. The 1-ton light anti-air missile had a lot more fuel energy to spare for its larger rocket motor than a piddly 8.33 kg LRM. The LAMs were unstable disc-shaped craft in fighter mode, even more so than the Sholagars and Slayers that they challenged. It was obvious why their flight designation was UFO. They turned about immediately after firing, choosing not to get into a dogfight. But while Sholagars as light interceptors were wickedly fast, and even Slayers were faster, that mattered less in the atmosphere as trying to go too fast would make aircraft shatter themselves. Sholagars were not fast enough for this. 6 LLAs locked on and 4 struck the 1 Sholagar. 3 loss hit cleanly its nose, the last missile skipping past the wings as it rolled, the proximity fuse of the missile exploding from too far away to matter. While this was not enough to punch through the armor, the heavy hits compared to LRM swarm transmitted through the fragile internal structure of the Aero fighter and damaged its avionics. The Sholagar spun out of control. This would have been recoverable in space. But in an atmosphere? It was very quickly fatal. The pilot passed out from the spinning death spiral and the craft plunged down to its imminent fate. Another Sholagar was unlucky to eat 5 hits. This was enough to pierce its armor and the fighter exploded into a whirling fireball. 6 loss swooped down on another fighter, also again a Sholagar. The fighter climbed with reckless abandon, trying to outspeed the missiles. For the most part it succeeded, only one law hit. Then the craft jerked in place. Something inside the fighter broke through its own actions. It hung motionless in the air for a few seconds, before dipping back down with cold engines and bobbing like a leaf in the wind. It was no more than a glider now, and the pilot could only hope for a controlled hard landing. A fourth targeted fighter with doubled launches was a Slayer. Its armor was tough enough to shrug off all 6 law hits. However, its avionics could still be whacked out of order. Now it was locked into only being able to turn left. The 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th fighters were Slayers and Shillans. They had plenty of armor as well. With only 3 loss tracking them, they were able to shrug off the damage. Except the 7th, which was unlucky enough to turn at the wrong moment and got a missile straight up its engines. It exploded. Within a few minutes what had been 8 Kurita craft were reduced to 4. The light horse fighters were zooming away back to base to rearm. With 4 vs 12, the pilots inside Kurita heavy fighters could only snarl, disengage, and report what happened. Warlord Yoriyoshi pondered the report and decided to send 8 of his own heavy fighters over to Nagakado's airspace while maintaining 10 over his own head. Everybody in the inner sphere used LRMs. They were mass and cost efficient for their size with deep reserves. Already it was obvious to him that super long-range missiles were good for only a single volley, while a LRM-20 could give you at least 12. A weapon of cowards. New Wuhan. Galter 3. Unlike New Delhi, New Wuhan did not have the convenient wide continent-spanning river to serve as a southern barrier. The Yeonjanag River crossed from northeast to well south of the city. It was a thin river easily forded. North of the city, past farmed plains, was a ragged mountain chain. The 12th Vejan Rangers planned to make use of the southern woods as much as possible rather than fight in and around the city. Inside his Union dropship and accompanying the Overlord dropship Santiago, Margrave Sheridan could only clench his fists in helplessness. Colonels Johnston and McCulloch would first need to get the entire 1st Amphigene Regiment fully engaged. He could only wait, watching, as good men fought and good men died, waiting for the right moment to drop. Changli. Galter 3. The 6th Benjamin Regulars had not yet finished unloading. The regiment milled around. The most General Sadshis Lee allows was to send light mechs out to screen and patrol the area. 2 companies, Tanawa and Young's, from the 1st Battalion, slowly moved through the city to secure its airport and spaceport. People stared at them with a terrified hush from behind shuttered windows. No shots were fired and no partisans emerged to suddenly toss SRMs at their backs. Changli was an open city just trying to avoid any punitive destruction. Be careful that things might be rigged to blow. The continued peacefulness only drove Shiz Lee to be even more paranoid. His ulcer was leaving him cringing, sweating, and lightheaded. He sent infantry ahead of mechs to go building by building. Those dropships still on landing pads at the starports could be Trojan horses hiding mechs. No, they were all hapless merchant vessels that surrendered immediately with holds filled with civilian cargo. It would take the 6th Benjamin several more hours to truly feel safe about this. When reports came in of northern scouts under attack, Shiz Lee finally let out a sigh of almost relief. Finally the shoe had dropped. Elsewhere. Galter 3. There was a bleep. Number Galtercom. I am online. Generals all over the planet let out a relieved sigh, while others felt a sudden chill. Snakebite 03. Northeast of the fake Star League depot. Galter 3. When Major Edward Stimson was promoted directly into a regimental commander, some grumbled that a fresh colonel with a poor understanding of logistics was probably not the best for that role. Many of those complaints evaporated once it was learned he would be commanding a force of primarily urban mech. When he was still a battalion commander, Stimson was the sort of person to make his command lance out of light mechs just so he could swoop from one end of the battlefield to the other, watching and contributing as necessary. He could not decisively end things by himself, but could always shift the situation to the benefit of the rest of the battalion. He embodied experimental team play above all things, and that did seem appropriate for such a force. Super urban mechs had endless variety and endless potential for experimentation. The word omni-mech was not yet in the vernacular of anyone in the inner sphere, but as an urban mech had sizable weapon pods arms, changing the weapons load was possible a field refit of several hours. The 17th Benjamin and Sharon's battalion already had enough of this bullshit. Urban mechs would pop out, shoot a few ERPPC bolts, and then leave. While most of these shots missed, a single hit would shave off half a ton of armor. Not responding at all would be a death of 1,000 cuts. With orders not to chase after them, the Kurita troops could only grit their teeth in bloody frustration. The only weapons they had that could exchange fire at that range were LRMs. Archer versus its weight in super urban mech. Fight. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Missiles arced through the skies from both ends of the Vanyal plains. It was like fighting the Mongols all over again. Light horsemen were unwilling to charge into the enemy, while heavy cavalry were likewise hesitant to give chase. Stop. Lock. Fire. Move. LRMs rained down, pecking away at enemy mechs. Unless used in absurd numbers, LRMs were rarely a decisive weapon that could kill a mech outright. However, no force could ever do without them entirely. Killing with impunity could make numbers less relevant. Such has been the way of armies since antiquity. The way of the horse archer did not really change even with moving from 4 legs, to wheels, to rotors, to 2 legs. The UMS LRS was a variant based on the UMS AIV, carrying a LRM-15 and 2 laser AMS systems. Going up to 86 km per hour, they were capable of outrunning the target lock of the first missiles coming out of the launchers. The tail end of the stream accounted for up to 60% of the remaining archer volley. Blep 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 blep. AMS degraded the incoming threats even further. The archers, much slower at a top speed of 64 km per hour, and lacking anything to actively reduce missile swarms, had to suffer nearly 80% successful hits from active Artemis-guided LRM warheads. They were 70-ton mechs and they were losing against a bunch of piddly 30-tonners. They could all see urban mechs out in the distance wiggling their torsos as if laughing. The situation was reported to Yoriyoshi. They have anti-missile systems? That is a most important listek and we must have it. We have dragons. They are at least as fast as these urban mechs. If we give chase we would also be able to withdraw from any trap. No. Maintain a cordon. Push slowly towards the depot but never give in to the temptation to overextend yourself. We obey. Had they but known that Stimson only had a single battalion with him, the 4th Sneaky Devils, things would have been different. The 3rd All-Wines Winners Battalion was still at New Aberdeen, south of the fake Star League depot. Galter 3. Meanwhile, Jackado Nagakido's no good terrible bad day started with the question. Why is everything exploding? Brigadier General Nagakido screamed for answers from just as bewildered and panicking staff. This had to do with Colonel Stimson's vision of the 91st Cavalry as something that could fight the clans. He wanted something that could move at high speed uniformly up to 86 km per hour. Armstrong had to tell him that's unrealistic. You can't just put XL engines on everything. He paused. All right, yes technically, we can put XL engines on everything, but that does not mean it's a good idea. It is fine for small mechs where speed is life, but makes things more complicated for heavier mechs. It is far too soon to be too radical with our doctrine. Compromises had to be made. But as a combined arms regiment, almost everything that used to need vehicles and aerospace fighters could now be accomplished with urban mech. No, must be accomplished by urban mech. As a combined arms regiment, the regimental battle group or command company of the Eridani Light Horse usually consisted of 2 mech lances, 2 artillery lances, and 2 platoons of motorized infantry. An artillery lance was usually 6 units. Those artillery lances, previously slow-moving long-tom artillery pieces, were now super urban mech Aero 4 and thumpers. The Aero 4 launchers meant that these artillery sections were also their own integrated air defense with Aero 4 ATA missiles. They could only move at a plodding 54 km per hour at most, but as these were assault mech speeds, it was no problem moving along with the assault mechs in the RBG. More interesting were the UMS super work mechs that followed along. Almost identical to the CIV, civilian mech, they were built on a military chassis and were just slow and minimally armed and armored with 2 ER medium lasers and 5 tons of armor. What they did have were arms. And 2 integrated 5-ton cargo containers and a lift hoist. The lift hoist allowed the work mechs to carry up to half their weight, 15 tons, with no penalty to movement. These containers contained extra ammo that could be reloaded into the urban mech artillery mechs while on the field. A single ton of thumper ammo was good for 20 shots. A single ton of Aero 4 ammo was good for 5 shots. The 15 tons of universal containers lashed onto the mech could contain more artillery ammo or missile replenishment for the battalion. A ton of LRM-15S was 8 shots, and a ton of MML/9 missile reloads were 13 and 11 shots of LRMs and SRMs respectively. With just 2 of these work mechs, an artillery lance had access to an extra 50 tons of ammo. The cargo could also be dumped in a hurry in case they were caught in direct combat. Poem. 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 Fwoosh. 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 The thumper artillery mechs had more to fear from their guns melting than running out of ammo. They could, quite literally, do this all day. Armstrong looked at his artillery section, and keeping in mind the old military adage that logistics is king, even he felt this was an abuse of royal privilege. Stimson did not have a good head for logistics. So just make urban mech fix it. Poem. 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 Fwoosh. 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 The 1st Heavy Assault Battalion of the ELH 91st Bright Horse moved in, LRMs and PPCs blazing. Southwest of the depot. Same time. Brother I showed a bird's eye view of the 3rd Benjamin Regulars landing site. Nagakido's group consisted of an overlord and a union. Some distance away, the 3rd Battalion of the Kurita Force was being assaulted by the 91 STS 2nd Striker Battalion. The Kurita forces were arrayed around a cluster of 4 dropships. Major Jamal Falahi was the first to take initiative and request a transfer from the 21st Regiment into the 91st. Found abandoned in a Steiner city, Jamal Falahi grew up steeped in the Eridani traditions, and was a believer in the eventual return of General Kerensky. He spent most of his time researching the history of the Star League armed forces. When the words "we are reactivated" filtered through the RCT, he was electrified. It was like a religious moment, and in private there were tears and such joy that he lived in just the right moment of history. Even the prospect that he would be leaving his battalion to command a force of mainly urban mech could not dampen his ambitions. Not even the fact that he would be commanding the 2nd Battalion instead of the 1st could diminish his fervor to make this work. From his previous command, only 6 mech warriors followed, the rest preferring to be promoted up into the new vacancies in more historied regiments. These 6 became company leaders, herding a force of green troops into their first battle. Fortunately, the 91st for all its technological wizardries had a simple battle plan. Move towards the enemy, running as fast as possible, shooting as often as possible, and concentrate fire as much as possible. Colonel Jamal Falahi's previous mech was a hunchback. Now his urban back still moved at a stately 64 km per hour, keeping pace with 2 Urbarkers and an urban forcer. One of the sweet temptations for soldiers to transfer to the 91st was to have any mech in any configuration they could possibly want, as long as it was shaped like an urban mech. Many still preferred their ancestral mechs with a long gallant history, but as a war orphan Falahi had less attachment. Thwong. And there was no feeling like firing a Gauss rifle from right beside you. The recoil kicked up his seat, and the sound echoed inside the cockpit. This was glory. In the distance, a Jenner just crumpled into itself. This was the legacy of the Star League, given to its most worthy sons and daughters. His grin was almost rictus and his cheeks hurt. He was offered the choice of a heavier mech, but he preferred the 50-ton urban back because of its flexibility. With 24 shots for the Gauss rifle, he feared nothing on the battlefield, while 3 jump jets allowing a jump range of 150 meters meant he could get to any firing position. The new doctrine demanded that instead of trying to fight first on the line trying to gain glory like some Kuritan samurai, teamwork was the light horse's glory and a commander's time was best used paying attention to the battlefield. The Gauss rifle let him contribute and plug any weaknesses as they appeared. Colonel Stimson enthusiastically approved. The green troops had a simpler time of it. ERPPC super urban mechs could support from long range with minimal risk. Panthers and Warmers with their PPCs were favorite targets, as the notorious Kurita light mech lacked the speed to get into range quickly. Being baited into a duel with super urban mechs meant they were not engaged against much closer and more dangerous targets. Others skirmished and screened away Kurita fast mechs with their large pulse lasers. Dragons trying to close in met very enthusiastic dragon slayers, pelting away at them from all angles. Good gunnery skills were less relevant when mech pilots simply had the sheer cycle rate to shoot twice as many times per minute as the enemy. As previously mentioned, missile mechs in the 91st had Artemis guidance for their launchers. Falahi saw a lance of Kurita mechs break off to try and take out the missile firing line. Unfortunately for them, Urbarkers were ironically based on the ARC-2K, the Kurita variant with 2 LRM-15S and 2 large lasers. He turned his attention away. That problem would shortly resolve itself. The battalion they were facing was a Marcius Lee's battalion, a relative of the 6th Benjamin Regulars regimental commander. He did not share his relative's reticence towards battle, and instead had the reckless bravery typical of DCMS officers and a disdain towards casualties. Shisley's battle plan was just as simple. His battalion command Lance and Choose Company would fight the enemy to give the rest of the battalion to offload. With a lance of 4 assault mechs and a full company of heavies, he was confident of being able to throw aside any attack. Thwong. Previously, Falahi thought an urban back is good. It fit his preferences perfectly. Thwong. Why not collect other pilots with the same tactical preference and train them? Thwong. 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 If one urban back was good, then a fire lance of urban backs would obviously be better. The 91st had the philosophy, if you have good aim, here, have a Gauss rifle. If you are wary of close combat, here, have an ERPPC. If you want to fight up close and personal, here, have a large pulse laser or a whole battery of medium pulse lasers to delim enemies quickly. If you want to contribute more generally, carry 2 PPCs or ER large lasers and go do whatever. If you suck at both running and gunning, here's some LRMs with Artemis. If you have an inflated opinion of your skills and value, go be a LAM pilot. If you are not good at anything, here take these range tables and pilot an artillery mech. The Vonyal plains did not give Falahi much of a vantage point. As mechs closed in, chaos ruled the battlefield and finding clear shots harder and harder. This he discovered, was one benefit of half the batation being short and stumpy urban mechs, because by being half the size of most heavy mechs it was not as likely for them to suffer friendly fire from fire support lances. Thwong! Shrak! Non-stop Gauss rifle and ERPPC fire let out an almost tribalistic drum beat. Bardine's company of Chesley's battalion was made of all green troops in medium mechs. Normally, this would have been safe enough as mediums were the quintessential workhorses of the inner sphere. Anything they could not outrun they could try to outgun, just with enough armor to survive mistakes until they could withdraw. Richie Yabardine piloted a hunchback. With an AC/20, it was an opponent that could cause any mech warrior to sweat nervously if they happened to be in its gun range. Able to destroy light mechs outright in a single hit and heavily damage any other, Falahi was familiar with a hunchback's ability to quickly turn the tide of battle. Thwong! Falahi punched its face in, and Richie Yabardine's mech fell back as if fainting. Its cockpit opened and staring up at the sky with a sightless gaze. A nearby mech was punched through the side, the hypersonic blow igniting its SRM and LRM ammo, and the assassin just burst open like an egg meeting a hammer. Most of these medium mechs were fast, able to hit 118 km per hour or more, while super urban mechs were only capable of running and gunning at 86 km per hour. Unfortunately, the price of such speeds with these mechs was that they were limited to mainly short-range weapons like medium lasers or light missile loads like LRM-5S and SRMs. They crossed the battlefield quickly. They slid past the screening pulse laser super urban mechs. They pursued the ERPPC super urban mechs to try and drive them off the field, while others veered towards the line of urban backs because a torso-mounted weapon would have a harder time trying to keep a beat on fast mechs. Only fools ignored scout mechs circling around and slicing away at them with medium lasers and SRMs. Back armor hits were dangerous even to assault mechs. Thwong! But I'm not afraid of you. Jamal Falahi sighed. Not all forces would get disorganized at getting fast mechs in their back lines. The Gauss rifle may have a minimum effective range where its bulk made targeting more difficult, but it was half that of a PPC's minimum discharge range, and only a third that of a medium laser's effective range. Gauss rifles could be used like an AC/20 in close range just fine. One by one, the Kurita medium mechs died on their feet, their armor hardly strong enough to withstand even one Gauss rifle hit. Those that survived realized that a trio of medium lasers could rapidly strip armor as well. Interestingly, a few of the Kurita mechs broke off from the attack. Falahi noted that they were cicadas, 3 CS, to be exact, armed with a PPC and 2 machine guns, which made them a potent threat on the battlefield like a faster panther that can swoop in and out skirmishing from medium-long range. They could go up to 118 kph, a far improvement to a Panther's 64 km per hour. Unfortunately, to get both light mech speed and the 7-ton PPC, it also had a light mech's armor. Say 4 tons, like the Locust, that the Hild CO chassis was originally marketed against as a Locust killer. ERPPCs made short work of them before turning back to harass enemy heavy mechs at range. The super urban mech, though slower, was better in every other possible way. A medium pulse laser zipped and zapped this way and that, punishing enemies that thought they might be more vulnerable at close range. The urban backs fired until they ran out of ammo and had to retreat. 24 shots were good, but a pitched battle could see them run dry quickly. The Urbarkers with a pair of large lasers and a heavy mech's armor screened them, and the urban hammers were turning themselves into the center of battle, wading deep into the fight and smashing through everything in their way. UMS work mechs approached and took out Gauss ammo from their internal cargo compartments, which were inert metal slugs and safe to carry deep into the front lines. A single ton of Gauss rifle ammo provided 8 slugs. If he still carried an AC/20, Falahi would be getting just 5 shots per ton. Ammo bins opened and quickly the Gauss rifles were manually reloaded by the work mechs. The 121 Dark Horses 3rd Strikers Battalion used to be known as Jamal's Plague. Now he liked to call his new battalion Jamal's Plague Doctors, and his battalion insignia was the ominous historical beak-shaped mask. The enemy was the sickness to be excised with prompt and brutal efficiency. The enemy formed up into close order lines, intending to break through. This way they could concentrate their fire and reimpose order on the battlefield. The typical top-down DCMS doctrine spurned junior officer initiative, and now with the Kurita forces in much more manageable chunks Amartius Lee could exercise some strategic control. He ordered the troops into a refused flank formation, preventing the Eridani light horse from being able to flank from the right while concentrating their own forces forward. This would force the light horse to thin out their own forces into a wide front, while with local force superiority Amartius Lee could ram into Jamal's battle line and overwhelm them instead. The reasonable counterposition was to refuse that flank as well, turning the line into an angle, turning the axis of the battlefield into the length of the field instead of its width, causing both forces to keep shooting and maneuvering against each other in a swirling yin-yang formation. Jamal Falahi looked at the tick map as provided by Brother I, nodded, and called for artillery. Slightly north of the area. Same time. Imagine you were Sergei Nakajima Gamazi. You were stuck inside an egg-shaped coffin being battered by artillery. Artillery barrages guided by infantry spotters in the trenches focused on one side of the vessel, trying to breach into the engines or take out its landing gear. You heard the sound of tearing metal and the dropship begun to list dangerously to one side. You received a transmission. Attention, Kurita dropship. You have no chance. Power down and leave behind your mechs. Surrender and we will spare your lives. This is your final warning. Failure to comply will result in the destruction of your dropship and the total annihilation of your forces. Davian command out. Now with this in mind, what would you do? Ignite the damaged drives and try to leave anyway? Move out your entire battalion and try to cut through the minefield? Surrender and hope for mercy? We will never surrender, Davian dogs. Gamazi retorted through the radio. You underestimate the might of a true samurai. We are not dishonorable cowards like you. Now you will face your death. This fanatical willingness, even an eagerness, to throw away their lives was often disturbing to enemies that faced the Draconis Combine. It could shake the morale of defenders, and cause them to withdraw from positions that could otherwise have been defended. All it takes is one Kurita warrior to get through and with their death charge wreak havoc in the middle of the enemy's line. But right now there was no one for the Combine troops to fight at all. You are Colonel Gamazi and you have decided to force your entire battalion to leave the stricken overlord and cut through the minefield into safety. Assume with 1 being the layer closest to the depot and 20 the outermost ring, and you are in minefield ring 14, do you? Shoot at the ground trying to clear the minefield until you reach and attack the depot? Shoot at the ground trying to clear the minefield until you reach the open fields and rejoin the rest of the regiment? If you had chosen option 2, you would have preserved some of your forces even with losses to mines and artillery, away from the potential total battalion loss of trying to leave with a compromised dropship with its engines exposed to ground fire. Sergei Nakajima Gamazi, obviously, as a true brave son of the Combine, chose option 1 star. Kurita Bonsai. Gamazi's battalion ceased to be any relevant force to the Galter campaign. West of the fake Star League depot. Galter 3. Lieutenant General Wilson Mandela moved out the 33rd Avalon Hussars after an hour. Usually, an entire regiment was not concentrated in one force when defending a planet. Most combat in the inner sphere usually happened in company and battalion level units. On Galter however, uniformity of command with soldiers fighting side by side with their brothers was considered its own advantage. The 33rd Hussars waited for Brother I to come back online. It was important for the plan to know if the 17th Benjamin had already decided to pancake themselves around the depot's minefields. Too soon and Yoriyoshi might decide not to visit the depot entirely and make it an open fight. Too late and they would be wasting time trying to catch up. Number Galtercom. I Planetary Situation Report. I-91st Eridani LH engaged South SLDF Depot with 3rd Benjamin Regulars Regiment. I-12th Vejan Rangers engaged in New Wuhan with 1st Amphibian Light Assault Group Regiment. I-Tahar DMM engaged in New Delhi with 21st Galdan Regulars and 7th Sword of Light Regiments. Lieutenant G_Mandela_, 33 Hussar, God damn it. Lieutenant G_Mandela_, 33 Hussar, we are hurrying. MRGV_Douglas_, 12 Th Vega, New Wuhan is much closer to the depot than it is to the 6,000 kilometers to New Delhi. MRGV_Douglas_, 12 Th Vega, if it is urgent enough, I could combat drop there instead. MRGV_Douglas_, 12 Th Vega, Armstrong has dropships too, so if this situation at the depot is resolved quickly enough, I do not care who relieves the Rangers at New Wuhan, only that someone does. Jen_Dobson_, Dahar_DMM, we're holding on well enough. Jen_Dobson_, Dahar_DMM, don't rush it and make mistakes. More haste, more waste. Jen_Dobson_, Dahar_DMM, fight your own fights first. Lieutenant General Mandela still felt somewhat responsible. His regiment was the only one unengaged so far. Excessive conservatism tried to defend the depot with 2 full regiments, expecting the enemy to land with at least 3 regiments. No one expected Kurita to hit 3 planetary centers, New Delhi, New Wuhan, and Changgli, all simultaneously. Maybe 2 battalions would have been enough instead of leaving Changgli completely defenseless. Who knows what horrors the helpless populace were now suffering down there. The only thing he could do now was to resolve this quickly. With his RBG and Benham's battalion, he moved along the main road directly towards where the map showed Yoriyoshi had landed. Mida's battalion was ordered to go west, then up, in a flanking maneuver. Lyon's battalion remained near the base as a reserve. The 33rd Avalon Hussars brushed aside the Kurita light mech sent out in a picket line as they approached the crossing of the Salt Lick River. With the first company of his battalions composed of assault and heavy mechs and the rest mediums, the Hussars operated in a hammer and anvil approach that sought to envelop the enemy. Ganon's battalion had spread out in a firing line along a series of small hills and forests, with the right flank cutting through the river shallows. General Mandela's RBG was 2 lances of assaults and heavies, and with Benham's assault company, he personally led the charge to smash through the Kurita positions and flank the strong hilltop firing lines. There were no advanced technologies nor strange new tactics here, it was all about brute metal and bloody-minded men, stabbing at each with spears of light and fire, and defeat hinged around whose nerve would break first. The Kurita mechs on the right could overburn at will, with their feet dipping into the cool rushing waters of the salt lick. Their energy weapons could fire continuously with deadly intent. An awesome here was truly an overwhelming presence, with its 3 PPCs firing without rest. It could shatter a mech in a couple of well-placed hits. The two sides blasted at each other in almost Napoleonic firing lines. Artillery thudded around both lines, aiming to suppress and scatter each other, and it was only this that forced movement. The long toms of the 33rd Hussars base were too far away to reach the Kurita landing site, while at the same time the mobile long toms of the 17th were kept far behind rather than do counter battery. Losses mounted and the situation began to grow desperate on both sides. The Kurita right flank wavered first. Although the River Rhine position was advantageous for hot-running energy weapon mechs, it was also the more exposed position. As assault mechs were poor chase mechs, they withdrew to a more defensive position along the woods at the bottom of the hills. The Imperial Artillery Battalion at the landing site pulverized the bridge crossing the Salt Lick River, though this would only block combat vehicles as the river was already fordable by battle mechs. General Mandela now had the forced action of sending units to cross those exposed positions. By this time, Eleazar's battalion had joined up with Yoriyoji's regimental battle group. Just as Mides' battalion crossed the Salt Lick, they caught sight of Eleazar's mechs with a paint scheme of white with lines of red. They charged out, guns blazing, but the Kurita mechs continued to make an organized withdrawal. Mides' mechs were now on the other side of the Salt Lick and could see the rest of the 33rd Hussars still fighting with Gonan's battalion. This would have been an excellent time to rout the Kurita line from an attack to their rear, but they themselves could not expose their rear armor to the now rallying 17th Benjamins. What developed was an odd yin-yang situation. On either side of the Salt Lick, a heavy battalion fought against another heavy battalion plus an attached battle group. This was when Lt. General Mandela made his first mistake. To support Mides' exposed battalion, he ordered the artillery to stop suppressing the hill firing line of Gonan's battalion and support the more exposed mechs on the other side. With Kurita artillery also suppressing them however, Yoriyoji ordered Gonan to turn about and withdraw across the Salt Lick masked by the hills. A company of mediums were the first to arrive, plunging into Mides' right flank and forcing the battalion to thin out its front line to protect from behind. Mandela hurried to rescue Mides' battalion from being cut to pieces. However, this was the time when Minacham Gonan proved again why he was the best battalion commander of the 17th Regiment, who turned down a promotion to a regimental command in the Paste Regulars simply because it would lead to less fight and commanding fewer assault and heavy mechs. When the mechs vanished from the hilltop, Mandela assumed they would be making best speed towards the battle on the other side of the river. Instead, Gonan's assault company waited behind the hills for the Hussars to start crossing. Davian mechs were slowed by moving through water and soft clay and made for easy prey with long-range fire. Mandela had no choice but to order a full run to cross the river with minimal shooting back. The remains of Whiteway's recon company had to cover their pell-mell sprinting and splashing. These mechs ran out to disrupt the Kurita assault mech same from close range, and Mandela knew he was likely sending them to their deaths. With the airways now clear, Mandela felt he had no choice again but to commit his reserves. Lyon's battalion would cut down Gonan's battalion now that the Kurita assault battalion was also a diminished force. If Lyon could get there in time. He turned back to the west, and let loose a volley from the pair of LRM-15s on his 65-ton Crusader battle mech. He could only hope that from all these weapons fire going on in all directions he would not get a random shot in the back. He could only hope that this time, the 33rd Avalon Hussars' terrible luck would not again raise its head and lead to its decimation. Number Galtercom. I looked to the skies. What? For a moment, Wilson Mandela glanced up, and only managed to catch a short glimpse of 4 disc shapes flying by. For a moment he felt frantic that they were Sholagars, but the fighters swooped past without strafing the Hussars. Gonan's assault mechs were big, they were intimidating, they were powerful, and they were also big and easy to spot on the battlefield. Internal bomb bays on the lands of super-urban mech lambs opened up, and 4 air-launched artillery missiles lanced out and away. A quick series of blossoming booms racked Gonan's assault lance, followed by yet more booms as some mechs, with their armor already stripped thin through the fighting, had their internal ammo stores ignited by the missile artillery's blast radius. Gonan's awesome survived, though heavily damaged. 3 other assault mechs did not. 2 more were crippled outright. The assault company was suddenly cut in half. The mechs from Whiteway's company rejoiced as their medium mechs could now ravage the distracted and compromised armor of a force that normally outmissed them twice over. Number Galtercom. I am here. I let none of us ever fight alone. Like an angel looking over your shoulder, Mandela breathed out in gratitude. New Wuhan. Galter 3. Things were not turning out as well for the 12th Vejan Rangers. However, it was also odd in that the two forces were more concerned with preserving their forces than going into an all-out attack. For the Rangers, this was simple enough, they had less numbers in the first place. For the first Amphigene lag, their corporate command structure and the terms of their payment from the DCMS for this mission was a proportion of the Lastek loot from the SLDF cache. There was nothing interesting to loot inside a city, and the 1st Amphigenes saw potential salvage from destroying the 12th Vejan Rangers as barely worth their time. McCulloch and Johnston were likewise unwilling to make a destructive city fight out of it. The battalions moved out and positioned themselves along the wood line tracing the Yeonjanag River. The numbers advantage by the 1st Amphigene allowed them to prosecute a classic Draconian wave attack. They would spread out and attack all along a line, identify their defenders' weak positions, flank and isolate it, and force it to retreat or be destroyed. While not immediately decisive, it put relentless pressure on the defenders. The 12th Vejan Rangers were running out of wooded pockets to retreat into, and behind them was an open field to New Wuhan City. But the thing is, these were Davian troops, and they had to put up with Kurita's bullshit for 1,000 years. Federated blocking force action was all about exposing that such speedy mechs built for maximum aggression would also by nature carry a weaker weapons load or armor protection. The day had already stretched out long, and the skies were starting to turn orange. Exhausted, overheating, and running out of ammunition, the LT. Colonel Johnston sent mechs back in lances to rearm back at the spaceport. There, ELH carrier Gambler Bay rested on its pads slightly shorter than the Rangers' Overlord dropships. Conventional wisdom was to keep dropships well away from the fighting, even if it would leave troops no easy way to retreat and evacuate. They would have to pick a fall-back point where the dropships would then land. The dropship was a carrier and had no mech base to quickly repair mechs. However, they did have a week to prepare, so techs from both the Light Horse and the Rangers set up a mobile field base under the shadow of Gambler Bay's guns. Its banks of ER-PPCs and ER large lasers feared nothing. There, the Rangers hastily rearmed and slapped on replacement armor, returning to the battle lines for even more hours of hasty back and forth skirmishing. "Why isn't the general landing yet?" James McCulloch muttered. "When Kurita gives up on trying to flank from the east, LT." Colonel David Johnston replied. The Yeonjanag had a north-south flow coming out from the mouth of the mountain range splitting the continent in two. Wuhan Pass was directly north of New Wuhan City. The combine units had strung out in a similarly vertical line parallel to the Yeonjanag. They had no more room to try to flank from the north, rubbing against the mountainsides. If they tried to press through across the Yeonjanag, the Rangers would be the ones to flank them instead from their thick woodland redoubt. The defensive position occupied by McCulloch along the Yeonjanag had old-growth forests on either side of the river, giving it the sense of a castle with only north and south gates. As the Rangers were a heavyweight regiment, the 1st Amphigene's advantage of speed and pack tactics would instead be a hindrance if they tried to get into a close-range brawl to push the Rangers out of the trees. They had heavies and light mechs. The southern flank was much more vulnerable. Tree cover consisted of small islands in a sea of green farmland, much more easily cut off and pocketed. General Satterwaith considered burning out the Rangers with Inferno rounds, but unfortunately he had only SRM Infernos inside in stock. He did not have much confidence they would survive an attempt to set the Treeline on fire without sufficient heavy mechs as a backstop to distract the Rangers, and at that point they might as well make it a full assault. The 1st Amphigene saw the darkening skies with similar relief. Without air power of their own to clear the skies, they had to continually respond to strafing and bombing runs, preventing any of their attacks from making serious headway. Satterwaith pulled back some of the companies to protect the landing zones and set up a picket line against night attack. Changli. Galter 3. With communications cleared up and upper atmosphere conditions more favorable, General Saad Shizli made encrypted radio transmissions bouncing off the ionosphere, asking for orders. Warlord Yoriyoshi received Shizli's transmissions with both surprise and consternation. What was this spineless worm doing? Why did they not follow through with the plan and land at the depot? General Shizli's response was that the dropships had taken serious battle damage. He was also in combat. Technically all true. His northern scouting force of light mechs had made contact with the Marquis of Ormond's tank battalion and French's company from the Dahar DMM. He had taken losses, he just did not specify that most of these were from accidents rather than battle damage. He was securing Changli and its spaceport, as long as one didn't care to mention that there was no resistance whatsoever. With the air war over Galter 3 still undecided, any lifting off was a risk, but with an entire regiment still unengaged this was a tremendous waste of resources. Changli was thousands of kilometers away from the Star League depot, an entire hemisphere away. New Wuhan was closer, but New Delhi was more important. Text communications between the two command dropships slowly revealed Yoriyoshi's mounting frustration. He ordered Shizli to support the first lag so that they could go up Wuhan Pass and then make way to the depot. As a light regiment, their speed was possibly less useful in city combat and might be taken as an insult to the Galdan and Sword of Light regiments. Shizli had no option to refuse. The orders were clear. Move out and be useful or suffer dishonor and official censure. Shizli's mouth tasted a mixture of sour and salty, as blood mixed in with stomach acids. Having seen the results of the space war, he feared sending defenseless dropships too high up into orbit to cross the continent. Spheroid dropships were ungainly and unaerodynamic, best moving at the atmos/space boundary where they could marginally maneuver to point their nose in the right direction. But as a light regiment, the 6th Benjamin also used refitted Triumph dropships and Leopards, aerodyne dropships that could more easily combat drop battle mechs. Unfortunately, what they made up for in more atmospheric stability compared to a spheroid dropship they paid for in reduced capacity, with the Triumph carrying 2 companies of mechs and 2 companies of vehicles. The Leopard could just carry 1 lance, but despite its brick-shaped appearance was surprisingly nimble for a 1,900-ton craft. It was getting dark, however. That might help? Fighters did not usually fly at night. Aerodynes could fly much lower to the ground compared to spheroid dropships, and might evade notice by aircraft. Shizli decided that he would stay behind with the RBG and Seleucius's battalion set up around Changli's spaceport. Sultan Jalaladin's battalion, which contained the regiment's only heavy mechs, would set up a base camp in front of Changli Pass. He prepared to send of Kurabayashi's battalion, composed entirely of light mechs, to join the 1st Amphigene Lag. With the only Davian force not actively participating in combat, Douglas at the Orbital Reserve ended up serving as overall planetary defense commander, observing the situation as reported with Brother Eye and sending out aero fighter forces as needed. Hearing this through Galtercom, Margrave Douglas knew he had the perfect opportunity to take the 1st Amphigene Lag completely unawares. New Wuhan. Galter 3. Night. General Satterwaith saw a pair of lights coming in from the south. The radio through the normal Kurita channels announced Amphigene, "This is Kurabayashi Battalion from the 6th Benjamin. We are coming in for a landing. Provide your location, over." He asked his aide and was informed that the 6th was a lightweight sector defense regiment. They were unlikely to be here to steal glory or salvage. Satterwaith nodded and nonchalantly bid the RBG communications and control staff to handle this. The dropships and all combat units of the 1st Amphigene Lag were lights out to keep safe from eyes in the sky. The dropships landed at a clearing south of the 1st Amphigene's Lag's landing zone. The 12th Vejan Rangers were excellent night fighters. Yes, these idiots really did try to do this in the Galter campaign book. They failed to kill even a single Davian mech the entire campaign. The 3rd Benjamin took 40 mech losses/heavy damage/missing in the first 2 days versus mines, artillery, air attack, infantry, and soft terrain. Snakebite 04. West of the depot. Galter 3. Night. Warlord Syovo Yoriyoshi was aggrieved. He was unconvinced. In all his years he had never faced such humiliation. Warlord Syovo Yoriyoshi wished to shake his fist at the sky and call all the gods as bastards. The battle against the 33rd New Avalon Hussars ended inconclusively as the 17th retreated to the coverage of their dropships' guns. General Mandela wisely decided to break off as the sun dipped below the horizon. Momentum was one of the undefinable elements of war. The 17th and the 33rd were grinding each other down, neither able to take the advantage through hours of fighting. Even with air power, Yoriyoshi's artillery assets were closer, and therefore could serve fire missions faster and more accurately. Yoriyoshi himself fought in his modified Dragon with a Lord's Light PPC for a main gun, the heat managed by the removal of the rear-facing medium laser. There was nothing new or unexpected with fighting these Davian troops, superlative personal performance would carry the day. He fought with brutal aplomb, and his precious 17th, despite some setbacks, proved their worth to rally again and again. He even felt that the Davians made a mistake trying to turn this into an open field battle, as it favored more Kurita speed and aggression. However, momentum turned against Yoriyoshi when it was reported that was retreating from his own landing site, and pursued by the Eridani light horse. Warlord. I have come to support you. In war, there was a concept called the Golden Bridge. As Sun Tzu stated, if you leave the enemy a way out they would be more inclined to take it rather than fight to the death. Yoriyoshi grit his teeth. He now keenly remembered the pain of the old saying, fear not the omnipotent enemy, only be afraid of pig-like teammates. General Nagakado stood sweating in attention before Yoriyoshi. The 6th Benjamin was a heavy assault regiment, landing with nearly 100 mechs. In the space of half a day, that number was reduced to around 40. They were inside Warlord Yoriyoshi's cramped office inside the Fortress-class dropship. Tall, lanky, and with a dreadful mien, Yoriyoshi asked through steepled fingers hiding the lower half of his face, what happened to you? Nagakado's report was wild and contradictory as the officer tried to downplay any mistakes and make his flight sound more like heroic action worthy of the Trivids. Stop. Tell me what the light horse actually did. I do not even care that they beat you, but how did they beat you? So. Artillery? Interesting. Everyone involved around the SLDF made artillery a strong component of their combat forces. However, the difference was that the Eridani were using missile artillery. Not only was that less tech, that should be expensive. From reports to Nagakado from the remains of Shizli's battalion, the light horse were using weapons that hit extremely hard from long range. Nagakado was not a man for reading historical documents, but from the damage profiles Yoriyoshi suspected that they had Gauss rifles. He pulled up on a nearby noteputer a report from the techs. Autocannon ammo were heap projectiles, high explosive armor piercing, with a shaped charge tip. Standard layered armor used by battle mechs and combat vehicles of all kinds ablated in a predictable manner due to the need to protect against many different types of damage, from kinetic to explosive to laser thermal or PPC. The damage report of surviving mechs showed whole sections that were just punched in, internal structure deforming, and armor being hit at such speeds that they behaved more like liquid on impact when trying to resist force. No burns or hints of any explosive content whatsoever. Remains of simple steel slug were found still embedded within the bowels of the mech. Yoriyoshi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Gauss rifles. Causing extreme damage from extreme range, outranging even LRMs, and even when they were not Lestec were mainly used by select SLDF heavy and assault battle mechs. Light mechs would either die or topple over in one hit. Even large mechs would find themselves knocked around. What a prize, what a prize. And you dare tell me that the Eridani light horse were fielding a whole lance of them? Are you sure they were emplaced inside hunchbacks? Is 50 tons even enough to absorb that much recoil? Nagakido made a face. They were not hunchbacks. Yoriyoshi grimaced as the report continued, and was verified by reports from mech warrior and technicians. Urban mech. Large urban mechs. The battle ROMs proved this. They were like mushrooms coming out of the soil. Urban mechs that are somehow exactly other mechs. What would that even be called? He murmured with furrowed brows. Urban mech warmer? Urban hammers? Urban routers? Urban topults? Urban backs? Why? How? Why? What madness is driving these horses? He took a deep breath. Well, regardless of their aesthetics, they clearly work. They are clearly using Lestec. Did the light horse find an urban mech factory, or something? Having fast urban mechs was one thing, that was arguably possible with finding a whole cache of light mechs, and refitting them with various weapons made sense if they were supposed to be dedicated garrison mechs. Even artillery versions were plausible under that premise. The SLDF was the sort of profligates and under-the-table procurement corruption to allow this sort of thing. They would bury whole battalions of assault mechs just in case. But heavy mechs? That implied a need for a dedicated production line. And with a frown is it, on this planet? After some more thought, that was unlikely. But there has to be something important here or they would not risk bringing so much valuable Lestec into combat. He glanced up at Nagakido. There was not enough mech bay capacity for them all to leave. This fool ran for his fat life, but unlike what other Kurita generals might say, Yoriyoshi admitted it was the correct decision. Someone incompetent enough not to be able to shield against the enemy on his own volition might as well surrender his command to someone who can. Fortunately it seems the light horse did not seem intent on pursuing Nagakido to the bitter end. This is a disgrace, Yoriyoshi told Nagakido. But given the quality of your opposition it is not too shameful. You may yet have the chance to redeem yourself. With atmospheric conditions allowing it, the communications equipment of his fortress could now pick up transmissions from the other side of the continent. The siege of New Delhi had begun and urban combat usually would take some time to conclude. Not everyone had painted themselves with ignominy as Nagakido, or the Draconis Combine Admiralty, for that matter. With such powerful assault dropships in play, no matter how the Draconis Combine mustered soldiery performed on planet, they were effectively trapped here. He needed to give a reason for the coordinator to send a more powerful second wave and rescue these regiments. They must have the prestige of fulfilling objectives, punishing Davian and these insipid Galtorians, and obtaining prizes. He had sent people to probe the minefields all day. There was a suspiciously wide and well-lit road leading into the depot. Perhaps that was necessary to move out so much of the loot they had gained. The depot might be empty now. Or, he mused, the fact that it needed such a road in the first place implied that there was more buried underground there that needed access. The depot was once a starport and the Vanyal plain was once used for wide-scale SLDF training exercises. The scouts reported that the minefields and trenches protecting the depot were extensive. Why go so far if that wasn't something they're worth keeping? Perhaps the technology was less about individual salvage but SLDF command and training facilities? He leaned back on his chair. The DCMS might dislike officers showing initiative, not the least because the DCMS, like the Imperial Japanese Army it was modeled after, had a tendency for junior officers to look to conveniently murder their superior officers for the sake of a promotion, but strategically the Draconis Combine enjoyed very high initiative. They were often the ones to act first and force the enemy to respond. Waiting around was not the way. He had to recover the momentum. Night fighting was rarely done, even though almost all mechs and vehicles had some form of night vision system. Darkness severely degraded the usefulness of artillery and reduced the usefulness of long-ranged or extended-range weaponry. Energy and missile weapons might even temporarily blind the pilot from too many bright explosions overpowering the sensors. Yoriyoshi, however, made it a core of his regimental doctrine that his troops should be able to do what others considered difficult. Night battle was one area where technology and training could overcome normally imbalanced odds. Darkness would also help hide units using AEP to detect and disarm mines. Night was the best time to move against the depot. Taisho, Nagakado gulped. He was sweating buckets and it had been many years since he had to stand in attention for so long. Yoriyoshi blinked and looked up. Oh. Yes. I had forgotten you were here. I have new orders for you. This time the 3rd Benjamin will stay and fight, or else you will be dishonored. Defend my dropships. You will fight to the last, do you hear me? There is no other route to survival. Those who seek death shall live, and those who cling to life will die. Do you understand? Hi, Warlord. We will not disappoint. I am disappointed already. Give your men 2 hours of sleep, and then have them spend the rest of the night in their cockpits. Mobilize the troops. We move out before midnight. At the same time, the 33rd Hussars and the 91st Eridani were set up in an ad hoc camp some distance away. Work mechs reloaded battle mechs, and pilots dined inside their cockpits. General Mandela was relieved to find out that the light horses MREs were not really any better than Davian MREs. Through 1,000 years, it seems humanity had finally exhausted how many ways to ruin supposedly a package of lasagna. Mandela cycled in the Fresh Lions Battalion and sent Mides Battalion back to the base camp. It was a costly battle, but he had to admit that it could easily have been much worse. He sighed as he watched Brother Eye's report on the strategic map. He breathed out, "Let's do a night battle. They will never expect it." Then in a louder voice said, "Everybody, because what the hell is this? It looks like no one wants to rest and just keep fighting at night to surprise the enemy." Armstrong laughed. Then Mandela continued, "I'm surprised that the numbers are still so even. From your reputation I was expecting you to wipe out the 3rd Benjamin completely in a few hours." Armstrong replied through the radio, "We need to hit them at a point just below where they would feel pressured enough to say EFF this for a plate of imitation crab sticks, load up into their dropships, and leave. Trying to destroy enemies retreating off-world looks dishonorable and would diminish our own allowances for peaceful withdrawal." Mandela nodded. "Not even Kurita will chase a retreating enemy too hard once they manage to break orbit." He blinked. "Then, wouldn't this make having pocket warships pointless once the enemy already landed? If they are leaving, would this not mean all you can do is to watch them burn towards the jump point no matter how easy it would be to destroy them?" Yes, sadly traditions of warfare say we should allow them to leave. However, that is not to say that having capital weapons dropships are useless once the enemy have landed. Night is the best time for them to achieve as much of their objectives as possible. Our pocket warships are built on an aerodyne hull, and shoot at things while inside the atmosphere. Mandela flicked his gaze towards the digital clock. 10:26. He sighed again. "So we just have to keep the Kurita forces around their landing site busy. It's up to you how daring you want to do this. We won't be able to support you so easily with artillery and air strikes." Mandela's nostrils flared. "We know how to fight. Trying to babysit us all the time is insulting. Go do whatever you need to do, General. We can handle things here." South of New Wuhan. Galter 3. The Amphigene Light Assault Group was caught in a pincer. The 12th Vejan Rangers recklessly pushed from north and south. The 2 small moons of Galter gave little light. The first Amphigenes advanced cautiously, relying on their discipline to maintain lance cohesion, their looming silhouettes barely visible against the dark backdrop of the night. Headlights made all mechs more easily detected from a distance. However, range reduction still impacted everyone since it was difficult to see any features at near perfect darkness. Any mechs that walked with lights out risked running into their own lance mates. This was less of a problem with fire support mechs and assault mechs that did not move so fast as to risk crashing in the first place. While the mediums and faster heavy mechs of the Rangers pulled attention from the defenders, long-range mechs struck from the second line with PPCs and LRMs. They only had to aim at the lights. More precision weapons or medium-ranged weapons like autocannons and large lasers demanded that their pilots skirmish close to the enemy to get reliable hits. Anyone trying to get hits with medium lasers needed to get even closers, because lasers demanded that the gunner keep the beam on target for as long as possible. A wide slashing beam does very little damage, like water slicking off a raincoat. The raking speed of a 35-ton Jenner mattered less here. They could no longer move full speed keeping track of the enemy, because they had no idea if they were facing the front or rear of the enemy at all. It was almost impossible for anyone to predict the enemy's movements. The only way to tell was to get light spilling over from their searchlights. The much slower Davian Enforcer 50-ton battle mech, now, could reliably expect the enemy to run at them head-on. With a large laser and an AC/10 on each arm, they gave out heavy 1-2 punches, now that these pesky light mechs were no longer zooming around the battlefield trying to stab people in the back. Elsewhere, 45-ton Phoenix Hawk trying to get to the back line as a scout lance leader, just got its face punched in by the angry fist of an 80-ton Victor battle mech running with lights out and passive sensors only. The mechs following their leader were now in AC/20 range. The Rangers dispersed their forces into pairs, blending into the shadows and the outline of trees, and making it challenging for the enemy to get an idea of their total available forces. Streaks of LRM fire lit up the night, and brief but devastating flashes of particle cannons and lasers was all the direct hint anyone could have for each other's positions. Targeting and tracking systems struggled to maintain locks as chaos and uncertainty ruled the field, mech signatures popping in and out. Though their homeworld Verde was as green and pleasant as its name implied, the Rangers were as comfortable in the night as they were in the day. This dated back to their founder, Lawrence Hillmond Nelson, and the original 12th Vejan Rangers would roam the devastated worlds along the combined sun's border, providing aid and justice to those in need. To overcome disparity in numbers and to maximize surprise against pirates, bandits, and Kurita troops that performed atrocities, the Rangers trained themselves to strike suddenly and swiftly like avenging ghosts in the night. The 1st Amphigene Lag were adept at fighting in clear terrain and when they could combine fire against enemy units. They were excellent team fighters. But the dark demanded that each man fight as much against themselves as the enemy. Those who tried to survive by turning off their searchlights became much less effective and much more at risk of friendly fire. The Rangers were far more practiced at resisting the reflex urge to pull the trigger as soon as something moves through the crosshair. If it goes blue, even for a second, don't shoot. Bragg's battalion, impatient at the long hours spent floating in orbit while their comrades fought and died, crashed furiously into the 1st Amphigene's Lag southern flank. Filled with assaults and heavies, fighting in pairs still meant they grossly outmatched the enemy. The Kurita forces were caught in a deadly overlapping web of fire. Attempts at counterattacks pulled Kurita mechs into more traps. Mechs went out into the dark and would never be seen again, their last moments only crackling shouts and screams into comms. With their forces in ever-increasing disarray, Olivet Satterwait ordered a hasty retreat. The defense line contracted narrower and narrower as mechs fled into the enveloping darkness. But the shadow of their dropships would offer little respite, as dropships were large obvious targets and had no advantage firing into the darkness. However, they were concentrated enough that any more attempts to push would diminish the advantage of darkness and reduce both sides into a slugging match. The Rangers' awesome momentum could only defray from here. However, Margrave Douglas still had 3 more weapons he could use against the 1st Amphigene Lag. Most of the dropships of the 1st Amphigenes were Aerodyne-type dropships. They had paltry firepower for their size, but being long and broad they made excellent cover and could lift off in a hurry. If the Amphigenes decided to fly away, they could support any other combat site on the planet. Number Galtercom. MRGV_Douglas_12th Vega, we have pocketed the 1st Amphigene Lag. MRGV_Douglas_12th Vega, landing site A with the 2 Triumphs are under siege. MRGV_Douglas_12th Vega, landing site B with the Excalibur and another Triumph are personally engaged. MRGV_Douglas_12th Vega, I want these ships grounded. Requesting airstrike. I acknowledges. I patching through to Marino Air Squadron. Marino_Air copy that, command. Marino_Air we're all loaded up, ready for a bombing run. Marino_Air just give us the coordinates. I with ready permission from ELH command, urban mech lambs inbound. I anti-ship missiles loaded. MRGV_Douglas_12th Vega, urban mech lamb. MRGV_Douglas_12th Vega, GNNH. MRGV_Douglas_12th Vega, just hearing that still gives me unpleasant shivers. MRGV_Douglas_12th Vega, it sounds so wrong. I do the impossible, see the invisible. I break the unbreakable, touch the untouchable. I lamb, light the power. MRGV_Douglas_12th Vega, is this software artificially intelligent or not? As the fighting never managed to get into New Wuhan, its airport remained secure. Bombs were loaded into fighter craft hardpoints. A lance of urban mech lambs were assigned to the SLS Gambler Bay as its last line of defense, but now they were free to engage. Within minutes, Margrave Douglas could see the horizon light up with a second sunrise. Then, some moments later, a panicked and wobbly set of lights ascended into the night. Number Galtercom. I strike complete. Reporting. I-1 Triumph class dropship destroyed. I-1 Triumph class dropship heavily damaged. I-1 Triumph class dropship in flight. I-enemy mechs in disarray, defending remaining dropship. I-counting 9 units unable to withdraw. They were fleeing to regroup. With their drives flaring in the night, air forces could track that dropship wherever it may go. But anywhere was better than being shot at from the ground and the air simultaneously. A Triumph modified to carry mechs could carry 2 companies. 3 could carry 2 battalions. Douglas put that dropship with potentially 1 surviving battalion out of his mind. Mandela had 2 more weapons he could use against these Kurita forces. Stomp. 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 A heavy cadence followed behind his command mech. A full company of assault mechs, 12 100-tonners, walked at a leisurely 35 km per hour. They were the reason any wild dogs of amphigenes could not return to their pack. Landing Site B was the primary drop site with the 1st Amphigene Lags Regimental Battle Group. The last remaining drop ship was a spheroid, or rather, a typical egg shape. The Excalibur, at 19,000 tons, was vastly larger than an Overlord and could fit a battalion with an extra company and 24 heavy vehicles and nearly 100 crew and infantry, and still with plenty of extra room for cargo. Unfortunately for all its size, it only had about enough armor as a Union. It was too many baskets in one egg. Margrave Douglas asked his men if any would sacrifice to pilot a different mech into battle. He had little difficulty finding 12 men and women willing to put aside pride in their habitual rides. He temporarily reorganized them into a provisional assault company. They had a simple job: to stay together, move as one as an unstoppable wall, breaking everything in their path. Galter had 2 full battalions of fresh Royal Mackeys. That was 72 assault mechs just waiting for anyone to claim them. Galter had too many goddamn assault mechs free for the taking. If only Yoriyoshi actually knew this. Unfortunately these were simply on loan, since Davian would be claiming the bulk of salvage, but Douglas was confident he could get a mech or two once this was done. A Mackie was at least not an urban mech. Fshrak. 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 Massed PPC fire turned the night briefly into a blue day. The rest of the Rangers only had to screen the assault company. Dropships were big and hard to miss. 48 PPCs firing as one, in repeated volleys, punched through into the side of the Triumph-class vessel after only 4 volleys. That ship might theoretically be able to lift off and fly away at low speed, but in no way could it go up into space. Then the landing site blossomed with fire, as Davian aircraft swooped in from the north. The 1st Amphigene Light Assault Group was caught like a pack of hyenas pushed against a cliff. The 12th Vejan Rangers had one last weapon they could use against the 1st Amphigene Lag. The knowledge that they were both, technically, mercenaries. Since this thread is basically acting like my beta anyway, might as well post in parts for criticism. I feel the 1st Amphigene Lag may have been resolved too quickly, but the momentum was against them. Should I try to extend the fight and purple prose it a little more? Galter Turning Points says. Alpha Regiment, 12th Vejan Rangers. Mercenary Federated Sons, May 9 September. CO, Margrave Sheridan Douglas. Average Experience, Elite. RAT, Mercenary, FMFS, FMU, FMM, MS1, MS2, MSU. Unit Abilities, the Vejan's Alpha Regiment gains a +2 to initiative when fighting in darkness. They also ignore the standard +2 penalty to hit numbers when fighting in the dark. Snakebite 05. New Derry. Galter 3. Night. New Derry was built in the confluence of 3 major rivers, the Dublin and the Rutha crossing from the west, and the Zhejiang River that went all the way south connecting to Changgli. The settlers built their capital on marshy terrain, and the airport was constructed on a landfill off the coast. Because of marshes, rivers, and forests surrounding the city, there were only 2 clear approaches to the city. The Rutha River Valley to the north, and the firm ground south in between the wild forest and the Mendoza Hollows that extended to the east for hundreds of miles. The 19th Gaelden Regulars and the 7th Sword of Light landed well south of New Derry on firmer ground, mostly in an attempt to protect themselves from being taken out by capital weaponry, but a happy accident nonetheless. The marshy terrain was not good tank country, but better for hovercraft. General Liao Xiang's brigade was composed of tracked and wheeled combat vehicles, and dug in around the bridges. The Galter Flying Squadron was actually not an air squadron but a mixed battalion of a company of light mechs, a company of hovercraft, and a company of fast light tanks. Theoretically fast enough to swoop in and disengage at will, they were the point of contact against the 7th Sword of Light, and they were massacred in short order. Dylan Rowe opened his eyes and let out a wordless scream. Then he winced at the hot flash of pain through his everything. Easy, easy there, soldier. You're safe. You're okay. Everything's okay now. A soft voice said from his left. He turned to see a broad-faced nurse. All around him were the sounds of the dead and the dying. He spoke through a throat feeling like coarse sand. Where am? This? They, the others. Sorry I don't have any answers for you. Field teams went out to bring back everyone they found still alive when the Drax pulled back. You're back in New Derry. She explained that the field hospital was set up in the reinforced basement and car parks beneath buildings around Elliott Park. There was no guarantee that the Drax wouldn't just start firing on hospitals they see. Did we lose? Dylan asked. He couldn't even raise the opposite thought. Not at all. Kurita still haven't managed to get into the city. The way things are going, we might win this yet. Don't lose hope now. Dylan looked down and clenched his fist. He was starting to get feeling back in his limbs. Am I wounded? No? Patch me up, nurse, and let me get back out there. Worry about it none. All your fighting means something. You're all heroes, so just rest for now. Unfortunately, despite medical concerns, the most that Dylan suffered was a concussion, and so after a few hours his place had to be given over to more seriously injured fresh arrivals. The staff wrapped his head in bandages and tinted a finger with voters' ink to make sure that he didn't try to insert himself into any combat groups. Dylan walked out to the chillingly cold night air. Elliott Park was a wide open space in the heart of the city, cut through by the Rutha River. Floodlights lit up the park from all sides. The air trembled with the sounds of clanging metal and distant explosions. The artful greenery, once a home for meditative public exercises and playing with pets, had become a busting bivouac. A landed leopard served as the ad hoc command center. Unlike the Kurita forces, there were few actual Davian dropships on planet. They were safely moored at the refueling stations on Galtar's moons. The dropship Marion Davies and its open mech bays, with the support of mobile field bays, was at the heart of the staging area, repairing and resupplying mechs and tanks. Techs and mechanics worked without rest to bring battle-worn machines back into operational condition. Hydraulics leaked, welding torches sparked, and techs did not even have the time to wipe blood out of cockpits after the dead and wounded were pulled out. This was the paradigm of war in the 31st century. As long as it wasn't a total loss and could be dragged back to base as salvage, almost anything could be put back into service as long as there was someone willing to risk themselves. Inside the bridge of the dropship, tactical command tied into the much more advanced sensors of the ELH dropship White Plains. However, that much larger dropship was much safer out at the airfield and coordinated air power. One handled the ground war and the other the air war. Night had fallen and no one had any time to rest. Adjacent to the repair stations, medical tents and relief stations were set into a series of interconnected dugout field bases. Traumatic injury was treated here first before sending out to more protected underground shelters for surgery and recovery. Men and women, many of them civilian volunteers, moved with frenetic and fearful effort. The air sizzled with communications and alarms and sirens that signaled imminent enemy arrival. With such a critical wide open space, the danger of being strafed by enemy aircraft was extreme. Anti-air gun mounts were emplaced on the park itself and on top of the nearby buildings. With the park being so bright in the night, it was an obvious target. The air war over New Delhi was fought with the bulk of remaining Kurita air power, the elite Davian air squadrons, and now and then the telltale crack of light subcapital lasers firing through the atmosphere. Although Kurita air feared moving through the sky above New Delhi, one could not really be sure with these maniacs. Another ominous siren sounded. Mechs moved to attention, their steps causing small quakes that Dylan Rowe could feel through his boots. He watched a red-orange warmer address a mixed group of battle mechs with a bushy wolf face symbol painted on. He thought it looked more like a cartoon coyote than a wolf, honestly. Dylan was familiar with the lone wolves though. The Hunchback, a pair of Stingers, and a Vindicator, moved out as directed. The warmer turned around and waited for two lances of urban mechs to arrive. They were each led by a catapult. Then they moved out, into the dark and abandoned corners of the city. Dylan Rowe respectfully bowed towards them and silently wished them luck. Dobson, recognizing the disadvantage in forces, did not expect to hold off the enemy outside of the city for too long. The cramped confines of a city benefited more those with inferior numbers and slower mechs. The undisciplined bulk of the planetary militia could not be expected to survive for long against the horribly experienced killers of House Kurita. Kurita excelled in open field battle. The southern front of New Delhi was not good tank country. The marshes and swamps along the southern front were less a hindrance to mechs, though it would slow them down. Armstrong did not interfere much with Dobson's defense plans. They all correctly anticipated that New Delhi would have the heaviest fighting, but unlike with just handing over assault mechs to the 12th Vejan Rangers, doling out the contents of the stash to New Delhi defenders was a much dicier prospect. The lone wolves were much too untrustworthy to be around Lestek and the Galter irregulars too green to do much good with such machines. But Armstrong had too many urban mechs and it was no problem to loan a few extra companies to the defense. The rural mechs and civilian mechs had already proven themselves in forestry and digging, and if they win this Galter would be very happy buyers. Dobson and Yaoxiang moved some pilots from Locusts and other thin-skinned light mechs with small guns that would be not as good in close-quarters city combat. His two battalions, Onal's Legion and Liao Yaoxiang's brigade waited in the dark for the enemy to enter the city. They're coming off the river at Froma Park. Came the fearful cry through comms. Dobson nodded and replied understood. Hold them off. We are inbound, ETA, 2 minutes. The mechs slowed down to take corners and ran at their full speed of about 60 km per hour through straight lanes. In the distance, explosions lit up the night from behind the urban skyline. The 7th Sword of Light was hammering into the strongpoints laid out at the city outskirts. Dobson had assigned the bulk of his forces there. While the terrain ensured that there would only be a clear invasion route straight south of the city, there was feasibly still a way to cut through the dense woods surrounding New Delhi. That is, the channel cut through them by the Great Dublin River itself. Kurita mechs had the clever idea of fording the river at night. This could potentially allow them to pierce straight through the defenders and even assault the headquarters. They were now getting close enough to hear the shriek of PPC fire and the scattering burst of autocannon return fire. LRMs arced from above. Heavy mechs. Too many mechs. We cannot hold. Cannot hold. As Dobson emerged to the open space of Froma Park, a panther landed nearby. The mech, before it could fire off its SRMs, was slapped away in a move similar to a vicious backhand. The armored cowlings around his Donal PPCs could hit like a heavy club. The light mech toppled to the ground. The few demolishers that Owen Rooniel managed to purchase for his legion started to reverse into the dark streets. Some mechs of the lone wolves were still skirmishing. The urban mechs walked out and started shooting, while a couple stayed back to start stomping on the fallen panther until its pilot was either knocked unconscious or the mech internals collapsed. Dobson zeroed in on the most dangerous mech there, a Marauder. No wonder the irregulars were panicked. The 75-ton Marauder was the quintessential heavy mech, hunched over with a sloping Saurian chassis with long bird-like legs. It made sense that it could ford the river much easier than the usual humanoid mechs. Despite that its top speed was only the norm for heavy mechs, the Marauder had a reputation for surprising nimbleness for its size, and endurance above its weight class. Just like his own Warhammer, its primary weapon was a pair of hard-hitting PPCs. The two mechs immediately fired on each other. The Marauder was still waiting in the river however, as by lacking arms and hands it had difficulty pulling itself over the river embankments. It would not take too long to collapse the sides to create a slope for it to walk through, but until then it would be stuck with little room to maneuver. On the other hand, its heatsinks being surrounded by cool rushing water meant that its PPCs could fire much more often. This had quickly overwhelmed the defenders. It had a dorsal-mounted AC/5 and a turret that could add keep steady pressure as its PPCs cycled. Lighter mechs with back-mounted jump jets were able to jump clear off the river and onto the wide-open parkland. Phoenix Hawks, Panthers, Javelins, almost a dozen mechs had already managed to get through. The other heavy mech was a 70-ton Grasshopper, with a large laser, 4 medium lasers, a LRM-5 characteristically inset right into the bulbous head of the mech, and thick armor. It was well equipped to jump straight into heavy fights. The wreckage of some light mechs were a testament to the defenders' efforts. Dobson grimaced as PPC bolts struck his mech, the kinetic and thermal component blasting out nearly a ton of armor, and stray charged particles scrambled his screen for a moment as they burst into a momentary spray of EMP. His own return fire struck the Marauder well, but he had no time to feel good about that. He pushed his mech into a brisk walk, twisting its torso to keep a beat on the Marauder. Behind him, the urban mechs started shooting. Brob. 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 It was a widely held belief that an urban mech had a combat lifespan of about 2 minutes on the pitched battlefield. Whether this was how soon before it could be destroyed or the 10 shots from its single ton of AC/10 ammo could be exhausted, few could say. Maybe both. But the Urban Mech 5 as that Armstrong had generously donated to the Galter Irregulars militia had downgraded the AC/10 into an AC/5. This freed up the tons to change the engine from a pathetic 60-rated fusion engine capable only of pushing it up to 32 km per hour into a more common 120-rated engine that could let it run up to 64 km per hour, normal heavy mech speeds. Of course, the inherent problem is that the AC/5 does half as much damage. It also had double the ammunition, and had the same range profile as a PPC. The hastily trained pilots in the urban mechs had no need to do anything complicated. They just had to walk and shoot. Lance 1. Concentrate fire on that Marauder. Dobson shouted. 4 urban mechs began to spray the Marauder with cannon fire, shells skipping and making little bursting splashes on the river when they missed. LRMs from the 2 catapults added their warload, and with a total of 60 LRMs inbound, even the thick armor of a Marauder would feel it. The Kurita mechs ran to engage the newcomers in close-range combat to disrupt their fire. AC/5s may have the range, but could not kill anything quickly. Keep it steady. Keep steady. Dobson reassured the pilots over comms even as he could hear some of them starting to shout things like "Die Kurita!" Or "And this is for my father. This is for my mother. And this because fuck you." And "Ray. Spray and pray" was the best one could hope for from green pilots. Fortunately, these urban mechs had thick enough armor for a light mech, and had 2 medium lasers for a significant short-range punch. With Kurita forces facing Dobson's group squarely, it was now at this point that the lone wolves sprang at them from the other side of the park. Now pinned in a crossfire, some of the Kurita mechs tried to flee due north for breathing room, only to run into the tanks hiding there. An AC/20 was the single most powerful gun available to a mech warrior, capable of killing a light mech in one shot. A Demolisher was an 80-ton tank that had 2 of them. There were also some Hetzers, 40-ton wheeled assault guns that had an AC/20 built into the hull, though given the quality control of Quick Cell Company it was a miracle that they even arrived all working and with one a few missing parts. While all those tankers knew they would not last long in close-range combat against much more maneuverable mechs that could just jump over them, they could sell their lives for a great cost to House Kurita. A few more shots rang in Murder Alley before being silenced. Mechs had now managed to slip into the city. Dobson was not worried. The rest of his regimental battle group were still around as the last line of defense. He was more concerned with killing the enemy marauder. The Grasshopper tried to engage his mech, but the pilots in the urban mechs had learned that while the stumpy little machines had no arms, they were surprisingly good kickers and were not shy at all about charging right back to kick enemy mechs in the shin. The Grasshopper pilot was momentarily taken aback by this sudden and highly aggressive defensive screen. A Grasshopper was a humanoid mech with arms and fists that could punch back, but urban mechs were so small that they could not be reached without bending over. And it trying to kick back meant that urban mech was now firing point-blank shots straight into the heavy mech's crotch. Part of why mechs were kings of the battlefield was the limited feedback from the neuro helmet, allowing the pilot to extend their kinesthetic sense out into the machine, feeling it as if it were a second skin. While hits would not exactly hurt, though internal explosions could rip through the mech so quickly that it could overwhelm damage sensors and actually deliver a mental shock to the pilot, this was distracting enough to buy a few seconds of confusion. The gyro and hip motors were there, important for balance, so a mech should still try to protect its groin area. The Grasshopper engaged its jump jets away from all these urban mechs to go fight the more typical lone wolves mercenaries. Even with wildly inaccurate gunfire from 4AC/5 carrying urban mechs, enough shots could degrade armor. The Kurita pilots chose to disregard the smaller mechs to focus on trading fire with Dobson. PPC fire slammed into each heavy mech, but combined fire had its own weight. The Kurita pilot fought to the last, even as the Davian mechs chewed through its armor and started to carve into its internals. Finally, with a breaching reactor, the mech slumped to the side and drowned into the ink-black waters of the Dublin River. Dobson grit his teeth and switched targets. His SRMs and medium lasers now sliced into other mechs at close range. PPCs had a field inhibitor creating a minimum range, to prevent its carrying mech from being affected by the EMP effects of its firing. The urban mechs continued to bray AOP, unceasingly into the enemy, and shooting twin green beams of medium lasers, at close range now seeing more effective hits much to their rabid pleasure. The raid by the 19th Gaelden was beaten back after a few more minutes, but the night was still young. Dobson stared at the wrecks lighting up the night like a bunch of flickering campfires. Dobson breathed heavily and ordered half of you stay here and guard, and give me a casualty report. The rest, rearm and refit back at HQ. They might try this again. Southern Front. New Derry. The Kurita forces assaulted New Derry on 4 columns, one for each bridge over the Dublin River with the 5th Central Bridge currently unopposed. The 19th Gaelden had the west, and the 7th Sword of Light had the east, and through a strip of land never shall the two meet. There was this invisible line that invited someone to just send a unit through, but while the two Kurita regiments would never help each other no matter how the battle turned, they would not be above mutually shooting at something front and back. Maneuver combat was more difficult at night. Marshes were ideal grounds for hovercraft, but the Galter irregulars could only get a dozen of those, and at night their speed was a hindrance as they would likely slip and crash into things. Hovercraft were mainly harassers, fragile and lacking firepower. Armstrong only asked Dobson to hold off Kurita until daylight. The Dahar DMM, despite being overlooked as a militia unit, were regulars at fighting House Kurita. But the lone wolves could not be so easily summarized as a regular, veteran, or elite force. Their composition varied from month to month and week to week, and saw all sorts of strange mercenary individuals. Some units were barely useful, and paid a pittance. Others were there as elite units that were poor team players. Some were good at following orders. Others were willing to die as long as they were paid enough. Others were there for some minor moral stance that at least they were not bandits or pirates. Some saw the lone wolves as the lowest point a mercenary can go, while others saw it as the start of their careers. Dobson assigned the lone wolves into lance-sized groups, sending them to hide in the industrial districts in hunter-killer teams. They were offered sizable rewards for verified mech kills, shared between all units in a lance to prevent kill stealing. Dobson was aware of the Star League depot and its contents, and so informed his own forces not to be too concerned about salvage. The 7th Sword of Light was an elite regiment, among the best of the best, and had top priority for supplies and equipment with their own dedicated jump ships and drop ships. Only those who had served flawlessly for at least 5 years in another regiment and pass a grueling series of mental, physical, spiritual, and political tests could join the Sword of Light regiments. They were not tied to any specific area but could be sent to any realm to assist as needed. Troubleshooters and troublemakers, they had the direct favor of the coordinator himself. The 7th Sword of Light was normally tasked with defending Luthien. They represented the Pillar of Teak, defending the culture of the Draconis Combine. As much as Warlord Yoriyoshi had a bone to pick with the Eridani Light Horse for destroying the 11th Benjamin Regulars, and Warlord Samsonov irked at the Eridani Light Horse getting its first resurgent fame from destroying his 2nd Gaelden Regulars, Takashi Kurita had to think long and hard if he should risk a loss of face from not responding to the Eridani Light Horse's provocations. It was all about Demeter Corps. The Eridani light horse had given it to everyone, except the visible snub and insult to House Kurita. Saying they would steal it for themselves anyway, it condemned the people of House Kurita as unworthy of survival and that they were craven instead of honorable and fearsome warriors. The 7th Sword of Light on Galter was not a full regiment, but 2 reinforced battalions made no difference other than potential face-saving if they were somehow defeated. Takashi Kurita was uninterested in reconquering Galter 3, though its loss was another insult to the Combine. The Benjamin regulars were concerned with loot, the Galdan regulars with appropriating glory, but the 7th Sword of Light had orders to raze New Delhi to the ground. Dog of the Davians! Screamed Taisei, Colonel, Hidashi Tamura. Stop laughing and die. Kismet Battalion of the 7th Sword of Light had the honor of being the vanguard. They were wonderfully talented at prosecuting close combat, and even physical attacks. But unpredictability was the name of the game for the Lone Wolves. House Kurita succeeded on audacity, aggression, and a blatant disregard for the lives of their men, but even they balked at total lunacy. Jump-capable mechs swarmed ahead to jump clear of the river, while heavier mechs stood in the back line providing fire support. As the recon company of the Kismet Battalion passed a row of warehouses, a group of mechs charged out firing and swinging. The infrared battlefield with mechs showing up as white shapes on a fuzzy dark background swiftly turned chaotic. One of those Lone Wolves mercenaries somehow had gotten his hands on a hatchet man and was now running around chopping up Combine mech while broadcasting loud lunatic laughter on an open frequency. Other Lone Wolves' lances fired from the shadow of the industrial zone. Brahim! That strange hatchet man shot outbursts from its torso-mounted AC-10, then waved its hatchet to fend off threats at close range. Chop! Even elite Sword of Light pilots well used to physical combat had to scramble back against a 2-ton slab of sharpened metal falling towards their cockpits. A dragon shielded its face with its arm, and the hatchet cut deep into the endoskeleton of the mech. The hatchet man kicked at the dragon, the recoil helping to pull its weapon free. Brahim! An AC-10 burst hit the enemy dragon point blank. The mech fell flat on its back, as if staring up at the night sky and contemplating the universe. The other Lone Wolves' mechs were likewise punching and kicking, devolving this fight of sophisticated war machines into a brutal and thuggish melee. Shadow Hawks, Griffins, Phoenix Hawks, Wolverines, mainly humanoid-type battle mechs with jump jets. As they grappled, the hatchet man ran around the battlefield hitting arm joints, hips, exposed cockpits, all the while still laughing like a maniac and screaming about scalps. Then just as quickly, the group jumped off and ran back into the rows of warehouses, daring the Kurita forces to chase them into the maze. Panthers, Jenners, Valkyries, Stingers, and other light mechs with jump jets, moved ahead of the formation. Assault mechs of the 19th Galdan and the 7th Sword of Light suppressed defenders while they bypassed the forward's defensive positions. Tanks in hull-down firing positions were easy prey to being stabbed in the back, but fortunately for them the Kurita mechs were more interested clearing the river. They jumped over the Dublin in a single bound and landed cleanly on the other side. A lance broke off to hit the bridge defenders from behind while others continued to pour through into the city. A Jenner detected a tank waiting around the corner in an alley, and simply jumped over the gap. The tank could not elevate its turret far enough. Apart from the center of the city, New Delhi was in almost total blackness with power to the street lights shut off from the substations. The searchlights from the jumping mech only had a moment to notice that the streets were wet. But that was not water. The volunteer firefighters of New Delhi had pumped certain streets with an oil slick, and the landing lost its footing after just one more step. Policemen from the upper floors pelted the stricken mech with Inferno SRMs. A conflagration swiftly spread up and down the street. Another Jenner following close by turned the corner, saw all the fire and smoke, and immediately turned around to head another way. The Hetzer assault gun rolled out of the alley and shot it in the back. The Kurita mech staggered on its feet, and while the AC-20 hit only punched straight through its torso, that was not enough to kill it as it just barely missed the reactor. The SRM ammo igniting and exploding moments later however, completely tore it apart and leaving but a pair of scorched legs falling over. Other Kurita mechs met the Lone Wolves into hard DMM teams at the far end of a street. Seen from outside of the city, rows of New Delhi avenues were now aflame, making the dark and abandoned metropolis even more like a waiting hell. But the night was long, and there was yet more killing to be done. Dragons doused 01. Fake Star League Depot. Galter 3. Approximate 2 AM local time. Warlord Yoriyoshi ran as if hell's own horses were after him. The first day had not even finished in the invasion and already he was starting to get an inkling this was turning disastrous. In preparation for this assault, House Kurita had mobilized 10 regiments attacking multiple worlds at once with small company and battalion-sized raids elsewhere. This should have tied Davian up for weeks. Instead they had been savaged before even landing. This war on the ground stank of desperation before they even touched down. At the same time however, a part of him exulted, I was not wrong. Many overlooked that the much-vaunted core of the new Avalon Institute of Science came from materials stolen from Halstead Station. In the January 4 of 3014, Hansa Davian personally led a force of 3 mech regiments to loot the uncovered Star League-era university on the toxic atmosphere world. They broke into a sealed vault and uncovered a trove of old books and memory storage devices. Under fire, they scooped up what they could with their large mech hands and stuffed them into large sacks, burning whatever they could not loot. What knowledge they had destroyed just to deny it to House Kurita. And they dare present themselves as technological revitalists in the inner sphere. They are the thieves. They are the destroyers. It all belonged to House Kurita first. Who were they to steal the people of the Combine their just inheritance? Kurita scientists were no less capable than Davian ones. In fact, for all that they were hailed and respected in New Avalon, they would never advance any more than bureaucrats. In the Draconis Combine, they could be rewarded more lavishly: fame, fortune, riches, women, authority, and allowance to ignore laws for lesser people. There was much more incentive to excel. In many ways, the attack on Hof was justice for Halstead Station. It ended in mostly a draw. Now something was afoot on Galter 3. Jamming meant that he had no idea how other forces in the world were doing, but he could make a reasonable guess. He sniffed as he looked from side to side. It was best to keep in mind what this whole invasion was about. If there was something on the depot, then all he had to do was to verify its existence. If there was anything of value, just loot and leave. If it was nothing more than an elaborate trap, then just simply leave. If the Gaelden regulars and the 7th Sword of Light were not inclined to follow his orders, then that was their problem. Most of his regiment rushed at full speed towards the depot. Finally, they arrived. The light horse could not stop the sheer mass of their force. Those little trash cans could only crumple against their momentum. Built on top of a white hill, or to be more precise, a hill that did not exist until the SLDF sculpted it into being, the rumored Star League depot was also a dropship landing zone with old rusted hulks still stuck on their pads. The depot area was not large enough to support mech combat, however. Night vision showed that new ferrocrete walls obscured the view of the depot, but compared to the old semi-collapsed installations these were unlikely to be thick enough to resist weapons fire. Mechs harassing the front of his formation retreated towards the depot, running over a suspiciously well-lit road. Artillery fire landed nearby. Even with his orders to disperse, there were simply too many mechs arrayed in front of the depot. No matter how they struggled, that little depot would not survive their assault. Assault and heavy mechs moved to and fro, as if taunting the defenders and spoiling their aim. Night was already terrible for artillery operations, and once they charged in, there was only one thing preventing an all-out assault. Noya Elazer reported in. Warlord, the situation here is the same. There are indeed multiple layers of minefields. Those deep zigzagging trenches will make it more difficult for mine-clearing vehicles to operate. Yoriyoshi nodded. It is as expected. As the saying goes, never fear that there are those more outstanding than you. Only fear that those who are more outstanding than you are also more hardworking than you. They had multiple options to clear minefields. Mine-clearing infantry were slow and vulnerable to artillery. Those trenches were obviously there to allow infantry to pass through and make it more difficult for combat engineers to operate. However, vice versa, if they were to seize those trench lines they could have a clear run all the way to the depot. It would just be DCMS infantry having to fight through close quarters. It was not anything worth his attention. Either they succeeded on their own or they did not. Another was to use artillery and large volume missile fire to clear minefields. One needed to really dig into the ground to churn out mines and trigger them. Unfortunately, because mobile artillery was slow, they had to leave them behind. LRM-20s were much more feasible, but due to the depth of this minefield, almost not very practical. Mech-based mine-clearing operations were also possible. A mine-clearing whip could churn the soil ahead of the mech and detonate mines from a safe distance away. It was a glorified mech-sized weed whacker on the end of a long stick. Yoriyoshi looked at a group of stingers and panthers standing nearby holding long poles, like farmers waiting to rake a rice paddy. It looked undignified. But it would work? His radio buzzed. Warlord, we have contact with the Eridani's main force. Due south of your position. Interesting. So they were alert enough to realize we could also move out under the cover of darkness. They put more priority on protecting this depot than assaulting our dropships. The reason why the Eridani Light Horse didn't just park their regiments in front of the depot to protect it was obvious. That would render them vulnerable to concentrated enemy assault, instead of here where the attackers could be pincered from north and south. Of course, there was a third option. Yoriyoshi looked at the suspiciously clear straight-line highway leading into the depot. The urban mechs had already proven that it was clear of mines. Using the rangefinder of his mech, he supposed it was roughly 6 kilometers long. It was narrow enough that only about 2 or 3 mechs could run side by side. Assuming that a Jenner would be able to run through at 118 kilometers per hour, it would only take them a little over 3 minutes until they were deep in the depot, wreaking havoc with the defenders with its quartet of medium lasers and setting infantry on fire with its Inferno SRMs. Like a brace of fighting roosters, a lance of Jenners stood idly but eagerly pacing in place. Yoriyoshi nodded approvingly and spoke through comms, "Go. The four Jenners ran for it, 2 ahead and 2 behind. Yoriyoshi watched their outlines through the night vision mode on his HUD. One of the lead mechs had a special recon camera and a tight beam microwave transmitter that relayed what the pilot would see to a screen on Yoriyoshi's mech. At the far end of the depot, he glimpsed 4 shapes trundle out to the endpoint of the road. Then suddenly his vision was filled with a bright flash as multiple PPC bolts briefly overpowered the NV sensors. The first 2 Jenners abruptly just seemed to crumple inwards. He could see the normally invisible traces of static electricity arcing from their hulls. The 2 Jenners running behind skillfully triggered their jump jets to leap clear of the wrecks. PPC fire mostly missed. But one landed badly on legs already damaged and stumbled. The other continued to run. Shrak! That Jenner ran straight into 12 PPCs and collapsed, only 3/4 ths of the way to the depot. And now there were wrecks blocking the once clear road. What just happened? Yoriyoshi fiddled with the action camera record and rewinded back to the moment before the attack. 4 barrel-shaped mechs waited near the entrance. He frowned and squinted. He moved his head closer to the screen. Those are not urban mechs. He leaned back and gasped. Macchies. Inconceivable. Artillery fire from the depot intensified. Yoriyoshi scowled in silence. Was it still worth it to assault depot? Macchies. In retrospect, that made the depot having SLDF salvage much more believable. The Macchi was exclusively a Terran hegemony design after all. The plans for the first ever battle mech was stolen and swiftly cloned by all other great houses, but they soon abandoned their knockoff designs for their own exclusive battle mechs. House Kurita, for example, found more use in the Gladiator, a 55-ton machine that could go up to 86 km per hour, and armed with a single PPC, 2 medium lasers, a SRM-6 launcher, and could leap up to 150 meters. While this might not sound all that impressive now, a loadout similar to the Griffin or Wolverine, in the age of war prior to the establishment of the Star League, the DCMS brought to the battlefield unprecedented speed and ferocity. But the hegemony had always been proud of their brainchild and continued to produce the Macchi for militia forces even until Amara's coup. At 100 tons, it could still be a troublesome opponent even for much more modern designs. He racked his memories for what Macchis there could be. The MSK-9H was the most common design, with 2 Donal PPCs, 2 Star Flash medium lasers, and an Imperator AC-20. It was a very respectable loadout even 700 years later. Even an Atlas would hesitate to fight one-on-one. But he had a full regiment. Yoriyoshi snarled. He had gone too far to hesitate in the face of a bunch of obsolete relics. Commence the operation. He ordered through comms. The dragon has 3 heads. The 17th Benjamins would strike at the depot from 3 directions, 2 from the minefields and 1 straight through the main road. Yoriyoshi's dragon copied his movement and spread its arms wide. I don't believe you have more Macchis than I have dragons. Southwest of the fake Star League depot. Galter 3. The 91st Cavalry of the Eridani Light Horse were not as adept with night fighting as the 12th Vejan Rangers. Night vision complicated things and increased chances of friendly fire. They did have one important advantage vs Kurita however. Anything that was not shaped like an urban mech was the enemy. The forces under Armstrong's direct command were not as green as the other battalions. Not just a few of them were formerly veteran combat vehicle crew that found themselves more capable of mech command with SLDF-style neurohelmets. They still had to train how to fight using mechs, but that indefinable quality of nerve that separated a green soldier from a regular did not need to be trained into them. Their instincts for positioning and which enemy mechs were vulnerable remained the same no matter their combat platform. Just give them a whole battery of pulse lasers, enough speed to equal a galleon light tank, and watch them go to work. Streak SRMs lit up the night. The radar guidance of these launchers simply refused to engage on friendly IFF. Armstrong's Atlas had also been upgraded. An improved Gauss rifle, 2 ER PPCs, and a LRM-15 Plus Artemis launcher gave him confidence to face up even to a clan mech if they arrived right at that moment. The enemy command mech was a stalker, and against the relatively common assault mech that had a respectable all-range armament, he could only pity the fool with not enough heatsinks to their name. The difference between a soldier and a warrior was that the former wanted the fight to always be as unfair as possible. Armstrong listened to combat chatter while he resolutely took pot shots at enemy mechs. Unlike the fight with the 91st 2nd Battalion with Jamal Falahi versus the Nagakido's also 2nd Battalion, the Kurita forces were much less willing to charge into a battle line composed of assault mechs. The 1st Battalion he commanded, plus the regimental battle group, was the Heavy Assault Battalion. They were the best that the Nanolathe could produce, just limited to things that could conceivably have been produced by the Star League, just in case they were taken as salvage. Still, he had instructed the troops beforehand, do not care over much for your machines. Save the meat, waste the metal. There would always be more. Urban mechs would always be an embarrassment of riches. Ah! If I can't hit you, then I'll just kick you. Jenners were wicked fast and often confounded targeting, leading the enemy into a circle of death, moving around them faster than torsos could twist to track. One of the Jenners had almost a bird-like look of confusion as it was struck by a spin kick from an armless and handless urban mech. The return of the Star League begins and ends with us. If we embarrass ourselves here, they might decide it's not worth trying to fix things. Nothing but total victory matters, brothers. Just remember your training. Combine fire. Johan, your armor is getting low. Pull back, I'll cover you. Felder. Switch with him. Take down one and we are equal. Take two down before dying and we make a profit. Those who fear death will die. Those who seek death will live. As our ancestors charged into the gauntlet of Terra, never shall we flinch from our enemies. For the glory of the regiment. Running low on gauze ammo. Asking for reload. Sorry sir. My father died to Inferno SRMs. Just cooked alive in his mech. I panicked. Good thing my double heatsinks could handle it. Ejecting. Internal damage, but Case managed to contain it. Still have my PPCs. My little Irby, my little Irby. AAA, 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 ah. Friendship is having 6 of your best mates with you beating up on someone you don't like. Let's play a game of tag. Spike lands to Slayer Company lead, enemy LRM assets at NAV beta neutralized. The DCMS had always relied on their aggression to carry the day, and the Benjamin regulars were taken aback by facing an even more fearless enemy. Battalion Commander Sharon, annoyed by the harassment of small fast urban mechs all day, wished for a more conclusive battle. After rearming and repairing at the dropship base, Yoriyoshi reassigned them to protect the southern flank. Now he was regretting that wish. What the hell kind of horses are these? The DCMS have always thought that Wolf's Dragoons were not all that impressive, and losing to the light horse without even firing a shot was shameful and a waste of the coordinator's coin, but if this was the level of brutality they faced on Hoth. Finally it made sense. The Eridani light horse losing only half a regiment on Hoth, then being able to destroy whole regiments after that. Truly, Davian was the only worthy adversary of the dragon. The 17th were more disciplined than Nagakido's troops and at least were not suffering constantly artillery bombardment, but they could not slow down at all the sheer mass of metal pushing their way. These horses were acting like starving cannibals. The dragon was nothing but meat to them. Unforgivable. They had to delay the 91st until the warlord could seize the depot. They would die to the last here than let these horses pass. Fake Star League Depot. Galter 3. The mine-clearing efforts of the 17th Benjamin proceeded at an almost literal breakneck pace. Mech slapped the ground with angry abandon. Against infantry trying to pop out of cover with SRMs and single-shot LRMs, they answered with flamers and inferno gel. The trenches lit up the night like veins of burning blood. Rippling booms preceded their arrival. Rippling booms answered their approach. However, these mechs were not so helpless in the face of an artillery response. As soon as their sensors relayed the sound of incoming artillery, they jumped back and dispersed. The random scatter of artillery would sometimes even help them by digging out mines for them. They jumped to existing artillery blast craters, secure that they would not be mined anymore. Within 30 minutes they had managed to cut through into the 12th minefield layer. The minefield would never be able to stop a serious attacker, which was the reason why they were not at all a central defensive measure for important citadels. They were only ever a delaying measure for battle mech and vehicle defenders to arrive. Now missiles streaked from the base. The Kurita mech stopped and immediately dodged. Artillery missiles were much more obvious, but they believed the bigger weapon had a larger bang. The arrow 4 passed them by and exploded in an airbust behind them. The mech warriors grimaced. In relief, yes, because the missiles missed, but at the same time a reminder why artillery missiles were less tech and much more dangerous. The airbust cluster warhead would shower an area with miniature bomblets, and had a much higher chance of hitting the head. Being a humanoid-type mech had its disadvantages. They returned to the task, and then after a few more minutes, had to fall back against artillery again. Other mechs looked for mines on Magscan and tried to carve them out of the ground with lasers. This was a slower, less guaranteed method. These mechs behind the main mine-clearing group were widening the route for the rest of the Kurita force. Suddenly, there was a bang. One of the second-line mechs experienced something punching through its foot. Bang! Bang! The mechs that leaped back from the artillery barrage landed into a blooming series of explosions as soon as they touched down. One of them was unlucky enough to trigger many close-packed mines at once, and its left leg was torn asunder. It crashed, knocking the wind out of its pilot, luckily not triggering even more mines. The rest of the group froze in place. The Davians could have taken them out with cluster mines. But instead of killing them, they just wasted so much work and put them all inside an active minefield. One they could not dodge away from because they had no idea what else is now a minefield. The waiting company behind them would have to start all over. Soon enough the artillery barrage resumed. This is outrageous. It is unfair, one of the Kurita mech warriors mumbled as he shielded his mech's canopy with his arms as cluster warheads exploded overhead. How could you clear a minefield and be trapped in a minefield? Just kill us instead of insulting us like this. Give us an honorable death if you dare. Mechs were piling high into a strange mountain of wrecks in front of the depot. New mechs were even starting to use them as cover. The line of Mackies at the base entrance had yet to stop firing. There were 8 of them now. When the first line cycles its PPCs, the one at the rear would continue to fire. If the one at the front were taking too much damage from LRMs, they would switch. There were probably 3 such assault lances in there, 2 for firing, 1 behind emergency battlefield armor repairs. And of course there were still urban mechs in there. They were small enough that the Mackies could just fire over their heads. Yoriyoshi tried sending dragons through with the first line being a wall to absorb fire so that the rear composed of Jenners could jump above and rush the wall of fire. The super urban mechs with their large pulse lasers cut them down before they could close into medium laser range. Yoriyoshi tried sending rows of dragons through, but then the Davians just called down an artillery strike into the densely packed formation. He sent mechs to try to widen the road. They were unable to make good headway against the minefield and trying to run through hoping they just had a chance not to step on mines just had them fall prey to it. These were some damned dense minefields, what the hell. It was a waste of time trying to clear the minefields off the side of the road, but the clumping dead dragons means that they had to do mine clearing operations just to get around them. Yoriyoshi looked numb at the reports. The light horse were pushing in from the north and south. Those mechs, those Mackies. He was convinced they were protecting something important. They might even be the something important. 4 PPCs in a mech was unimaginable. Even an awesome with 3 PPCs could not afford to alpha strike every time. Those mechs had yet to even start to slow down. He was starting to run out of dragons. His face twisted up with bitterness. For all his efforts, would it be just a waste? 6 regiments on a single planet, when Hansa Davian outfoxed the Combine with just 3 regiments on Hallstead Station. The Galdan and the Sword of Light regiments had a simpler job, but he had argued most for this invasion, and if he simply withdrew from the prize with nothing for it, could he still live like a man? 60 years he had spent in service to House Kurita, would this be the end of it? In shame and ignominy from a simple choke point in a wide open plain? He closed his eyes and stilled himself. No. He had a regiment. He was the warlord of Benjamin, master of over 70 worlds. Or at least, a battalion or so. The rest were now fighting to give him time. Everything he would send into the gullet of the beast. He had enough men. Enough mechs. Davian would choke on their deaths. He was not stupid enough to lead the charge personally, but this time, he would join the charge. He would send the assault mechs first to absorb fire and exchange volleys. Then once they inevitably fell, send the dragons and the Jenners in the hope that their speed lets them finally get that last aching kilometer in. Then the slower mechs like the Panthers and the remaining heavies. They would be barrier troops to shoot any man of Kurita that was cowardly enough to turn away from their moment of glory. Dragons doused 02. Fake Star League Depot. Galter 3. Around 4 am. If there was one thing Warlord Yoriyoshi loved, it was his 17th Benjamin regulars. Every year he visited the planets within his district and give out scholarships to the Sunjong Mech Warrior Academy. In exchange, those who accepted scholarships had to spend 3 years serving in the 17th Benjamin. Wisely, Yoriyoshi picked many students with wealthy families, who then contributed large amounts of money to the regimental coffers. And his heart bled as he sent them off into the meat grinder. Don't you see? We are the same, he wanted to shout. We can only move forward. The only victory that matters is gaining the approval of the coordinator. Everything else is an afterthought. We may only retreat when we have exhausted all means of accomplishing our sworn oath, and any further would be wasting the coordinator's armies. Our lives do not belong to ourselves. Graduates of Sunjong were honored with a daisho, a katana and the shorter straight-bladed wakaizashi, as a true samurai, and if a soldier dishonored themselves or the teachings of the academy in any way they had to commit seppuku with his own honor blades or suffer the loss of their mech or arrow fighter, land holdings, titles, rank, and their family's honor. Dishonor can attach itself to generations, while simply recovering from a lost mech would be recoverable by any family of some means and connections. The 17th Benjamin had the best that the Draconis Combine or the black market could provide, and so with the hopes and support of their families behind them, their survival now rested entirely upon their own will. If it was truly impossible, Yoriyoshi would have retreated long ago. Every time it became the longest 8 minutes in the regiment's history. While the straight line distance to the depot was slightly over 6 kilometers through the minefield, and more like 18 away from artillery range, for most of that distance it was actually quite safe to traverse if they just moved at a good clip. It was just over halfway into the minefield that things began to experience sudden and often fatal interruptions. There was a battle line of 8 Mackies firing 32 PPCs that could wreck any pair of mechs quickly. However, LRMs outranged PPCs and sending some catapults and archers. Yoriyoshi knew he had to have been degrading the Mackie force. They were able to then retreat in good order. Pre-targeted artillery could take out clumped mechs and those trying to use other fallen mechs as cover, but the natural drift of inbound artillery shells means that the minefields on either side of the roads could also be destroyed by errant shell landings. Thus, there were areas where mechs could stand 3 or 4 abreast. Sometimes even 6. Kurita assault mechs could finally concentrate fire to try and overwhelm these deviants. The road proved this. The closest wreck to the depot was but a mere 50 or so meters away from the entrance. They could still win this. The last tactic they tried was to have dragons flat out running while Jenners ran ahead in running leaps to spoil the aim and distract the assault line. It was close. Painfully close. The deviants were not the only ones that could do field repairs. The RPG accompanying them had technicians, utility cranes, and cargo haulers. The wide flats of the Vonyal plain meant the wheeled vehicles could decently keep up with the mechs. Jenners dumped SRM ammo, to survive for longer without the danger of ammo explosions. Damaged mechs could have some of their leg and torso armor replaced. Mechs ran and jumped in practice for the assault. Yoroyoshi itched with impatience. Every minute they spent was another minute given to the enemy to recover from damage and relieve the pressure. His comms continued to deliver reports of the vanguard forces of his regiment trying to hold against the Eridani light horse. "The hell are they doing trying this again?" murmured one of the Davian troopers. "For God's sake, you morons! Just leave." "But if they leave then we don't get to kill them," answered another. Were the last words they ever said before they were shot from the back by DCMS troopers in thermal cloaks. They had been crawling for hours through the edges of the minefield. While the bulk of the infantry were the ignored child of the entire DCMS, with armor that provided inferior protection compared to other house armies, Yoriyoshi extended some of his favor to special operations units. A heat-blocking thermal cloak, silenced automatic rifles, and compact COMM systems did not quite make them dest infiltrators, but they had honor of their own all the same. One of the troopers began to click out a sequence on his transmitter. Positional data for artillery spotting. Soon enough, long tom shells began raining down on the depot. Yoriyoshi brought with him an Imperial Artillery battalion, and 6 long toms began to finally suppress the defenders. Night vision and optical zoom could not be used at the same time on his Neuro helmet HUD, but it did look like some of the hits were at the entrance, damaging those same clumped rows of Davian mechs. The depot answered with the crack of counter-battery fire, and so they were removed from the equation. Yoriyoshi took deep calming breaths. He looked at the time. "Proceed with the operation," he ordered. This time a whole company of mechs was moving as one. 4 assault mechs with the best longest ranged weapons available trundled ominously forward at their best speed. An 80-ton awesome 8R that reduced its firepower from 3 PPCs to 2 large lasers and a pair of LRM-15S, a 85-ton Stalker 3F with 2 LRM-10S, another awesome but the regular -8Q with the 3 PPCs, and a 95-ton Banshee 3M with 2 PPCs. Behind them was 90-ton Cyclops 10Q that traded its AC/20 for another LRM-10, an extra medium laser, and more heatsinks. A captured Davian 80-ton Victor 9A with only short-ranged weaponry, a 75-ton Marauder 3R with 2 PPCs, and an 70-ton Archer 2K with a pair of LRM-15S. What these mechs had in common was that they could run and shoot slightly faster up to 64 km per hour. Some distance away, 6 35-ton Jenners followed, ready to kick up to high gear and jump over them. Then behind them, 8 dragons. Kill the meat, save the metal was the guiding philosophy of the succession wars where battlefield salvage was a significant reward. Here, Yoriyoshi encouraged the reverse. The assault line's main job was to concentrate fire and kill at least one enemy mech. Then their second job was to die standing. Once it looked like they were taking too much damage, their last job was to lock their battle mech's joints in place and then eject. If they waited until too late trying to fight until death, then the mechs could take catastrophic damage and just fall over, becoming useless as cover for the next line. Granted, doing this still had a high chance the pilots would land into the minefield. But escape pods were small enough they would likely only trigger a few mines at most on landing. They could rescue them later once victory was at hand. He watched the lead mechs pause briefly to move around the first roadblock, some mechs taken out with artillery fire. Fortunately the barrage also left a wide area free of mines. After a few minutes they entered LRM range. Mechs began to slow down to shoot well beyond the enemy's ability to retaliate. Since antiquity, every army has needed a way to soften up the enemy before the point of contact. ERPPC fire could unfortunately reach that far with reasonable accuracy. Yoriyoshi grit his teeth. Why would they waste such lustec on urban mechs instead of concentrating them onto a heavy or assault chassis? If the Mackeys carried those weapons they would be a lot more dangerous instead of having to suffer LRM strikes, and this stratagem would be impossible. The front line of assault mechs slowly pushed on, weathering that fire until they could empty their missile bins. Behind them, firing on an indirect fire arc much like a mortar, the second line of mechs could hit things without the need for direct line of sight. The LRM launcher's ubiquity replaced mortars and even light artillery for main combat platforms, part of the flexibility in ton-for-ton transportable assets that led to mech dominance over the battlefield. Then they entered PPC range. At maximum range, it was still likely for both sides to miss their shots. Even with combined fire, skillful movement and torso rotation could spread the damage around. Kurita had observed that the defenders tended to fire from left to right. That was the Banshee. It only had 15 tons of armor but was oddly quick for its weight, only 5 tons less than an Atlas. It could run up to 64 km per hour, same as most heavy mechs. The Jenners now leaped over the battle line to rush ahead of the formation. The Banshee and the Victor from the second line ran ahead right behind the light mechs, while the Marauder slid into the front battle line. A pulsating light show lit up the distance between them. The Davian defenders had to choose between the fast mechs coming up or the heavy battle line behind them. They chose to kill the rushing mechs. The Jenners leapfrogged through the distance, landing and running only long enough to leap again. While in the air they were on a predictable ballistic trajectory, it takes longer to line up a shot compared to targets on the ground. They were buying valuable seconds. Closer and closer, the assault mechs had reached the furthest wreckage point and had to step over fallen Jenners and dragons. This was the infamous mound where mechs piled high on each other. A second set of Jenners sprang out from behind the assaults. One of the Jenners actually reached the Davian line. A couple of Macchies even had to stop firing with PPCs as it entered their minimum range and had to engage with medium lasers. The Jenner scratched at the assault mechs with its own lasers before dying. Even as pulse laser fire from super urban mechs cut it down, the mech seemed to exude an aura of smugness. Your invincibility is broken. If we can touch you, we can kill you. They are pulling back. The mechs reported. They are trying to extend the engagement range. Yes. As always, valor and blood prevails where metal fails. Yoriyoshi closed his eyes and leaned back on his seat. He then abruptly opened them again. He started to bark out commands. We are moving out. Dragon Group, run. Everyone, on me. The assault mechs had passed the last quarter of the distance. The Kurita mechs staggered from repeated blows, and first the Banshee and then the Victor dropped to their knees and their pilots ejected. A short while later, 2 of the Macchies had to step away from the battle line to be replaced with reserves. Artillery fire disrupted the depot entrance. Yoriyoshi was betting everything on this, even the danger of his artillery company being taken out by counter-battery. Dragons slipped past the assault mechs towards the depot, and the next line of Jenners only had to make a few more 150-meter hops. Then finally, they were through. The Jenners jumped again away from the direct line of fire to start skirmishing in the enemy back line. Their radio sparked with mechs. More mech. Before suddenly being cut off. Death? Or ECM? Dragons poured through the base entrance. This time the heavier armored mechs could get out a more comprehensible report. No. Command, there are more Macchies. Counting dozens, no, at least 20 Macchies. Many other smaller mechs. Turn back. It's a kill box. We are forcing our way into close combat. They have to take the risk of shooting each other. For the glory of House Kurita. Tonight is a good night to die. The Eridani Light Horse and even all the other mech regiments in the world all combined did not have enough free pilots for these many assault mechs. However, a standard infantry company has as many men as a full mech battalion. The 782nd Davian Guards Auxiliary had a full battalion on Galter 3, an artillery battery of 12 guns, and another battalion of mechanized infantry recon section. They were at 200% strength. Through the week, the Eridani Light Horse simply had to test the hundreds of men and women for any modicum of talent with the Neuro helmet. These chosen few did not need to be trained to move the mechs at all. They just needed to know enough to aim and shoot like a standing turret. Mech warriors moved the mechs out from the depot under the cover of night. After lending a company of Royal Macchies to the 12th Vejan Rangers, they still had 36 Macchies left. And 48 Jackies. Missile artillery burst out from the base and exploded in mid-air, scattering Fiscum mines behind the traveled road. Yoriyoshi himself was stuck a little more than halfway through. More Macchies? A company? No, a battalion. Yoriyoshi mumbled numbly. A battalion of assault mechs was valuable everywhere. So the prize for this depot was not just Lastek, but actual war assets. It would be worth it even if they lost half a regiment of lighter mechs for it. No, this was better. If they could just close in, PPCs had a minimum range cut off for safety reasons. Dragons and Jenners were excellent close combatants. They could punch and kick and their agility allowed them to slide past enemies to strike at their vulnerable backs. Airbursts continued to separate the attackers. Those who hesitate would be stopping at pre-designated artillery fire zones. Long disused ASF bay rolling hatches on the dropships opened. Infantry poked out with AC/2 field guns. While these weapons lacked damage potential compared to other weapons normally mounted in vehicles and mechs, they had range and were the anti-air weapons all others were tested against. They were still light enough to lug up the decks and the mounts could be welded into the tilting floor for stability. They now fired down at any targets of opportunity. Yoriyoshi to Imperial Artillery. Walking barrage on the depot. If they were all clumped up, then they too would be vulnerable to artillery. There was no response. Yoriyoshi to base, respond. Yoriyoshi to Pride of Benjamin, respond. After a few moments, the COMM line opened. Behind the speaker was the frantic noises of the command center inside the Fortress-class dropship. This is Pride of Benjamin actual. The artillery group was damaged by missile artillery. Land-air mechs came in from the north, flying nap of Earth to minimize detection while we were fending off attacks from the south and east. We are attempting to recover and assess what guns are still usable. Estimate, 3 minutes. The depot was outside of effective range of the Long Tom integrated into the nose of the fortress. That was why they had to take the risk to move the mobile Long Toms out. Yoriyoshi stood numbly in the middle of the road. Warlord, what are your orders? Sir. Do we advance? Do we retreat? Your orders, sir. Yoriyoshi looked aside at the digital clock. It was 5:26 a.m. and the skies were starting to brighten. To retreat would preserve his forces. Even if they had to go through a minefield, enough of them would be able to survive. He would likely be made to commit seppuku to wash the shame of this defeat however. To move forward was to go into certain death, though they would try to take as many of the Davians with them as they died. It would be a good death. A cold clarity draped over him. He nodded. He switched to an open frequency. This is Yoriyoshi. Warlord of Benjamin. I hereby consider this operation a failure. Pull back. I order the Benjamin regulars to retreat and reorganize. Then on standard secure channels I order that all forces under my command as Warlord of the Benjamin Military District withdraw off-world and reconvene on Benjamin Star. I hereby assign Trentus Cole as the secondary battlefield commander until all Benjamin forces are away from Galter 3. All other commands are superseded by this order. Other regimental commands not from Benjamin may continue or withdraw off-world as they see fit. It took a while longer for the shooting to stop. The Kurita troops looked unwilling, but they obeyed. What are you doing standing here? He asked Adam Sharon, leader of the 3rd Battalion. Although in a 90-ton Cyclops assault mech that was once designed specifically to be the best command mech possible, the much degraded technology of the Succession Wars meant that these mechs were often used as standard juggernauts or decoys for commanders. As Yoriyoshi himself piloted a common dragon, this often worked. Warlord, please let me accompany you into the pure world, spoke the mech warrior. Denied. You have your orders. All of you. Leave. As you say, my lord. It will be done. The Davians did not prosecute a retreat too closely. They too had to mind the preservation of their forces. Slowly, the guns silenced, and dawn broke through the distant mountains. And Yoriyoshi was left alone. He pointed his right arm to the ground and started walking towards the depot. Kurita mech, halt. The radio barked. You are approaching a restricted area. Continuing further will only result in your unnecessary demise. This is Yoriyoshi. Shoot me if you wish. I want to see it, he replied on an open frequency. Are there treasures at all or was this all just an empty box? I understand Hansa Davian has his schemes, but I must know. He continued walking and while every gun followed him none fired at him. Yoriyoshi walked up the ramp to the depot entrance. There he saw behind more mech wrecks, indeed 3 walls of Mackeys. And at least a company of strange egg-shaped mechs on reverse-jointed chicken walker legs. What are those? He asked. Someone answered Jackie's. JKE-1. They were supposed to replace the failed 60-ton Bellerophon as a dedicated escort mech for Mackeys, but by the time they were ready for production, many better medium mechs were already in service and Mackeys already relegated to militia commands. My thanks. I dare to guess, 40 tons? Speed of 86. 45 tons. You are correct for her speed. Armament. 2 large lasers, 2 medium lasers, small pulse laser. Fascinating. The Mackeys have 4 PPCs, correct? How is it possible to keep Alpha striking continuously? These are Royal Mackeys and they have double heat sinks. Inside his cockpit, Yoriyoshi put his fists together over his stomach, and bowed. I was not wrong. Soka. I understand now. I am grateful. He smiled. He looked to the side, towards the rising sun. He started to raise the right PPC arm of his dragon, and... I wonder if it is too soon to decide this. They could still try to assist other assaults on the world, though that would openly display their defeat. Dragons doused 03. New Derry. Galter 3. Dawn. Dylan Rowe blinked to keep his eyes open. His mouth tasted blood and ashes. Although his head was in bandages, he was still holding a man-portable SRM launcher. The other men around him were not much better off. The 10 kg missiles fired were identical to those carried by battle mechs, giving even infantry a chance to deal significant damage against even mechs when fired in numbers. Unfortunately, there were only 2 shots, and due to the lack of a cold launch system to boost the range, infantry were obliged to close into a quarter kilometer or less to reliably hit something. The ad hoc SRM platoon was holed up in the first floor of a parking garage. The metal would help fully confound mech sensors. Conventional wisdom for SRM units would be to stay in high floors, as firing down was always easier than firing up, and there was an increased chance that they might break through the cockpit. Kurita, however, was a repressive nation well practiced in anti-insurgency and were wise to those tricks. Furthermore, even as a capital city, New Delhi did not have many such tall buildings in the first place. New Delhi was an aesthetically regulated cityscape with height limits and a regular orthogonal grid layout like, say, Barcelona on Old Terra. Kurita had managed to penetrate the city, but several were thrown back each time. New Delhi Harbour was aflame as the 7th Sword of Light set fire to all the industrial buildings and warehouses to deny anyone the chance to use them as defensive cover. The defenders blew the bridge closest to the harbour. Kurita then tried to push through the other bridge leading into the commercial district with heavy mechs. Jump-capable mechs cleared the river span and had to be fought off. Even Galdan regulars hesitated to pass by roads flanked by tall buildings. Now more aware of traps, they would also be more alert to ambushes by battle mechs. Militia infantry were given orders to just stay low and shoot the enemy in the back. It was much safer that way. Fire and bug out. If the enemy were pointing their sight lines and weapons low to the ground, they would have a momentary delay in responding to attacks by battle mechs, and vice versa. Police and infantry formed roaming bands slipping from street to street, and quickly converged on any stopped mech. It was clear even to the defenders that the city was being divided into east and west zones. The Galdan regulars to the west had the wide open space of Froma Park behind the river line. This half of New Delhi was more usefully defended by vehicles, who could lay down overlapping fire from the street corners. The east saw some of the heaviest fighting between mechs, and the 7th Sword of Light with its Inferno weapons wreaked great havoc against infantry. Dylan Rowe watched battle mechs exchange nearly point-blank fire, and saw other infantry units risk their lives to get an SRM shot out. He watched men and women cut down by machine gun fire or cooked by flamers and Inferno SRMs. He blinked slowly, for if he fell asleep he would be there again, in the deep of night, but filled with a riot of sound and flashes of light. Running with his head pounding, and hearing the screams of those unlucky enough to be caught out in the open. The whoosh of flamers and the heat draping his back even as he dived into an alleyway. There was a knocking sound. The platoon resting before being called up on radio, instantly went on alert. The few carrying small arms turned towards the open back door to the garage. Dylan Rowe, startled, raised his weapon and then sheepishly lowered it again. Firing off SRMs indoors would just as well be killing himself. A piece of white cloth tied to a stick poked out and waved through the doorway. "Who's there?" asked Police SGT. "Liam Chen." "It's you," a voice replied. "It's not me, it's definitely you." SGT. Chen groaned. "I know that voice. Grandma Yu, what are you doing?" An old woman moved out into the open. She was wearing bulky dark clothes, a hood and a green flak jacket. Her wide-lined face showed concern and determination. "It's too dangerous, Grandma Yu. You can't be running out like this, it's not dark anymore. What are you doing here?" The old woman smirked. "What are you doing telling me how to fight Kurita? I fought in 22 and no one's going to stop me from fighting here. Even if all the fighting I can do is to keep you boys from fighting on an empty stomach." In the distance, explosions and gunfire remained a constant cacophony. Grandma Yu took out a thermos from her backpack and a whole bunch of plastic cups. The smell of warm spiced porridge filled the room. SGT. Chen looked at his crew, and then to Dylan as the youngest there. "All right. But stay alert. Half and half. Dylan, help her out." Dylan nodded, and took the heavy thermos from the old woman's hands to start pouring out into cups. He worried that there would not be enough for the dozen or so men in the SRM platoon, but Grandma Yu had 3 such thermos, and with everyone getting half a cup that should be enough to at least take off the edge of hunger and stress. She lugged almost 5 kilos on her back while running at her age, and Dylan thought that was rather badass. "Thank you, Grandma Yu," said the crew. Then they all stopped suddenly as the ground quaked. Everyone instinctively dropped to a crouch. SGT. Chen moved over to the window, and everyone held their breaths as a shadow passed by. The battle mecha's legs were thick and trunk-like, instead of the thin almost sword-like limbs of a Jenner. The policeman let out a relieved sigh. "It's an urban mech." Everyone else likewise released their tense breaths. Kurita did not field urban mechs at all. Who would bring something 30 tons and capable of only moving up to 30 km per hour across interstellar space? Wouldn't that be just a waste of valuable mech bay space in a dropship? But in urban combat, like on New Delhi, Dylan and the others were starting to really respect the mech. The bark of an AC-5 could fire clear across avenues, while the distinctive boom of an AC-10 promised serious damage. The distant noises of battle were getting louder and getting closer. Dylan wiggled his hands to stop the nervous shaking and started to hurry, pouring out half a cup each for the men. Everyone devoured their meals with anxious speed, not just a few of them making a face at getting their tongues scalded. "Thank you again, Grandma Yu," said one of the soldiers. "You're reminding us what we're fighting for. We won't let you down." The old woman lifted her chin proudly. "I know you won't. But old women like me aren't what you're fighting for, it's for the future. So make sure you all come back safe, you hear?" The old woman put back the emptied thermos back into her backpack and left behind a full one in case they needed more of a pick-me-up. With her load much lightened, she scampered off back towards the city core. The radio crackled. Kurita forces spotted making a push into Downey Street. All nearby forces prepare to repel heavy mechs. The defenders looked at each other and nodded. Now fortified both physically and mentally by the warmth they just received, they moved out to show Kurita even more fierce resistance and make them regret ever setting their boots back on Galter's soil. Even if daybreak meant everything just got a lot more dangerous, not a single one of them showed any hint of nervousness. The Galdan and Sword of Light commanders had of course received Yoriyoshi's final order and duly decided to just ignore it. They believed they had all the capacity to win this. The night had not gone well for the defenders. Davian was hesitant to lay minefields in the city, even if it would neatly block off streets. While Fiscam and airdropped mines were supposed to be self-terminating after a while, there was no guarantee that the hundreds of cluster mines dropped each time would all fail safely. Children could be attracted to the brightly colored pieces and start to play with the funny-shaped discs. People trying to rebuild their lives and their homes could die long after Kurita left. South was swampland, and again poor for both mining and trench works. Any amount of rain would see those quickly being washed away, and then the mud occasionally unearthing an active mine for decades afterwards. The only reliable solid ground were the suburban housing districts and the industrial zone along the coast. Kurita assaulted and held these positions as staging areas for further forays into New Delhi. East was impassable dense old-growth forests, and north was a mountainous area cut by a valley leading into northwest into the great farmlands of the Vanyal Plain. SLS Gambhir Bay and its super long-range lasers prevented the Kurita attackers from trying to reposition. Kurita tried to send some leopards to skirt around the edges of air defense, flying low to the ground, to attack from the north. Lone Wolves, General Liao's brigade, and urban mechs, rolled them back across the three bridges over the Rutha. The attempt at sneaking into the city core via following the river ran into Dobson's battle group backed by AC/10 carrying stock urban mechs. AC/5 carrying urban mechs struck at them from across the river. Once they started advancing, Kurita mechs found themselves quickly surrounded. Confused by all the smoke and the carnage, the 19th Galdan forces cautiously withdrew back into their dropships. The rest of the Lone Wolves and the Dahar DMM mechs fought the southern flank. With daybreak, Kurita launched an all-out assault against what they hoped would be tired and distracted defenders. Dobson waited anxiously, feeling as if ants were crawling up his spine, as mech techs hurried to replace armor on his warmer. The last assault had come dangerously close to reaching the field base. A Jenner had even managed to break through into open sight of Elliott Park, and he knew that the pilot must have managed to send a report through before it was taken out by a pair of hunchbacks in his RBG reserve. Kurita now knew where they were most vulnerable. The news from the rest of the planetary defenders was heartening, however. Brother I reported total success at defending New Wuhan and the Star League depot. Davian and Light Horse Arrow Power would now only need to clear the skies for redeploying dropships. "No matter what, we need to hold on only a short while longer," he instructed the defenders. "Every minute counts." The Lone Wolves were pitching a fit about being paid to fight for the day. Once again, fortunately he was informed via Brother I that Hansa Davian's pockets were deep. The Galter irregulars were worried about the disproportionate amounts of salvage being awarded to the Lone Wolves, who were just a few days ago were looting their city willy-nilly, but Armstrong reminded Dobson that the Eridani Light Horse's stockroom was also deep and they could probably subsidize all those mechs 1-to-1 if they had to. As long as it was urban mech. Dobson sighed. Well, these people did seem to enjoy just having any mech at all, and they could certainly do worse than the oddly effective Urbies the Light Horse were handing out. The radio reported that General Liao's tank brigade was crumbling. Froma Park needed reinforcement immediately. The 19th Galdan and the 7th Sword of Light were attacking in 5 columns, and heavy mechs were leading the way. The defenders, now exposed to be much less numerous than they appeared at night, could not stop them at all. Dobson looked at the armor levels on his HUD. He told the techs that's good enough. "I'll be heading out now." "Yes, I'm sure. You already replaced torso armor back to full. As long as I don't take an AC/20 hit anywhere else, this is more than enough." Part of the reason why his warmer could endure so much punishment was that it was a WHM-6D, the Davian variant that dumped all missile and machine guns for an all-laser armament that had zero dangers of an ammo explosion from breached internals. A few minutes later, he emerged out into the frantic battle line, and the sea of Kurita mechs arrayed against the city. 2 whole regiments sent out attackers in waves, putting pressure across a broad front, and the moment any part of the line breaks they would pour through. Fortunately, being in a city meant that flanking was not as easy as it sounded. Within the streets, urban mechs repositioned, waiting to pounce. The few ancient artillery pieces that the Galter irregulars could find tried to suppress bridgeheads. He looked to the right, and saw that the defense arrayed around Elliott Park was crumbling. The open park behind them meant that bridge defenders were out of range from support, as tank forces moving out into the open were themselves vulnerable to counter long-range fire. He looked to the left, and saw assault mechs pushing towards the port area and the offshore airfield. LRM carriers were sitting on the tarmac, throwing missiles in indirect fire mode as spotted by local defenders. His Tahar mechs tried to concentrate fire towards the enemy mechs crossing the bridge, but jump-capable mechs with thicker armor were crossing the gap in advance of the thrust. With the defenders suitably distracted, the bridge defense line was lost against the sheer mass of metal and firepower arrayed against it. Sword of Light dragons, Vulcans, and fire starters were now inside the city. Stop! Let them pass! Let them pass! SGT. Chen held up his fist as they observed Kurita mechs walk through the deserted New Delhi streets. Dragons had thick enough armor that a massed SRM volley might not do much. Ironically, the fire starter and Vulcans, despite being much more anti-infantry focused and could kill them all in a sweep of their weapons, were much more vulnerable targets due to all the ammo they carried. The fire starter was most dangerous at 35 tons, with 4 flamers, with 1 rear facing, so it was least concerned with infantry swarm attacks. Able to go up to 96 km per hour and jump 180 meters, no way could any infantry it noticed could ever escape its wrath. A pair of urban mechs blocked the far side of the road. A pair of AC-5S could not do much more than middling damage even to 40-ton mechs like the Vulcan and the fire starter, but they sufficiently attracted the Kurita trio's attention. The dragon went ahead, firing while walking and trusting its armor to weather the assault. The 2 smaller mechs warily walked behind it, with only the Vulcan having long-range firepower to contribute with its pair of AC-2S. Now, infantry burst out of the nearby buildings, sending volleys of SRM fire at the Kurita mechs, with preference towards the fire starter. The 2 Kurita mechs, expecting an attack from a higher building level, were caught by surprise. Don't bother trying to aim for the cockpit or even the torso. Go for the legs. Always go for the legs, if you're in front of the enemy. Was Davian Command's instructions. SRMs were dumbfire weapons with very minimal tracking ability. Yes, legs tended to have thicker armor than even side torso or arms, but if they aimed at the torso, SRM swarms had the potential of hitting side or center torso or arms. But if they all just aimed at the legs, they didn't have to expose themselves far out of cover. Indeed, even a Jenner was much less dangerous if it was down in the ground fallen flat on its face. Concentrating fire on an ankle joint could severely disrupt a mech's ability to defend itself, and a mech dragging one leg around can't chase down infantry. Infantry fired in an overlapping V-shape, those close to the enemy mechs focusing fire on the legs while those far in the rear tried to get free back shots. 24 SRMs in 3 8-man groups, with half of them missing, engaged the Kurita mechs. The fire starter's leg blossomed in fire, and then it abruptly lost balance, tipping over into the Vulcan. The other 40-ton anti-infantry mech tried to keep the fire starter from falling, but while it was doing that it was also not moving, allowing the men to shoot the second SRM from their 2-shot launchers. This less organized panic firing also spread out the hit, causing light damage. The fire starter triggered its flamers, sending the storefronts on either side of the street into screaming pandemoniums. The rear attack group dived back into the alley as AC-2 fire blasted apart the brickwork and pavement around them. The dragon paused briefly on its attack to turn around, and the 2 urban mechs took the chance to pull back. Galter infantry dived back into the buildings and fled through sewer access panels. Not all of them made it, especially the ones closest to the 2 Kurita mechs. Dylan Rowe splashed down into the wet tunnels, and turned to look back. SGT. Chen was always the first in and last out. Above them, the tunnel roof quivered from the steps of battling battle mechs. The group waited some distance away, but even after a few minutes, SGT. Chen still failed to appear. We need to keep them outside of the city. Or at least on the other side of the river. He shouted over comms. His instincts urged them to not prevent Kurita from entering the city, as in the cramped confined spaces, the advantage of numbers mattered less. More people were dying in vain to prevent Kurita from just mulching through the much weaker defensive lines of trenches and dugouts. Dobson began laying down long-range supporting fire and winced from the return fire from over the river. His Warhammer was a powerful machine, but an Awesome had 3 PPCs. Warhammers and archers had the advantage over his fire lance of Crusaders and Thunderbolts. Now that it was bright enough to see by, aerocraft from the nearby airfield could again lay down airstrikes. This just gave the enemy even stronger incentive to penetrate into the city, however. Kurita air power could still not challenge the skies over New Delhi too closely due to SLS Gambhir Bay, but by flying low to the ground they could support the advance with strafing runs and LRMs vs fightercraft. Sholagars were less useful for achieving aero dominance, but the Shalone and Slayer heavy fighters and their thick armor could still prove their usefulness. Brother I, how long before support? However, I predicts heavy air support in 10 seconds. 9. 8. 7. Air support? I was asking about mech reinforcements. 2. 1. Good day, Commander. Number Fleetcom. SLS_hole hailing frequencies open. SLS_Heerman receiving transmission. SLS_Samuel take IT slow. Day had come to at least this hemisphere of Galter 3. Everyone had been hoping to use daylight to make airstrikes and artillery relevant again, but as three massive shapes descended vertically to hover above New Delhi, this was something neither Dobson nor the Kurita forces ever expected. Oh, right, Dobson abruptly had to remember. Those pocket warships are aerodyne dropships. Therefore they could be expected to do things that crappy little Leopard dropships could accomplish. Even the Kurita aero fighters had to blink and ask themselves, do you expect me to fight against that? It had only been yesterday that an entire Kuritan aero regiment was wiped out. Mech jockeys may be so self-interested, but surely even they could not have forgotten the sheer panic of their landing? Just a little success could already make them forget ever feeling so vulnerable. Number Fleetcom. SLS_hole identifying enemy force concentrations. SLS_Heerman laser ports open. Missile racks loaded and ready. SLS_Samuel make IT happen. What is the sound of capital lasers firing through the atmosphere? Thunder. Exactly like thunder and lightning. The warship-grade laser weapon cut a channel through the atmosphere, with the crack creating a temporary vacuum and ionizing the air around the beam, with a brief flash allowing observers to see normally invisible light show. What effect does a capital laser have on the ground? Even a SCL-1, which theoretically deals only about as much damage as an AC-10 on armor plating, punched into the ground and exploded everything as if the impact of an artillery shell. The precision of laser attacks meant that unlike artillery shells the explosion from thermal shock is more deep than wide, but even the sheer leakage from the passing of an SCL-3 beam could cause great damage to everything within 30 meters of the struck area. Armor and structure just boiled right off. The heat could cause pilots to just pop in their cockpits like popcorn. Crack. 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 Divots were punched into the ground at the bridge heads, and whole lances of mechs abruptly ceased existing. Thunder rolled mere seconds after the airborne-to-surface fire, and then again a series of oddly underwhelming-sounding cracks. The pocket warships now had a glorious heat sink called the atmosphere they could dump their heat into, and now could fire their weapons more often. Every 10 seconds, Battlefleet Taffy did not so much perform fire support as they were reshaping the terrain around New Delhi, with battle mechs being carved open or thrown into the air as a happenstance. These honorless dohohohohogs! Screamed the Sword of Light commander. All the Kurita mechs tried to scatter against the rain of hot laser death, but then the extended LRMs just followed them. The pocket warships were hovering at a height far beyond any land-bound weapon could ever reach, but still low enough that they could target and fire with immediate results. And while everyone was distracted by the sheer unfairness happening in front of them, spheroid dropships began landing behind the Kurita forces and onto the airfield near the Gambir Bay. Super urban mechs airdropped. Royal Mackeys walked out. Small craft bays released Skyfish assault transports filled with heavy infantry and quad-packed ultralight mechs. Kurita forces were now pocketed in between New Delhi and their dropships. This was a specially dangerous choice, as it violated Sun Tzu's proscriptions about leaving enemies a way out and even attract rat fights with all its might. But the Davians had been seizing enemy dropships all this time and it was no time to stop doing that. Dangerous and risky indeed. If they didn't have capital lasers pumping down on any Kurita group that dared to bunch up, anything that was caught separate from the whole could be converged upon and overwhelmed by land-bound units. Units try to flee into the city were just as walking into a sure death. Dobson to all units. Now we counterattack. Push all Kurita forces out of the city. The Dahar general listened to the ragged yet thunderous cry through the radio channels. Galter forces surged out of hiding. The 12th Vejan Rangers moved from the airport to combine with the battered Dahar DMM, while the sight of super urban mechs of the Light Horse gave Galter defenders much comfort. Now they could see the difference between their use of urban mechs as walking turrets and the oddly lithe and powerful movements that a pro could do with such a stumpy little mech. The men of Eridani Light Horse and the 12th Vejan Rangers had been fighting all night and barely had 2 hours sleep as the dropships redeployed. The defenders inside New Delhi did not even have that amount of rest. But here, at daybreak, they had the energy fueled by spite, to push just that little bit more and shatter Kurita's own feudal night battle. Tired and hoarse, but Dobson could hear the sheer joy in their yells. They attacked as if they were invincible. Kurita forces in the city were woefully unprepared to deal with sudden reinforcements and were swiftly put to the trash. Once out in the open, Galtorians marveled at the Kurita forces in complete disarray, trying to evade death beams from on high. Dobson looked up at the 3 pocket warships hovering in place high above them like avenging angels. This changes things, doesn't it? His spine itched. He had no idea where it would go from here, but this was a lesson they were teaching to the entire inner sphere. If this was okay, then, who knows? How would everyone else start escalating in response? 2 days. They all fought 6 regiments and mostly resolved them in 2 days. This was a record unmatched in the inner sphere since the fall of the Star League and the First Succession Wars. What are you doing? Is Hansa Davian really okay with this, Eridani Light Horse? This, ironically, meant that Sod Lee's regiment was the only intact Kurita force left on the planet. The man began vomiting blood and fainted. His second-in-command ordered the light mechs on the front line to bait the French's mech company and Ormond's combat vehicle battalion into the vicinity of the city, whereupon they were jumped by 2 battalions of mechs. Meaning that technically Lee's light regiment was also the only regiment on Galter to have a clean uncontested victory. The Aerodyne dropships they had sent out in the night had returned. They had avoided being baited into a trap by the 12th Vejan Rangers by simply being too late to the party. Lee knew that any other regiment would just use their light mechs as meat shields anyway. The first Amphigene dropships tried to take off under fire, but without Warlord Yoriyoshi's authorization they could not just simply leave Galter 3. They reconvened to join Lee's regiment at Changli after having taken 50% losses. Their Triumph-class dropships were useless as droppers and most of the Amphigenes had to leave behind their mechs just to be able to ride along into space. Lee's consciousness faded in and out, but he was able to give orders to follow Yoriyoshi's last command. The 6th Benjamin Regulars seized the commercial dropship stuck in the starport because the Moonside refueling station had been fully committed to holding the military dropships of the defenders. The excess Amphigene troops could make their way back to the jump ships from there. Sod Lee's regiment was the only regiment to have any form of loot from this Jinnah duster cluck of an invasion. Benjamin troops lifted safely off-world, as the pocket warships were busy mauling the 19th Gaelden Regulars and the 7th Sword of Light. They hurried off before the Davian monster ships could find a reason to ascend back to space. But what happened to the 2 Vengeance-class carriers commanded by Admiral Nitta? They did reach the ELH jump ships gathering point. The Eridani jump ships did not choose to jump away. There they came to the realization that those ships were adequately defended with reserve fighters, and secondly were confronted with the question. Why did they think that only the Draconis Combined Admiralty would have space marines on small craft ready to board enemy ships? Oddly egg-shaped battle armor were completely immune to return fire and had integrated maneuvering jets for moving in zero gravity. And now the ELH had 2 more fleet carriers. Ho! 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 But Galter, while the main thrust of the Kurita invasion, was only one of the half-dozen worlds struck all along the border. Davian troops and the rest of the Eridani Light Horse had their own troubles. I am very in doubt about this resolution. I did mention in an earlier TRO that repulsing the raid on NAIS was supposed to be the first time orbital bombardment was done in centuries. Is this okay? I mean, pocket warships also have shitloads of ER-PPCs and ER large lasers and enough armor to make them functionally invincible to ground-side fire. They could just hover over the field like heavy metal sharks and cutting down everything around them. Might also do a small Galter drawdown epilogue. Suggestions on what you want to see as they try to deal with the aftermath of their victory? Conversations they should be having among themselves instead of just boring mutual congratulations? Farewell to the Wolves. Harrow's Son 2. Draconis March. Federated Sons. May 11, 3025. Colonel Baxter Arthbutnot looked up from his book as the door opened. The book was Children of the Mind, published all the way back in 1996 on Terra. A book literally 1029 years old, and the Eridani Light Horse was just letting him hold on to such a relic. It was a pity the first 3 books in the sequence were missing, but he could get a gist. He sighed. Center nations and edge nations, hey. With the inner sphere being the center of humanity, the main difference was a confidence that their nation and culture was one that others naturally wanted to imitate, while an edge nation was vigorous and insufferable on their way to the top. The Japanese have made themselves permanent edge people. Fascinating. Even 1,000 years later, did House Kurita keep its energy to overcome for this reason? While Davian certainly had no fear of losing their identity, in their smug self-assurance they ebb and they tide, alternating between times of victory and mediocrity. And the clans, literally lived right at the edge of human space. 1,000 years ago and already they were writing about this. It was not good to take thoughts presented in fiction as evidential, but it was an interesting thought to occupy his mind while in captivity. He raised his eyes momentarily to the room around him. While he could not call it sumptuous, it was an officer's room with all the amenities required. Bookshelves lined the walls, a hollow table was provided for media and strategic simulations, and the suite had its own private dining/reception area and washroom. The computers and communication links were air-gapped from the outside, and continuous ECM bathed the facility. He could not fault in any way the Light Horse's unfair well-treatment of their prisoners. While Epsilon Regiment were prisoners and stuck mostly underground for a month, they did not go for long without stimulation. Would you like to continue our match from before? He waved to a chessboard nearby, or is it time to fight? Zeta Battalion had spent most of the time since their capture, when not eating and sleeping, doing nothing but fighting inside a mech or aerospace cockpit. Granted, simulator cockpits, but the scenarios were varied and interesting. Harrow's Sun was not a world ever held by the SLDF, so the Eridanis could not just knock out a wall and find a free regiment. They went around with portable ground-penetrating radars, and chose one of the many ruins around the southern continent and found a secret sealed lower level, but it was just a barracks area with no interesting listek. A supply ship from the Light Horse arrived and unloaded plenty of combat simulator pods. With only one exit, duly covered with gates and turrets, and weekly deliveries of comestibles, the Epsilon regiment of Wolf's Dragoons were largely self-sufficient in frankly luxurious prison conditions. Arbuthnot had the strange suspicion that the whole reason that the Light Horse refused to hand over the Dragoons to Davian, to the point of keeping on Harrow's Sun all this time, was just so they had decent op. Yes, it is time to fight. Colonel Charles K. Winston replied with a nod. Your compatriots have arrived. Arbuthnot put the book down. Then I wish for you a swift and merciful defeat. The old man chuckled. I will gratefully accept your regards in the spirit it was given. Arbuthnot sighed. You may have used us to test your new doctrine, but you will not have an easy time with actual dragoons and real mechs. He rubbed at the bridge of his nose. What is it with horses and an obsession with combined arms, seriously? Winston replied. A battle of systems produces the best soldiers for the best task on a reliable basis. When you fight as a whole, instead of a series of individual duels, advantages such as tonnage or numbers can be overcome with common strength and unity. And in unity has always been how the SLDF fights. Arbuthnot scowled. And yet we beat you on Hoth. Do not be too enamored with your delusion of what the SLDF you have never experienced was like. Winston nodded amicably. Beta and Gamma regiments of Wolf's Dragoons are here to collect their lost pups. Your Dragoons regiment will face the 2 light cavalry regiments of the 4th Deneb and my 21st Strikers. It is time for us to see whose legacy will prove the truer. Marshal Vernon Fredericks commanded the 4th Deneb RCT. After the Eridani Light Horse's assistance on New Aberdeen and glowing reports from his men, he was less disturbed about personal orders from Hansa Davian ordering that the ELH would take command. He outranked a mere regimental colonel, as the 4th Deneb was a full RCT instead of just a mixed regiment of mechs, tanks, and men. In many ways, the 21st Strikers was like a smaller version of the 4th Deneb. The 21st had a company of Pegasus hover tanks, he had 2. They had 2 companies of armor, he had 2 battalions. They had a battalion of mechanized infantry, he had 3. They had 2 wings of fighter craft, he had 6. The 21st Strikers was a mixed regiment, his 4th Deneb once put together had a fully staffed mech regiment. As an RCT they were more configured for speed of response, like the SLDF Rapid Deployment Mixed Attack Force, RODMUF, they originally were. The 4th Deneb was by the numbers 2 regiments but the 21st Strikers was but a 4-battalion square regiment. Marshal Fredericks did not get to his rank without being unaware of politics or the need for subterfuge. Number Harrowcom. I reports Wolf's Dragoons dropships on approach. I/16 dropships. Estimated capacity, Wolf's Dragoons Beta Regiment, Gamma Regiment, possibly Zeta Battalion. I/estimated time to arrival, 7 days, 7 hours, or 1.5 GS. Oh, and this whole friend computer and God Eye tactical omniscience thing as well. Thank you, friend computer, replied Colonel Winston. Marshal Fredericks did not show even the faintest shift in his expression, but Winston could feel it anyway. He turned and gave a grandfatherly smile to the commander only slightly younger than him. Please feel free to share your thoughts, Marshal. Fredericks sighed. If your dropship warships could stop them before, it would be easier to just again prevent them from landing in the first place. That is so. But that was not the agreement, no. Winston looked out to space. One thing to mind about the mercenary life is not to create any lifelong grudges. Remember, while house troops can be reconstituted from the reserves of their armies and government funds, mercenary forces have to rebuild their regiments from their own savings. Wolf's Dragoons might be working against us now, and their actions will lead to the deaths of a great many good Davian men. They would just as happily start killing Kurita men if their contract negotiations fail later. But if we attempt to destroy them utterly here and now, then we would drive them even deeper into Kurita hands. We would be creating our own enemies as Kurita disperses the Dragoons to form new regiments and interrogate them about their source of supplies. Fredericks raised an eyebrow. Yes, like Davian is interested in our own mysterious sources of supply. But unlike Takashi Kurita, Hansa Davian already knows, and unlike Wolf's Dragoons we are already fully committed to his cause. For the Dragoons, all of this is just business. I do not understand why everyone is so concerned with having the Dragoons. It is not the Dragoons themselves, but that we must speak with the ones who sent them. Winston smiled again. Which is something outside of our remit as soldiers, no. Fredericks exhaled roughly. I understand. We just have to beat them conventionally. Is that going to be a problem? Fredericks curled his lips. 2 regiments of heavy and assault mechs? They gravely underestimate us. Then in a voice less filled with bravado, the only good fight is an unfair fight. The people of Hero's Sun were well used to Kurita's attacks. The last major multi-regiment push against the world was in 3020. For centuries they had endured Kurita's attempts to take over the world as a linchpin in the Draconis March defense. This was even better because they knew that Kurita would eventually attack the world. Some resented that they were presented as obvious bait from keeping the mercenary POWs on planet, but then again, what other would be better off as an obvious trap? They had plenty of time to prepare. Through the past month, the Eridani Light Horse and 4th Deneb mingled and shared their common experiences as an RCT. ELH Scout class jump ships cycled in and out of the Pirate Point, bringing supplies and even a small modular space station. They had briefly considered that it might be more convenient to keep the Dragoons in an orbital station for prison security, but then decided against it for the risk that Kurita might just nuke the facility to solve the question. The LTV-4 is an old design, but it's still surprisingly good, one of the Light Horse's techs commented. A PPC and an SRM-4 running on an internal combustion engine and up to 118 km per hour while being 50 tons? The guns are even turreted so they can keep going max speed without having to worry about facing. That is dangerous. Too bad about the thin 5.5 tons armor though. We have some extra ferrofibrous armor sheets, why don't we fix that? With Epsilon Regiment as a P4, even if simulated, technically the 4th Deneb and 21st Strikers had been fighting the Dragoons for most of a month. It's nothing against your Pegasus 2 tank. That MML sure is amazing. The MML launcher had keyhole-like holes instead of the grid-like series of holes of regular LRM or SRMs. The same cold launch system could fire either LRM or SRM loads. While it would not save much on bulk, that it only needed one system meant it could save a ton or so compared to 2 separate launchers. Yet, Davian's going to have their hands on them soon enough. High Command is just looking for a manufacturer for serial production. Many of the 4th Deneb thought the Eridani Light Horse were putting on airs for play, acting they were still the SLDF while being mercenaries, but with the amount of goods constantly being offloaded and the stupid amounts of Lestek being given out for free to refit the 4th Deneb, they were at least clear Davian allies. The first prince himself surely had a hand in all this. There are too many PPCs. You Eridanis sure do like to put PPCs into everything. It's almost... what, too Kuritan? I don't mean any offense. We will take anything Kurita can do and do it better, by God. Later. Wait, that's a charger. You meant that literally. Somewhere else. Von Luckner's with gauze riftless. Please stop trying to molest my tank. Elsewhere. You know what's interesting? The Dragoons don't know how to use VTOLs. They prefer to use mechs for any scouting or flanking. They just think they're flimsy opponents. Oh, those poor bastards. Finally. Oh, these bears. These bears are nasty. Please do not betray Hansa Davian, I would completely hate having to fight you. New Aberdeen. Draconis March. Federated Sons. May 11, 3025. Patrick Kell of the Kellhounds did not quite know how to deal with Raymond Allwine. The man was just so glowingly white-bread that it hurt. Sincerity oozed out of every pore. The man was just so disgustingly proud of having these many urban mechs. Major Jordan Biles, leader of the Crater Cobra's 2nd Regiment, 3rd Battalion, was less hesitant about things. Urban mech artillery. A thumper in something that can run and jump. And we get to use it. Yes please. The defense of New Aberdeen was an all-mercenary arrangement. The Kellhounds had signed on to Davian service in 3023 to serve up 4 mimicking a Draconis Combine Raider unit in a series of military exercises to train Davian militia units. This was technically outside of the Kellhounds contract, but the troops were tired of the grueling schedule of playing toy soldiers running complicated battle plans and scenarios. With the surprise offer from Hansa Davian himself, the promise of generous combat pay and salvage rights, he brought the Kellhounds from Robinson, merely on jump away from the assigned homeworld of the ELH, Rochester, all the way to the Kuritan border and New Aberdeen. The Crater Cobras were from even further away, the mercenaries had been assigned to defend Deneb Kaitos. That just happened to be the homeworld of the 4th Deneb Light Cavalry. As the 4th Deneb let go of the defense of New Aberdeen to focus on Hero's Sun, they trusted that the world would be in good hands. And then of course the Eridani Light Horse with their reinforced battalion that was almost half a regiment and their independent company of Barbaras Badniks. Patrick Kell scowled. The Kellhounds' reinforced battalion was little more than a mech company, an aero company, and an infantry company. He had the least amount of units here. But he was expected to take command? Major Raymond Allwine was adamant not to do it. And Major Biles with his artillery-heavy component was likewise happy to serve a supporting role. Even Hansa Davian insisted that he do it. Why? He was pleasantly surprised to meet Barbara Mosley while assessing the units that he might control. The young woman was humble about her victory and considered it mainly an accident. But surviving so many attempts by Kurita mech warriors to take her head meant that she did have some skills. It was a relief to meet someone that just didn't care about the mythical duel between Morgan Kell and Yorinaga Kurita. Patrick Kell noticed that while the Eridani Light Horse were courteous and professional, they were much more friendly with the Crater Cobras than the Kell Hounds. The Crater Cobras still had as their symbol a snake with a Cameron star. The two battalions swiftly practiced how to make use of their shared love for mobile artillery. Fascam. That's interesting. A pity, Arrow 4 is not something you could easily let anyone else have, am I right? But minefields on demand, that opens up so much potential. Arrow 4 is dangerous not just because it deals a lot of damage but because it arrives quickly. The SLDF did actually fit artillery deliverable mines into a thumper shell, we call them thunder shells, for thumpers, snipers, and even long toms. The Arrow 4 is just the biggest weight to mines deliverable ratio of any artillery platform. But because the thumper shell isn't that big, it can only deliver 5 mines that can each do about as much damage as a SRM. Thunder LRMs also existed, but they just drop mines that can deal as much damage as a regular LRM hit. It would just be leaving the warheads for later. Does that mean you have thunder shells? Of course we have thunder shells. The Kellhounds had top-notch technicians as well, and they worked with the Eridani Light Horse with upgrading mechs with ferro-fibrous armor as long as Kell was willing to pay cost price for it. They were never to be seen giggling together in the company of other techs however. The Kellhounds were formed in 3010 from the money left behind to them after the death of Arthur Levon, Archon Katrina Steiner's husband. Did the Light Horse still carry some grudge from the Lyran Commonwealth? They had served House Steiner for 150 years until they got sick enough to leave and not even Katrina Steiner could not make them stay. Patrick Kell was told in this circumstance, Kurita still hates you more than they loathe us. Command us well, LT. Colonel Kell. Make them cringe at the mere mention of our name. The Eridani Light Horse placed their entire 2 squadrons of urban mech lambs at his disposal. Patrick Kell was being challenged, what would you do with 12 lambs that have 2 5-ton bomb bays? His Kellhounds were the most orthodox force there. Even if Morgan Kell were to return, this was something beyond the powers of a mech warrior. As the current leader of the Kellhounds, of the few that remained after Morgan Kell tried to disband the Kellhounds regiment before his monastic retreat to Zania, an event many still called the betrayal, once he was past the hurdle of being pressured into it, it was somewhat pleasing to be forced to think outside the box. He imagined that even Morgan Kell would be having this same blank look of confusion right now. Eridani Light Horse to the left of him, Crater Cobras to the right of him, and the Kellhounds before him. This all sounded like a classic bait and switch just waiting to happen. An animal circus just looking for a ringer. The sensors just reported Kurita dropships burning inwards the system. Soon enough they would be facing the 21st Galdan regulars. Marduk. Draconis March. Federated Suns. May 11, 3025. The 2nd Amphigene Light Assault Group dropped to raid the important mech-producing world of Marduk, one jump away from Galter. Unfortunately for them, the Eridani Light Horse 121st Dark Horse Regiment was waiting there. The regiment with the heavy assault battalion of the Bloody Half-Hundred. They also brought all 4 of the Alicorns Vis. If the 91st on Galter ended up performing poorly, the 121st needed to be in position to jump in and extract their ass. Rumor has it that the Colonel Robert Fairchild's response to Kurita showing up at the jump point, with all signs of a massive broad front attack to all the worlds of the Kurita border near Galter, was maniacal laughter. Farewell to the Wolves 02. Harrow's Sun 2. Draconis March. Federated Suns. May 17, 3025. Number Harrow.com. I/Wolf's Dragoons in tight beam laser communications range. I/message delay, 45 seconds. Colonel Winston _21 ST, ELH, this is Colonel Charles Winston of the Eridani Light Horse, speaking on behalf of Harrow's Sun and Avian Defense. Wolf's Dragoons, I commend your courage in going into what could easily be a trap. Please tell me you did not bring Jamie Wolf into this. After some time, a similar text-only message returned. Wolf's _Dragoons, Wolf D, this is Colonel Wilhelmina Korst of Wolf's Dragoons, Gamma Regiment. I demand the return of Epsilon Regiment or we shall hound your every move until your forces lie shattered and broken. Colonel Winston _21 ST, ELH, all right. No problem. Only one thing. Colonel Korst _Gamma, Wolf D, what is it? Colonel Winston _21 ST, ELH, turn around and head back to your jump ships. Once you are 75% of the way back, we will send out Epsilon Regiment in a dropship to join you. Colonel Wilhelmina Korst was still youthful appearing, but had commanded Gamma Regiment since the Dragoons had appeared in the Inner Sphere in 3006. In reality she was starting to approach retirement age. Cunning, tough, fiercely loyal, and politically outspoken, she was often considered the most important member of the Wolf's Dragoons next to Jamie Wolf. Natasha Kerensky could not run administration worth a damn. She scowled. Is this a joke? This seemed too easy. She brought with her the complete Beta and Gamma regiments and the elite troubleshooting assault weight Zeta battalion. Colonel Korsht_Gammer, Wolf D, do not play games with me. Colonel Winston_21 ST, ELH, I am being perfectly serious. As mercenaries, this is nothing personal. We do not wish to destroy the Dragoons as a unit. We have no grudges between us. It is sufficient that we have wasted time and made you move out 2 whole regiments for nothing. Regiments that cannot be used elsewhere while Kurita is making grand moves along the Galter front. Colonel Winston_21 ST, ELH, you are wolves on the border, but you are at the wrong border. Colonel Korsht rubbed at the bridge of her nose. You wait until we are 6 hours away from orbit to tell me this. She turned to the hollow map. If there was one thing the 4th Deneb would be known for, it is air power. They might have a full aero regiment available. Combined with those assault dropships that the Light Horse, it was indeed realistic for Epsilon Regiment to surrender without a fight. Epsilon Regiment was intercepted halfway while their Beta and Gamma regiments were allowed to pass unmolested until almost in orbit, as was promised. Even if it might be disadvantageous to them, the Eridani Light Horse's honor was real. Although of course, she mused, this wasted much less fuel. They had plenty of fighters, but not enough carriers. Colonel Korsht_Gammer, Wolf D, unfortunately, we cannot do that. Wolf's Dragoons also had their own reputation to consider. House Kurita's internal politics rained down on everything. If they did not recover their face, the only thing they would experience from here on would be contempt from all the DCMS. The dragon pounced on any perceived weakness, and so this too was a form of self-protection, no matter how nonsensical it sounded. Colonel Winston_21 ST, ELH, the DCA fighters assigned to your escort have been authorized to use nukes, haven't they? Korsht clacked her tongue. Who knew these ponies were actually smart? While it might be tactically unwise, she responded. Colonel Korsht_Gammer, Wolf D, that is correct. If the Kurita fighters did not get a chance to use their warheads against the Light Horse, they might as well throw them at the Dragoons for obvious cowardice. While this would immediately cause the rest of the Dragoons to rebel, just the threat alone was not yet enough to break the contract. She brought with her Colonel Carmody's 3 squadrons of the Orbital/Aerospace Operations Group. The Draconis Combined Admiralty had assigned the Dragoons a full wing of fighters and 2 Union CVS. All combined they had 64 fighters, enough to tangle with an aero regiment if necessary. She exhaled. It was a good thing that microwave beam transmissions were hard to intercept. Carmody would make it look like they were fighting as hard as they could to allow the Dragoons to break orbit, but the Light Horse and 4th Deneb, hey, that was right, their symbols both had horses in them, so they were all ponies, would have to get through this trial on their own. After some time, another transmission. Colonel Winston_21 ST, ELH, on our honor, we will not challenge your landings too closely. I offer you 2 options. Colonel Winston_21 ST, ELH, first, that you land in a wide plain where we could all simply throw our regiments at each other. Get this whole thing done quickly. Colonel Winston_21 ST, ELH, second, that instead of fighting on the whole, we could simply challenge each other in representative company-level combat over objectives. A series of duels would decide this whole operation. Colonel Winston_21 ST, ELH, let us say, 1 company per battalion. 7 battles in total. Colonel Korsht_Gammer, Wolf D, this is not a game. Colonel Korsht_Gammer, Wolf D, you should take us seriously. Colonel Winston_21 ST, ELH, are you sure you want the Eridani Light Horse to fight you as the SLDF fights? We have re-evaluated our doctrine since Hoff. Colonel Winston_21 ST, ELH, I swear on my honor we will not be using off-map artillery or minefields. Now he was just being insulting. Korsht forwarded the exchange to Colonel Andrei Shostakovich of the Beta Regiment. After a while, and unsurprisingly, the message returned. From, Colonel Shostakovich. To, Colonel Korsht. Take the second option. He is right. It will waste more time and the risk will be small, but it will make us look like we are fighting seriously. The objectives can be seen as holding the world hostage against Davian. If they do not give up Epsilon Regiment, we could do enough damage to make the world easier to take in a future Kurita invasion. As she expected, he advised for the option that will allow Beta Regiment to showboat. While Beta Regiment had a reputation for audacity that could lead to great success or failure, Shostakovich had an intuitive tactical sense for finding enemy weak points. From, Colonel Jameson. To, Colonel Korsht. This is accidentally some form of trial of possession, is it not? I request that Zeta Battalion be allowed to compete in our entirety. Korsht nodded. That sounded interesting. She composed that message and sent it off via tight beam to the noted ELH dropship. After a few more messages back and forth, and due to the weight difference, the ponies were allowed to have 4 lances to their name, a square company, versus 3 lances of a assault weight company, plus the defenders had allowance that they could trade a mech for 2 combat vehicles if they wanted. Against Zeta Battalion, 5 companies were allowed, 3 mech companies from the Eridani Light Horse and a vehicle company from the 4th Deneb. The defenders also had the choice of battleground. Neither side will use artillery. Air support was also closed off, but aero fighter battle was one of the 7 contested objectives. Colonel Winston _21 ST, ELH, 4 more hours until planet fall. We have quibbled enough of these terms. Colonel Winston _21 ST, ELH, we swear to abide by this agreement. It is almost time for us to kill Kurita again. Colonel Winston _21 ST, ELH, it is a fair bargain. Let it be done. Colonel Winston _21 ST, ELH, Eridani Light Horse, SLDF 11th Corps, 3rd Regimental Combat Team, out. Korsh squinted at her screen. No, that phrasing was likely to also be accidental, she decided eventually. Heroes Sun 2. Federated Sons. 4 hours later. Wilhelmina Korsh was not a woman prone to panic. She knew that capital missiles could be mounted into dropships. So were those Barracudas now knocking out Kurita fighters? Epsilon Regiment had beamed back as much information to the jump ship as they could before they were taken captive, so the Dragoons were expecting some of this. Seeing it happen and knowing your enemy can kill you with impunity was something else entirely. Nothing short of a real warship would be able to survive this. She ordered Colonel Carmody to hang back and protect the dropships. When the Kurita admiral started to chide her for her cowardice, she retorted that unless he wanted to fight on Hero's Sun personally, putting the regiments on the ground is the whole point of this battle. Only a fool or some sort of penniless peasant force would allow their valuable dropships to enter the most vulnerable phase of the mission unscreened by fighter craft. Then atomic brightness bloomed behind her and this was getting quite serious. 4th Deneb's fighters completely ignored the passing Wolf's Dragoons dropships to heinously murder Kurita fighters. New Aberdeen. Draconis March. Federated Sons. May 19, 3025. I am Barbara Mosley. White Unicorn. Captain of the Bad Egg Company of the Eridani Light Horse. I stand in defense of this world. I have broken the 2th Gaelden over my knee. None may dare claim to be the greatest warrior in the inner sphere without facing me. Who stands before me, that I might break their illusions? This is cringe. This is super cringe. Why am I doing this? Barbara Mosley, despite her boasts, was just grimacing inside her cockpit, wishing she could curl into a ball. Then her radio erupted with Spielberg Kobayashi, challenge you. My mech is Red Willow. I command Fang and Claw Company of Van Capellen's battalion of the 21st Gaelden Regulars. Pathetic mercenary scum, face me in honorable combat. Someone in a dragon painted red and yellow in streaks walked ahead into the clearing. Oh right. Because not only do Kuritans fall for it, they will always fall for it. If you ever want an entire DCMS formation to just stop and start spectating around wasting time, challenge their commander to a duel. They were samurai, and had to treat their foes with the same set of ethics as they do themselves. Otherwise she could just scorn them for not reading their own dictum honorarium. Of course, one needed some measure of fame for this to be valid, otherwise they could just ignore it as the unworthy barking of some Davian peasant, but the best way to gain fame was to take it off the notoriety of someone else. This was how a nobody like her catapulted to sphere-wide acclaim. Jack Finsrud was still cackling in the background. Her friend said in a private channel, you should send Edun Nicoli. She is actually the greatest warrior in the inner sphere. You are just the queen of the hill. Shut up. One thing that the ELH's real-time private HPG network could do was to transmit simulator information light years away. While on garrison duty, Bad Egg Company could train based on Natasha Kerensky's combat data. Simulated Natasha Kerensky could kick all their asses, no electronic sweat. But constant struggle against the best meant that even Barbara could feel confident she could fight a cut above the rest. Her super urban mech 2 walked out to meet the Kurita mech warrior. Everyone else moved back to give them room to maneuver. Behind her forced bravado, Barbara still knew she was nowhere near the true handful of elites in the inner sphere. But for propaganda purposes she was not allowed to lose. And that was why her mech was 45 tons, instead of 40 tons. It allowed her that little bit more headroom to mount actuator enhancement systems, ease, in its arms and legs, making them more responsive compared to becoming dependent on a targeting computer's guidance. Barbara slammed the supercharger to let her mech slip away from the LRM-10 locks of the enemy dragon. She waited until the enemy could be in range to shoot at her with its AC/5. Her super urban mech 2 and the dragon had roughly the same speed. The Kurita warrior trained relentlessly, making Bushido and combat the center of his life. He did not fear death but actively welcomed it. And without any regret or hesitation, his gunnery skills were sublime. The AC/5 burst sparked off the super urban mech 2's dome-like head. It was still a fair bit shorter than a dragon. Barbara's PPC bolt in return blasted off a large chunk off its side armor. You will have to do better than that. How much like a woman to shy away from the fight? The Kurita warrior shouted. Kobayashi's dragon accelerated, trying to get into knife-fighting range. Barbara moved in a circle of death trying to maintain range. If it was a full-on chaotic brawl she could be worried. But one-on-one? Is this the phantom mech? She heard Spielberg Koyabashi unwisely comment on a clear channel. No, that's just ECM ghost targets. Stand still, damn you. Barbara laughed. How about no? Have you ever faced a real warrior before? Have all your previous opponents been slaves that obediently bared their necks to you, oh pampered young master? Uncaring of damage, the Kurita mech ran straight on, trying to get into medium laser and physical combat range. This was a poor decision, as now that put him into medium pulse laser range. Barbara stitched holes up the dragon's left side. She could just keep kiting the enemy until the die, but putting on a show was important too. Finally, the shoulder she kept aiming for blew open. Her urban mech 2 sidestepped a lunge, and carved into the enemy's pelvic armor with a pair of medium pulse lasers. And then she spun and kicked right at the enemy's hip. Something cracked inside, and the dragon staggered drunkenly before falling flat on its face. Or rather its pointed chest stabbing into the ground. You are beaten, Barbara announced. Who is next? She shouted through comms. I thought there would be real warriors here. Do I find only cowards? I, Akira Suzuki, do challenge. Some time later, there was only the disbelieving yet awestruck protest. How are you doing this? Are you immortal? Barbara was still running around at full speed with 14 tons of hardened armor, giving her equal protection to an assault mech. She even got punched right in the cockpit armor glass, and though the urban mech had a blank face all could feel it giving a mocking grin. Because fuck you, my cockpit armor is rated to take a gauze rifle shot straight to the canopy and live. A dragon was only a bothersome opponent in that it had armor that needed to be chewed through. She needed 2 hits. Good hits with her PPC into the side armor was usually enough to punch through and ignite their AC/5 ammo. Medium mechs that faced her next were less of a threat. A Shadow Hawk was put down, then a Jenner. Then another dragon. Her enhanced ER PPC could decapitate an enemy mech on a lucky hit straight into the cockpit. Barbara breathed heavily. Her armor levels were still good, but she was on the verge of exhaustion. There was something about the Kuritan psychology that demanded there exist worthy adversaries, the more daunting the better. As much as they loved to slaughter the weak, part of them also wanted to be beaten by the strong. They wanted their lives to be legendary. She turned and began to walk away. Leave. I am bored with this. You have lost enough face today. Honorless wretch. If I don't kill you today, I am not a man. Her rounded mech gave an eloquent shrug. Then I give you permission to die. Funny thing about all of this standing around watching a duel happen, it gives artillery mechs the time to dial in the range. As the whistling of incoming thumper artillery intensified, hovercraft swooped in from behind to pincer the Kurita force. Explosions rippled behind Barbara Mosley. She did not look back. It was an excellent shot for the Holos. Her grip on the controls was shaking and her hands were cold. Marduk. Draconis March. Federated Suns. May 18, 3025. The 121st Dark Horse decisively crushed the 2nd Amphigene Light Assault Group on Marduk. A medium-weight force had no business being anywhere near these many gauze rifles. The Kurita force hurried to escape, and managed to leave with only 55% of their regiment intact. Deschler. Draconis March. Federated Suns. May 15, 3025. Deschler was a notable system with its habitable world being only 3.7 days away from the jump point at 1 gram. It held a damaged but still valuable former battle mech factory, Agama Mech Works. The 4th Davian Guards RCT was tasked to defend this key border world. The 9th Benjamin Regulars were ordered to raid the world to jam relief efforts headed to Galter. They had to travel all the way from Proserpina, which weakened the defense there. None of the legendary free-floating regiments of the Proserpina Hussars were anywhere close to home. The 2nd Arcab Legion had to be redirected from Tanel. The well-practiced 9th Benjamin Regulars dropped to take Argama Mech Works but were stymied by Davian combined arms. They were not expecting to have a full RCT in there, which was also disturbing as the short transit time made Deschler an excellent jumping-off point for attacks on Kurita worlds. Losses on both sides were manageable and they continued to skirmish for a week more before word came down about what happened at Galter. Harpster. Draconis March. Federated Suns. May 15, 3025. Harpster was an eccentric world with a 3.9 Terran equivalent years orbit around its star. It was 17 days away from the jump point, and it was a waste of time to attack it. What a group of white-hulled Scout 2 jump ships were doing waiting at its zenith jump point was unknown. Paris. Irerzun Prefecture. Draconis Combine. May 15, 3025. Knowing that the Combine had degraded their forces on the border just to send 6 regiments into Galter, the full 1st Chisholm's Raiders RCT jumped from Royal with 1 battle mech regiment, 4 combat vehicle regiments, and 2 infantry regiments to liberate the planet from Kurita hands. Tripoli. Iron Prefecture. Draconis Combine. May 15, 3025. With the Eridani Light Horse already having completely destroyed the 11th Benjamin Regulars on Tripoli, along with their military basing, the 2nd Robinson Rangers jumped from Breed to likewise begin the takeover of the world. Galter 3. Federated Sons. May 22, 3025. Because Galter was 2 weeks away from the jump point, they were actually among the last to resolve their troubles at the Combine border. Jamming in the fog of war meant that they could hear about other results only after their own belated actions. By accident, most of these events on multiple different planets resolved within days of each other. Colchester. Federated Sons. Date unknown. While Natasha Kerensky was fixing the duelist-sized hole in the Eridani Light Horse, there were also things she could learn. She was experienced in whipping together a bunch of misfits into shape as an elite unit, and being the teacher of a bunch of willing professional soldiers was somewhat boring and unchallenging. There were very few surprises to find in the ELH doctrine, it was as solid as the SLDF could make, with wide room for improvisation and personal initiative. Kurita goes on and on about their chi, and some mysterious mystical energy that empowers their fighting prowess, and tries to act as if their mech was as natural as their own limbs. It sounds like self-hypnotizing nonsense, and we are concerned with reliable, repeatable phenomena. Much has been lost since the fall of the Star League, whispered Devlin Stone. But in the forgotten vaults of Mars, they preserved the art of defeating armor, refined since the medieval era, put aside in the era of hot weapons until there once again walked carapaced juggernauts in the shape of man. The little urban mech raised the reinforced barrel of its PPC arm pod to point at the sky. The combat art that was made to be performed with superhuman effort, utilizing deflection, rotation, and vibration to hit with the maximum possible force with every strike. For in building machines of unmatched potency in the shape of man and beast, they were also given the same weak points of any other creature. With nothing but brutal, ruthless efficiency. To defeat even the thickest of armor even if you are unarmed. The training urban mech leaped into the air, spinning 3 times. And the name of that art is Panzerkunst. Devlin Stone roared. Natasha Kerensky swatted him out of the sky, with the thick armored cowlings of her Donal PPC like a baseball bat. The urban mech flopped face down. The fuck was that, brat? On the ground, the boy moaned. Panzerbjörn. Misery. Matsueda Prefecture. Draconis Combine. Jamie Wolf sat in a darkened room, with the commanding officers involved in the recent debacle on Harrow's Sun before standing at attention before him. He knew that soon enough he would have to speak with Takashi Kurita. That Wolf's Dragoons ended up with the only victory in this whole disastrous campaign would not be a good thing. Beta Regiment, Wolf's Dragoons, Colonel Andrei Shostakovich. Gamma Regiment, Wolf's Dragoons, Colonel Wilhelmina Korst. Epsilon Regiment, Wolf's Dragoons, Colonel Baxter Arbuthnot. Zeta Battalion, Wolf's Dragoons, Colonel J. Elliot Jameson. So what really happened on Harrow's Sun? He asked. We lost. Korst sighed. Tactically, strategically, in every possible way, the Eridani Light Horse beat us. Jamie looked to her, then to Arbuthnot, and the entire regiment returned from Harrow's Sunday. Sends their mechs, but that was to be expected. That is not what your after-action report says. Explain. Tactically, they talked us into a mode of fighting that negated our advantages in weight or numbers. Strategically, we could have been attacking anywhere else that could deal noticeable damage to Davian instead of coming out breaking even. They said that wasting time was enough of a victory, and they were right, they already won this fight a month ago. Takashi Kurita had actually been eager to ransom back Epsilon Regiment if it would put Wolf's Dragoons directly into his debt. It was better to have a weakened vassal than one that was too potent and independent. Davian's demand was surprisingly lenient, parole. A sum at ransom and then put Epsilon Regiment over at the Steiner border and do not have them fight Davian at all until their contract with House Kurita runs out. Jamie Wolf was unwilling and suspicious about how this would be isolating one regiment. If there was one benefit to having Natasha Kerensky out of action for the past 5 months, it was that there could not be any suspicious rumors of a high enough profile Dragoon performing atrocities and acting like a bandit on some Kurita world somewhere. He was not blind to how much Kurita wanted to absorb the Dragoons. Their company store policy was already leaving them barely supplied. Jamie looked up. What do you think would have happened if we simply attacked the world normally, without agreeing to their terms of engagement? Sir. They would have drowned us in artillery and capital missiles. Wilhelmina Korst's tone held zero doubts whatsoever. We know now that the Light Horse rattled 6 regiments over Galter. I do not doubt that a lot of us would never have lived to touch grass again. With Kurita Aero fighter support, we could punch through the Aero regiment's worth of fighters that the 4th Deneb had. But backed by dropship warship support? No chance, sir. No chance. It spoke to the pitiful state of the inner sphere that a handful of assault dropships could make anyone a frightening naval power. They would stand no chance against the clans. He frowned. Unless this was just the tip of the iceberg. What happened to the light horse after Hoff? Sure, it was a notable defeat, but the Eridanes had been culled badly before. Andrei? Your opinion? Colonel Shostakovich added, I do not know how the Eridanes are doing it, but they have been very good at jumping into and out of pirate points. If we simply attacked, they could have loaded up Epsilon Regiment onto a jump ship and been somewhere else before we even arrived. I mean your experience on Harrow Sunday. Ah. Apologies, sir. The reports do not quite encompass how none of us were fighting all too hard to deny each other the objectives. Except. He glanced aside towards Colonel Jameson. The mustached man sighed. A battalion should normally only rate a major, but Zeta was the Dragoons' elite troubleshooting force and its nearly all assault mech roster merited a full colonel. It already had a history of its colonels going down fighting. A sequence from a battle ROM played for a few seconds. What is that? Is that an imp? How can anyone else have imps? It looks more like some sort of oversized urban mech. If it had real arms. Are those Mackies? So the ponies are going to face up with us assault mechs. Any assault mech? Had. Jameson stood stiffly in parade rest and reported the 7th objective was pure combat, battalion against battalion. Sir, I have no excuse. We met the light horse on an open field with superior numbers and they held the better against us, sir. It is even more insulting that they fought to disable and not to kill, and still we were down to 50% strength before I decided to concede the field. We have all been drastically underestimating what the Eridani light horse could do, said Shostakovich. They were good before, no one expected they could be this dangerous. Colonel Korsch said they were going to give back Epsilon Regiment in any case. Just wasting time was enough of a victory. Maybe we could have saved the effort if we had attacked anywhere else. Jamie Wolf looked to the screens. Enough time had passed to know the results of Kurita's grand offensive. No, I highly doubt it would have mattered to save Galter. He had used up much political capital and goodwill from Takashi Kurita, and the coordinator had allowed it only for the philosophical symmetry of it. As the DCMS revenged itself on Galter, so would the Dragoons revenge their humiliations on Harrow Sunday. He sighed. So, you are telling me that losses were minimal on either side? Except for Zeta Battalion. Yes, sir. 2 heavyweight regiments versus 2 medium-weight regiments should not normally be a draw. I know we are going to be accused of throwing the fight. He tapped at the screen. Attack objective, neutralize enemy supply depot, Beta Regiment, succeeded. Location, Southern Breeze Ice Continent, near the border with the Eridani Light Horse and 4th Deneb territories. Defense objective, hold the Oasis Outpost, Beta Regiment, failed. Location, Oasis Outpost situated in the arid regions of the Southern Breeze Ice Continent. Attack objective, capture the Solar Power Facility, Beta Regiment, succeeded. Location, Southern Breeze Ice Continent, closer to the Paris continent where heavy industry is concentrated. Defense objective, secure the communications array, Gamma Regiment, succeeded. Location, Southern Breeze Ice Continent, near the center of military facilities and training grounds. Attack objective, disrupt enemy reconnaissance operations, Gamma Regiment, failed. Location, Southern Breeze Ice Continent, closer to the borders with the Eridani Light Horse and 4th Deneb territories. Defense objective, defend the mountain pass, Gamma Regiment, succeeded. Location, Southern Breeze Ice Continent, in the mountainous regions leading towards the Paris continent. Attack objective, overwhelm and capture the Eridani Light Horse Assault Battalion, Zeta Battalion, failed. Location, Southern Breeze Ice Continent, near the military facilities and training grounds. Shostakovich continued his report, from our experience, we were able to overwhelm defenders easily enough. The Oasis did not play well to our strengths in defense, as the ponies could just strike and retreat as much as they wanted, making holding the position untenable without resupply. Sir, it was clear that they were not fighting as hard as they should have been. The tall, bear-like man pulled his shoulders back and complained loudly they had Gauss rifles. They had extended range PPCs and lasers. I know they had to be using double heat sinks. I could tell the difference between which was the Light Horse and which was 4th Deneb. It know they could have been fighting much more aggressively than that. It was almost insulting. Similarly, we did not have the speed to prevent them from recon operations. The terrain was favorable to the use of hovercraft, added Korsch. But in our defense of the mountain pass, it was clear that if the Light Horse used artillery at all they could have a much easier time of it. We know the Light Horse do have precision artillery. It is paradoxical to reveal that they do have Listec, and yet not leverage it. We are still employed by Kurita, and we have to share this information. Perhaps they are trying to downplay their capabilities. Shostakovich snorted. Explain then the sheer, mauling, that Zeta Battalion experienced. Jamie Wolf turned to Colonel Jameson. The man sighed. Again, I have no excuse. We were caught completely unprepared. Physically, mentally, even emotionally. A cheery song flooded the frequencies. The unspoken batchall said nothing about jamming or ECM. Faux bear, Willy the Faux bear. It's me and it's you. Looking for fun. It's killing time with William the Faux. The Faux bear. I do not know what pits of hell the ponies dug up this monstrosity, but they tore us apart. By the Great Father, I fear no man or beast. But those things. Jameson shook his head. The battle ROM showed an annihilator, a slow 100-ton mech armed with 4x AC/10S and 4x medium lasers, was mounted by a dropping mech and its deer-like head ripped right out of its shoulders. The Faux bear was a humanoid-type mech, with a white and dome-like torso that vaguely resembled an urban mech if it were all harsh and unfriendly. Even the cockpit canopy strip was an edgy V-shape instead of a smooth ring all around the pilot and the mech. Its stubby arms ended in long wicked claws. It had a PPC for long range and 2 medium lasers for close-in combat. It was observed to run at 86 km per hour and then suddenly leap up to 120 meters. It was as if someone looked at the experimental melee mech of the Hatchet Man and went, "We can perfect that." Someone from another universe might nod and go, "Ah. That is a ZGOK. My sympathies to you." The image switched to an imp and another similarly egg-shaped assault mech landing nearby. While the imp had a sneering visage, the other had a blank almost urban mech-like chassis with no humanoid features. And yet, despite that, one could also feel an impression of utter disdain wafting off the machine. The two 100-ton mechs slugged at each other, with the imp's pair of PPCs and 5 medium lasers versus the other mech's 3 large lasers and 4 medium pulse lasers. Another jump brought it to under the minimum range of PPCs, and shortly thereafter to fisticuffs range. The imp's LRM-15 and twin PPCs were useless dead weight, while the other mech's battery of lasers could all be used at point-blank range. The imp tried to shield itself with its oversized plank of a right forearm, but then the armor was breached and the missiles loaded in it exploded, ripping the entire arm off. Super Fighting Robot. Omega Man. Super Fighting Robot. Omega Man. The Eridani Light Horse were flooding the radio channels with ECM, preventing the Zeta Battalion mechs from coordinating with each other. We consulted the archives, and it may be that this was a SLDF design after all. The Omega was a prototype design built during the Siege of Terra, built by the same manufacturer as the Flashman. Arbuthnot informed the group. With Epsilon Regiment out of the picture, he tried to find other work in service to the Dragoons. The Mackeys were laying down sustained long-range fire with PPCs against mechs unengaged in close range. All the while loudly and proudly blasting the anthem of the Terran hegemony both through comms and in the real world. De la main de Terra, nous nous élevons. Unlike the awesomes of the Zeta Battalion that could only fire 3 volleys, it was 4 PPCs every time all the time, and nothing could long stand up to such a barrage. They. Mackey, is vaguely urban mech-shaped. Arbuthnot shrugged. Mackeys were the pride of the Terran hegemony, but never used by the SLDF. I hate how that feels like it should be enough explanation, sighed Jameson. But with enemy assault mechs in both close and long range, Zeta Battalion found it difficult to prioritize. Turning to deal with the mechs in close range presented their weak rear armor to the light horse's long-range fire. Medium mechs in close range should be fragile, especially for the quad AC/10S of the Annihilator, but Annihilators were slow. With a top speed of only 32 km per hour, and only 12.5 tons of armor for a 100-ton mech, the individual Annihilators either forced the entire lance to slow down to half their regular marching speed or risk them being isolated. Atlases had to forego all long-range fire and use their massive fists to punch and kick in defense of other mechs around them. The stalkers without arms, even with their SRMs, were hideously vulnerable here. Battlemasters had to jettison their PPCs to more effectively engage in pugilism. The Atlas and its AC/20 was terrifying at close range, but the ponies were using other mechs for cover and the Dragoons had to beware of friendly fire. VTOLs armed with LRMs and PPCs slipped around the outskirts to further turn this engagement into a burning cauldron. It was not an easy fight, and the Light Horse also suffered casualties in turn. Strikers were combat units that relied on their speed, running in to face the enemy units and letting loose with as much heavy firepower as they can unleash quickly. While often costly in mechs, they could quickly inflict significant damage on the enemy. The 21st Strikers lived up, and some died, to their name. Jameson concluded with the Light Horse pulled on us what people must have been thinking when we arrived with new unseen-before mechs in the inner sphere. We had no idea what they were, we had no idea how to fight them, and they were doing things we would never have expected. They have to be using Lestek in all of their units to do what we have observed them doing. Jamie Wolf looked up sharply. Or to put it another way, we faced them as we would have faced the clans? Using only the technology of the inner sphere, no matter how good our training, we failed to prevail. Affirmative. It is not an exact comparison, Wilhelmina Korst raised her hand. We would never expect anyone from the clans to engage in such vicious melee combat. It is a complete violation of Zelbrigen. Jamie Wolf nodded. He turned towards Arthbutnot. Which would then bring us to the most important question. Baxter. You have spent a significant amount of time with the 21st Strikers and conversed with their commander. Do they? No. I do not think so. The Light Horse and the Davians were oddly uninterested in interrogating us. I certainly gave no hints. I also highly doubt that Kerensky would slip up. And yet. The reedy man slid his palm over his forehead and slicked back his thinning hair. The Light Horse must be taking so much new hardware from somewhere. They are willing to risk escalating the customs of war in the inner sphere back towards mass destruction. For what purpose? What could be enough of a threat to break the status quo like this, other than the clans? Korst frowned. But then who would be giving them this hardware? It clearly cannot be any clan. Unless. The not named clan? It could be, replied Shostakovich. Arbuthnot looked doubtful. Sir, before leaving I was told by Colonel Winston of the Light Horse, that the answer to any questions is ask Kerensky. We will only know on her return. Jamie Wolf nodded. If the Light Horse were willing to return a whole regiment, then the honorable return of Kerensky would only be a matter of time. Colchester. Federated Sons. Date unknown. I have a contempt for the whole concept of phantom mech, said Devlin Stone. Natasha Kerensky raised an eyebrow. Do you hate it because it sounds unscientific? I mean, achieving battlefield nirvana so that you disappear from the world? Something that allows one person to walk through an army and kill with impunity. It is underwhelming. I was given a glimpse of fantasy heaven, and phantom mech just does not compare at all. The obvious retort is to paste the entire area with artillery. Jam this, ascetic. I believe there would be a better and more practical sort of enlightenment that is more appropriate for us, Kerensky-sensei. You are already on the verge of reaching it anyway. Do not call me that. A plastic bottle bounced off the boy's head. And what sort of enlightenment do you think a mech warrior should have? The boy looked up, and stared at her with that piercing way of his that had a zealot's conviction and utter disregard for his own life and anyone that dares stand in his way. The defenders of man and the wide spectacle they see from the absolute pinnacle. He spoke with a small smile. Sandevistan. Could also be Kerenzikov. Fits better with Kerensky. Convince me either way. Aftershocks 01. Galter. Federated Sons. May 27, 3025. The damage to New Delhi was severe, even worse than the liberation of 3022. Streets were scorched black from end to end. Buildings were hollow shells, filled with dust and death. Most of the South Industrial Zone was just gone. Tens of thousands of people were homeless, their family homes demolished under the stampede of battling mechs. Hundreds were dead, not just a few of them on foot throwing themselves against battle mechs. Most of Galter's militia were entombed in the wrecks of their combat vehicles and grey market mechs. Yet, like a monstrous hurricane, it wreaked merciless havoc but was gone just as quickly. Many could hardly believe it was over. Even when the planetary governor went on media to announce their victory, and captured Kurita troops shown off on the screens being mulishly marched into ad hoc prison camps until they could be moved off-world. Some DCMS mechs and infantry had escaped to the woods to try and become guerrillas, but they would be hunted down soon enough. But it was only when the Eridani Light Horse plunked down recruiting booths in Elliott Park that many could feel relieved that Kurita was in no shape to try this again. New Delhi respected Tahar DMM's almost Herculean efforts through the past month. Sir Dobson was hailed as a hero forever in their hearts, though the man continually wondered why every day after the fight felt like he was walking over his own grave. New Delhi did not know who the Eridani Light Horse were, other than they were in overall command of the defense. They saw the symbol before on the urban mechs and work mechs and assumed they were another Davian division more focused on support. Once again, are they allowed to do that? The banner of the Star League flew at half-mast instead of the Federated Sun's star unsoared. The only reason there were any locals curious enough to try was Dobson's effusive praise for the Light Horse. That they were the only reason that Galter could be defended successfully at all. Who are the Eridani Light Horse? They are the ones who showed up at the end with those 3 drop warships over New Delhi and broke the back of 2 Kurita regiments. Ooh. And that was how Dylan Rowe ended up sitting before a recruitment officer. Is this really okay? He asked. Even someone like me? I'm not sure. Maybe you'll regret it. The officer looked down at the day top hat. A complete orphan. A minimal stipend from Galter's Social Security. A known antipathy towards the Draconis Combine. No signs of being a plant or spy. I see no issues. We are looking for experienced soldiers, or youths that do not have as much that needs to be unlearned. If you prefer to stay in Galter, the Galter Defense League is always an option. The only difference between the regular AFFS and signing up with the Eridani Light Horse is that, as mercenaries, we are under the direct employ of Hansa Davian. We get access to advanced technologies sooner and may move out with less bureaucracy. Dylan grimaced and opened his hands out helplessly. I mean, I'm a jinx. Everyone that ever tried to teach me how to fight, died. My father, my brothers. SGT. Huan. SGT. Chen. Who you calling dead? The boy turned to see SGT. Chen walk out of another recruiting booth. He walked on a crutch. Don't you just be killing me off like that. SGT. Chen. Dylan Rowe gasped. No wonder people called him the immortal Sergeant Chen. His police story would not end so easily, even if raked by 50mm AC/2 fire. You're signing up too. The broad-faced policeman lifted the pants over his left leg, and showed that inside the shoe was little more than an L-shaped peg leg with some wadding to keep shape. I heard that they could get me a new foot. Cybernetic or flash-grown transplant from your own cells, it is doable, the recruiter said mildly. We now also have access to most of the Star League's medical technology. Canopus Medtech is also quite good, they have some interesting weaponized prosthetics if that is more to your liking. Liam Chen hummed. Battle mechs have foot pedals, don't they? You need to have ankle movement, no. Myanmar's are artificial muscles. They scale down as well as up. Was the reply. The light horse was sweeping up invalid veterans all over the place. SGT. Chen, you're a mech warrior? Asked Dylan. Didn't know I could be a mech warrior until I signed up and took the helmet test. He grinned down at the boy. Hello, fellow student. And this was the beginning of the legend of Jackie Chen and Urban Row. Eridani Light Horse Field Base. Vonyal Plain. Galter. Same time. Major Robert Greendavian stared down at the blank note pewter screen. 5 regiments destroyed within half a week. 7 inside 2 weeks if one counted events on Marduk and New Aberdeen. The appearance of pocket warship and the re-emphasis on naval power. In one fell swoop, House Kurita lost as much as 10% of their total military power for minimal or even insignificant damage on the Davian side. How would one even begin to write an after-action report of as perfect a tactical and strategic victory as this? It was not just space dominance. But if the Light Horse had not scattered the invasion force in space, the fighting on the ground could have been much more organized and dangerous for the defenders. It was not just brother eye. But reliable battlefield information meant that the defenders could find the enemy instead of having to scout blindly and having whole battalions wasting time standing around until vital military intelligence could return. It was not just Lastek. But they certainly helped to equalize any weight or veterancy difference. This would not have been possible if the cache did not possess an indomitable wall of Mackeys, and a hammer of advanced heavy Irbies. It was not just flexibility with artillery and air power. But it certainly helped to panic and disrupt Kurita response, complicating their ability to act if at any moment lambs could appear in their backline and throw arrow IVs at their command center. Thumper artillery could follow you anywhere. It was not just worldwide coordination and clarity of command. But unlike House Kurita where each regiment tried to claim as much glory as possible at the expense of others, Davian forces were focused on the task at hand and kept each other informed. Once their own problems were settled, they could send support to each other. Matters could be decided based on urgency. Major Greendavian did not consider himself an affable man. He was even called icy at times, but he valued competence and loyalty above all. He considered Eridani Light Horse's traditions as charming, until the point where suddenly they started to act in a hurry. So were they actually reactivated by the SLDF? Given that Hansa Davian was personally giving them so much latitude, and all that freedom returned with massive gains, clearly the first prince was already aware of all of this. The Light Horse found 2 regiments on Galter and were happy to surrender all salvage to House Davian. In return, they get more recruitment options. It was dangerous to have mercenaries be a third arm of the military. The danger of a coup was always there. And yet, he exhaled and mused House Steiner must be seething right now, second only to House Kurita. For their 100 years of service from the Eridani Light Horse, they were never given this level of performance or fervor. Did they truly never have the Light Horse's loyalty? Or is it that you get only as much loyalty as you put in? Robert Greendavian twiddled his fingers. This perfect run on Galter would surely be studied in military academies for decades. His report here as the first document of the campaign would be a primary source. He exhaled again. This matter deserved all his care and power. After Action Report 3025, the Galter Campaign. Introduction, the situation at hand. Executive Summary, Total Victory through Integrated Warfare. Observations. Phase 1, the Naval Intercept. Phase 2, the Contested Landings. Phase 3, the Trap at the Star League Depot. Phase 4, the Night Battle at New Wuhan. Phase 5, the Siege of New Delhi. Phase 6, the Mop-Up Operations. Phase 7, Strategic Outcomes. Lessons learned. Integrated Warfare. Unity of Command. Exploiting Technological Advantages. Information Superiority. Recommendations. Strengthen Naval Power. Acquire technology and doctrine from ELH. Experiment with regular AFFS. Maintain strategic momentum. End report. Various places. Inner sphere. Same time. May felt like the month where everything happened all at once. The news was on fire as soon as it hit the HPG stations. Total victory on Galter. 6 regiments routed, more DCMS regiments defeated on Marduk and New Aberdeen. House Davian's forces achieved a rapid and absolute victory over House Kurita in the climactic battle on Galter. Among the DCMS forces killed was the warlord of Benjamin, Yokotas Yovo Yoriyoshi himself, while in command of the 17th Benjamin Regulars. The elite 7th Sword of Light Regiment was destroyed utterly. In addition, the 2nd Amphigene Light Assault Group faced defeat on Marduk and the 21st Gaelden Regulars on New Aberdeen. Davian forces thereafter captured Paris and Tripoli. The Galter thumb is closed. Repeat, the Galter thumb is closed. Breaking news, Comster News Services. Pocket warships in the Davian dynasty, a double threat to peace. In a startling display of misguided ambition, House Davian has unleashed a grave threat upon the inner sphere with the introduction of pocket warships. This flagrant disregard for the pursuit of peace represents a dangerous escalation in the ways of war, threatening to plunge our human sphere into a never-ending cycle of violence and suffering. It is imperative that we condemn this recklessness and expose the inherent dangers and consequences of such a brazen display of military might. Editorials, Avalon Free Press. House Kurita adapts to changing battlefield dynamics in Galter campaign. While the events on Galter may have seemed like a setback, it is crucial to view them through a strategic lens. Our forces executed a well-planned tactical withdrawal to preserve our regiments and regroup for future operations. This maneuver was a calculated decision to consolidate our forces and avoid unnecessary casualties. Despite initial appearances, the Galter campaign demonstrates the superior strategic acumen of House Kurita, as we adapt to the ever-changing circumstances of the inner sphere. Statement issued by House Kurita Ministry of Information. House Kurita acknowledges lessons learned from Galter conflict. House Kurita acknowledges the valuable lessons learned from the Galter conflict, emphasizing their commitment to continuous improvement. The battlefield has changed, but the warrior's spirit remains the same. It is true that sometimes the greatest teacher can be the worthy adversary. It is through these trials that we emerge stronger, more steadfast, more spiritually pure. We pledge to dissect every fact, every facet, extracting invaluable wisdom that will fuel our resurgence. Nothing in the Draconis Combine is ever wasted effort. They will rue this day that they have shown us their bag of tricks too early. Interview with Shosei Ryo Nakamura, 8th Gaelden Regulars. Desperate measures or unhinged aggression. Kurita's nuclear strike divides public opinion. House Kurita's bold use of nuclear weapons to neutralize pocket warships over Galter evokes strong and polarizing reactions among the general public. While some view it as a desperate but justifiable measure to secure victory, others denounce it as an act of unhinged aggression that disregards long-standing agreements and threatens the stability of the inner sphere. And they failed anyway. Davian's war droppers took a nuke to the face and lived. Holy hell. We need some of that right quick. Mech Warrior, name withheld, FWLM. Economic Forum on the role of space naval power in the 31st century. Dr. Elizabeth Hoffman. Pocket warships are a game changer and I like it. The Lyran Commonwealth can leverage its economic advantages best by investing in a naval supremacy policy. A strong fleet ensures the protection of valuable resources and uninterrupted commerce without risking ground forces. We can afford this in a way few others can. General Marcus Roth. I have reservations about the proposed heavy investment in space naval power. Diverting significant resources towards building pocket warships may compromise other critical sectors, such as ground forces and planetary defense. We should prioritize a more balanced military approach. Dr. Sophia Weber. I believe what our good doctor is saying is that it is a deterrent that not only safeguards our economic interests, but minimizes ground battles. We can just target enemy regiments in transit and neutralize them before touching the ground. No one should dare attack unless they bring enough of a space fleet to counter this doctrine. This is more expensive for other realms, so this would reduce how often they would dare to try. This minimizes the risks associated with ground warfare, such as civilian deaths, economic damages, and poor leadership in general. General Marcus Roth. Madam, I respect your opinions even if you must be so blatantly insulting on such an occasion as this. Professor Michael Anderson. Do not forget the reality of it. All of this started happening just this year with the assistance of the Eridani Light Horse. Those were not Federated Sun's vessels that fought over Galter and Harrow's Sun, but Eridani Light Horse pocket warships. We do not even know if House Davian is capable of producing any pocket warships of their own. The Light Horse left Steiner employ in disgust and never saw fit to hint at any of these capabilities. All of this could have been ours. Dr. Sophia Weber. Actually, would not it make more sense that the Eridani Light Horse found something in Davian's recovered databases that they could unlock with their SLDF credentials? They only found Demeter Core recently. I am almost certain if they could have access to it any earlier, they would also have released it no matter who their employers were. Professor Michael Anderson. Oh sure, they just happened to find whole regiments of mechs, dropships, brand new jump ships, and now pocket warships with capital class weapons on the whole. Next they'll be having real warships, and why would anyone like that still bother to pretend to be mere mercenaries? Moderator. Please keep this discussion on topic. This is the role of Space Naval Power Roundtable, not the speculate on the Eridani Light Horse Forum. Let's tech no more. Robot NIC announces mass production of DHS and FF armor. Usually when you refit an engine to use double heatsinks, you would also need to strip out the heatsinks in the engine entirely, or else the uneven cooling performance between two different materials would cause one to wear out faster than the other. This is a job not easily done on the field. In cooperation with NAIS, we have instead proto-freezers, which can slot as a replacement to stand-alone heatsinks. You will not immediately double your heat capacity, but 50% more for every external heatsink is still significant advantage and a fast refit. Ferrofibrous armor is easier. Just strip out all the old standard armor and slap it onto the maximum thickness the frame allows. Similarly, ferroaluminium is for aero fighters. The AFFS is our primary customer, and we anticipate no issues with meeting demand. For the most part we will be operating on a B2B model, supplying other manufacturing concerns with components needed for their designs. We do offer standard technologies on a catalog. And, urban mechs. If it is an urban mech and can fit on an urban mech, you can have it. Robot NIC can supply anyone anywhere, except the Draconis Combine. CEO Leroy Martin, Robot NIC, New Avalon. Mercenaries rejoice as the ELH rises to prominence. Sure, you can say that the ponies are barely mercs at all, but you can say that about the Big Mac too. It doesn't matter, they're one of us. Anyone can hope to join a big merc command, not like a house regiment where you have to come out from an academy or get sponsored by some fancy noble. When someone hits the big leagues like that, the whole boat lifts with them. Big Mac's long march made people sit up and remember that mercs can tangle with house troops and worlds need more defense than just some little homegrown militias. Mercs can be worth the money. Colonel Olivia Wraith Sinclair, Claybook's Commandos. Robot NIC, combat supplier of last resort? So Robot NIC is to the Light Horse as Blackwell is to the Dragoons, eh? Well, there's one important difference. Robot NIC makes deliveries. So there we were on El Giza, and Command was shafting us in resupply again. Merrick's were trying to company store us, and there ain't much a small company unit like us can do about that. I was expecting spare parts to be filled out and delivered drop shipped from a local company or something. Just bypass the whole house supply system. If it's not our name on the manifest, they can't pull shit so easy until it's too late, eh? Fucking woke up night thinking that someone was doing a combat drop, but a drop ship was just throwing down my supply orders from orbit on a drop pod. Didn't even bother to land, they went around throwing down pods all over the planet, being chased by patrol ASF all the while, then fucked off all the way back to the jump point. I don't know if it was just some sick power play or something from the opposite side of the space to Davian, but hell. I got large lasers, I got servomotors, I got tracking systems, I got diagnostic control units, I got rare components for mechs they stopped producing centuries ago, all smelling factory new in the fucking mail. Mercenary Captain Garrett Thunderstorm, Thunderbolt Company. The Light Horse is subsidizing other mercs to operate as an open RCT? The comparisons between Robot NIC and Blackwell have already been made. But both the Light Horse and the Dragoons are often employed and fighting somewhere else. However, just because you are partly owned by some merc unit doesn't mean you can't hire mercs on your own. Robot NIC is hiring. Mercenary commands need good reputation and either very specialized or very generalist formations to be considered. There is a preference for new commands, and no more than company level in strength. Robotnik's terms are called disgustingly generous, giving up almost all salvage rights and providing full material support. Pay is above average and combat bonuses apply. Transport costs are also free, provided by employers' own jump ships and drop ships. In exchange, however, it is barely disguised that this retainer, cadre/defense contract is about funneling future recruits into the Eridani Light Horse regiments. Some mercenaries may balk at the strict military standards of behavior, while others may enjoy the high levels of pay, support, and relative safety of their posting. Main mercenary commands can look forward to taking the skills they gain through their time spent with Robot NIC elsewhere into the inner sphere. One such unit is Grayson Carlisle's Grey Death Legion, famed for his experimental anti-mech strategies using infantry on Verd Handy. They were approached almost immediately as soon as they landed on the mercenaries' planet of Galatea. Mercenaries. The digital newsletter, Galatea Press. What happened on Hero's Sun? The Kurita offensive around Galter has been a monumental fail on all fronts, except one. Wolf's Dragoons landed on Hero's Sun with 2 regiments and left with 3. The Eridani Light Horse had captured Epsilon Regiment back in March this year, in the very first appearance of pocket warships in the inner sphere. The Dragoons left with their force apparently intact, and with their lost regiments, so they won? But if their orders were to harass and damage Harrow's son, the world did not seem to have been left in a weakened state after all their time on planet. There are no rumors of the 21st Strikers and the 4th Deneb to have taken damage either. So they lost? It could not have been two of the most celebrated mercenary commands to have conspired to turn their clash on Harrow's son into a time-wasting vacation, could they? The Dragoons and the Light Horse fought against each other on Hoth back in 3023, and while both sides claim they won, the Light Horse ended up paying them more for it, with their combined arms force badly depleted going up against the Dragoons' heavyweight regiments. In this whole Galter goof, the Dragoons are the only force to come out with any victory to their name. Who is the best mercenary unit in the inner sphere? The Dragoons seem to have claimed the crown back on Hoth, but the Light Horse savaging 6 regiments all at once and their burgeoning naval power tilts it back hard towards the ponies. The Dragoons earned back some lost face on Harrow's son, but in exchange for the half a regiment they lost on Hoth the Light Horse now their payback is forcing the Dragoons to rebuild an entire regiment from scratch. Even if we consider this a draw, one of them is getting the better of it. Recent events presents the theory that even if the Dragoons may be the better fighting regiment, the Light Horse are the better strategic regiment. They were never this good under Steiner employ. So that's the difference when you're working for someone smart as a fox? The Soldier's Journal, Solaris. Limited edition Miss Badass Barbara Mosley figurines now on sale. Includes Super Urban Mech White Unicorn and Pilot figure. Pilot card and compatible holo sign for use with BattleTech Simulator. Special rules. Ghost Mech, takes half damage from direct fire weapons for 1 turn. Pulse Laser, improved accuracy short -2. ERPPC, improved accuracy long -2. Mercenaries. The game, Galatea Press. Katrina Steiner announces the Helm Library Corps after Great Raid on Helm. At the dawn of the First Succession War, Minoru Kurita ordered the DCMS to raid Helm and seize the SLDF stockpile there. Unable to find any materiel left behind by the SLDF, he flew into a rage and ordered his forces to punish Helm. Nuclear weapons rained down the world, killing 8% of the population and leaving huge swaths of it as radioactive deserts. But the prize hidden and protected from the hands of barbarians has now come to light. It is more complete than the Corps Demeter, as the SLDF Field Library contains Major Edward Keeler's hopes to protect mankind's achievements and rebuild the inner sphere. Yes, you are correct. The Eridani Light Horse pointed us to the facility and gave us the means to unlock it safely. We will share as much of the civilian knowledge and technologies of the SLDF Field Library as possible. No, not to House Kurita. It was, unfortunately, a condition of the information exchange. They will have to trade for it with their allies in the Concord of Capitan. Archon Katrina Steiner, public address, their CAD. Merrick decries Steiner raid as complete banditry. This is a heinous crime that strikes at the core of our shared history. But what more can you expect from Katrina Steiner? She presents herself as some ignored waif crying about peace, but this exposes the hypocrisy at the core of her being. We strongly condemn this theft, this shameless banditry. To be given drabs of what was rightfully ours and be expected to pretend as if it was some kindness from her hands? I am without words for the sheer insult of it. If it is war she wants, then war she shall have. Captain General Janos Merrick, public address, a truce. SLS the color of magic. Scout 3 class warship. In orbit above Galter. Sometime June 3025. The private situation room was tied into the mobile HPG in the disguised warship. The ship had 2 counter-rotating 95-meter grav decks, enough to provide cabins for all its crew and even visiting dropship personnel. If it wasn't for the slight curve of the ceiling, Armstrong would not be able to distinguish it from his planetside office. A holo appeared off to his right, showing Hansa Davian seated inside a battle mech. Nathan Armstrong, I have come to demand explanations from you. Hansa Davian raised his fist. A grin was on his face. Understandable. About what, my lord? The fake Star League depot was a real sight all along. You told me there was a real cache on Galter. That it was well south in the mountains. It is still there, sir. The fake depot was expressly designed to be overlooked. The real depot, built into the mountainside, is a more conventional storage facility. If a fake site gives up 2 regiments of mechs, what could be in there? We are not sure. Possibly something less impressive? We can't be rolling 6s all the time, sir. Had. Fair enough. Congratulations again, Brevet General. We are most impressed. A holo over to his left then engaged. Although she was already approaching 50 years old, Katrina Steiner still possessed an arresting beauty. She too was sitting inside an urban mech cockpit. The way her hair floated however implied that she was inside the hangars of a dropship docked into a Scout 2 jump ship. It was the most secure place in all of Lyran space to open a real-time HPG remote conference. Archon Steiner, welcome, said Hansa. It is a pleasure, Your Highness, said Armstrong. Katrina Steiner crossed her arms over her chest and gave both men a piercing glare. We are most cross with both of you. You have been conspiring to make decisions for this federated commonwealth behind our back, as if the Steiner half was an inferior partner that must only take it as an accomplished fact. Is this even an alliance at all? The two men glanced at each other and winced. Yeah, that was fair. Aftershocks 02. SLS Good Omens. Scout a class jump ship. Their CAD Zenith jump point. Late May 3025. Melissa Steiner had boarded luxury dropships and jump ships before. Some in mint condition right off the yards, even. She was treated to some of the most lavish transport accommodations possible that the economic largesse of the Lyran Commonwealth could provide. And yet, there was something about the Scout II that felt to her as far more plush and lavish than even the most royal starliners. It was all still stark and functional, but it felt more like a minimalist style than deliberate opulence. The corridors were wider than she expected for such a small ship. Was it the red rubberized material running through the halls? They minimized clanking from magnetic footwear. Sure, they gave the impression of carpeting, but it also made sense with the red lining pointing down while the ceiling had a similar black strip running along the length. In zero gravity, it was a fast way to orient themselves. Mini monorail tracks ran parallel on the ceilings. Boxes and small utility robots swooped all around the ship. In zero-G areas, someone could even grab a hold of these little tram lines to quickly move across the length of the ship. In the end, she clapped her hands and looked enlightened. I see it. Yes, milady. Asked Captain Joris Vandermeer. Everything's rounded. Melissa pointed at the deck plating and the panels sheathing the corridor. This place has almost no hard angles at all. Everything either melts into each other in smooth curves or bonded by round studs. That's why it has a feeling of being more luxurious than it first appears. Without realizing it, you're left with a feeling that it's all smooth and safe. The ELH captain nodded. Melissa's bright smile looking for approval was almost blinding. Impressive. Katrina nodded and smiled indulgently. That is nicely observed. I am also impressed. Both by her child's observations, and how the Eridani light horse had jump ships that were crafted to high standards. There were literally no corners cut here. Making curves that fit needed more precision for marginal benefit. But if it was indeed an expeditionary jump ship, every little bit that could maintain the sanity of its crew across long lonely voyages would help. Archon Katrina Steiner brought Melissa with her to travel to Hesperus II on an Eridani light horse jump ship. There they would meet the task group bringing home the prize taken from Helm. Protests were minimized as this was just the first few hops of a command circuit, making it unpredictable which set of jump ships she would take. Thereafter the ELH jump ship would be making its way home to Davian space. Melissa was still only 15 years old. When she was told in the tour that the Scout IIH was mostly identical to the Vagabond school jump ships, she was intrigued. Spending half a year cooped up inside a jump ship, would that be distressing to so many children? Melissa looked sheepish when reminded that these children were most likely born in poverty and even those considered well-to-do in frontier worlds would not have been nutritionally balanced growing up. Their remote worlds would not have given them the opportunity to meet other people with different perspectives and learn to appreciate varied personal philosophies. Provinciality is not about being ignorant, said Katrina, but about being unwilling to entertain any other views than what they were born with. It is the preference for a small, easily understandable world, and taking that with you wherever you go. Of course, there are also vices and flaws in being cosmopolitan as well. She curved her lips and wondered if trapping children in schools where they could not escape being around other kids was the whole point of it. The two counter-rotating grav decks were designed to carry 150 passengers. Granted, most of them cramped steerage bunks, but this also freed up deck space for classrooms and recreational facilities. In normal operation, this would support a large number of infantry and vehicle crews. The Good Omens demonstrated this by having 36 simulator pods, half of them battle mech, and the other half combat vehicles that could be modded with different controls from tank to VTOL in short order. Even more impressive, murmured Katrina. I suppose I should have expected this would be the way the SLDF fights. Just because one has to wait for the jump core to charge does not mean soldiers should be wasting time. Training in itself is a form of recreation. The ELH had Star League neurohelmets. Just for curiosity's sake, they tried out again if Melissa would have better neurohelmet compatibility. Melissa reported that while it was much better, she still felt a little queasy. I guess I really just don't have talent for this, she sighed. The light horse technicians modified the settings of the simulator pod, and restarted. Now Melissa found that she lacked the targeting reticule. The neurohelmet responded by feeling something like her legs. She looked from side to side, and the mech did not move with her. It was only when she had the feeling to move that it adjusted. She had to think of her hips when she wanted to swivel around. This is much better, I think, said Melissa. Katrina, observing, asked the light horse what did you do? In theory, you could just split the load between gunner and driver by having the neurohelmet responding only to the lower and upper halves to the torso. This is built around the neurohelmet interfaces of quad mechs. But it requires more specialized equipment and it is not really possible with bipedal mechs that need the pilot's sense of balance. I see. Thank you, Tech Sergeant. Katrina turned back to the screen and opened the COMM link. How do you feel? Do you want to keep going? We can stop if it is making you uncomfortable. I suppose. I am not in pain. Melissa considered this part of her duties as an Archon designate. Captain Vandermeer, observing, made a noncommittal noise. Is there a problem, Captain? Forgive me please, Archon Steiner. But while it is the norm to expect the ruling class to fight, we of the Eridani Light Horse do not really see much use for the ruler to risk themselves and their deaths causing unnecessary chaos in the chain of command. While it is true that soldiers and citizens respect more their nobles that are willing to put their lives on the line, but when it comes to the leadership of a nation we feel it is better to stay out of the line of fire. They are of more value maintaining support behind the lines. Generals should be trusted to know what they are doing, and political leaders are better at dealing with more abstract problems and preserving the people's will to fight. Specialization allows everyone to fight to their own strengths. Katrina stared at him for a few moments, then nodded. That is understandable. I appreciate your candor and commitment to your duties as a soldier. Rest assured that we will not be risking our lives unnecessarily. The quirk in her lips left unspoken yet strongly implied we are not Davians. Melissa did not like war. But unlike her daughter, Katrina was fully neurohelmet compatible. She piloted a warmer into battle and killed her fair share. While Katrina Steiner was supposedly testing the simulators, in reality conferencing with Hansa Davian and Nathan Armstrong, Melissa Steiner had to find something else to do. SLS The Color of Magic. Scout 3 class warship. In orbit above Galter. Same time. The Eridani Light Horse left Steiner employ right at the turn of the millennium, moving from their homeworld the Lyran Commonwealth to Colchester in the Federated Suns by the year 3000. 100 years of service had been soured by the military failures and the behavior of appointed generals of the previous Archon, and this abandonment may have also added to the Estates General's lack of faith in Alessandro Steiner. Katrina Steiner stepped into place as Archon by his forced abdication on 3007. She had never been able to command the Eridani Light Horse directly. She knew of them, as others did, mainly through the RCT's sterling reputation. The peacemaker, they called her, among the house lords that were always watching for signs of usurpation or civil war. Even brothers were not safe, as Anton and Janos Merrick just recently proved in the Merrick Civil War, and Hansa Davian always needed to watch against the machinations of his brother-in-law, Michael Hosek Davian. Takashi Kurita's rule might look secure, but always he had to dodge assassination attempts. Only the Capellan Confederation could see only external threats, and which allowed Maximilian Liao to plot to weaken his enemies as much as he wanted. Katrina Steiner had made even her fellow rulers fail to remember that she was there by a coup d'état. She frowned minutely at the two men. I am grateful to the assistance provided by House Davian and the Eridani Light Horse, and let it not be said I will fail to show my appreciation for the Helm Corps and the SLDF cache. The whole of the Lyran Commonwealth will be stronger for this, and it is a great show of faith that our alliance is supposed to be one of equals. Yet I am compelled to share my concerns regarding developments that have unfolded behind my back. I find it disheartening and deeply troubling to discover that important decisions concerning the future of our great union have been made without my involvement. This leads me to a prevailing sense of alienation and a profound lack of trust. Being excluded undermines the very foundation of the alliance and the lasting peace we all hope for. Hansa Davian alone has no right to surrender any future claims or votes of the Federated Commonwealth in exchange for any prize, no matter how compelling. Hansa chuckled and shrugged. She is right. I was perhaps too eager, and I admit to making that mistake. We have grossly overstepped our bounds, and I can only apologize again. I too give my deepest apologies, Archon Steiner. Fortunately it was still something vaguely in the future, and we had not finalized anything nor shared any technical knowledge. Nathan Armstrong put a fist to his chest and bowed. Mea culpa, Archon Steiner. She smiled and said softly chiding, you should have at least tried. Nathan Armstrong firmed his posture. I admit that we have done you wrong here, but for this particular failure I cannot apologize. Keeping you out of the loop until we could have guaranteed secure communications was the right thing to do. And why is that? Loki. Hansa put his palms over his face and hid a smile. Katrina Tisket and uncrossed her arms. She huffed. That is fair. Say what you will about SAFE, but at least parts of its own intelligence services aren't actively and constantly trying to kill each other. The Lyran Intelligence Service, LIC, had Loki, a state-sponsored terrorism force. This was not an acronym. Their task was to assassinate and sabotage enemies of the state and strike fear into the hearts of foreign enemies of the Lyran Commonwealth. Their brutality and lack of scruples was famed all through the inner sphere, surpassing even the ruthlessness of Kurita or Liao operations. Their willingness to kill, defame, torture, and execute anyone in any number anywhere, including even the Lyran people, has caused a faction of the Lich to secretly brand themselves Heimdall as a check to the excessive collateral damage caused by Loki operations. Considering themselves true patriotic Lyrans, they sometimes sabotaged operations that they deemed as going too far. Alessandro Steiner had sent Loki to assassinate Katrina's husband in 3004 as it was discovered he was a high-ranking member of Heimdall. It was an accident that they made the attempt in Katrina's presence, and of course then everyone thought with her rising popularity and closest legitimate heir she was the target. That led to Katrina fleeing to the periphery and returning much more hostile to her uncle until deposing him in 3007. Just because she was Archon now did not mean they were completely loyal to her. Many times before had Loki done atrocities without their Archon's authorization or even knowledge. All right. I will accept that it may not have been an intentional attempt at marginalizing the Lyran half of this alliance. Let's all move past this then. Now let me offer my thanks and congratulations, Brevet General Armstrong. I forgot entirely about this, I must be honest. It was too far into the future to be relevant, but yes, I can see how it may have been insulted. Armstrong added. But how did you know, and how sure are you it was conveyed in absolute security? The moment Comster has an inkling of anyone having working HPG technology is the day NAIS or maybe their CAD university eats a nuke. Oh, I told her. Hansa replied with a smile. Quintus reminded me about it, and so once we had the private HPG connection I had to admit to it. It would not do to start this union on a foundation of lies and disadvantages. We both had already decided to give helm to the Lyran Commonwealth to balance the books between the two realms, but it is also important to know why. It is vital for a state that its leaders are able to make well-informed decisions instead of being fed mirages. Katrina is not a child whose feelings needed to be spared. Quintus Allard may still be wary of the Eridani light horse's largesse that implied they would not need the Federated Sons in the future, but he did treat the notion of the Federated Commonwealth seriously. Everything that Hansa needed to do, especially with securing the Sons from internal threats, was all for that future union. By admitting to the misstep ahead of time, Hansa Davian nicely disarmed the mistake and allowed the potential for larger negotiations where they might both eke out more securities from the Eridani light horse and their secret backers. Now it was the light horse that had to negotiate from a position of moral disadvantage. Armstrong nodded. That is also fair. I have no objections to that. Katrina smiled. We can all be reasonable people here. Giving up voting rights for the First Lord is too great, unless... She said with a raised eyebrow, you are trying to do something that would make First Lordship something irrelevant. Nathan Armstrong shook his head. No. We do not want to be kingmakers or the power behind the throne. As we have just adequately demonstrated, we are not any good at it. If we could just offload all political decisions to the both of you, that would be grand. The ideal would be to serve as the Kerensky to your Camerons. The first prince of the Federated Sons winced. That may not be as good an example as you might think, Nathan. Oh? Are you among those that believe that Kerensky abandoned his responsibility to the inner sphere by taking the SLDF with him into exile? Hansa replied, it is not an unusual thought that many people would rather have Kerensky stay behind instead of leaving. The succession wars may not have been as devastating if they knew the SLDF's fleets could still protect at least their core regions of space. Worlds would not have been blasted to ruin to deny it to the enemy. Katrina added, there is the danger that instead of accepting Kerensky's neutrality, Terra would have to fight off everyone else at the same time. If not, it would be a death of 1,000 cuts and 1,000 little humiliations. The SLDF would need to shear itself of any divided loyalties, and the great houses would take whole divisions that want better treatment. There would still be violence regardless, and Kerensky would now have to see brother SLDF commands that once fought together now trying to kill each other. She then gave a small shrug and brushed aside a lock of her long wavy blonde hair. We who stand centuries away from the conflict can see how it may have been better for the inner sphere as a whole if Kerensky set himself up as a dictator, like McKenna before him. But in the chaos of those years, if we stood in his spot, would our emotions have led us to the same conclusion? Even from the pictures we can see, the man was just tired. So very tired. Armstrong looked at both the House Lords and leaned on his desk, lacing his fingers together in front of his face. I accept the theory that if Alexander Kerensky had pulled a coup or actively tried to buffer Stefan Amorous' influence on Richard Cameron, perhaps the Star League would not have fallen. However, all the House Lords knew at the time that Kerensky could also be trusted. That no matter how much it would make his life easier or save lives, he was incorruptible. Just as he chose, we would rather give the inner sphere the tools to fix itself instead of demanding it happen according to our designs. This urge to conspire and manipulate things behind the scenes is an obsession of many intelligence agencies and Comster, and over hundreds of years acting in the shadows there is a tendency to resort to extremes and make acceptable casualties. We are horses and we run in the open. If this grand experiment fails, then so be it. We have tried. If the experiment fails, what will you do? Asked Katrina. Will you leave us, after all that meddling, just as Kerensky did? I can honestly say, I do not know. But you do not have to fear anything untoward from me or whoever you think may be behind me. The Second Star League will begin and end solely by the powers and the virtues of the inner sphere, and the overcoming of our shared flaws and vices. He furrowed his brows. If the Federated Commonwealth fractures into Steiner versus Davian halves, I am not sure if we might end up just taking the area of space around Terran Corridor, to force both sides to stand apart. Better mutual dislike than open civil war trying to claim strategic worlds. He raised his hands, or we could just leave in disgust, I do not know. It will not be my problem. Someone else will be leading the Light Horse and the SLDF by then. Hansa and Katrina looked at each other. A shade of pity crossed between them. You really should not be so open about your willingness to fight both of us to our faces, Nathan, sighed Hansa. I do agree now that it is safer for the Eridani Light Horse to stay out of politics, said Katrina. But I do respect your desire to help. What's next for the Eridani Light Horse? Tell us, what do you actually want? The Lyran Commonwealth is as ready as the Federated Suns. There is not much that can be done at this point in time. We must all begin to ruminate and digest all the gains we have made in such a short time. You have the contents of Helm and the, what? 3 or 4 regiments of equipment you carried out. It suddenly occurs to me that, somehow, in the same time span, the Light Horse has managed to give Davian 2 free regiments as well, Katrina said dryly. Hansa Davian raised his hands, both palms out. I am not involved in this. They just keep throwing things at me. Armstrong sighed. Really, we just want to have the time to grow. Everything will belong to the generation after us. The only important event waiting for us is whether or not House Kurita will try to backstab the Dragoons. If they do, then good. We expected no better from them anyway, and the Dragoons can try to cross the border safely. If the Dragoons were too foolish as to tie themselves deeper with the Combine, well, we gave them their fair shot. Why are you all so enamored with the Dragoons? Asked Katrina. They are fearsome fighters, this is true, but it looks strange to me why the Light Horse is working so much for someone else's benefit. The privileges granted to you by Hansa at least makes sense with all the boons you give back in return. But what would Wolf's Dragoons bring you? Armstrong grimaced slightly and leaned back tiredly on his chair. That has something to do with the potential nomination we had for First Lord. It could be something that would Gordian not many predicted future problems. Hansa grinned. And who would that be, if we might be trusted enough to know? We might have rendered the whole point moot, so might as well say it. Natasha Kerensky. Katrina blinked. Why? She is just, unless, she really is a descendant of Kerensky. Specifically, from the line of Andiri Kerensky, second son of Alexander Kerensky. She would hate it completely. And that was why, as a warrior, she might give the whole inner sphere a chance for peace. She would not hesitate to use the SLDF as a beatstick against malingerers and cause the clans to fall into immediate civil war, wondering if they had actually already won. Then that means, it is Wolf's Dragoons that are the scouting force sent by the SDLF. It makes sense now. It is why they keep moving from great house to great house, no matter the excellent terms given for retention. And that means, if they are the remnants of Kerensky's SLDF, Hansa slammed his palms down on the armrests of his seat and then pointed with a laugh. Who are you? SLS Good Omens. They're CAD. Lyran Commonwealth. Same day. Be kind, Gandhi Bapu, and you will find yourself surrounded by the true friends. Keep the Indian people safe, guarding them with magnificent elephant warriors. Your faith will guide you to peace and harmony. Keep your mind open, and be the change you want to see in the world. Melissa Steiner stared at the blasted irradiated wastelands of her major cities and said flatly what? She lived in the 31st century. This was the 20th century. So, what? Pacifism was all about trying to avoid war as much as possible, and then when attacked reply with gross amounts of nukes. This was what was considered peace-loving back then? Yes, this was clearly a game made for entertainment, but surely distinguishing gameplay is based on something? If this was from the original archives of the Terran Alliance, then was this the historical Gandhi? How weird. The past was truly the most foreign country. Aftershocks 03. Hilton Head Island. North America. Terra. June 6, 3025. The First Circuit had to convene an emergency meeting, the very moment news and various outrageous claims could be verified from about halfway across the inner sphere. Holographic displays lit up the dark circular chamber and showed 2 sections of the inner sphere, one the Davian Kurita border, and the other the Merrick Steiner border. Julian Typolo spoke carefully. It is clear we have underestimated the Eridani Light Horse. What was that you said? I will handle it. Middo Waterley said with a sneer towards Hutrin Vandal, Precenter of New Avalon. Is this what handled looks like? We would see less damage from outright treason. You are out of line, Precenter Diran, said Diapolo. The woman sniffed. I told you all to do something about the Light Horse soon, but you all wanted to see what would happen. This is what happens. And now our entire holy mission is under threat. What do you want us to do? Drop a nuke on Colchester and blame the Combine for it? Retorted Vandal. Yes. Why not? At least do something. That wouldn't even work, the regiment is spread out across 3 planets right now. Information is inherently transportable, Pedregor allies, Prekenter Atrus tried to say reasonably. Which is why we should remove the source of any more convenient information being found. Enough, hissed Diapolo. We have not yet even finished the focus of this meeting. Prekenter New Avalon, continue your report. Hutrin Vandal responded. There is not much more to say, Primus. The details are in the data packets. In conclusion. Fact 1, the Eridani Light Horse have pocket warships. Confirmed, the ones first seen were spheroid dropships, based on possibly a dictator-class hull. There is a significant amount of weaponry that can be placed into a 9,000-ton hull, and if they have extended range lasers we decided that it was not any out-of-context assault dropship. Confirmed, the second set seen were based off the Drost IA Aerodyne hull. From the ROMs recovered from the transport dropships, we have verified that they go beyond mere extended range technology and have true capital range capabilities. Theory, and now we have to consider that they have the ability to refit dropships. This implies, at minimum, a shipyard. Or worse, a yard ship. Vilius Tya, Prekenter Xian, sucked in his breath. He had little loyalty to the Capellan Confederation per se, but aerofighter combat had generally been one way for the small state to stand up to the squeeze of its 2 larger and more economically potent neighbors. Primus, may I speak? You have the floor, Prekenter Xian. The Great Li Turkey Shoot in 2952 saw Ingrid Liao massing 6 aerofighter regiments or over 200 fighters to take the world of Li, which was being turned into an AFFS regional supply center. The world had been trading owners between Liao and Davian over the past 100 years. She hoped to claim this vital new war complex for the Confederation, especially its maintenance facilities for aerospace fighters and increasingly rare land-air mechs. Unfortunately Davian intelligence however had learned of the plan ahead of time and managed to reinforce the world. Davian defenders met Capellan attackers in space, and Davian aerospace fighters, primarily the speedy and sleek 30-ton Sparrowhawk fighters made short work of the Liao heavy fighters, mostly the 100-ton Thunderbird and 75-ton Eagle fighters. Although these fighters were incredibly deadly with their massive forward-facing lasers, they lacked the agility to deal with Sparrowhawks getting into their 6. This left supporting the invasion to the remaining light and medium fighters, primarily the 25-ton Thrush which had unreliable atmospheric performance. Prince Peter Davian of the time personally led his men and pushed the Capellans off Li with heavy losses. The whole invasion lasted only 3 days, and Tia could see a striking historical echo here. Liao did manage to retake Li eventually, by 2987 in the reign of Chancellor Tormax Liao, at great cost and the commitment of Liao's remaining major reserves. After this short summary, Tia continued. What makes anti-fighter assault dropships dangerous is not their armor or weaponry, but their efficiency. You could easily build and equip 100 aerofires for the costs and time spent on one. What is less affordable are the additional dropship carriers to hold them, or simply finding 100 pilots for them. Assault dropships are not an unknown quality. They are extremely dangerous and form the bedrock of what passes for naval power in the inner sphere. However, enough aerofighter power can still bring them down. This is where the balance of heavy fighters tilts back in their favor. Light fighters can destroy heavy fighters, but only heavy fighters can speedily destroy larger and more valuable space assets such as dropships. I propose that we do not give in to the hysteria that the Eridani Light Horse has provoked from their unveiling of their pocket warships. No wonder weapon is perfect. There is surely some drawback we are not seeing. No, we do not need to think of how to beat pocket warships. We do, after all, have proper warships. What we should be concerned about is how to make all this panic benefit us. There are 2 outcomes to this. The first, is that the threat of pocket warships will force the exhausted great houses to refocus their economies to their shipyards. This means fewer battle mechs and military transport dropships. This could inflame service rivalries. The second, is the normalization of anti-pocket warship weaponry. If someone is using capital-scale weaponry, then nuclear weapons are capital-scale weapons as well. If we can encourage normalization of nuclear warheads, there is an increased chance for reckless escalation and being used against non-space targets. We would have an increased capacity to make false flag attacks. In summary, we should not take this particular resurgence in Lastek as a threat, but as an opportunity. This is good for Comster and ROM, as strange as it may sound. I am finished. The first circuit was not a place for grandstanding, and no applause returned his speech. The most was an approving nod. I agree with Prekenter Xian, Pedregor Eli said next. Primus, may I speak? You have the floor, Prekenter Atrus, replied Diabolo. This brings to mind an odd theory. The Hollow showed pictures of ELH ships and fighters. Painted flat Comster white. Are we sure that this is not something of ours? Is there a cell that is giving away technology in the hopes of accelerating the pace of war in the inner sphere? The Third Succession War has ended with the exhaustion of all power, but with the threat of naval power and orbital bombardment, they all have reason now to beggar their realms just to build more weapons to remain competitive. This will create more internal strife. He looked at each of the other precentors with their faces in their hooded robes, and lingered long on Primus Diabolo before moving on. I have been thinking about this at length, and if it is the Eridani Light Horse's intent to secure the inner sphere for the Federated Commonwealth, it would make sense. However, it is too confident to say that the rest of the inner sphere would just allow the Federated Commonwealth suppress them. Primus. Let him finish, Precentor Diran. I am done, Primus. It is no issue. Other than the request to confirm with the hidden worlds. I do admit there are many holes in this theory, first of which, as Precentor Diran might be about to say, the Helm Cache and the Helm Field Library. This much knowledge released to the inner sphere runs counter to our doctrine. Although I have to point out, that this has also painted a massive target on Lyran universities and researchers. We could conduct a Holy Shroud 3 and it could easily be painted as the sabotage of the Capetan powers unwilling to let their enemies hold on to their advantages. But before Waterley could speak, Hutrin Vandal blurted out, Primus, Precentor Atrus, there is another hole in that theory. Aziz nodded amicably. And that is? Who among our brethren would have such an obsession with urban mechs? A weighty silence settled upon the room. After a few more moments, Mendel Waterley hissed out, Now, may I speak? Diabolo turned to look at her through his round-framed eyeglasses. You are now in order, Precentor Diran. May I remind you all that we started this meeting trying to decide which was the more dangerous issue to tackle first, the resurgence of naval power in the inner sphere, or the recovery of the Helm Field Library. We do not know what is in that library, for all we know it may have HPG principles. I say, the first can be ignored, the latter is more urgent, but both are things that will take years to have an effect. Precentor Thurcad can't even tell us where the SLDF memory core is now, because it is basic prudence that they should have multiple copies in different ships headed towards Thurcad. Or even New Avalon for that matter. The genie is out of the bottle. We can no longer put it back. What we can do now is to deal with how the houses can make use of this knowledge. If what is to come next will be a spy and assassin war as had been never seen before, then so be it. If shipyards must be sabotaged and colleges bombed, let ROM handle it. The most urgent problem is the source of all of these disruptions, and they should be stopped. Destroyed. Immediately. Uldhan Everson, Precentor Thurcad, clapped his palms together. I agree with Precentor Diran. The Eridani Light Horse is too unpredictable. They should be removed from the board. But how? Discrediting them is difficult. Core Demeter and their over 300 years of gallantry brought them incontestable goodwill. Is a military solution our only option? Asked Hutrin Vandal. The threat that the Eridani Light Horse present is more than just the information or the weapon systems they present. Explain, said Diabolo. They found pocket warships. They managed to refit Drosts into pocket warships in such short order that Davian could not have done it. They may have found an intact SLDF facility somewhere. This leads me to a disturbing hypothesis. If they have pocket warships, how can we be sure that they do not have actual warships being held in reserve? The First Circuit absorbed those words for a few moments. Then, Aziz mused, well, it does seem more legitimate that the Eridani Light Horse may have a secret warship fleet now, than it does the Wolf's Dragoons. Diabolo was known to have a particular desire to know about Wolf's Dragoons' secret source of their fleet and mech replenishment. His protege Visser Christopher's meddling in the Merrick Civil War saw the Dragoons retreat to lick their wounds and come back with new machines, and no answers. Christopher was banished for his failure. His forehead wrinkled as he considered the similarities between these two much-celebrated mercenary commands. The ELH now had fresh jump ships and fresh mechs from mysterious sources. It was just that, unlike the Dragoons with their large jump ships and pristine assault and heavy mechs, the Light Horse had small scouts and an odd variety of urban mech-shaped things. They were as dangerous as they were ridiculous. What was the point of this? Core Demeter was said to be from Dome, the Department of Mega Engineering. If anyone could have mobile factories, it would be the department given practically unlimited funding to make worlds like Venus and Mars habitable. Yet, surely, it could not be from as stupid a reason as that urban mechs have dome-shaped chassis, could it? There is another question that all of this now raises. Aziz raised a finger to point up. What is it, Precentor Atrus? Asked Everson. Do you think they know? No, what? He held his arms out. Us. This. Comster. And their centuries of fermenting war and suffering across the inner sphere in service to Blake's vision. Vandal scowled. After a few moments, he sighed and shook his head. I do not think so. Remember their letter accompanying Core Demeter? They said they respect us as the successors to the Terran hegemony. I do not doubt that the Eridani Light Horse want to see the Star League reformed as much as we do. In fact, the reformation of the Star League is not strictly required according to Blake's vision. Aziz smirked. If they knew, they would be counseling Hansa Davian to build a force to rush Terra at this very moment. Perhaps we should look for signs of military buildup. If they were to be so foolish, our own warships will welcome them. Unfortunately, any force arranged to get to Terra would also be positioned to take Tikhanov, said Vilius Tya. The industrial heart of the Capellan Confederation had long been a prize Davian sought to take, much as Merrick kept trying to conquer Hesperus II to take Defiance Industries, the largest mech manufacturer in the inner sphere. He shrugged. This speculation cannot at all be confirmed one way or the other. Unless perhaps we do something that lets them unearth our involvement. Are you afraid? Mido spoke up with a piercing tone as she crossed her arms over her breasts. Something unusual happens and you all lose your nerve? Or is it that it is more fun for this quorum of quavering rumor-mongers to speculate and gossip than take action? Careful now, Prekenter Diran. Unwise action can precipitate a sudden and perilous fall. Must I start ending all my statements with Equum Levis Delenda est for this circuit to take the threat seriously? You have already seen what waiting and watching will get you. Do not allow them the chance to do something even more outrageous. I propose that Comster put at priority the total and imminent destruction of the Eridani light horse. Once again, I second Prekenter Diran, said Everson. Their CAD circuit agrees. Only by being pressed to the brink could we know if the light horse are hiding even more war assets. It is too late to hold back when your survival is at stake. I concur, said Hutrin Vandal. New Avalon circuit agrees. If they show they do not need House Davian and move to the commands of an external master, it could poison their relationship. Xi'an circuit agrees. Atrus circuit agrees. All of them now turned towards Julian Diabolo. The Primus nodded. Then, with unanimous decision, you have your measure, Prekenter Diran. However, it is easy to say. But do you have any plan for this, or are you just asking for us to do the work instead? Mendo curled her lips up fiercely. She knew that the prestige she might gain from this would grant her much social capital to be the next Primus or even force out Diabolo. But the danger was as great as the prize, one had to pay for being daring. We do not need to act directly. So the Light Horse claims to have found whole regiments from salvage. They are not the only ones that can do that. We do not need to make ourselves obvious, shipping out our own reserves to donate to disruptive elements. They are not only ones that can hunt for treasure. The Eridani Light Horse still likes to wear the cloak of being mercenaries. Then, let Merc destroy Merc. Vandal pulled down slightly the rim of his hood. And how would we do that? Are you talking about setting up fake Star League caches? No. There is a real one. Not a Star League cache, but a graveyard of mechs and ships. Out in the Draconis Rift. Unity Palace. Luthien. Draconis Combine. June 8, 3025. Jamie Wolf was ordered to present himself to Luthien. House Kurita arranged for a command circuit, and once the jump ships were lined up and charged, he was able to transit from Misri to Luthien within 24 hours. Most of the time spent was just on dropship transit to and from the jump points. The chrysanthemum throne of the Draconis Combine was simultaneously ostentatious but also understated and simple. Jamie Wolf had presented himself before all the other great houses. Davian's throne was as expected, a raised platform on a large hall festooned with banners and pillars. House Liao's throne was even higher and any supplicants could barely see their lord. Jade green pillars rose high to a vaulted roof. House Steiner's throne was a large chamber flanked by 2 battle mechs. By contrast, the coordinator of the world of the Combine sat on a throne at floor level with the people he is conversing with. The pillars were ornate, but made of hand-carved teak. Flames from braziers and candles dimly lit up the room. Guards in black armor stood by in the shadows. Of course, no one was allowed to stand in the presence of the dragon. Jamie Wolf sat Caesar on his knees, and he pointedly did not look Takashi Kurita in the eyes. The coordinator sat on his throne with his back straight. Unlike the effete Liao or the weak Steiner or the immoral Davians, the monarch of House Kurita is expected to always be strong and dignified. The throne had seen its share of drunks and wastrels, but Takashi was hailed for being a sensible man that balanced the melancholic hands-off malaise of his grandfather with the cruelty to the commoners of his father into the aware and component coordinator that the realm sorely needed. The coordinator could not make a mistake. He could only be failed by those to whom he had given his trust. There are those that say the dragoons were cowards. That they have conspired with our enemies. They come even close to saying that I was a fool for trusting honorless mercenaries with my vision, Takashi said carefully. I call you friend, Jamie Wolf, so you must explain to me why you have been so deficient in carrying out your orders. The gardens of this palace are well watered. With all my respect, and I mean that, my lord, it was a trap. There is no honor in wasting valuable war assets for the Combine for no good reason. It was no empty fort strategy. Takashi smiled slightly at the literary allusion to a tactic attributed to Zhuliang, leaving a fortress or city deliberately undefended to give the impression that there is a trap or ambush waiting for them. Leaving the gates open made an army turn back instead of sieging the city. The Combine asks for its warriors to be death-defying, yet also cultured. Yet your orders were to cause as much damage to Harrow's son as you could, not just to recover your lost regiment. We thank the Arrow Regiment for their valor and sacrifice, but they were not able to take down the Light Horse's pocket warships. The 4th Deneb retained aerospace superiority. We found out that the 2nd Crucis Lancers were on Elytra. If we had bogged in, they could have either dropped to reinforce or plunge into the Combine against our dependence on Anting or raided deeper into Gaelden. Even just wasting our time to denude Matsueda Prefecture of its defenders would have been enough of a victory for Davian. We could have lost as much as the forces on Galter and leave you with only one regiment of the dragoons that can be freely deployed. Instead, by preserving our force strength and strategic mobility, the dragoons remain available to defend or threaten a large section of the border. We chose not to play into Davian hands. Takashi hummed. Yes, that was the prevailing narrative, wasn't it? The regiments that died to Galter could not have been stupid, that was disrespecting the DCMS, but that Davian deceit pulled them into a trap. Pity. If the dragoons had been heavily damaged, it would be easier to absorb them. On the other hand, Takashi supposed, if they were so incompetent he would not want them. Matsueda started with 7 mech regiments. 3 of those were Wolf's dragoons. 2 Gaelden regular regiments had been destroyed completely by the Light Horse. If Wolf's dragoons had been bogged down, that would have left 12 worlds with 2 regiments to defend them. Irerzun started with 5 regiments. Now they only had 1 intact regiment, a light regiment at that. Takashi had to order reserves from Pesht shuffled down in a hurry. And yet it remains that you have failed in your mission, only doing as much as to gain things to your advantage. You have dishonored yourself, Jamie Wolf. Jamie thought briefly of Surkai, the clan right of forgiveness, and replied, I admit to my wrongdoing, coordinator. In times of war, unity is our strength. How may we be of better service to the Combine? Unity Palace. Luthien. Some time later. Jamie Wolf exhaled roughly as he looked out at the many gardens of Unity Palace. Beyond this complex, Luthien was a dark, polluted world of heavy industry relentlessly churning out weapons for the Combine's war machine and their touted manifest destiny. At night it was less noticeable. Soft ground lights artistically cast the garden in interesting shadow plays. There was something distressingly familiar about it. Ah, Jamie, my friend. You look troubled. Why? I think we have weathered this event much better than anyone might expect. He turned to see Minobu Tetsuhara, the liaison to Wolf's dragoons. Tall and of African descent but garbed as a samurai and with the calm of a scholar, he was an example of the Combine's rich diversity held under a monolithic culture state. In Dramanai 6, back in 3021, when the dragoons were still in Lyran service, Tetsuhara happened to find an overheated dragoons archer. The commander of Recon Company Gold of the Second Sword of Light spared the hapless enemy, not knowing it was Jamie Wolf himself. Jamie knew because it was the custom of Kurita officers to announce their names, and from there a strong bond of mutual respect between the soldiers formed when they met again. However, the costly losses of the Second Sword of Light on Dramanai dishonored and shamed many of their officers, and Minobu Tetsuhara was dispossessed, denied the right to pilot a mech, and the Tetsuhara family's ancestral mech, the Panther, Katana caught, passing to his younger brother. As a liaison, this sort of bureaucratic duty was beneath that of a warrior. However, with his friendship Jamie Wolf Minobu bore it with good cheer. That is true. In many ways this could be considered a reward. As Epsilon Regiment will have to be rebuilt anyway, training to fight with Combine machinery will help form the Ryokan. I am happy for you, my friend. You are a mech warrior again. Said Jamie. Minobu nodded. From company commander to regimental commander. It seems I have much to learn. His expression dropped. Unfortunately, as great as this news and generous our lord, there is also sadness in it. I can no longer spend time being the mercenary liaison to Wolf's dragoons. Such is life, that joy must always be tempered by some sadness, lest both lose meaning. Jamie bowed back. Minobu was the best of the Combine, to him. The Draconis Combine had the warrior ethos and fearlessness of the clans, but unlike the violence-obsessed clan warriors tempered it with education, refinement and a sense of duty to people below them. Cartographically, the Combine would be the first hit in the invasion. Takashi Kurita was clearly trying to run his military as efficiently as its traditions allowed. The Combine had no shortage of honorable and skilled warriors. It was just too bad there was no shortage of dishonorable power-grubbing opportunists either. Jamie looked up at the black starry sky. Normally, this would be a good thing. But we now live in a universe where the light horse stampedes in the night sky. I would not want our regiments to die out in the void before even being able to do anything. Jamie Wolf himself was caught in a quandary. He could not of course bring out the hidden warships in reserve. Wolf's dragoons needed more carriers. They, and the Ryokan, needed to become more flexible as a combined arms force with integrated fighter assets. Yet it can take almost twice as long to train a fighter pilot compared to a mech pilot. That would be Takashi Kurita's problem. He has to solve that for the entire DCMS. Takashi Kurita sidelined the Dragoons for the moment. Jamie could not help but to be nervous, knowing that the Combine might have nuclear-armed fighters so close to their dependents. This would strongly complicate any plans for Hijira. SLS Good Omens. Aristotle. Lyran Commonwealth. June 18, 3025. After 4 jumps through 2 dead systems, they had to transfer out of the Eridani light horse jump ship and into a Lyran 1. The crew were effusive in their sadness at seeing Melissa go. The girl captured all their hearts. They were drawn in by her charm and genuine kindness. And her ruthless efficiency. Her belt had 6 pokeballs. The heart of cards had been with her. She had gathered all the magic. She praised the sun. This girl was unstoppable. If it did not involve direct war and the unpleasant deaths of people, Melissa's talent shone. As Katrina Steiner watched them wave goodbye at the Iris airlock, she remembered the words spoken in their conferences. It is Melissa Steiner and Melissa Steiner alone that makes the union of the Federated Commonwealth possible. She will conquer both halves. You both as rulers of your respective realms are respected and have strong personalities, and move people around your orbit. Melissa will be accepted completely. And yet, Armstrong had also stated we do have an additional option for you. We have the technology. Archon Steiner, your exposure in the periphery put you in increased risk of cancer. We know that Melissa is already a miracle baby. But, if you wanted to make sure that for at least the next few decades the Federated Commonwealth is competently led, we can fix that. Our biotechnology is good enough to reverse your menopausal onset. Both of you are only 7 years apart. You would have a marriage of equals and Melissa could be free to marry whoever she wanted. I thought you did not want to meddle with politics, Hansa countered. This is not political. Is it? Hansa looked pained. His eyes and hers met. The conclusions were obvious. Morgan Hosek Davian was only 20, unmarried, and much closer to Melissa in age. They both looked at Nathan Armstrong, and it was clear that the officer did not even consider that at all. He had forgotten about the inheritance outside of the direct Steiner and Davian lines. He had technology and so he offered it as a solution in good faith. All they had were solutions. Try everything because even failure is a learning opportunity was the mindset of the career military. These light horses had to be protected from blundering into and smashing any more China shops. Melissa wrinkled her nose as she crossed into the air supply of the dropship. There was a subtle difference in air quality that she could almost taste. The recycled air of a ship many decades old carried the lingering traces of machine oil, human smells, and perfume to overpower scents. The ELH ship had a certain grassiness to their air. As she watched the white-hulled Scout for the last time before the charged KF drive of the Lyran jump ship engaged, Katrina mulled about what Armstrong said. We derive our authority and identity as the Star League Defense Forces not from Kerensky, but the High Council of the Star League itself. Even if all of Kerensky's children return, we will have the natural right to stand against them. Katrina could now understand why the Eridani Light Horse needed the Federated Commonwealth to exist. It was no longer about achieving some measure of peace or stability in the inner sphere. They might have 20 years to prepare. Or the techno-barbarians could get impatient and arrive tomorrow. Hansa was too enamored with the novelties constantly being dangled in front him by the Light Horse. They both saw clean military solutions as much more permanent. But in the face of total annihilation, and she looked towards her precious daughter for a moment, there were few roads that were too low. They called Hansa the Fox. Armstrong was likely to be the crazy horse. Hurricane Katrina was now fully briefed and on the warpath.